The story begins with the panic-stricken face of the woman. "Hey, sir, there is a woman in trouble down that alley." On the police car, two people are sitting, a male officer and a female officer. The male officer, seeing the woman reporting the incident, adjusts his cap and cheerfully says, "Yes, we will go there." The brown-haired woman, still a bit worried, turned around and thought the police would arrive at the scene immediately. But no, as she turned to leave, the male officer immediately put away his enthusiastic expression.
The cheerful expression from a second ago is replaced with a look of boredom as he mutters, "Finally done for today."
Huh? Isn't the person the girl mentioned earlier talking about these people? Let's go in right now. The male police officer was completely indifferent, frowning. "What do you mean go?" The female officer was confused. Yes, just one. He furrowed his brows and shot a sharp look at the thugs. "Don't they see how many of them there are? There's nothing we can do even if we go in." The female officer was very worried when she saw this scene and suggested calling for backup. But the male officer dismissed her, saying those guys would leave once they're bored. "What we've seen here has happened more than once. Just a waste of effort." The male officer closed his eyes and snapped. As he finished speaking, a voice came from inside the car, and someone releasing her hand startled the female officer. A voice drew their attention, and both looked over with eyes still full of confusion. A man in police attire, whose face was not clearly visible, stood with his hands in his pockets in front of that small alley. The boss held the girl tightly and irritably asked, "What the hell is this?" He warned sharply, "Let go of her." The boss pushes the girl back and walks confidently toward the police officer with his hands in his pockets. He says, "I don't care if you don't like it." Just as he was swaggering, "Do you know who your father is?" A punch with the full palm struck straight under his chin. After taking the punch, he could only lie there groaning. Seeing how decisively he acted, the two police officers also gawked. The little guys don't understand what's going on. He rubs his wrist. If you don't like it, you have to take a beating. The little followers, seeing their brother like that, got extremely fired up. He wiped the blood off his chin, then sat up, clenched his fist, and charged at the police officer. He yells loudly at this damn bastard's fate, and immediately gets hit with a punch that distorts his face and eyes. A decisive punch from the police officer's position. He lifts his head, revealing a pair of calm yet terrifying eyes beneath his hat. The two police officers in the car were also stunned by the scene, and that big boss's face was covered in syrup. He muttered a few curses, not caring that the person behind him was still staring with a deadly, vengeful look. After the punch, he reached into his prison shirt, grinding his teeth as he whispered, "I'll take you down, you bastard. Today I'll bring you down." The boss pulls out a knife, causing the woman behind to scream in fear, but the other brother still maintains his mocking, nonchalant attitude. "Hey, have you ever knocked someone out before?" the boss guy yelled out, hitting a nerve and shouting for help. "Fine, today fate is yours." But he was immediately silenced and bluffed. The older brother suddenly closed in, grabbing the other's hand and saying in a low voice, "You've never fallen for anyone. Your eyes say it all." The boss still forced himself to stay silent despite trembling all over. "You said I couldn't drop anyone." Then the older brother immediately replied, "Then fall on me," and pulled the other's knife toward himself. Seeing him tremble and want to step back, he again emphasized firmly, "I told you to drop me, or I will." Watching the murderous expression on his brother's face, the boss was stunned for a few seconds. And then the thing he feared most happened. The older brother glared and whispered, "You will die." The boss was so scared he almost fainted. The knife in his hand fell to the ground. The boss stepped back, stammering, "Who are you exactly?" The other brother firmly held his shoulder back. "What's going on?" This action made the cops on the truck pale, and he tightened his grip on the guy's shoulder even more. "You catch and interrogate trash like them. I am a police officer, and everything started a week ago at Inn on Port when a figure appeared in front of a container truck. He forcefully pulls the truck door open, and immediately, a gang of thugs appears. Is everyone here? The leader of that group. A little late, huh? This is the last mission, so let these guys wait a little longer. Fai Kwang replied coldly, "It's a bit late, don't push it too far." He glared and asked again, "What kind of mission is it?" His gaze fixed on the group, each one exuding murderous intent. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind, trying to finish him off with a steel chain. "The Bodhisattva told me to work with you." The chain gradually lowered as if the other man's plan was about to succeed. But Fai Kwang quickly blocked it with a swipe, his eyes flashing with deadly intent, and with a push backward, he successfully defused the attack. In an instant, the other guy was completely defeated before his comrades, the iron chain gently swinging. "Now Fai Kwang is the one in control of this weapon," he asked sternly. "What are you doing?" "What do you mean by what you're doing?" "I'm working right now." Fai Kwang was stunned, repeating the two words. "Working." Don Fong smiled cunningly and announced to his accomplices the fallen legend. At the dismissal of Fai Kwang, everyone immediately rushed toward him, led by a man wielding a knife, but Fai Kwang easily looped a chain around his head. Then he didn't hesitate and immediately delivered a knee to this guy's face, which also helped him spot the attacker behind. So when the next attacker swung his axe, he could easily see his move. With his talent, Fai Kwang delivered a swift kick to the opponent's neck. But just after dealing with this one, another guy rushed in recklessly. Still, Fai Kwang managed to dodge and quickly turn defense into offense by slipping the chain around his neck. Then he tightened his grip around the guy's neck with such force that the chain snapped, and of course, The guy was dead. Only one last person left. Dongfang and Fai Kuang lifted the defeated opponent. After throwing him aside to avoid trouble, he turned around and asked Dongfang, "Are you planning to fight me with just this?" The other guy sighed and reached into his shirt to find something. How the hell did this guy end up using a real gun, too? As he pulled out the gun, he pretended to mutter, "I hate having to use a gun. Fei Kuang, this is the order from the Bodhisattva. I'll make sure you die completely. And you know that a gun is what ends it." Fai Kuang was stunned for a few seconds before asking again, "Is that the Botat's order?" Filled with hatred, he clenched his teeth and snarled bitterly. Fate clearly said this was the final mission, and after completing it, he would be set free. "Why?" Dongfang replied with a teasing tone. "Ask the hell about that. Gut bye." As he spoke, he raised his hand to pull the trigger. As soon as the two words Fai Kuang left his throat, the person in front of him charged like a vengeful demon, turning the space crimson with blood. At this moment, somewhere else, a thin wisp of smoke gently rises as a monk silently offers incense before a Buddha statue, with a card symbolizing Fei Kuang's identity on the incense holder. Suddenly, his phone beeps softly. Du Hua proactively asked first. "Is it over?" A voice responds from the other end. "Yes, everything is done, but it seems there is something wrong." Dua looked back at the incoming call with suspicion. On this side, the defeated one turned out to be Duan Feng. Fai Kuang's voice was full of anger. "That bastard." Du Hua frowned and responded, "Fai Kuang." He looked toward the Bat Huang altar. "Just as I was preparing for the 49-day ceremony, how did you know about my ritual and call like that?" Fai Kuang didn't bother to listen and changed the subject. "Are you at the temple now?" Of course, a monk has to be at the temple, but Fai Kuang, do you think you can make it here? He is so confident because there are dozens, even hundreds of assassins waiting to ambush in front of the temple. Yet Fai Kuang confidently replies from the other side, "Open the door. I am already here in front of it." Facing a crowd of assassins, he remained unshaken, dropping his phone to the ground, gripping the knife firmly, and calmly saying, "If you don't come out, I'll go in and talk." Suddenly, a man stepped in front of Fai Kuang, trying to block him with a ridiculous excuse. Now the Bodhisattva is preparing for the ceremony. Fei Kuang couldn't help but laugh. Bodhisattva, destiny. He coldly questions, the kidnapper who turns children into weapons and drops them. Is the one who kills people for money the Bodhisattva? The other remains silent, but his hand still grips the weapon tightly. Then he immediately swings the axe up. At that moment, Fai Kuang slashed a deep cut into his side. He roared in fury, "Get out of the way, you fools!" Fai Kuang silently thought, "I was raised from a young age to become a weapon that takes lives. He has stolen everything from me. My body, my life, and my family who raised me." As he thought about it, he charged forward, but unfortunately Fai Kuang was stabbed by someone. Filled with hatred, he turned back with deadly intent. Fai Kuang seems to have lost all reason, rushing forward with a knife, but now, after taking down those people, he faces a dark barrel pointed at him. He still intended to take my life. Facing Du Hua, he still decided to get to the bottom of this. "You promise me a life like a human. As long as I finish this mission, I will be free. You promise me." In response, the other person's answer was surprisingly hesitant. "That's right. So now I'm giving you a chance to live as a human," Fai Kuang exclaimed in confusion. "What?" Not understanding clearly, Du Hua leaned in closer and explained, "Fai Kuang, your fate is death. This is a human life." So Fai Kuang, stunned, looked at the two guns in front of him. "Huh?" Before taking action, Du Hua muttered Namo Adi Dafat. At that moment, all Fai Kuang could think about was revenge. Gunfire rang out, and Fai Kuang, lying in a pool of blood, silently made up his mind. Even in hell, as revenge is sought, suddenly a voice calls out, "Wake up! Wake up!" Fai Kuang faintly saw a few figures, and when he looked closer, he realized they were all police officers. Startled, he let out a gasp, and the girl with the orange hair quickly asked, "What's wrong with him?" The person next to her quickly explained, "The doctor said he has temporary amnesia," so she immediately rushed to comfort him. "Hey, Kim Gi-young-shu, calm down." Hearing the unfamiliar name, he asked again, "Who is Kim Gi-young-shu?" The girl hurriedly replied in panic, "It's you. Who else could it be?" The police officer beside her thoughtfully brought over the mirror and a badge. This is his ID card and the mirror. There are a few people standing at the Iceland police station. The other person pointed to a list of police officers, and it was Kim Gi-young-shu, the legendary killer. Fai Kuang was now staring intensely at the unfamiliar face in the mirror, trembling. What is this? Fate. After dying and waking up, he realized it was me. His face paled as he uttered the last words, "Police." Legendary assassin Fai Kuang, after being betrayed by his organization, was reborn as a police officer. He thought he would be busy planning his revenge, but now he's here, getting slapped in the face. Those two cops even scolded him. "Kim Gi-young-shu, you damn bastard. Why did he end up in this situation?" The story to tell is about when Fai Kuang was still in the hospital. When he realized he was in Ji-young-shu's body, the first thing he knew was this idiot. "Oh, I tried to commit suicide." Mr. Gi-young-hee immediately replied, "Yes, how could you do that to yourself?" "Listen up, idiot. You think writing those bastards' names in the farewell letter will solve everything?" Gi-young-soo looked confused, still not understanding anything. "What are you talking about?" Gi Onghai lowered his eyes and replied, "You wrote the names of the senior officers who bullied us in the farewell letter. That letter clearly mentioned Huang Tron-min and Huang Yan, so now these two debtors are coming to cause trouble. Why is it that this year's rookie Tron-min is so useless? I wonder if it's fate." He steps forward and points directly at Jian-shu, gritting his teeth. "Hey, Kim. Gi-soo, your parents are confirmed to have committed suicide together after their crime, right?" He didn't pay any attention to his serious expression and continued, "Why do you keep following them?" Ia-chan is standing behind, mocking, while the son of a criminal becomes a cop. John Min glares and warns in a low voice, "If you want to die, do it quietly." "Why do you keep writing our names?" Gi Ong-shu responded with a cold stare. John Min said the last words, then drew up his will and prepared to teach him a lesson. But after a while, nothing happened, and John Min was stunned and asked, "What is this?" He looked at the person in front of him who dared to stop him and couldn't help but ask, "Are you crazy? Do you dare to stop me?" Seeing that talking to Jian-shu was useless, Yang-chan turned to the girl next to her. Hearing her name being called out loudly, Jian-hai immediately bowed and replied, "Yes." Yang-chan then asked sharply, "This is considered insubordination, right?" Yi-young-hai was trembling and couldn't look. She stammered, "I can't see anything down here." Yang-chan wouldn't let her go. He approached and muttered, "Oh, really?"
"Then I will help you myself." And he grabbed her hair.
At that moment, suddenly, a harsh voice shouted out, "Damn it!" Seeing someone dare to oppose him, Yang-chan angrily turned around to look. On the other side, Mr. Shu sighed in exasperation and said, "This place is also a mess, damn it." "Why? What are you saying?" Before this bastard could act tough, Mr. Shu clenched his hand tightly, making Min scream like a pig being slaughtered. The broken cries echoed as he trembled, trying to use his remaining hand to pull Jian Old Shu's hand away. Wai-chan, witnessing this, couldn't help but wonder, what the hell? Gi Old Hai nearby instinctively stepped back to shield Gi Old Shu. Over there, Tron Min, unable to use his strength, switched to words and told you to get your hands off me. Gi Ong Shu paid no attention to him and raised his index and middle fingers forward. In an instant, his finger jabbed straight into Chon Min's neck, causing him to widen his eyes in pain. Chon Min's powerless body collapsed in shock before the two others. Yang Chan couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "Brother, just now his eyes suddenly opened wide." Seeing Jia Ongshu about to kick him, he shouted in panic, "What the hell is going on?" Without making Yang Chan wait, Gyung Shu kicked him directly in the groin. He deliberately pressed his foot down a few times, causing Yang Chan to hurt so badly he cried tears. Seeing his distressed appearance, Yang Hai looked pale and Shang Hyun was also tearful. Realizing that the two above here had been harshly punished by Jian Shu, Gyung Hai stammered in shock. "Oh my god, what is this?" She trembled as she tried to say a few words. "You are confronting your superior." Miss That Kin shouted those words, standing up to her superior. But Mr. Zhu didn't even bother to pay attention. After a while, everyone hurried to meet Jin, who clenched his teeth and stormed out. A police officer fighting and even hitting your senior. Meanwhile, Min kept insisting on being released, while the guy behind him was still trembling and had to be helped by someone after what just happened. Jin Ha turned to Jian Shu across from him and questioned him. "You think becoming a police officer means you won't get fired easily, right? I will make sure you never wear that uniform again. Now get out of my office immediately." Despite these threats, he remains as calm as ever. As the sunset gradually falls, Mr. Shu, holding his hat, sighs and wonders how the police could be so terrible. At this moment, a mother and her child pass by, happily greeting the police. Gi Ong-soo paused for a moment, recalling someone shouting at the station, as Kim Gi Ong-shu and Gi Ong-hai approached to question him. "Are you crazy?" He casually replied, "What? That's on your own," another person reminded in surprise. "Did you forget that Senior's father is the Deputy Assistant Commissioner?" Hearing that title, he was a bit unfamiliar and repeated the Deputy Assistant Commissioner. Seeing that, the other person explained more thoroughly. "That's right, the Deputy Assistant Commissioner. He even has a record of Mugong flowers." As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them immediately lined up and stiffly waved their hands. "So please go home safely, we will miss you a lot." That made John X finally speak up. Back to the present, he suddenly reflected on those words, which is why they can never catch people like us. They are rotting from the inside out. His father has the Mugunga badge, which is also like a star in the military, right? At least I should reincarnate as a high-ranking cop. Oh my god, I'm also an outsider in the organization. Hearing those words, the little girl excitedly asked her mother, "What is a cop?" Gyung-soo here is still lost in thought, sitting and looking at the badge on his hat. He mutters softly. But still, Gaishu remembers himself as a child, that rainy year when someone called out to him from afar. A rough hand reached out, and Du-hwa, with a grim expression, asked him, "Do you want to come with me?" Shugi looked at him in confusion for a long time. By the time he grew up, the innocence on his face had completely disappeared, but he was still always lonely within the organization. Someone suddenly called out to him, "Fai Kwang." Gi, Shu looked over and found himself face to face with a dark barrel. Du was pointing a gun directly at him. He muttered, "May Buddha of compassion save us." As soon as he finished, he fired his gun. The scene shifts and Mr. Gi sees a noose in front of him. He has been reborn into this body. The door to the room opens and he mutters to himself as he holds the noose. Kim Gi-ong-soo. He glances again at the notebook on the table, then at the photo of the original owner abandoned by parents and also forsaken by the organization, facing death. At least we have one thing in common. Should I just leave now? Guy Shu wondered hesitantly. At night in the western Gyeonggi-seo province, a senior police officer, Hong Run, is sitting at the police headquarters holding two mugs, staring intently at the lines of Wagukasa Purge, with an erase option beside it, when suddenly a voice speaks behind him. It's been a while. Are you still in good health? Hong Run immediately turned back. What the hell? But the other person had already pressed the pen close to his neck without him noticing. He spoke in a low voice. Let's talk for a bit, yeah? Hong Run cautiously looked at the sharp pen and asked, Who are you? This person immediately replied, I am with Phi Kwang. The space suddenly fell silent for a moment. Hong Run gasped in panic. After a moment, Mr. Nan Nyo sat on the chair muttering irrationally. Looking at the person opposite, Hong nervously blurted out, Are you Phi Kwang? You're dead and now reborn as a cop? If I were you, could I believe what I'm hearing right now? Mr. Gi calmly replied, I don't expect you to believe me. He smiled kindly, then clenched his teeth and emphasized, I am threatening you. Hong shivers, frozen in place for 5 seconds, then Gi Ong-shu continues. Mr. Hong, I will help with your Wagukasa Purge operation. Hong Jun was a bit surprised to hear that. Mr. Shu Gi remained silent, waiting for his decision. Hong Jun frowned and asked hesitantly, Who exactly are you? Say it again, I already told you. I am Phi Kwang. Hong clenched the radio tightly in his hand, trying to stay calm as he spoke. Listen, it seems this isn't the right place to talk about Wagukasa. As he spoke, he quietly made a call. At this moment, the radio suddenly crackled a few times, and Mr. Shu coldly said, Hong, I told you already. I'm not relying on you. And the pressure in his voice made Hong Jun shiver. Outside, the police have been knocked out. Gi Ong-shu emphasized, I am not alone. All the officers have been rendered unconscious by you. Gi Ong-soo gritted his teeth and said, You're threatening me. When Hong Run saw the person in front of him, he felt surprised. He asked, Who are you? And Gi Ong-shu replied coldly, I am Phi Kwang. Hong Run immediately angrily retorts, while Gi Ong-shu calmly reminds him of 3 years ago, leaning in and saying sharply, You promised me. Just at that moment, Hong Run remembered 3 years ago when he was injured in one arm, and in the rain, a person holding an umbrella slowly approached. Chief Hong stands before Hong Run. Gi Ong-shu exudes authority, his face partially concealed by a white mask. Please introduce yourself slowly. I am Phi Kwang. Hong Run frowned and asked again. Could it be that Hua Kwok himself, Mr. Shu, interrupted him? Hearing that he was chasing after the Bodhisattva, he coldly continued. Say hello for me. Gi Ong-soo presses on the umbrella handle, and the blade at the top instantly pops out, saying he doesn't like old men. Then, Gi Ong-soo points the blade directly at Hong Run. Hong Run, clutching his bleeding arm, softly begs, Please save me. Seeing his panicked face, Gi Ong-soo asks again, How do you want to live? At this moment, Mr. Gia Ong-shu slowly removes his mask, pressing his real face close to the other person and seriously saying, So promise me, I will save you instead. He quickly set the conditions, saying, Within 3 years, you must catch that bastard. I will do everything I can to protect that bastard. Hearing this, Hong Run couldn't help but gape in surprise. He asked in shock, Why is that? Aren't they both from the same organization? Instead of answering, Mr. Shu bluntly asked, Do you like monks? He put his mask back on and straightforwardly said, I hate them. You have no hair. This answer left Hong Jun stunned for a long time. Returning to the present, Mr. Shu looked directly at Hong Jun and questioned him. You clearly promised me that, but you didn't keep your word, did you? He said coldly, with a dissatisfied tone. Gi Ong-soo then looked at the badge on Hong Run's shoulder. 2 large hibiscus flowers. You got promoted quickly in 3 years, huh? You don't keep your promises, just focus on climbing the ranks. Then he took a pen out of his coat to threaten the person in front of him. It's no use. Shu's hand clenched the pen, a murderous aura emanating around him that reminded Hong Run of the former hero's presence. He gritted his teeth and said, Then you must die. Hong Run, terrified by that overwhelming aura, saw Jiangshu stand up to attack, and he hurriedly stepped back in panic. It's not that I didn't keep my promise, but I couldn't. Do you know why I climbed to this position? The higher the position, the easier it is to gather information. Hearing this, Mr. Shu's expression slightly softened. Hong trembled, his face covered in cold sweat, and he stammered as memories from the past flooded back. When Hong Jun was young, he faced questions from everyone about the assassination organization. During a meeting, someone looked at the report with suspicion, even though it was an officer with a badge bearing 3 hibiscus clusters. The other person continued to question, Is Botatsu Thay Duhua the boss of the organization? Hong Run answered clearly, Yes, that's right. Hearing this, they all burst out laughing mockingly. Hong, you've been reading too many comics. Hwakuk 2 is our cultural heritage. Hong hesitated and tried to persuade everyone about that. According to our investigation team's findings, someone suddenly interrupted him at this moment. Director Hong. Hong's trembling eyes suddenly widened as he stared intently at the badge on the other person's shoulder, which bore 5 clusters of hibiscus flowers. The stern figure in the shadows warned, doing so would bring divine punishment. When the other person finished speaking, Hong Run stood silently in shock. He then continued before the entire council as a warning that religion is not something to be messed with. Back in reality, Mr. Shu suddenly spoke. Is there someone standing behind to obstruct? Hong Run replied succinctly. That's right. He placed the documents face down on the table and told Guy Josu, read this. Our team has worked very hard to gather these documents over the past period. He hesitated for a moment before glancing over and letting out a low hum. Mr. Shu slammed the documents onto the table, sighing wearily. This reckless investigation will get us blocked by the higher-ups. Anyway, he has fulfilled his duty. At this point, Hong Run's face remained tense. Only when Mr. Jianshu whispers, for now, I will let you live, does he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Gi Ongshu looked at him with a cold, piercing gaze. What relief? He glared and threatened, his tone emphasizing that I said it was temporary. Hong Run, trembling with fear, dared not to object. Mr. Shu sat calmly on the chair and said nonchalantly, then I will help you so you won't have to die. Faced with that person's complete 180-degree change in attitude, Hong Run couldn't help but be stunned. Detective Shu, known for his sharpness, added, please help me out next time. The Director General listened to these words, and Hong Run hesitated before looking at the person opposite him. The next morning, in the peaceful scene, the sound of chirping birds echoed softly. At the Yusan police station, Mr. Hai and his colleagues are working very seriously when suddenly someone forcefully kicks open the door. Gi Ong Hai and his friends stammer in fear. What's going on? Kim Kyung-shu casually waves to them and calmly adds, good morning. Gi Ong Hai hurriedly stepped away from her work and asked confusedly, what are you doing, Kim Kyung-shu? Didn't you get fired? Suddenly, someone in the room burst out shouting, what are you talking about? Chin looked at Gi Yong-shu, disbelief on his face. What the hell is going on? He questioned him in a challenging tone. Kim Kyu said. Then Han quickly stepped forward, pointing directly at Gi Yong-shu and asking, I told you not to come anymore. Gi Yong-shu stood still, calmly asking, Senior, haven't you heard anything? Chan Min snapped again. Stop pretending to be sick. This guy gritted his teeth and shouted, get lost! Suddenly, behind Mr. Shu, a figure appeared, and everyone was surprised, especially Chan Min, who stared wide-eyed at the person, eyes fixed on the badge with 2 flowers, stammering. Tutu, the director saw Hong Run and suddenly shouted. Hong Run suddenly coughs, causing everyone to be frightened. Mr. Shu quickly raises his hand in greeting. Trung Tun and Tron Min look pale and ask, what's going on? Hong Run patted Mr. Shu on the shoulder and said in a serious tone, our Mr. Shu is here to work. But Jian Hai couldn't believe it and asked again, our Mr. Shu. He then asked sternly, what's the situation right now? Is Officer Kim Ki from the patrol unit my savior? Then he casually patted Mr. Gi on the head with a friendly look, and he also smiled brightly to show friendliness. Hong Run carefully asked for everyone's help to support my Mr. Gi. One person immediately replied, loyalty. Mr. Gi also repeated that, loyal. After a while, the two moved to the resting area. Mr. Gi leaned back in his chair and sighed. Having connections really is so comfortable. Hong Run, smoking, asked, so is that okay? Just as he was about to take another puff, he added, oh, one last thing. Mr. Shu raised his hand and said, I want to ask you for one more favor. It was late at night at a temple, where a fallen leaf curled on a tree preparing to sleep, while someone slowly chanted sutras. In the painting before him, a person in a red robe and hat held a ruyi, the sound of the bell gradually slowing, and the other suddenly turned to look back at the shadow behind him, asking softly, who is that? I wonder what reason they are searching for. I am someone who cannot forget my own grudge and have lost my reason. Hearing this, Duwa slightly furrowed his brow in contemplation. Ji pushed the door open and stepped inside. I am Mangrian. Duwa quickly reached out to grab the incense in front of him, hurriedly taking the sticks. Duwa's eyes revealed deadly intent. He decisively swings his hand, causing the incense sticks to fly straight toward Gyu. The pointed tip of the incense was about to stab into his eye. Ji quickly tilted his body to dodge. Those 3 sticks of incense are stuck firmly on the pillar, still emitting smoke. Mr. Shu pulls them out, and I say sharply, the monk shouldn't stain Buddha's place with blood. After finishing, he threw the sticks of incense straight to the ground. Duwa quietly questioned, if so, who are you? Young-su calmly replied, I already said it was Mangri, right? Du whispered again. Mangrian already said it. Then he suddenly snapped his fingers, and a group of people who had been hiding all this time appeared. Jianshu cast a cold look at him. Duwa also looked at him seriously. Then you must achieve enlightenment. That statement was like a signal, and the people who were just called out immediately surrounded Mr. Shu. They all rushed forward to attack him at the same time. Du Hua calmly watched from behind as one person charged toward Jianshu. The knife in his hand thrust forward as he calmly raised his hand, Gai Shu resisting with determination. He punched the opponent hard in the stomach and face, causing him to fall to the ground, and the knife in his hand also dropped. The weapon spun in the air a few times before Jianshu caught it just in time. With weapons in hand, he charged to take down each person one by one. When someone swung an axe towards him, he also didn't hesitate to brandish his knife in response. The other person snarled viciously, raising his blade to strike, but Jianshu's knife was already at his neck in an instant. He swiftly took down the 4 people in front of him, blood splattering from the sharp blade, as Jianshu moved toward the group behind. They still stubbornly stand in front of Dua, and for a moment he couldn't help but be surprised by Jianshu's ability. After dealing with those people, Jianshu's murderous aura grew even stronger. His aura suddenly reminded him of a shooting star. At this moment, Du suddenly shouted to stop. He looked at Gai Shu with a deep gaze. He silently listened to the recording device inside the mask. Looking at the blurry image on the camera, Mr. Shu silently thought, as he predicted, the jamming signal at Hoa Lin is causing his camera to malfunction. Gi Ong Shu calmly said, "Sorry to bother you, but now there's another soul that needs your enlightenment." Du Hua looked at him with an emotionless face. Then at the subordinate lying motionless on the ground, Jia Ong Shu whispered provocatively, "Do it now if you can, or they will become vengeful spirits like me." Jung Shu raised his knife again, his eyes filled with deadly intent. "Come here," Du Hua calmly ordered. "Everyone step back." He silently assessed his opponent, wondering which benefactor had sent someone as malicious as you here in front of that mask. "Come here, my dear." Hearing this, Mr. Shu couldn't help but shiver. Du Hoa's face shows clear signs of intimidation. "Show me your face." Gi Ong Shu immediately raised his hand to refuse. Calmly, he said, "I'm just here to say hello today. I'll show you who I am when the time comes, so be patient. I'm still planning, and I haven't even started training yet." But at this moment, Du charged fiercely toward him, his large hand reaching out to touch Jia Mr. Shu's mask. At that very moment, a sudden smoke explosion occurred, causing the henchman to cough violently. "Is that a tear gas grenade?" The person suddenly froze while speaking. "Bodhisattva, are you okay?" Dua looked into the empty space in front of him. Having already removed Jianshu's mask, he replied, "I'm fine. You disappeared before me." He angrily squeezed the mask in his hand. That powerful force shattered the mask into pieces. Du turned to look at the incense burner behind him, his gaze suddenly stopping at a point. Looking at that picture, Du Hua whispered to himself, "A vengeful spirit." The next morning at an outdoor amusement park, Hong Run stepped out with a vacant face, eyes half closed. Yi Mr. Zhu just stepped closer and started judging him. If only one day hadn't passed, he'd look 10 years older now. Hong, trembling with anger, retorted, "It's your fault. Don't ask again. Do you know how hard I've had to suffer because of you?" He angrily recounted, worrying about cleaning up after your break-in at the police station, and also about the tear gas grenade you asked me to secretly take out of there. Hong Run helplessly shouted, "I have to work overtime to cover all those things." Hearing that, Mr. Shu just turned away indifferently. If he had caught that bastard back then, he wouldn't have had to go through all this hardship. Hong Run immediately retorted, "You make it sound so easy." The angry voice shouted, "First you need to gather evidence, then coordinate with the prosecutor." Hearing those long and complicated procedures, Mr. Shu felt annoyed. Is it really so complicated just to catch one criminal? Hong Run resignedly replied, "How could someone like you who only runs around killing innocent people know about this?" Gi Ong Shu's face suddenly darkened. "Oh, you act all tough and make a choking gesture. Don't kill innocent people indiscriminately. I only kill those who need to be killed, and you are living proof of that." At this point, Mr. Shu clenched his fist firmly in a threatening manner. Hong Run frowned and complained, "Listen, I'm Fai Kwang. I'm explaining to the person in front of me that no one in this world has the right to kill. Even if that person doesn't deserve to live, everyone is entitled to a trial and judgment based on the laws recognized by our society." Mr. Shu frowned and asked again, "So, has that bastard been brought to trial to be judged by those laws yet?" Hong stammered clearly, "Even if we catch the criminal, we still have to assume the defendant is innocent until proven guilty. Therefore, we need solid evidence to catch the other suspect." Hearing that, Gi Ong Shu immediately cut him off firmly. "Stop talking about needing evidence, that's nonsense." Hong Run nervously asked, "What did you say?" "I'm the strongest," Hong Run snapped, but it still wasn't enough. "That crazy bastard, why do you think so?" Hong Run shouted back. Within the police force, rank determines everything. Mr. Gi Shu frowned and asked, "What rank do I need to be promoted to in order to form my own team?" Hong Run immediately reminded him, "If things get worse, you also need a Mugunga. Right now, I have a Mugunga in hand." He asked quietly, "So?" At this point, Mr. Shu immediately decided to form his own group. "Let's do it right away to get promoted quickly," he asked in surprise. "Really?" Hong Run closes his eyes, crosses his arms, and seriously explains, "Stop running around causing trouble. You crazy bastard. Just wait patiently and I will." When he opens his eyes, the area is completely empty with no one around, and Hong nervously wonders where he has gone. In the darkness at the police station base, Mr. Hai was surprised and repeated what the other person said. "How do I get promoted?" She replied seriously, "You have to take the promotion exam." He then asked, "Do I have to take it?" "Over there, the red-haired girl is clinging to someone muttering, 'Give me some alcohol.'" That person then looked at him for help. "Gyeongshu, can you keep an eye on her for me?" The red-haired girl then hugged Mr. Zhu tightly. He ignored the question and asked, "When is the exam?" Gi Eung-hai then asked back, "So you say you've remembered, why are you still asking?" Right now, the red-haired girl suddenly shouted, "I don't know about the exam, just bring me some more wine." Gi Eung-hai continued to answer, "You need at least 1 year of experience first." Gi Eung-soo, despite being constantly disturbed from behind, remains very focused. He asks again in disbelief, "Up to a year?" The girl shouted again, saying the service here is terrible. Annoyed, Mr. Gi Shu swung his hand and struck her in the neck. Someone came to ask, "Mr. Hai, are you handling a civil complaint?" She replied, "Yes, that's correct." Gi Eung-soo waited for her to finish before asking, "Is there no faster way to get promoted?" When the red-haired girl fainted from that punch, Gi Eung-soo even thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. "Why do you ask that?" "Do you need a Mugong badge urgently?" Gi responds briefly. "If it's possible, that would be great." Jeong-hai immediately coldly cuts off Jeon-shu's hope. "Dream on. It would take a new rookie police officer over to 10 years to get a Mugunga badge." Jeon-shu is just asking out of curiosity. Even with the support of the chief inspector. "Is that the case? The chief inspector you mentioned, Hong Run, would break out in a cold sweat hearing this." Gi-eung-hai shouted in frustration, "Damn it! I'm so jealous of you." She seriously thought it through and finally said, "In reality, you have to take the promotion exam to get promoted." Gi Eung-soo gradually fell into despair, but he still tried to ask further. "So there really is no other way?" Then Gi Eung-hee slowly said, "There is a way." She pointed at him and continued, "If you make many efforts to catch criminals, you might be granted a special promotion." She seriously said, "That is the only thing you can do." But then Hai muttered, "Our rookies don't have the experience to do that, so we just follow orders from above and handle civil complaints." When someone called Gi Eung-hee to add this, she turned around and responded with a nod, then Gi Eung-soo quietly left. Gi Eung-hee turned back to continue her sentence, "And Jong-do will be able to go outside and come here someday?" She suddenly froze. Gi Eung-soo had already left some time ago. She wondered blankly, "Where did he go?" On the busy street, suddenly a voice rang out. That's right, in a fancy nightclub in the city center, a smug middle-aged man walks alongside a seductive girl. There are some fights happening around, and suddenly someone appears. What better place to catch criminals? What do police need to study hard for? Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the girl couldn't help but be shocked. That person keeps going, just catching all the bad guys and putting them in jail. The people fighting also froze in shock at this. In the bustling street, he keeps going. "From now on, I will work hard to catch criminals." He seriously pulls down his hat, preparing to act, while Mr. G notes excitedly to get a special promotion. In a bar, many people are dancing and having fun. And it's reported that Mr. Gi is paying attention to a man and 2 smiling women, one of the 3 Koreans. In his eyes, their true nature appears with criminal records and past offenses. He thinks further, of course, criminal records could just be minor violations. Gi Eung-soo thought of someone running a red light, a pedestrian almost hit, shouting, "Huh? What?" Another person quickly dodged away. "This is crazy!" Gi Shu's face was expressionless, but that didn't change the fact. Dressed in full coverage, he stands among the dancing crowd with a serious expression. "Isn't a 1 in 3 chance too high?" Gi Soo glanced around as if searching for someone, and among all the crimes committed, the person Phi Kwang is looking for right now is in a corner of the bar, not an ordinary criminal. At this moment, a seductive girl approaches the drunken man and asks, "Do you want to call me?" Gi Eung-soo remains silent, then glances away as he searches for a dangerous criminal who could advance his career. Gi Eung-soo, as if he has found his target, his eyes wide open, a crime he himself committed in a past life. Gi Eung-soo gazes intently at a spot no one else notices. Not far from him, a piece of paper is being handed to the blonde woman. Gi Eung-soo's gaze is fixed tightly on it, and on the white paper, there's a strange-shaped sticker. Found it. The person holding the piece of paper looks crazed like an addict, and there is a similar piece of paper stuck on his neck. Mr. Zhu sneers with a sinister smile, emphasizing each word as he condemns. In the bar, countless lights shine everywhere along with the relentless sound of music. Suddenly, a hand stops the tape playing, and the music suddenly cuts out. Everyone dancing below looks confused and asks, "Why did the music stop?" The person on stage clears their throat and loudly calls out, "Come on, guys!" A blonde-haired man stands on stage with 2 bodyguards. He smirked and looked down. "Why is everyone so stiff? Shake your hips. Or maybe everyone used up their hips last night. I can't take it anymore." A girl below with deep sunken eyes looks very exhausted and raises her hand to suggest champagne, her face filled with anticipation. "If you bring out the champagne, we will be much happier." The blonde-haired man, having achieved his goal, smirked with his eyes curling up and his blonde face turning cunning. He smirked and asked, "Do you want that?" The girls below kept nodding. He continued, "Come on, girls, open your mouths." The girls all opened their mouths in anticipation. Golden-haired man holding some fried snacks in his hand, he raised them and asked, "Do you gentlemen have back pain? Want some pain relief snacks?" The expressions of the men were all expectant, nodding eagerly. He raised 2 bottles of soju high. "Ready." The blonde guy shouted, "It's a hit." The patches are thrown everywhere, everyone reaching out to grab them, while the wine in the jar pours out wildly. The blonde guy stands in the middle of the crowd shouting, Let's start now and celebrate as if there is no tomorrow. Mr. Shu then spoke up. There is no such thing as tomorrow. Everyone there was stunned and all turned to look at him. Gi Ong-soo holding that sticker in his hand, he looked straight at the blonde guy. Or rather, you'll be in jail by tomorrow morning, right? The blonde-haired man was provoked by these words, his veins bulging on his forehead. He raised the sticker in his hand.
Hey buddy, you're upset because you can't find a girl to hang out with, so take this and you'll be able to party all day long.
Sue nonchalantly lifts the item in his hand to eye level, his gaze deep and cold, saying, I don't need this to have fun all day. So these things are what you look directly at the blonde guy with hallucinogens, right? Hearing that, everyone was stunned as they stared at Mr. Zhu. They look at what they're holding in their hands and start to panic. The hallucinogen, like it's some kind of illegal substance? The blonde guy's face looks completely unfazed. He sneered, Bro, what the hell are you talking about? A second later, he became angry, his face contorting with a fierce glare. Who the hell are you? I can't stand this bullshit anymore. Mr. Shu slowly unzipped his jacket, his voice calm. Me? When I take off my black coat, the police uniform appears in front of everyone. Gi Young-soo reveals a dangerous smile and says, You're asking me who I am? His incredulous voice echoes. A cop. Why are there cops inside here? What are the guards doing outside? I don't know. That guy looks confused too. Suddenly, the champagne bottle from earlier flew straight into the face of the man in the black vest, catching the blonde off guard. The hand that threw the bottle was still clenched tightly. Mr. Zhu just acted with a cold expression. You can keep chatting inside the cabinet. The blonde turns to run away, not forgetting to curse under his breath. That damn blonde throws his headphones aside and he runs with all his might. Run away, Mr. Shu, among the crowd, also hurriedly chased after them. He said to those standing in front, Please excuse us. The blonde hurriedly pushes the door open and rushes into a room. There are cops here. He waved his hand and ordered a subordinate to clean up the stuff and leave quickly. The guy pushing a cart full of patches and alcohol looked bewildered. What? The blonde man said nothing else and ran off quickly. Behind him, another subordinate was thrown into the room. The guy pushing the cart was caught off guard. No one knew what was happening. In the next instant, Ji-yeon-shu suddenly appeared and kicked him in the face. Two unconscious men lie on the ground, and Ji-yeon-shu continues to chase after the blonde-haired guy. At the same time, on another side, a man in a black vest is trying to open the door. What are you waiting for? Open the door. That guy keeps pulling it, and he's starting to panic. The door is blocked. At this moment, on the other side of the doorknob is blocked by a chair. The guys in black are unconscious on the ground, despite the other side of the door pounding suspiciously. We're stuck. Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind, causing everyone to freeze and turn around. Mr. Gi, with a devilish and fierce look, stared at them. Are you planning to play a game of chase with me? The blonde man suspiciously points at him. Wait a minute, are you here alone? Gi Young-shu paid no attention. So what if that's the case? At this moment, the blonde guy realizes he's so angry he's trembling, his fierce eyes glaring at Mr. Shu. Damn it, I ran away because of a damn cop? I thought this was a raid. The blonde-haired man regains his composure. His two subordinates stand straight, awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Mr. Shu's gaze never left them. One of them pulls out a red sticker from his shirt, and Mr. Shu looks surprised at this. The red patch. The two men in black each take turns sticking it on their necks. From the position of the sticker, the veins start to bulge abnormally. They seem to be stimulated, snarling fiercely. Gi Ong-soo, standing aside and witnessing everything, couldn't help but be amazed, his eyes wide in admiration as the blonde behind his two henchmen, who were full of rage, sneered contemptuously, That damn rice boy, your life is over now. Before they could strike, Ji-yeon-shu rushed in and delivered a straight punch to one of them, causing him to fall to the ground in shock. Gi Ong-soo said, You shouldn't be screaming like that. The one lying on the ground screamed in pain and spat blood, causing the person next to him to be terrified. Gi Ong-soo looked at him lying on the ground as if he were looking at a pile of trash. You guys had to scream like that because of the pain, right? A scream of agony echoed as blood kept pouring out. The blonde-haired man could only stand there stunned, frozen in place. He was terrified, his body weak, sitting down helplessly as the blonde-haired man looked up at the approaching figure. Gi Ong-soo now looks like a death god standing before him, the humble blonde stammers, his voice trembling. Let's settle this peacefully with words. Do you need something? I will give you anything you want. Gi Ong-soo's expression briefly softened. You're really going to give me anything I want? The yellow-haired man's eyes seemed to catch a glimmer of hope. Yes, really. What do you want? Drugs, women, money? I will give it to you. Gi Ong-soo said exactly what he needed, a special promotion, and the blonde man couldn't believe his ears. He hesitated and asked again, Sorry. Gi Ong-soo's face looked like a demon gradually closing in. He reached out to the blonde-haired man. I want a special promotion. The blonde man shouted in panic. The next day, news about the case appeared on the reports. Last night at High Club in the Yusan camp, a drug trafficking organization was arrested. The news anchor continued, but the broadcast was suddenly interrupted due to South Korea's concerns over the country's drug problem. Jinha put down the phone, smiling contentedly. Well done, you did very well. Jin addressed Ji-yeon-shu by his new rank, Senior Officer Kim Ji-yeon-shu. He revealed a satisfied smile but responded calmly. I only did what a police officer should do, but thank you, sir. Why, thank you. Which rookie dares to neglect their assigned duty and interrupt Mr. Shu before he can finish speaking? I am no longer a rookie, right? Jin-ha didn't care about what you said. He continued his unfinished sentence, and the way you handled them was really... When Mr. Shu was searching for something in his bag, you interrupted him and stopped him from recording the item he just took out and placed on the table. Put this in front of Jin-ha and check it out. He looked at the item wrapped in leaves on the table with curiosity. What is this? Yeon-Shu's expression becomes serious. This bag was hidden in the safe at the crime scene. Jin-ha immediately panicked. You stole evidence from the crime scene. Forget Mr. Shu's expression and get straight to the point. Pink leaf. He opens the leaf bag, revealing strange-shaped green objects inside. Does it sound familiar? He carefully examined those leaves. Mr. Shu immediately thought of the red patch. At the same time, somewhere else, Head Gi was holding a red patch, preparing to fry it for someone. A voice shouted, Phoenix! The man kneeling on the ground trembling, his face bruised, with 2 red patches on his chest. A woman with long blonde hair appears, and the man quickly explains to her, I am the leader at Yusan Boot, one of the subordinates under my command. She seemed not to hear what he said, and in a commanding tone asked the 2 chicken heads, What are you waiting for? She ordered. Put another one on. Even the chicken head slowly raised the patch in his hand. The man was panic-stricken, desperately begging. Miss Phoenix, please. Before he could finish speaking, the sticker was placed on him along with Phoenix's delighted voice. It's coming now. The man widened his eyes, his cheeks puffed up as if holding something back. He couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, and in an instant, the man's body collapsed helplessly. The 2 henchmen dragged him outside. Phoenix opens her phone to read the news. Fai Kwang is dead and La Fong has been captured. She seems to be lost in thought. Phoenix keeps scrolling through his phone. I don't want to get caught. She stops in front of Jian Mr. Shu's picture. Then Phoenix looks at her phone with a sharp gaze as if ready to kill. I need to deal with this bastard quickly. At this moment, Jian Shu's face looks serious. In November, the Phoenix Leaf, alias SNX, a filthy drug dealer at night in a bedroom, the sounds of heavy breathing echo non-stop. Jian Shu's face is covered in sweat. The only thing he feels while in someone else's body right now is that he's doing a handstand with one hand, veins bulging on his body. This body has been trained very well. Jian Shu's muscles and abs are extremely firm, with strength, endurance, agility, and speed all well balanced. He gently moved a few fingers, but the image of his past gang appeared in Jian Shu's mind so he could overthrow the Hoagusa Temple and everyone in the legal department. He used force to slide 2 fingers to the side. A loud noise echoes through the quiet room. Jian Shu opens his mouth, gasping for breath. He lies on his back on the floor, exhausted. Jian Shu's breathing has gradually steadied, but his body hasn't reached that point yet. He needs more time. The next day at the police station, Gion Hai, Hijun, and Seong Hyun approached Jian Shu smiling. Senior Officer Kim Jian Shu, could you spare a moment for us? Wounds. In Jia Shu's mind, there were countless questions, and his expression was completely uninterested. Later in the garden, Gi Shu sat on a chair, watching the 3 people in front of him. So you mean to say that you also want a promotion? The 3 of them looked on with anticipation, their eyes seeming to hold a sky full of stars. Tong Than replied, yes. Mr. Shu looked confused and asked why he was being told, but one of them immediately shouted when Mr. Hai raised his index finger, and she confidently crossed her arms in response. You have the support of the senior officer. Hai Jun quickly covered Jian Hai's mouth when she realized she had spoken out of turn. No, because you were recently promoted. Mr. Hyun also forced a smile and went along. That's right, Mr. Hai glared at Hejin. She pushed his hand away. Hejin said with a sense of responsibility. We are always here, ready to help if you need assistance. Sung-hun also punched his chest. We are willing to be your ox and horse. Yi Ong-soo, speechless as he observes the 3 people before him, looks suspicious and asks naturally, why would I need your help? All 3 of them were caught off guard by this, their bodies stiffening and their voices filled with surprise. What do you mean? Mr. Y stepped forward, placing his hand on his chest. Hey, don't you remember how well we treated you? Not at all. Gi Mr. Shu responded calmly without hesitation. I have a short memory, so I don't remember anything. Gi Mr. He also suddenly remembered after hearing that. Oh yeah, I forgot. She clenched her fists and loudly recounted everything they had been through together. We were once criticized together by the officer. We visited you when you were hospitalized. See? We treated you well, didn't we? Hyun also kept nodding along. Mr. Hyun's car moved closer, placing a hand on Gion Shu's shoulder, and he cleared his throat, saying yes and more. Mr. Hyun's car stops, his hand over his chest, and you smile warmly. We're colleagues, right? Gi Ong-soo looked up at him, stunned, completely caught off guard. Colleague? Gi Ong-soo recalls a rainy day in his past at a familiar temple, when he was Fai Kwang, holding an umbrella outside the temple in the pouring rain. A nearby voice caught his attention. So you are Fai Kwang? A man with black tattoos all over his body and a muscular build asks, do you think a killer decides who deserves to die and who doesn't? Mr. Shu glances at them with an expressionless face as another man with black and red tattoos appears, his legs bulging with blue veins. Are you joking with me? The two of you standing under the same umbrella looking so arrogant. Both of them, in unison, said, "Someone like you is the best among us?" Their eyes widened as they stared directly at Mr. Shu. "We don't believe it." He still stood there unmoved when suddenly a female voice from another direction called out, "Your Holiness." Phoenix stepped forward, followed by the two henchmen who had given him special treatment with laser beams. She reached out and took off her mask, which was really quite troublesome. Gi Shu still didn't react, standing motionless there. Phoenix removed her mask, revealing a face with prominent veins that looked extremely terrifying. "So why didn't you die then?" Turning back to reality, Mr. Gi Shu spoke with suspicion. "Colleague?" The three of them looked expectantly. Gi Hai hopes to hold hands, leaning forward. "Yes, colleagues." "Hey." Gi Hai listens to him call and immediately responds, "Yes." In an instant, Gi Shu's expression changed to one of utter disgust. His eyes filled with contempt. Shu points at them and says, "Don't bother me until you get promoted. You only have 2 stars, while I have 3 military stars. So why should I be colleagues with you?" Hai was so angry she lost control and wanted to attack Shu. "You rude bastard, if you're brave, fight me. Forget about ranks and all that." Luckily, Hun was there to hold her back in time. Mr. Shu still calmly crosses his arms and continues to say provoking words. "Oh my god, causing a riot in front of a senior officer?" Suddenly, a harsh scream cut through the chaos. "What is going on here?" The three of them looked back with a hint of panic on their faces, while Mr. Shu also peeked out to see. A man with gray hair in a police officer uniform appears. The other three shout, "Chief of Police!" "Come to most of these." He looked at them sternly with anger and asked why they were gathering here. All three quickly stood at attention and said together, "Boss, only Mr. Shu is still sitting there." He leans in to salute. The police chief frowns. "Have you finished your mission?" The three of them hesitated and quickly came up with an excuse. "We're just taking a quick break here." This unconvincing excuse makes the police chief annoyed. He frowns, "You guys." The police captain's tone is reproachful. "There's nothing more to say about you girls. You're a disgrace." The three of them said nothing, just stood there awkwardly as he slowly approached where Shu was sitting. Of course, the police chief pats Shu on the shoulder, quickly switching to a flattering attitude. Shu is an exception. This caused the three onlookers to gape in disbelief as the police chief, showing great affection for Shu, leaned down to inquire. "Oh, our station's Lucky Charm. Are you hurt anywhere?" He looked at his attitude and casually replied, "My shoulder is a little sore." The police chief didn't hesitate and immediately patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't overwork yourself." Shu paid attention to his words and casually replied, "I like it." The three others just stared in shock at this scene. This old man. They observe the police chief's behavior and form an opinion. He completely changes his attitude after being promoted thanks to Shu. The police chief is now approaching Shu but is stopped by him. "I don't like that." Zhang Hai glanced away, still wondering what those two were planning. Meanwhile, Yang Chan is furious, cursing and swearing. "Kim Gi, that son of a bitch Shu." Chan Min touches his shoulder to calm him down. "Hey, calm down. If you're angry, your blood pressure will rise and your blood will rush to your head." "Do you know what will happen if you keep going like this?" Yang Chan snapped as he turned to look at Chan Min. "Do you think I can stay calm?" Yang Chan gritted his teeth in frustration, veins bulging on his forehead. "Do you believe that nonsense, given he's backed by a senior officer? And he also received a special promotion." Chan Min slightly lowered his head as he reported the situation to Yan. "Right now, our station is focused on him." Yang Cha frowned. "You wouldn't believe it if you didn't see it with your own eyes." Chan Min beside him confirmed, "I'm telling the truth." Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke up. "Sorry, officer." A girl wearing black stockings follows behind them. "May I ask for a little help?" "I need directions to." Yang Chan ignored her without turning around and directly refused. "We can't help you and we don't know the way. Try searching on your phone." H. Min saw the girl's figure and panicked, hurriedly calling Wai Chan. "Look over there." Yi Chan turned around and the faces of the two people suddenly flushed. A girl with blonde hair approached them. "It's my phone, that's Phoenix. She's out of battery now." Yang Cha looked at her, becoming more enthusiastic. "Sorry for being rude to you." Chin, although also enchanted, still warned her brother not to get too excited or he would end up in the hospital. Phoenix reached back with her hand and looked up at them. "Can you help me?" The two of them became even more excited upon seeing that. Yang Chan extends both hands, speaking kindly, "Of course I do. Where are you headed?" Phoenix hesitated again. "Me?" I reply, "I am heading to Sam Police Station." This makes both of them a bit stunned. A moment later, they returned to their ready-to-help stance. Yang Chan placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. "It's actually our local police station." Min also enthusiastically suggested, "We can go together." Phoenix clasped her hands together, her eyes shining brightly. "Really? Thank you so much. If you are the assassin at the station, then I guess you also know Mr. Kim Gi-ju, right?" Those two guys just stayed silent with stiff expressions. John Min spoke up. "Oh, him?" "Yes, we know him. He is our junior." Yang Chan wondered what was going on with Gion and Mr. Shu. She hesitantly replied to him. Phoenix raised her hand to her face, looking sad. "I'm holding something that belongs to me. My father will kill me if I don't get it back." The two guys forced a smile, as if Min had been freed from her worries. I thought you would say you're his girlfriend. Yang Chan also looks cheerful. I was about to leave. Phoenix put her hand into her pocket and took out the cake to thank her. Then she smiled brightly and offered a piece of cake. Do you want a flower-shaped cake on the way? The piece of cake she's holding has a daisy-shaped face. Elsewhere, a person with a military rank quietly thought about the chest of November Phoenix. Hong Run sat in the office, carefully reading the report of Wagusa's treasurer, mainly involving assassination through poison. He thought of the two types of patches they found, each with its own stage called Buddha's Tears. Hong Run remembered the strange leaves wrapped up, and notably, he turned to the next page, fearing the Buddha's wrath. At this moment at Sand Station, someone is approaching, and she is from the notorious Wagik. The station door suddenly swings open as Jiang He is serving tea to Jianshu, while Hee-jun obediently massages his shoulders. All three turn to look at the sound. The Phoenix walked in still chewing the bread. At the same time, Yang Chan and Chan Min were unconscious after just biting a piece of cake, prompting passersby to quickly call emergency services, while Phoenix was still casually eating the rest of her cake at the police station. The four of them locked eyes, while the other three still looked confused and didn't understand what was happening. Over at Hong Run's side, he read aloud the information written in the report about the mad lunatic. Her words just happened to match what Mr. Jianshu exclaimed when he saw Phoenix. She happily pointed at Mr. Jianshu, found him, the police officer. Ignoring the fact that she is now in the sights of the investigation team, Phoenix still brazenly appears at the police station, standing in front of Gi Ong-shu, a sickly smile gradually spreading as she stares intently at him. Gi Ong-hee immediately becomes more alert and asks seriously, "You said you lost a few things, is that right? What is it?" Fuang Huang calmly sneered and replied, "It's a leaf." Confused by Fuang Huang's cryptic answer, Gi Ong-hee asked, "What do you mean?" And with a twisted expression, Fuang Huang crazily laughed and said, "A flower not wrapped in a leaf." No one noticed the deeper meaning behind her words. Hun and Jiang He took turns saying, "Wait a moment, if it's here, then we'll find it. Do we have something like that?" Suddenly, Phoenix suddenly interrupted without a word, then continued by pointing at Gi Ong-shu's face and speaking again. "No need to look, that police officer has it." Despite Fuang Huang's confusing answer, Mr. Shu continued to maintain a cold expression, refusing to give any response. At this moment, Gi Ong-hee curiously asked Gi Ong-shu, "What is she talking about?" Gi Ong-shu remained silent, just holding his phone and thinking. She's still the same. Phoenix still has no intention of stopping and says, "Give it back to me." Gi Ong-shu, annoyed by the signal loss notification on his phone, begins to feel fed up and wonders what kind of thoughts she's really harboring. The call failed due to signal interference. Turning to look at the camera mounted above, Gi Ong-shu quietly realizes the surveillance camera is also affected. Noticing he keeps staring at Zhao Jiakdong without paying attention to Fuang Huang. Gi Ong-hai looked surprised and asked, "Are you ignoring her?" Seeing Fuang Huang's disgusting appearance, Gi Ong-shu's face darkened, thinking she's starting to come back. The dark memories of the past life flood back once again. At that moment, a melancholy-faced young boy stood in the pouring rain, still clutching his wooden stick and emotionlessly staring at his opponent. Standing opposite him now is the young Phoenix, hardly different from her current appearance. She seems to have lost her mind, screaming wildly and stubbornly rushing to attack Fai Kwang. Clenching the stick in his hand, Phoenix's eyes widened as she wildly swung at Fai Kwang. Unfazed, Fai Kwang calmly glanced at the approaching stick and with lightning speed spun around and forcefully struck the stick against Phoenix's ribs. Immediately, Phoenix felt a pain that tore her apart inside and out. The wooden stick fell to the ground with a loud sound. Standing and watching Phoenix gasp for breath and pain, Fai Kwang calmly still pointed his weapon at her. But before he could strike, Dua suddenly stepped forward and asked, "What do you think?" Fai Kwang sneered and asked again, "Do you think you found someone useful?" Unsure how to respond, he hesitated, then quickly looked at those he had defeated and remained silent with a cold expression. Hailong, seeing Fai Kwang's decisiveness, snapped his fingers to signal and said, "I think so too." Sensing Dua's signal, the henchman quickly knelt down to obey. Ignoring Phoenix and the defeated children, Dua coldly said, "Take them away." Continuing to listen, two sharp-eyed subordinates glanced at Du Hua. He grimaced and ordered, "Let's go see Buddha. I didn't expect to be the reason for someone else's death." Fai Kwang was startled and looked at Du Hua. He quickly tried to explain, "Well, if we train them a bit." He glanced at Phoenix, trembling with fear, and was about to persuade them, but before he could finish, Dua warned him in a stern voice. "Fai Kwang, I told you before, compassion is not an emotion you should have." Startled by Dua's warning, Fai Kwang fell silent in helplessness, then was suddenly shocked by a desperate scream. At this moment, Fai Kwang sees Yua's henchmen one by one pouring poison into the mouths of the defeated. Unable to face the horrifying scene before him, Fai Kwang closes his eyes and turns away. Suddenly, he heard Phoenix shout loudly, "Bodhisattva, sir!" Fai Kwang quickly turned to look at her. As she tremblingly raised her cane from the ground, Phoenix stammered, "I can do it!" Ignoring the falling rain, she continued desperately, "I will train hard and become a useful person for you." So Du Hua, with an emotionless face, interrupted and asked, "Do you want to become someone useful to me, kid?" "Please, Lord Bodhisattva, I beg you." Despite being restrained by her subordinates, she still struggled to dodge the poison cup, shouting protest nonstop. No, seeing this scene, Fai Kwang couldn't do anything else and had to turn away and look elsewhere. The poison was being poured into Fuang Huang's mouth. Her cries of despair as rough hands clamped her shut, leaving her no strength to resist. She begged for mercy. After a while, the heavy rain finally stopped, and the sky gradually turned to the pink-orange hue of the evening sunset. An empty bowl lay abandoned on the ground. Dua started giving orders to clean everything up, but suddenly one of the henchmen unexpectedly spoke up. Sir! Looking at the phoenix lying there gasping for breath, the subordinate hurried over to lift her up and checked. She's still alive! Seeing that, Du Hua's lips pressed tightly together, and his expression was not very pleased. He glared at her, no longer aware of his surroundings. At this moment, Phoenix's face was pale, her eyes vacant and half closed, and so time quietly passed, her health gradually stabilizing. Make her sit in front of the table filled with poison. Du placed a hand on Phoenix's shoulder and ordered, drink all of that within a month. Suddenly, he continued with a sinister smile and said, if you want to be useful to me. Phoenix quickly replied, yes, Sir Bodhisattva, and she gradually increased her endurance bit by bit. And when she grew up, kneeling at Du Hua's feet, Phoenix obediently listened. He said, you will be Phoenix of November. Immediately following the order, Phoenix quickly reached out and put on her mask, replying, thank you, Bodhisattva. I will be a valuable kid for you. Returning to the present moment of this life, Guy Mr. Zhu continued to think. From then on, she became a drug-addicted troublemaker. At this moment, Phoenix's mind is becoming chaotic as Guy Shu dismisses her. Her face darkens with anger, her eyes widen, and she grits her teeth as she asks, Inspector, are you listening to me? Are you ignoring me? My boyfriend just swore at me. So I stormed over and stood face to face with Jian Shu, asking, where are you? Seeing that he remained cold and silent with arms crossed, Phoenix started to get impatient, shook Guiyang Shu a few times, and said, hey, answer me. Hey, say something. Guiyang Shu glanced around at his colleagues and muttered to himself, a lot of people are watching you guys. So Guiyang Shu is the one asking your bitch out? Huang Huang happily replied, oh, you finally agreed to speak. Ignoring her teasing attitude, Guiyang Shu calmly said, let's go to my house. It seems like you want to follow me home, right? As Guiyang Shu thought, I will kill her after luring her away. Surprised by Jianong Shu's words, Fuang Huang was momentarily stunned and speechless. He rudely put one foot on the table and continued to challenge, saying, come with me, which made him feel increasingly suspicious. Mr. Hun hesitated and said, Guion, Mr. Zhu, don't take advantage and run away. Suddenly, Phoenix Huang spoke falsely. Fuang Huang's expression grew increasingly sinister. She said, there's no way there could be any medicine in your house. The drug she just mentioned from her mouth surprised him, and Hun looked confused and exclaimed, the drug? Her eyes immediately shifted into a hunting mode. The Dark Phoenix said, do you think I would be fooled? Suddenly, she reached into her paper bag, trying to pull out the cards with strange patterns. Jiang Shu quickly realized what they were. Thanks to his trained reflexes, Jiang Shu was able to easily dodge those dangerous cards. But what was truly concerning now was that his close colleagues had been hit. Then those strange cards quickly stuck firmly to their faces, including Seon Hyun, Haijun, and Jeon Hai, and the cards immediately began to take effect. Soon, all three of them collapsed onto the table. Suddenly, the Phoenix woman opened her mouth and said, I don't know where from. At this moment, a series of men wearing chicken masks suddenly appeared at the police station, each attaching cards to others. As soon as they finished, the chicken-headed leader signaled and quickly looked triumphant. Phoenix woman smugly said, you won't let them die, right? If they don't get treated in time, they'll die. If you tell me where my medicine is, I haven't even finished speaking when Phoenix Huang suddenly saw Jian Shu's hand rush towards her, her eyes immediately brightening, and she quickly dodged Jian Shu's attack just in time. Immediately, Jian Shu shot a sharp glance at her. In the end, it was Fuang Huang's torn and tattered shirt that bore the brunt of the attack. She looked terrified, her face pale as she stared at Guiyang Shu. Holding the chip in his hand, he began to say, this jamming device. As he squeezed and crushed the device in his hand, Guiyang Shu said, that's it. Fuming with rage over her torn dress, Phoenix's face veins bulging as she snarled, my dress doesn't care that she's furious anymore. Guiyang Shu raised his phone and said, you're back to normal now. Hold the stick tightly, he continued. There's no one here to see us anymore. It's a perfect time to carry out the assassination. Stunned by Gong Shu's hidden message, Fuang Huang asked confusedly, what do you mean? Seeing this, Mr. Shu calmly replied, you already know I can read your intentions, so it's time to get started. I am sure I will make you remember this good day forever. The atmosphere continued to tense up, and without knowing what was going on in her mind, the woman named Phoenix suddenly burst out laughing with a mocking attitude. She said, your older brother is really cruel and even threatens to hit women. Then she continued mockingly, tearing her torn shirt. Phoenix said, my shirt is torn. Are you about to attack? Before she could finish her sentence, she had to quickly dodge Guiyang Shu's attack. But what Fuang Huang didn't expect was that just as she dodged the stick, Guiyang Shu decisively kicked her straight in the face. I don't care. Gi Shu casually chuckled and replied, "You're really ugly when you're angry." Feeling embarrassed by the mention of her shame, Phoenix Huang snorted in annoyance, pretending to be fine, then began to act strangely, licking her own blood and guessing. "You surprised me a bit. You're not an ordinary policeman, are you?" Pretending to stay calm, Mr. Shu said, "Keep up the act, but maintain a dangerous expression." Phoenix stubbornly asked, "Where are you from?" Maybe it's from a special forces unit, he thought inwardly, feeling amused, then smirked and asked again, "Who knows what she's thinking?" She continued to calmly slip her hand into her chest pocket and take out another card. Phoenix started to play her tricks, saying, "I think a skilled person holding a card in hand would immediately stick it on their neck," and she continued arrogantly, "I think I should pay less attention to your previous work, but I believe you will soon find a new job in hell." Unwilling to respond, Mr. Zhu Guy curled his lips in a sneer at her. Suddenly, the speed skyrocketed like an arrow made of flesh and blood, and Phoenix began rushing rapidly toward Mr. Shu Jia. Just when it seemed they could easily overpower him, Gion Mr. Shu surprisingly kept up with Fuang Huang's speed and decisively struck him in the face with his stick. "So you really think one band-aid is enough?" After being instantly defeated by Ha, Phoenix collapsed weakly to the ground, gradually losing patience. Giong Su firmly said, "Can't say anything when you're beaten this badly. You'll need at least 10 patches. Keep attacking Phoenix with the stick like a storm." Gi Shu coldly said, "If you want a chance to fight me." Overwhelmed by the relentless attack and unable to react in time, Phoenix was forced into a defensive position and couldn't avoid the pain, letting out a cry. Enraged, she started snarling fiercely and swinging wildly at Gi Shu, but what she received in return was his mocking and surprised attitude. He immediately saw the mockery Gi Shu was directing at her. Phoenix angrily said, "You bastard, how dare you ignore me?" Gi Shu continued casually, "You still haven't changed, have you? Still only relying on herbal medicine to avoid exercising your body. Anyway, given my current situation, I should be grateful for that." Hearing this hit a nerve, Phoenix suddenly lost her temper and shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are pretending not to know me?" "No one knows." His gaze gradually turned cold as he asked, "Who do you think I am?" Before she could react, Fuang Huang was suddenly thrown into the air, feeling the pain of the impact when she hit the ground hard. Phoenix couldn't hold back and grimaced, silently watching Gi Shu prepare for a decisive strike. Seeing the tip of the stick stabbing toward her, Phoenix's pupils shrank in terror. As Gi Shu crouched over Phoenix, he darkly said, "When you are beaten to death like this, you'll finally realize who I am." Facing a life or death situation, Phoenix started to panic and stammer. "What nonsense are you spouting right now? Ignore Gi Shu's words and continue, even if your brain is damaged from that drug. So you will still realize everything before you die, right?" I started to feel terrified by his devilish gaze. Fuang Huang struggled to breathe more and more, trying to force out each word. "Kuh, you bastard, disgusting," Gi Shu said with an emotionless face, cursing, "Die." Her fear grew stronger as bloodshot veins appeared in her eyes. Without any unnecessary movement, Mr. Shu swiftly withdrew the stick while using inertia to forcefully push her head into her neck. The force hit directly onto her larynx, causing Phoenix to choke in pain. As if surprised by something, Gi Shu cried out in shock, then looked bewildered. The fly was dead, immediately taking advantage of the opening. Phoenix quickly retaliated, slamming her palm into Gi Shu's face. The aftershock of the pain still haunted her, and as soon as she escaped from Gi Shu, Fuang Huang started trembling all over and coughing uncontrollably. Ignoring her struggle, Gi Shu looked curiously at the stick in his hand and then said irritably, "This thing's quality is really bad. They give this cheap stuff to low-level cops. No wonder they fight so badly." Suddenly, Phoenix fiercely charges forward, as if hiding a demon inside her. At this moment, she suddenly became stronger than ever, like a killing machine, continuously attacking without pause, leaving Gi Shu stunned by the recent assault. For a moment, as if seeing something, he widened his eyes and noticed a card stuck on Fuang Huang's forehead, prompting him to wonder, "What is that?" "I've never seen a sticker like this before." Looking at the sticker with a tense expression, Gi Shu seriously thought, "A new type of sticker?" Suddenly, realizing something was strange on his body, he looked down, and then Gui Shu was stunned to see that his hands were now covered with strange symbols, like those on the phoenix. Looking at both palms, Mr. Su thought this was really bad. "I only touched her clothes and now I'm like this?" Seeing Phoenix panting heavily from exhaustion, Mr. Zhu was sure of it. He thought, but at that point she still couldn't surpass him. She suddenly lunged forward, and Phoenix anxiously shouted, "What kind of bastard are you? Why do you feel like that?" He said, "Master Fanglan just contacted us. Reinforcements are on their way." Hearing that, Gi Shu started waving his hand, signaling her to leave, and said, "Get out of here. I will let you go today." Smiling with satisfaction, Mr. Gi Shu declared, "We will meet again soon, right?" Because he is the one who understands the current situation best, Gi Shu believes that no other police will pursue her. They probably will die if they try. Knowing early that I am no match for Guo Shu, I quickly adapted. Fuang silently agrees and orders the chicken head to say, "Let's go. Call everyone." The chicken head, surprised, asks, "Miss Phoenix, your face shows that Phoenix is worried," biting her nails and cursing, "Damn it!" The confused chicken asked, "Are you okay?" "Sorry." Growing more frightened, Phoenix's face turned pale and she trembled as she said, "Why did that cop remind me of the shining hero?" After a while, in front of the station's gate, now filled with rescue and police cars, everyone went about their business, and the office was bustling with people. At this moment, Hong Run looked at Jia Engshu and anxiously asked, "Are you hiding them?" But what he received in response was a baton suddenly flying straight into his face. "It didn't stop there," Mr. Shu continued to scold. "If you hadn't given me that stupid baton, how could it have broken just because I used a little force?" Hong Run angrily pinched his nose and replied, "They're not bad batons. They break easily because they weren't made for fighting." I couldn't help but gape at this scene as the two officers took turns saying, "He threw the baton at the senior officer's face. Is that considered insubordination?" Feeling his body gradually weaken, Mr. Gyonshu involuntarily trembled and said, "Look, I have no feeling in my hand anymore." Hong shivered in surprise and said, "Your hand?" He immediately hurriedly asked, "Where is the doctor?" He looked down at his powerless hands and thought to himself, this really is an unexpected turn of events. Luckily, Phoenix was frightened and scared, ignoring the panicked rescue workers saying, "What is this?" Then he suddenly remembered the strange sticker and thought, this is just a simple contact through clothing. They increased her drug dosage, or it was a new drug. Remembering Fuang Huang's strange appearance, Mr. Gi thought that she had turned into a demon drug human. He had hoped everything would go smoothly, but it seems there are some difficulties now. Knowing what to do next, Mr. Gi suddenly spoke up. "Senior officer, I have something to ask you." Hong Run replied, "What?" "What's going on?" he replied this time. Meanwhile, inside the small, quiet room where the faint moonlight is shining through, the dim glow inadvertently reveals the cozy arrangement of the space. Standing out in the night is the brightly lit apartment building towering above, as the quiet hallway echoes with increasingly loud footsteps. A tall shadow stands in front of the room door, and with a creaking sound, the door slowly begins to open. Seeing the prey arrive, the chicken heads waiting to ambush on the ceiling brightened and launched their attack as planned. They immediately threw smoke bombs to the ground. As soon as they hit the ground, the chicken heads smugly said, "We caught him. This drug will make him hallucinate and pass out. Anyway, Miss Phoenix told us to use plenty, so he probably won't just see illusions. An overdose could be fatal." But before he could finish speaking, the chicken head gang looked bewildered at the tall figure flickering in the gray smoke. Sensing this situation, Guy Shu suggested to Hong Jun, "I want to borrow some equipment, not cheap ones. I want the expensive kind, just as Gionu wished at this very moment." He is wearing a full set of high-quality armor, including a helmet, gas mask, and heavy weapon with a cold and sharp gaze. Guy Shu said, "I knew you would be here." Standing proudly in front of the gang, Guy Shu mockingly said, "Ha! She's too scared to come here herself? What a timid cat." Preparing to point the gun at the gangsters, Mr. Shu happily said, "Well, let's see how good this expensive equipment really is." Mr. Shu quickly aimed his gun at the two gangsters, catching them a bit off guard. Seeing him raise his gun to shoot, they couldn't help but hesitate and cry out. Both of them began to realize the situation. "Hey, he's got a gun, and the other guy is sweating too. Don't be scared shitless just yet. That gun looks like this." The moment the bullet was about to hit, the chicken-headed guy just managed to finish his sentence, but there was no bullet. The gunfire continued non-stop, bullets flying everywhere, and the shots directly hit the faces of the two chicken-headed guys. The glass bottles in the room also became victims of the gunfire, with the two guys taking all the bullets without a chance. Gi Ong-soo fires a final shot. After a while, the two henchmen are completely defeated. Both of them are in pretty bad shape, just trembling and lying there. Gi Ong-soo observes the surroundings and mutters to himself, "This hotshot really knows how to use a stabilizer, huh?" Outside, the blaring sound of police sirens can be heard. The people around are also confused and ask the officers, "What's going on?" But to prevent chaos in the building, the security politely responded, "Please come back inside," but the residents didn't understand and kept asking questions. It seems we just heard gunfire, but in the end, all they got was silence. Now the police have everything under control, and Jung Shu is still at the scene. Seeing the injuries on the two criminals, one person quietly remarks, even though they are just rubber bullets. Hong Run, feeling suspicious, asked him how many shots he fired in total. But Gi Ong-shu cheerfully replied, "Good kids deserve a candy. You really are Fai Kwang." Does Mr. Shu still look unconcerned? But he still lent me the equipment. Hong Run struggled to say a few words. I was just confirming, how can an ordinary person believe such absurd things? The more I look at the two in front of me, the more my suspicion grows. But after witnessing the drug incident, the Phoenix case, and now this, Hong Run is more convinced that I can be 99% sure that you are Fei Kwang. Gi Ong-soo frowned and argued, "Why not 100%? He stood up and looked at Jia Ong-shu, and Hong Jun slowly said, "If you really are Fei Kwang, then why don't you go directly and kill the monk Yu? You seriously argue, and you even said that solid evidence is very important." For a police officer to say something like that, Hong Jun is increasingly at a loss with this situation because he's speaking from a police perspective, but not from your point of view. But before he could finish, Mr. Shu interrupted. Monk Yua, reflecting on the image he had built and the title people often called him, the Buddha. Every citizen of this country worships and respects him, even considers him the embodiment of Buddha. Based on that situation, Mr. Zhu furrowed his brow and asked Hong Run,
What do you think the public's reaction would be if that damn lying bastard fell into the hole?
In front of the others' surprise, he continued, and killing him alone wouldn't solve the problem. The underground world is much bigger than you imagine. Hong Jun still couldn't accept it. So there are other organizations besides Hoaguk? Mr. Shu coldly replied, I don't care how the other organizations survive or die. The gun was quickly cocked. What I want is for Mr. Zhu to glare darkly just to see that damn lying bastard's head fall. The more pain and humiliation, the better, so that no one has to live the life I once did. Upon hearing this, Hong Run couldn't hide his surprise. He hesitated for a moment, then finally made up his mind to tell you, I will help you. His words became even more determined, saying we should work together to bring him back to his senses after the Iron Fortress is taken down. Seeing the hand extended before him, Mr. Shu couldn't believe it. Senior Officer Hong Run, thinking he was moved, was actually feeling cold. Mr. Shu clenched his fist tightly, causing Hong Run to cry out in pain. He gritted his teeth and said, What do you mean I'm helping you? I'm the one helping you, remember that? It's lucky I haven't sent you to heaven yet. Mr. Zhu reminds you, if you don't want to go to see the Lord early, obediently follow my orders. Hong Run, trembling with pain in his hands, said, I am only trying to show goodwill. Looking at the person in front of him, he tried to endure the pain while listening to Mr. Shu speak. And one last thing, it's not that I haven't tried to kill him before. Looking back on that moment, you admit you were annoyed, but I just couldn't. A pair of hands emerges from the darkness. Who do you think taught me to become like this? Those hands clenched tightly around the soft object, causing the host to cry out in pain. Phoenix had no choice but to endure the pressure from those huge hands and try to breathe bit by bit. Duhua looked at her with a dark face, even as her weak voice called out, Lord Buddha. Phoenix tried to say, I am very sorry, but no matter what. He still didn't change his expression, and she continued to beg for mercy after the words were spoken. Du pressed Phoenix to the ground and raised his hand ready to strike. In an instant, Phoenix froze. He sighed. That crazy dog, has he taken too much medicine and lost his mind? Not paying any attention to her at all, Duhua continued. So you just barged into the police station after getting the goods? Phoenix could only respond in fear, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. Du gently calls Phoenix, but her eyes are filled with terror. At this moment, he looks like a demon. Du Hua coldly retorted as if still needing to teach her a lesson. Hearing this, Huang Huang panicked and tried to run away, repeatedly crying out, Lord Buddha, please! But Du Hua heard nothing, only like a beast staring at its prey. Fear reached its peak. She tried to find some compassion from Du Hua. I was wrong. I made the same mistake twice. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly rang out, drawing both of their attention. The familiar tattooed collarbone and biceps appeared, followed by mocking voices. Look at who that is crying like a child. You just broke the record for the worst performance. Damn, drug addict. The brothers only appear in a flashy way. Crying too much will reduce your muscle mass. If you lose your muscles, it will be very troublesome, right? The Phoenix slowly sat up, muttering softly, while the Hochi brothers looked on angrily, and she shouted loudly, Why are you guys here? But then another sarcastic voice echoed, What's going on? Someone gently fanning a flower fan. She softly calls out, Sister Fuang. Oh, Sister Fuang. Cherry Blossom gently reminds her, You don't think they came because of the Buddha's call, do you? Phoenix also didn't expect this appearance and quietly questioned. Dao Hua knew. Even the queen of the nation couldn't help but wonder, why is this girl here? Phoenix didn't understand what was happening, looked to Du for answers and called the Buddha, but he just nodded softly. Everyone was present. Seeing her terrified face, his words sounded like a verdict. So the order to eliminate Phoenix Swang Nuit, a directive issued to Chiho and Huan Dao, officially begins. Phoenix tried to call out to Dua for help. Enlightened Master, I promise to return what I have taken from you, so please, forgive us. But Du Hua simply quietly took her things, no need for that. He opened the box and then looked back at Phoenix. I had already brought it back. Looking at the bundle of leaves inside, she wondered how you could do that. Dua then turned to look at the people in the room. What do you all think? He called each of them by name. Black Nation Temple in April, Nation Temple in July, Cherry Blossom in March. Like a switch has been turned on, and the brothers are more eager to fight than ever. We should deal with this drug-addicted bastard right here. Does Thuong Hai become stronger because of the drugs? I don't think anyone could have such a cruel heart anymore. Hua and Dao is different. She still maintains her gentle calling. Is that the November Phoenix? Cherry Blossom seems to want to confide. Over the past few years, I have truly become very close and intimate with her. But is there anything else I can do? We need to act very professionally, but the world of specialists is a cold and brutal place. Du Hua is the one who makes the final decision, so now most people are in agreement. Huang Huang, like a discarded doll, bowing her head and calling out Botat Suto, she sheds tears. You really are too cruel. Phoenix's screams continue to echo steadily. From the very beginning, he had intended to eliminate me, but He Guo Tu Hua only feels that she's starting to complain again. There's nothing left to lose, she poured out her thoughts. You brought here nothing but villains and their henchmen who already harbor hatred against me. Hua An Dao felt a little hurt upon hearing that. Oh my god, is that really what you think of me? Leaf Hong, I feel hurt. Despite Phoenix's cries, she runs towards Du Hua. Bodhisattva ancestor? Suddenly she paused and looked up. Sakura offered the gun respectfully to him. Is this for you? Duhoa gently calls as he takes the gun. Phoenix, point the gun directly at Phoenix. He reminded him, I don't need those who cannot serve me. Phoenix's eyes no longer held any hope.
Duhua raised her hand and spoke her final words, praying for Buddha's blessing upon us. Her finger was ready to pull the trigger at any moment.
Phoenix quickly saved herself. I have developed a new drug. Duhua paused his actions to listen as she spoke, a compound 5 times more addictive than the previous one. Phoenix respectfully said, that is a drug I developed myself, so it will be very difficult for others to investigate. Chiho and Nhwa and Dao were also surprised to hear this news. Opium again? How many kilograms? Phoenix gently replied, about 500. Then he carefully asked, how did it turn out? I honestly confess that I have reconnected all the red light district routes in Korea, Japan, China, and Southeast Asia as well. All Fuang Huang hopes for right now is to stay alive. Please give me just half a year. That's all I need. I will become a useful child for you. Venerable Bodhisattva. Duhua pondered silently. Half a year, he turned away without wanting to look at me. I have suffered too many losses because of your petty tricks. Prove yourself to me. I will give you 3 months to do so. The Phoenix happily received the news from Dua, as if she had found a lifeline. Yes, revered Buddha ancestor. Is something wrong with her? Hijun and Seon Hun also responded with suspicion. She's in the process of detoxing. The doctor said her body is quite sensitive to medicine or something like that. Mr. Hai tried to speak clearly, but no one understood anything. What is she rambling about? Hijun immediately translated it. She's asking if you can wipe this for her, meaning to wipe her neck thoroughly. Hearing that, Mr. Zhu was so shocked he trembled. Even though he criticized her, he still took a towel and wiped her. Haijin is moved by the scene before him. I'm surprised you came here to visit us. Anyway, we're colleagues after all. Isn't that right? This made Mr. Shu also curious, so my colleague and I discussed it, saying that everyone had come to visit me when I was hospitalized, so now I'm here too. Let's settle this now. Okay. Hearing this, Mr. Hai quickly responded with a stammering voice. They are arguing, but someone already translated it. She is calling you a rude bastard, and Zhang Hyun here is excited to ask about it. Zhang Shu, you've been promoted again to a special position? Zhang Shu quickly responded. I haven't heard any news from them yet, but you don't pay much attention and just marvel. I feel envious of a house that comes and goes like the wind. He, Mr. Zhu, quickly says goodbye. If you're feeling jealous, work harder. I have to go now. The door closes with a cold sound. Hijun was also surprised. Shu, he's changed a lot, hasn't he? Hijun also agrees. The 3 of them all sigh together, wondering what the hell they are doing now. I believe there is a rat secretly helping inside this police organization. Mr. Zhu seemed to doubt what he was hearing and asked something, but he still continued, I want to check the drug evidence you handed over. So I handed everything over to the forensics team, but thinking about that evidence, he couldn't help but feel troubled and complain. Now it's missing again. Someone must have secretly taken them out. Think about who you suspect.
Even Mr. Zhu isn't sure about this. I don't know either. I no longer know anything for sure about this police organization, but you seriously promised that the drug stash would become our key evidence.
I will bring more back once I catch that bastard, so to handle the current situation, Guy Shu reminded him to deal with the rat hiding among us and to quickly gather more information about Fuang Huang's subordinates. We are still interrogating them, but issues may arise that you can't forget. Also, Guy Shu continued, you said you have a special forces team dedicated to investigating Waga. When will you finally send them to investigate? At this moment, Hong trembled as if trying to explain, then quietly bowed his head and could only reply that they had all been killed, no one remained. Mr. Zhu stared in shock, speechless, accepting the news. When his mind was fully alert, he quickly charged forward. You bastard! Have you been lying to me all along? With someone so reckless and impulsive, Hong Run would rather let the old man's life be protected. Back then, I couldn't trust you. So I clenched his fist and brought it close to his face. Don't move if you don't want to get hurt. Still, Hong Jun kept shouting loudly. Honestly, I've always wondered why you didn't just form a new team right away. After hearing that, Mr. Zhu also paused, and the scar on his face made him remember that silver Hai Trung, his eyebrows furrowing as well. You said yourself that I need at least one small Mugung-oa before I can form a team. Hearing that, Hong Jun comforted him. It'll be fine. Hong Jun started to enthusiastically suggest I actually have 2 original Mugung-oa. So who can dare to speak up then? But successful people always have their own way. Tell Mr. Zhu without hesitation. He confirms once again. I dare to oppose you. I prefer working alone. Hong's increasing nervousness makes it even harder to accept. You just said you needed a team. That was earlier. But now Officer Shu has changed his mind. That's because he refuses to work properly. I didn't mean it that way. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Hong Run gently brushed away his hand and called the sergeant Kim Gi Mr. Shu. He explained seriously. The police department is an organization indeed. There will be limitations you face when working alone. It will be easier to work together. If you form a team, you'll get more funding and it will be easier to make excuses. Hong Jun urgently requests, so as a senior officer, this is an order from Sergeant Kim Gi and Mr. Shu form a team. There are thousands of eyes watching around. Hongjun understands this. I can't form a team on my own because many eyes are watching me and there are too many risks involved. Did Mr. Shu repeat the order in a contemplative tone? He was also surprised to hear those words come from his mouth. To verify Hongjun's request, Mr. Shu said, "If you ask nicely, I might consider it." Just when he thought that was the case, Hongjun suddenly felt a chill and said, "Please form a team." At this moment, 3 familiar faces appeared with their usual clueless expressions. "Are you planning to form a team?" Heejun asked again, not quite understanding. A sergeant forming a team? Mr. Shu could only say, "I don't know either."
They said to form a team. Mr. Hyun's car was suddenly backed by a senior military officer.
Mr. Hai tried to make a sound. Heejun, not forgetting his profession, immediately translated. "She is asking who will be the members of your team." Gi Ongshu, overwhelmed, had no choice but to answer all at once. "Of course it's you guys," he added. "Besides the 3 of you, there's no one else in this station under my command." Mr. Hyun's car suddenly became so moved that he burst into tears and rushed over. "Gi, Mr. Shu, thank you very much. I thought after hitting your head you would become a worthless scumbag, but you still think of us." Gi, Mr. Hai, even though he can't speak clearly, still tries to say thank you. Mr. Hyun's car seemed encouraged and continued. "Thank you very much. I will work like a dog for you." Heejun gently wiped away his tears.
I also thought I would die doing paperwork for the rest of my life.
Yeah, what's the point of having good colleagues then? As if it was mentioned in the ban. Mr. Zhu Gi immediately reminded him, "Colleague, you just reminded me." "What do you mean by colleagues? Don't you know your place?" "Hey Gi Yongshu, what's wrong with you?" But he only replied, "Listen, I don't need my colleagues to help me. I just need people who obey my orders." All 3 of them paused at once, and Hyjin confirmed once more. "So we're not your colleagues then?" A cold voice rang out. "Yes," Mr. Shu confirms, "even more that you are my slaves." A statement that leaves others confused. Mr. Gi added that those who die when I tell them to die and live when I allow them to live. This caused Gyeon Hee-hoon and Seong Hee-yoon to also exclaim, "The slaves show a tyrannical face. If you understand now, call me master, and I will let you join the team." The atmosphere suddenly grew strangely silent as Mr. Shu began to recall what Mr. Hongjun had shown him in the report. Looking at the young man beside him, he recognized his name as Hwang Hee-jun, 25 years old, who had been well trained in boxing, kickboxing, Western martial arts, and many other fighting styles. If you look at his resume, he seems like a promising candidate. I have no hesitation in wanting to see through him. However, he suddenly failed the written exam 4 times and barely scored the lowest rank. Faced with this look, Haijun quietly called out Jeonshu's name. He wondered, "What do you mean by Tron Ui? Isn't it that you need at least a small flower mug to be called Tron Ui?" Hearing that, Jeonghai pouted in disapproval. Even the simple-minded Hyun was helplessly reminded. Hyun is not a protector, he is the master. Mr. Shu realized this and concluded that he's just a simple-minded guy with well-developed limbs. He glanced at the person standing next to him, with thinning hair on his forehead. Lai Seong-hun, 25 years old, who was well-trained in martial arts related to ground fighting or combat. Like Jutsu or Judo, his background is also quite decent. He stared intently at the young man, thinking that during the interview, with that look he received, Hun couldn't stand it anymore and called him by his name, Mr. Shu. He explained, "I really don't understand what you mean by the owner. It sounds scary. Come on, we're colleagues." Looking at this picture, I quietly think to myself, he's crying like a spoiled child again. Gi-young-hai also had to marvel. He's crying again, really wasting that talent. Hai-jun suddenly noticed something unusual and happily stepped forward. "Gi-young-hai, are you able to clarify now?" Gi-young-shu also glanced at the girl sitting on the hospital bed, and finally, but no less importantly, Gong-hee is also 25 years old. According to her background, she has not been trained in any martial arts, ranked last in the physical test, and at that time, she only knew how to cry and beg, waiting for me. Based on the results, Jeon-shu is the weakest officer in the entire police station. However, from another perspective, she was the first to finish the written test and also ranked first in the interview. That means suddenly a voice interrupts Jeon-shu's thoughts, and Mr. Hai suddenly says, "I will do whatever you tell me to do." With a face full of loyalty, she eagerly clasped her hands together and said, "Please let me join your team, master." He quietly thought she was very clever. On the saddest mountain range, Gyeon Hee-jun and Seon Hee-yoon stand stunned, speechless, eyes wide as they watch Jeon-soo focusing on warming up. Hee-jun wanted to call Jiu, but Jeong-hee reminded him to correct himself. The Master Hun asked him curiously, "Why did you suddenly call us here on the weekend instead of giving an answer?" Gyeong-soo coldly orders again, "Why are you still standing there? Start the engine already." This answer leaves everyone confused. Mr. Shu then points and says, "You are police officers." Mr. Hai also confirms. "Yes, and then what?" He pointed at himself, threatening in a stern voice. "And I am a dangerous criminal. You have 5 minutes to prepare. After that, everyone come at me at once and try to take me down." This made all 3 of them shout in surprise. "What?" Hyun is confused. That means it will be 3 against 1. "Are you sure?" Mr. Hyun's car also wants to speak up. "Gi-young-soo?" But in the middle, Jeon-hai stopped you. Out of worry, Hee-jun still had to say, "But, Master, what if you get hurt?" But Gi Ong-shu coldly replied, "You have 4 minutes left. He will start moving in exactly 4 minutes, and at that time, Jeon-hyun and Jang-hyun will gather to discuss." She asked confusedly, "Hey, that damn guy Kim Ji-yeon, is he crazy?" Seong Hae-un, sweating cold, reminded him, "Hey, Mr. H, he said we should call him the boss." She nonchalantly replied, "Who cares if he hears us anyway?" Seeing that, Guy Shu from Dang's side immediately reminded him, "I can still hear you." The three of them awkwardly turned around and forced a smile. "Ah, Master, Hun is back to discuss with the brothers. What should we do now? We've already agreed to do whatever he commands. Remember to quickly come up with a plan. Haejin, pretend you're heading straight for him. And Jong-hyun, you just need to take him down." Mr. Hyun's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe his ears. But I'm scared." Unlike his attitude, Hun just quietly confirms, "All I have to do is go straight to him, right?" Hearing that, Mr. Guy Hai frowned and sneered. "You idiot, since you train boxing, use your movement skills to cause chaos." The time has come. Mr. Guy Shu has taken off his shirt and assumed his stance. "You guys are ready." The three of them looked back in confusion, and he seriously reminded them that time was up and to come over. Seeing that, Guy Mr. Hai quickly gave the order and stepped forward to Hwang Hee-jun. He nervously muttered to himself, trying to confuse his opponent with movement and chaos. Standing in front of Jeon-shu, Hun's mind was completely blank. He just stood there, blankly repeating himself, causing chaos and confusion. As he spoke, he looked down at his feet. Suddenly, Hae-jun stomped his feet repeatedly. Like this action only makes Jeon-shu more annoyed. What the hell is going on? Why did you suddenly jump around like that? Gi Ong-hee was also startled. "You idiot, you should have come closer first." As soon as she finished speaking, she and Sha-hyun looked on in shock at the scene before them, with Hyun being beaten so badly that Sero was covered in blood. Gyeong-soo didn't say much. He raised his head and signaled everyone, then walked over to that guy and started yelling at him. "Are you guys joking with me, you damn idiots?" "Gi." Mr. Hai tremblingly gestured for Song-hyun to go ahead, but her teammates' faces were already pale with fear. Suddenly, remembering home-cooked meals, Song-hyun ran as if his pants were falling down, shouting, "I really can't do it. I truly can't do it." But Jeon-shu's cold voice suddenly echoed above him. He had turned his back, and Guy Shu quickly caught up with Song-hyun's pace. He turned pale and looked at him. And Guy Shu also reminded him about his actions with the criminal. Mr. Hun's car was punched straight in the mouth without missing a shot. And on top of that, being scolded, "This damn idiot." Gong Hai watched in fear as Gyeon-shu kept hitting him, but the moment he turned his head back to look at her, the space seemed to fall silent. Seeing Gong Shu approach, Guy Hai shouted in fear, "Wait, stop for a moment." And she smiled as she called out Gi Ong-shu's name. "Master, you don't plan to lay a hand on that woman, do you?" "Is that right?" Gi Ong-shu gently touches both sides of her face. "Are you women, aren't you police officers?" As soon as he finished speaking, he struck Gi-hee in the face several times. She crouched down, clutching her face and crying out, "Blood!" Mr. Gi-shu glared at the three of them. "You really are hopeless beyond belief. Do you know? How do you expect to catch criminals like that?" Seeing the three exhausted, Mr. Shu said seriously, "Take a 10-minute break, then we will continue training 3 more times today. And if you don't want to get beaten up like this, try to use everything you have to fight against me." After a long silence with no one responding, Mr. Shu Guy sternly ordered them to answer me. The three of them reluctantly replied, "Yes, master." Back at the police station, Hong Jun was leisurely eating chocolate and asked, "So how is your squad coming along?" "Mr. Shu has been waiting for this question for a long time," he muttered in complaint. "Damn, they are all trash. How on earth did they manage to pass the exam and become police officers?" Hong Jun then reminded him, "Don't be too hard on them. If you hit too hard, you won't even let him finish speaking. You cut him off. You know what? You frowned and told the people in the organization that we're not fighting petty criminals, right?" "We are chasing people like me," Hong Run replied instinctively. "That's right." Seeing that, Mr. Shu angrily slammed the table repeatedly. "Put that aside. When do you plan to finish the interrogation? It's been this long already, so why is there still no result?" Hong Jun could only respond helplessly. "What can I do when they keep their mouths shut like that?" As soon as I saw that, I quickly pointed at myself. "Leave it to me. I have a really great idea." At this moment, inside the dark cell, only a single light shines directly down, leaving the two henchmen blinded in the interrogation room. Wait a moment. Someone just entered the door, without knowing what's happening. One of the two already said, "It's no use. We won't say a word." The newcomer suddenly asked an unrelated question, "So how have things been going lately?" He walks over to the chair for the interrogator, the large man in the green outfit with floral patterns, the right arm of the phoenix. This statement leaves both of them stunned and unable to react. The other person still looks uncertain. Wait, isn't he the left hand or something like that? Kim Dong-chan is the right hand, am I right? The two men were stunned and asked back. "What?" the other person asked further. "That bastard, what's her name again? She's also wandering around the Phoenix, right?" Before this question, the two guys suspiciously asked, "Who are you?" Faced with that shock, the other calmly said, "It's been a while." Gi-shu's face was illuminated by the light. "I am Bi-hwang. Speak up already." Mr. Gi-shu placed his hand on the table facing the two criminals. The black-haired man exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother Fai Kwang."
The man beside him immediately turned and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Big brother Phi Kwang is dead. The black-haired guy frowned, but he looks very much like Phi Kwang. It seems we've met before. I recognize that scar. It's the mark from a high heel, right? You're talking about the wounds on that guy's body. Gi Ong-soo smirked and said, "You got punished by the Phoenix for drug trafficking, right?" Hearing that, the guy turned to ask the black-haired one, "Really? Is that true?" Black-haired guy looked at Mr. Zhu with surprise in his voice. "Did the great Kwang not die?" I stand tall and speak calmly. I have been given a secret mission by Buddha. I glare. I faked my death and infiltrated the police force to monitor all the officers' actions. I heard that the bastard Phoenix lost the medicine and caused chaos at the police station, but it returned to the west, didn't it? His voice rising sharply, he said, "November's leaf, Phoenix." Hearing that, they widened their eyes. Mr. Zhu stared fiercely, with a terrifying expression and a voice tinged with deadly intent. What the hell is that bastard doing? Seeing that the two guys remained silent, he lowered his voice and said, "I cut the signal from the recorder so I could talk. The fate of the Phoenix depends on your answers." Under the dim light, Mr. Zhu emphasized each word. "If that bastard is hiding somewhere, feeling sorry for himself after causing all this trouble, and I can't handle it, tell Mr. Zhu to frown. I will end it myself." As soon as I finished speaking, they quickly try to mediate. "Big brother Phi Kwang, you don't need to worry about big sister Phoenix. The elder sister is now working on a new type of medicine." He looked at the two men in front of him, thought for a few seconds, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Really? Why didn't you tell me more?" Hongrun, holding the papers in shock, exclaimed in disbelief that it's a drug 5 times more powerful than the current one. Gi Ong-soo, removing his mask, said, "They plan to distribute it everywhere over the next 6 months, according to the report. Did you find out where Phoenix is hiding?" Gi Ong-soo frowned and replied, "Even these guys don't know the location, only the higher-ups do." Hongrun said seriously, "Then we'll make them reveal it." Mr. Gi agreed. "Yes, we need to attack their stronghold and bring that bastard here. Although I think extracting information from them won't be easy." At this moment, Phoenix's side, she leans her head against the chair exhausted, covered in patches of medicine all over her body, and someone approaches respectfully. "Phoenix sister, this is Choi Sang-muk, the distribution manager." He scratches his head. "Isn't the 3 winds too quick?" He tried to persuade them. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste, and those around him also agreed. "He's right, Sister Fwang." He chews on a pair of scissors in his mouth. "I heard that 2 of us were caught by the cops. He's Kim Dong-cheon, the production manager. He also spoke up to advise, it's too dangerous. If we rush, it's best to ask Buddha for more time." Salmuk raised a hand. "I agree." Phoenix whispered softly, "You will stare at the 2 in front of you and take responsibility if I get scolded that day." Suddenly, a voice responded from behind the 2. "Of course, Phoenix, I will take responsibility." She looked with shining eyes, fear having taken over her mind. "Are you saying that happened when I was no longer by your side?" Phoenix spoke softly. "If I say 3 months or else I will threaten with a glare, then you must do it within 3 months, understood?" Immediately, I ordered Sang-muk to connect all distribution channels and speed up the process. Sang-muk scratched his head and replied, "Yes, Kim Dong-cheon, you worry about preparing the product as quickly as possible. I will do my best." Fwang Huang paused slightly, and Sang-pei happily waited. A cloud of smoke rises, and a few sobs echo through the room. Next to the steaming vials, there is probably some new kind of blue medicine. Sang-pei wrapped her arms around Fwang Huang. Fwang Huang burrowed into Sang-pei's embrace, crying uncontrollably, her body trembling with each sob. Sang-pei softly reassures, "Don't be afraid, Sister Fwang." She gently pats Fwang Huang's shoulder. "I'm always with you." "I remember." She smirked and said, "I will handle everything for you as quickly as possible." Gi-yong-hai kneels on the ground. She reaches out breathlessly. The trainer slows down behind her. Heejun and Seong Hyun are also catching their breath. Jung Shu stands with his hands on his hips, looking at the 3 in front of him. Everyone has had a 10-minute break. Now stand up and charge again. "Hey, Kim Gi-yong-shu, isn't this going too far? We haven't heard anything about this training at all." Gi-yong-soo calmly replied, "You said you would do everything." She shouted angrily, "But this is torture." She explained, "We joined the team to catch criminals, not to do things like this." Gi-yong-shu frowned. "Oh, I see." He calmly asked back, "Do you really want to catch the criminals?" The 3 of them answered in unison, "Of course." Hearing that, he turned around and waved his hand. "Then follow me." Noticing Mr. Hai's confusion, "Where are you heading?" They arrive at an abandoned building. The door is opened, and the 3 of them step inside, stunned by the scene before them. In front of them, a group of people was arranging a pile of medicine, and they also looked confused at the newcomers. Gi Mr. Shu whispered, "We're at the right place." The guy sitting with the furrowed brow. "What the hell?" The 3 of them turned around in shock to look at him. "Leo Gi, Ongshu?" "No, master." Mr. Shu calmly asked the 3 of them, "What are you waiting for?" "The criminal is right in front of you. Isn't it better to catch him quickly?" Hearing that, the 3 of them gawked with their mouths open and eyes wide in shock. The white-haired guy in a deep voice, "Cop, huh?" Mr. Zhu happily kicked the 3 people forward. Now they all fell to the ground at the same time and turned to look at him. "Master?" The white-haired man waved his hand and ordered the people behind him, "Deal with them." Mr. Zhu smiled eerily and turned to leave. Have fun! The three of them opened their mouths in shock. They turned to look at the crowd in front of them and shouted, "Girl, it's that crown!" The three of them stepped back a few paces. What? Hun glanced at the two people beside him. What should we do while waiting? I've fought one-on-one before, but fighting a bunch of people like this is something I haven't done yet. Mr. Hyun's car beside him was teary-eyed and trembling nonstop. I want to go home. Gi-ong, standing behind, calmly crossed her arms and spoke. Calm down! Her loud voice made the two of them snap out of it. Are we really going to die here or what? Even if Jian-shu is a scumbag, he's not the kind to abandon us to die, right? They all turned to look at him standing outside observing them. Let's show them that we are also police officers. Gi-ong-soo quietly thought as expected. He crossed his arms, knowing that inside she was smart enough to understand that they had to stay calm in this situation. Gi-ong-hai raised his voice and shouted outside. That wait! Kim Gi-ong puffed up. She immediately turned around, pointed at the crowd, and shouted loudly. A few officers stepped forward and caught them. Gi-ong-soo slightly pursed her lips, but her actions were truly hopeless. Hun looked around confused, asking how. She then told him to take the first hit. Remember? Mr. Zhu pointed and shouted loudly. Haijun immediately charged forward and yelled at the person in front of him. The other guy immediately clenched his fist and prepared to strike. Haijun closed his eyes and resigned himself to Gi-ong's instructions. The other guy's fist swung straight into Hun's face and Mr. Hyun's jaw dropped in shock. Jian-hai continues to give instructions. If he keeps hitting the opponent's fist, Haijun quickly responds and it will hurt. Hearing that, Jian-hai raised his voice. Of course it hurts. Haijun tilted his head in surprise. It doesn't hurt. Jian-hai asked back with some disbelief. Aren't you in pain? Haijun, while taking hit after hit from the other guy, happily explained that compared to Gong-shu, he fights like a child. He tilted his body to dodge the punch, wondering if it was because he was used to being hit by Gong-shu's fists. Haijun clenched his fist tightly. He punched the other guy straight in the stomach and shouted, but it didn't hurt at all. Hun immediately became excited. Amazing. Come at me again and see what happens. Then Hun widened his eyes and asked once more, Are they really just like a child's fist compared to Jian-shu? Before I could get a response, another guy swung a stick, aiming to ambush Hun from behind. Mr. Hun's car was stunned. Haijun turned his head in confusion. Oh! He grits his teeth and growls. Greased suddenly, Seon Hun rushed forward and slammed his head into the attacker, causing him to cry out in shock, while Ko Sung-hyun held him tightly and shouted loudly. Oh, Mr. Zhu looked seriously at the people inside. Now, they have all improved, and they might be useful if I train them a bit more. He glanced at Jian-hai standing behind, cheering enthusiastically. Kill them all! Suddenly, the white-haired man slammed the table in anger, his voice tense. Those useless guys! Hearing that, Haijun and Seon-hyun also stopped their movements and looked at the man. He reached out to unbutton his shirt, defeated only by those damn cops. It's truly humiliating. He threw off his shirt to reveal two heavily tattooed arms, and a look of horror quickly appeared on their faces. Mr. Zhu's face changed. It's over now. They've let fear take over their minds. They were terrified by the bloodthirsty gaze of the white-haired guy and his threatening voice. I will kill you! Gi-ong-shu silently predicts if I let fear take over my mind. While the two were still stunned, the white-haired guy quickly lunged with a punch straight at Seon-hyun. Seon-hyun dodged the blow and was thrown far away. Hun turned around anxiously shouting. Seon-hyun. Hun falls to the ground, clutching his face in pain. If Gi-ong-shu continues, the pain will multiply many times over. Haijun looked at the person in front of him in panic. Gi-ong-soo paused briefly, knowing they still had a long way to go, as inside the room, Haijun's cries of pain echoed loudly. The white-haired guy approaches Haijun lying motionless and says mockingly, Why did you lose again to these two cops? How pathetic. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I surrender. He raised an eyebrow and glanced over. Mr. Hai bowed his head and knelt on the ground. I will surrender. He was a bit surprised. What? Mr. Hai looked up at him with a flattering expression. I will tell you everything I know, so please don't hit me. Mr. Zhu standing outside saw this scene and frowned at this brat. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in shock. Mr. Hai quickly reached into his pocket and grabbed something. She tightly grips the stun gun in her hand, grinding her teeth in defiance. She rushes forward and kicks straight into his leg. The white-haired guy jolted in pain and shouted out loud. Gi-ong-hai widened his eyes and yelled. Die. He clenched his teeth. He kicked angrily. That damn bastard. Jung-hai closes his eyes tightly, enduring it. At this moment, Gi-ong-shu rushes forward and kicks the white-haired guy away. He gaped with wide eyes in shock. Gi-ong-shu quickly glanced and swung his arm, delivering a powerful elbow to his chest. Mr. Hai opened his mouth in shock. Mr. Zhu looked at the three people in a low voice. Now you understand, don't you? How useless you all are. All three fell silent for a moment. He stood up and told the three, Let's go. Take all the medicine on the table. Gi-ong-hai quickly asked, Do we leave these guys like this? He replied seriously, Why bother? Someone else will take care of that. Mr. Zhu crossed his arms and looked at the three of them, saying, And soon I'll have to bend my back, carrying 3 heavy burdens. Let's go back now. Hating the cops, she didn't let him finish his sentence. Sangmuk grabbed his mouth with both hands. His piercing scream echoed. Sangmuk only sneered with contempt, and the chicken-headed man beside him spoke up. "Manager Choi over there." He slowly turned his head, his face suddenly showing surprise. He saw the card stuck on the table. The card depicted a person holding an umbrella, seemingly representing someone. "Wow, we could even start trading medicine now." Hong shivers, rubbing his chin as he carefully examines the pile of medicine. "All right then, the information is accurate, and we can proceed with the plan." Mr. Shu, sitting opposite, asked, "Has the ambush plan been finalized?" Hong trembled and replied, "Of course. I will introduce you to one of the officers who will take part in the ambush. She is someone I trust." End of the conversation, he immediately spoke into the radio. Ehem, come in." The two of them looked towards the door. "Send my regards to the teammate who will be fighting alongside us this time. This is a member of KNP, Chief Officer Kim I-ong." She salutes properly with her hand. When greeting Mr. Zhu, he remains seated, indifferent, and responds back. "Hello." Hong Run happily points to Jeonnong Shu. "And this is Senior Police Officer Kim Gyeon, Mr. Shu. Please take a seat." Ah-Hyong raises his voice. "Senior Police Officer." She just approached as a senior officer. Ah-Hyong bows his head. "She's holding your chin tightly but sitting in the senior officer's room as if it's her own living room, right? You've completely lost your senses, haven't you?" Mr. Shu casually brushed her hand away and replied, "My leg hurts." Hong quickly tried to mediate. "It's okay, just stay calm and make a plan." Ah-Hyong frowned. "No, I don't think there's any injury." Ah-Hyong stepped on his thigh and crossed her arms, giving an order. "Hey, senior officer, get up. I don't like rude kids," Officer Shu said calmly. Hey, she furrowed her brows and said sharply. "I said stand up," Officer Shu said casually. "What do I have to do for me to stand up?" Hong asks again. "What do you mean?" He arrogantly replied, "I don't want to stand up." Hong trembled as he watched the two argue, feeling worried. He raised his head and raised an eyebrow in challenge. "So try doing something to make me stand up and see. Whether it's a captain, a senior officer, or a high-ranking officer, they're all just officers. I don't see much difference, so let's stop this class distinction game." Ah-Hyong's veins bulged on her forehead as she angrily burst into laughter. "What did you just say? This guy is fine. I'll hold him still and teach him a lesson." At this moment, I-Ong and Jeon-Shu are staring at each other with bullet-shaped eyes. Hong-Run feels a bit awkward and reminds, "Hey, Chief Officer Kim I-Ong, don't start trouble before I finish speaking." I-Ong has already raised her leg, ready to kick Jeon-Shu. Life isn't a dream. I realized that early on. When I saw her about to kick me hard, I remained calm and thought, "Are you really going to kick me?" Ah-Hyong quickly raised his leg to deliver a powerful kick to Jeon-Shu, but luckily he noticed in time, or he would have lost his head. Seeing her lightning-fast kick, Gai-Shu widened his eyes in surprise, thinking she could be from Brazil. Then Ah-Hyong used a series of special moves to attack him, but Jeon-Shu dodged every one. Hong-Jun, sweating profusely on one side, thinks that KNP is not as deep as Haijun. Their skill levels are quite different. Ah-Chong saw that none of the hits landed and angrily scolded him. "Damn it." Not a single second to rest, she keeps kicking while Jeon-Shu continues to dodge skillfully. "How dare you dodge all my strikes?" Ah-Chong lowers her leg to set up for the next kick. If you want to play like that, she raises both hands and charges at Gi-Ong-Shu. "I will hold you back and then beat you to a pulp." Seeing Ah-Hyong about to grab her, Jeon-Shu quickly thought. She quickly changed her stance to grab me, her legs also moving swiftly. This alone is already at a level far beyond Lee Sung-hun. His hand begins to clench into a fist. She doesn't hesitate, and Jeon-Shu punches directly into A's chin. He secretly thinks she will become a valuable piece in his plan. After taking Jeon-Shu's legendary punch, she seemed to go into a trance, her eyes rolling back, looking very terrifying. But then the entire room fell silent, eerily so. Currently, Ah-Hyong is in a very awkward position, crouching down and holding Gi-Ong-Shu in her arms. Gi-Ong-Shu teased and said she would beat me to a pulp, so why is she collapsed now? Ah-Hyong clenched her fists and angrily said, "You, Ah-Hyong, get up now," preparing to strike with her right hand at his face. The bastard, just keep dodging. Die already. Die forever. Shu's voice, dodging skillfully, said, "Truly a member of KNP Deep, your body is amazing." Ah-Hyong exploded in fury. "Your body is incredible. Damn it, die, you bastard." The two kept fighting, completely ignoring Hong-Run, so he just sat there drinking cola and watched this fiery battle. It's amazing. After that battle ended, the main task began. Now Hong-Jun was taking things seriously. From now on, I will explain the Phoenix campaign on the Hong-Long treetop. According to the report, at the end of the last weekend of each month, the managers of the targeted drug organization gather for a meeting at a club in the basement on the last weekend of each month. So, about 15 days from now, Guisu and I-Ong also sit seriously, listening to him. We will wait for KNP Sao's second opportunity, led by Chief Officer Kim I-Ong, and the team led by Senior Officer Kim Jeon-Shu will turn the plan into action. Suddenly, Ah-Ong raises his hand to suggest. I object. How can we trust the information in that report? Hong-Jun told her that this information was obtained through the interrogation of Senior Officer Kim Jeon-Shu. Ah-Ong slammed the table in anger. It's ridiculous. When I interrogated them, they didn't say a word. Zhu scoffs at that and dismisses it. He then taunts with a teasing tone. You should be grateful that I managed to get the information. You're talking too much nonsense. Shut up, you bastard. A Hyong with a devilish look on his face pointed his finger at him. And how dare you talk back to me like that? Write down that Mr. Shu challenged her. What can you do to me? A Hyong places his hand on the table, his tone firm. I won't believe it unless I hear it directly from them. I will question them again, but Hong Run only replied with a short word. No, he spoke as if slapping her across the face. Unfortunately, we can't interrogate them anymore. They are dead. When he mentioned that, the image of two burly men covered in blood appeared in Hong Run's mind. A Hong couldn't believe his ears. They're dead? On the contrary, Jian Shu looked rather disappointed. Why is An Nin here so boring? Before ending, Hong Run reminded the two of them that they should always be prepared, and I will see you at the next meeting. You two go outside. A Hyong stubbornly refuses to leave. Wait, how could they have died? Ignoring her question, Hong Run turned back to Jian Shu. Senior Officer Kim Jian Shu, stay here for a moment. A Hyong jealously asked, why is he allowed to stay? She looked at young Mr. Shu with a puzzled expression. What's going on? Then she suddenly shouted at the top of her lungs. What the hell is going on? Finally, a Hyong agrees to go out. As she's about to open the door, she points directly at him and says, Hey, my specialty is selling guns. Get ready. I'll be chasing after you with the gun. A Hyong slammed the door shut and recorded Mr. Shu helplessly asking, what nonsense is she talking about? Only Hong Run, still in the room with the two other men, then spoke up to call him. He placed a photo and something mysterious on the table. We found these in the interrogation room where the bodies of those two were discovered. Earlier, at the place where the two burly guys with blood died on the table, there was a card placed neatly there. Hong Run asked him, you think of anything? Does Mr. Shu look closely at the card on the table and ask if it means anything? Elsewhere, Fuang Huang tremblingly holds the tiny card in her hand, her whole body shaking as she looks at it. Sang Muk told her that this was found in the warehouse ambushed by the police, and Dong Cheonon also agreed. Something is not right here. Should we report this to the Bodhisattva? Fuang Huang immediately replied, No. I hold my head, feeling both worried and scared. No way. Fi Kuang is dead. Only the Bodhisattva will scold me for talking nonsense. No way. This can't be true. We have to continue with the plan. Fuang Huang opened her eyes wide, speaking with a shaky voice. If I can't make amends this time, then I will. But why did those cops leave Fi Kuang's card? Could it really be that guy? No, this is impossible. I have to continue with the plan, or else... Remembering that gun, she didn't dare say more. My eyes are still wide open, then I hold my head and scream. I seem to have gone crazy. She's shouting like a patient in a mental hospital. Dong Chan hurriedly said, Sang Pi, quickly take her to Sang Pei. A cloud of smoke rose and hovered throughout the room as Sang Pi sat with her hand over Fuang Huang's eyes to help her relax. Then, Phoenix called out to her two disciples, Choi and Kim Dong Chan. The two immediately replied in unison, Yes. Phoenix opened her eyes and looked at the two, saying, Continue with the plan. Dong Chan said, Phoenix sister, that's too risky. Now the cops know everything and we still have other things to worry about. Phoenix calls Jiang Bei and tells her to prepare another portion for each of them, because if we worry too much, nothing will ever be settled. Sang Pi gently replied, Yes, Elder Phoenix. She told the two of them to come here and take a portion. There are papers on the table with water prepared by Sang Pi, and Fuang Huang introduces them to the two, saying this has just been filtered by Sang Pi and is very refreshing. Immediately after, Dong Chan and Song Muk drank that water, but after drinking they started to scream and moan. Now their faces were covered with bulging purple veins, and Dong Chan wore a wild smile. All my worries are now fading away, and Sa Muk is just as wild. He said, Everything will now go exactly as planned. Now Phoenix orders the two of them to continue with everything. Sister Phoenix, elsewhere, Mr. Gishu is worried about something. It's not good. You're too worried. He turned to Gie Ong-hee and asked, Did those two run away? She told him that they said they would stop by the hospital on their way. Gi Ong-shu started to mock them. The weakest group, no, actually, this is better. Gi Ong-hai claps happily and says, Can we rest since I'm the only one here? Yes, master. Mr. Shu's face darkened. What? He placed his hands on Ji On-hai's shoulders. When will the others arrive? Just you and me? Gi Ong-su looked at her with the gaze of an infernal demon. Just a secret special training. Gi Ong-hai looked at him confused, stammering as she asked, Secret special training? Gi Ong-su, with a serious face, said, Your body looks like trash. Gi Ong-hai panicked, holding her body, stammering, Trash, you know I have a good body. Jun-shu teasingly said, A good body, huh? As if that's nothing special. He started criticizing her, saying she has no muscles, no endurance, and her agility is just like a walking statue. Hearing that, Ji On-hai's face turned bright red. Jian-shu continued pointing out her flaws, saying she didn't even have a single unique fighting style. Gi Ong-su nonchalantly said, We will soon be sent on a mission, and you might be the first to go. Gi On-hai asked in surprise. Oh no, what kind of mission are we going to be sent on? Seeing Ji On-hai's hard-to-interpret expression, a thought flashed through Jian-shu's mind. At first, I thought who could let someone like her be a police officer, but as time went on, I also found a reasonable explanation. He continued to think about her. I know she's smart, but she's even smarter than I thought. Yi Ung-soo continues his train of thought. From what he heard, she remembered all the restaurant numbers in this area and named the delivery app after rice.
Just like before when Yang Chan protected her, now it's a bit tiring to order food because that bastard Kim Jeon-shu took Jeon-hai away. Hearing this, the police chief turned his head back and asked, "Who just called Jeon-shu that bastard?"
To avoid being fined, Chin immediately covered for him. No one else, boss. Back in the present, Jeon-shu, with a cold expression, then pulls out a short stick from his pocket. If you don't want to die young, the best thing you can do right now is gather your strength and stop wasting time avoiding your weaknesses. Yi Ung-soo holds the short stick out in front of her. From now on, think of this 3-section baton as a weapon. When you draw it, imagine it's a knife.
When pushing it in, think of it as a blunt weapon. I will approach Jeon-hai and keep a closer eye on you so you can master it.
Yi Ung-hai panics and covers his mouth. Yi Ung-soo presses the stick against her forehead so she will be sure to remember it with her genius brain. Mr. Hai stammered, asking, "What do you remember?" She waved her hand to refuse. She would find out soon enough. "What is it? Just tell me." Yi Ung-soo looks at her with a lecherous expression. "Just wait and see." "Wait and see what, master?" Later on at that mountain, Haijin and Seong Hyun came back. When they saw Jeon-hai lying flat on the ground with Jeon-shu sitting on his back, both of them exclaimed, "What?" Yi Ung-hai looked up, tears in his eyes, and said, "It was too brutal." Haijun and Seong-hoon asked, "What are you two doing?" Yi Ung-shu asked, "Do you really want to know?" Those two just kept saying, He smiled. "Politeness even signals them to come here, and you'll find out soon enough, don't worry." Hyun and Seong-hyun hesitated and couldn't answer. Can we live the rest of our lives without knowing? So, Jeon-shu took that stick and chased after the 3 most miserable people in the world. Meanwhile, Ah Ha-young on this side was diligently carrying out his mission. On the night of the 15th day, the day of the Phoenix campaign atop the Hong Tree, under the bright moonlight, Haijun, Seon-hyun, and Jeon-hai are dressed in serious police uniforms. Haijun was the first to speak. "I just survived 15 days in hell." Mr. Hun also added his voice. "I really don't want to go through that again," Mr. Hai said with a puzzled expression. "But what kind of campaign is this?" She continued speaking. "So we're working closely with KNP again?" Everyone started moving forward. Ah Ha-young walks with Jeon-shu, and she has a question for him. Specifically, what is in the forest? "You lied, didn't you?" Lee immediately replied, "No." Ah Ha-young warned him, "If you see anything, then you die with me," Shu replied briefly. "All right," she thought to herself. "And Jiu, what kind of mother is that? He's even dropping honorifics with the KNP captain." Someone shouted out, "The team leader, he is standing in front of a cave. I think we've arrived. There are 2 chicken-headed guys outside the cave." They wondered, "A tunnel?" a girl in the team asked. "Who are those crazy chicken-heads?" Suddenly, Ah Ha-young charged forward, wielding her rifle to physically confront the chicken-headed guy. The chicken-headed guy was punched in the face by Ah Ha-young, leaving him speechless. The other chicken-headed teammate could only gasp. "Damn it!" He raised his knife to stab Ah Ha-young in the face, but before he could even touch a strand of her hair, he saw Ah Ha-young's shoe right in front of him. Immediately, the chicken-headed guy was kicked in the neck by her opponent. Jeon-hai's team was stunned speechless when they saw this scene. Ah Ha-young stands there pressing the radio and mutters to herself, "Test radio, test radio." She picks up the radio and reports, "Successfully took down 2 guards. Now I will start the operation." Jeon-shu turned around to speak with Jeon. "You're in great shape now. Let's go." Jeon-hai is confusing. Amazing. As they were approaching, Ah Ha-young suddenly stopped them. "Hold on." Ah Ha-young stomps on the head of a chicken-headed guy. She asked the Jeon-shu group to stay here and watch over these 2 guys. "What?" Jeon-shu calmly said, "But she's quite stupid." Ah Ha-young said that at first KNP and some town police officers working together was obviously a foolish joke. Mr. Hai immediately retorted with a stammer. "The town police force. Our town police." Hearing that, Ah Ha-young scoffed dismissively. She glared at them. "Now a town police officer is going to disobey my orders?" Ah Ha-young continued, "I let you go because of the Director General's order, but from now on, you'll only be blocking the way." Does Mr. Su frown in displeasure at blocking the way? Then he smiled in a terrifying way. "All right, now you're on your own because I've got the others easily without breaking a sweat." Ah Ha-young also smirked lewdly. "So you finally followed my orders, huh?" She leads the deep KNP group to turn around and prepare to enter the tunnel. "Now we will go inside." Mr. Zhu looked at Ah-young with a disappointed expression. "There, in that basement, there are stairs leading down below." The KNNP is Sao group led by Ah-young started sliding down the stairs after dealing with the guards outside. As they passed through, they encountered a metal door with strange sounds emanating from inside. KNP. Sao boldly pushed open the door and descended a long staircase. Ah-young shouted. Everyone rushed in and suddenly she froze. The place where the music is coming from is decorated like a nightclub, a place where the music blares loudly. But now the scene is filled with people like zombies, their faces tense with veins bulging, dancing in a strange, jerky manner, some swaying like undead creatures. Looking at those people, A Hyong had to exclaim, "What?" She was completely stunned. What are those people? There is another person above that room. He is Dong Chan. He sighs and says, "I knew it." Dong Sha-onan sat comfortably in the chair and said, "I knew this would happen." He whispered to himself, "It's about to blow up." Next, Dong Chan announced over the radio, making it loud and clear. "Attention all current club members." He announced clearly that some uninvited guests had stormed into the club and were trying to ruin the party. Ah Yong broke out in a sweat listening to Dong Chan's announcement. "If you catch them and bring them to me successfully," he continued to make demands for the Western demons. "For each of the ones you bring to Dong Chan, he begins to wear a sinister smile. He shouts, 'I will reward you with a card that allows unlimited use of medicine for a month.'" As soon as he finished, the horde of zombies charged forward. The Phoenix campaign atop the Hong tree. A Hyong shouted. Seeing that the situation was not looking good, everyone immediately ordered them. They raised their shields and began. After Ah-ong commands the Deep KNP to start the Phoenix campaign on the treetop, they rush into the bar and are attacked by a group of drug addicts, with Ah-ong shouting orders to quickly set up a barricade. One by one, the Deep KNP members raised their shields to defend, forming a solid barrier with Ah-young standing in the middle as the commander, while the drug addicts charged forward shouting loudly, trying to break through their defense. The shield bearers in KNP Sao struggled to hold back the overwhelming force of the addicts, staring in shock at the blue-veined addicts rushing toward them under the influence of drugs. How can he be this strong? Dong Chan stands calmly with a lollipop, looking down. "Don't shoot, because harming civilians would cause big trouble. Understand?" A Hyong shouts loudly to remind the team. The squad fires warning shots and pays attention to wearing gas masks. They immediately obeyed the order. Understood. A Hyong quickly pulls the pin from the pepper spray grenade and throws it into the air, surprising the crowd of addicts. The tear gas grenade explodes with a loud bang, releasing tear gas that causes the addicts to scream in surprise. It's tear gas. A Hyong quickly adjusts her gas mask with her hand and takes the opportunity to retreat. Someone called out, "Captain!" The scene before her left her stunned. The addicts are crying tears of pain from the tear gas, but still keep rushing forward. The team is stunned. The tear gas has no effect. Dong Sha-onan brushed away the smoke from the tear gas grenade with his hand, then sarcastically reported into the walkie-talkie, "Truly naive. They are so exhilarated that they don't even notice the pain. So how could this sneaky move affect them?" He steps aside, pulls back the weapon, and then leads her to the back door. Amid the chaos, Ah Hyong hears hurried footsteps approaching. She turned her head to look towards the alley, surprised, as Jianshu charged forward loudly. To Ah Hyong's surprise, she immediately asked, "Who gave you permission?" Suddenly, he leapt into the air. She hadn't finished her sentence before Jianshu kicked her directly in the head, leaving her stunned. Dong Chan, who had been busy reporting all this time, only now realized someone was rushing toward him. Gi Yong-soo used Ah Hyong's head as a foothold to jump up, surprising him. He ran with a knife in hand like an arrow toward Dong Chan. It was only then that he realized his presence. Gi Yong-soo stepped onto the railing where he was standing to attack. Dong Chan was stunned. Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly charged past him and delivered a deadly spear strike. He was stunned by what just happened. Surprisingly, he managed to grab his radio to block the knife attack from Ji Yong-soo. He glanced at him and asked, "I underestimated you. Unlike the boss, your staff must have been trained in martial arts, right?" Before Ji Yong-soo's words, he wondered. Why does the flag below suddenly shout out, drawing both of their attention? The KNP deep barricade has been pushed back. A Hyong kicks the approaching drug addicts and, furious, pushes them away with force. A Hyong shouts for them to move aside. Dong Chan paid no attention to Ji Yong-soo and continued observing the situation below, sneering. Did he really think using force could stop them? Since Shu suddenly spoke up, "Hey, Dong Chan," he suddenly turned around when called by him. "Huh?" Mr. Shu rushes forward quickly, leaving him no time to react. He charges and strikes twice at his body. Dong Chan was still stunned by his quick actions. Amid the chaos below, A Hyong was very surprised to witness all of Jianshu's actions just now. Only then did Dong Chan realize the blood pouring from his chest as he cried out in pain. From behind, Shu grabbed Dong Chan's neck with his hand, pushing him hard against the wall, and asked with a sarcastic tone, "Why are you so careless? Am I so weak that I don't deserve your attention? Don't worry, you won't die. Someone has begged me to limit the killing as much as possible." Hearing that, Dong Chan still kept looking at him with terrified eyes. He continued, so Gyeong-shu firmly held the knife, preparing to stab Dong Chan with a strong blow. To prevent him from dying, he decided to aim straight at his trembling arm. Mr. Zhu forcefully stabbed the knife through both of his arms, pinning his hands to the wall. Dong Shia screams in fear from the pain, while Dong Che-onan has a scowl on his face and bloodshot eyes from the pain. He growled angrily. Gyeong-shu threatened, "I'll let you stay here peacefully." He is pinned tightly against the wall, his hands pressed against it, grimacing in pain, teeth clenched as he groans in pain while watching Gyeong-shu. "Who are you?" After dealing with the addicts with KNP, she shouted, "It's done." Ignoring the addicts lying paralyzed on the floor, A Hyong hurriedly moved up to the upper floor. Suddenly, A Hyong froze as he saw a knife deeply embedded in the wall below a large pool of blood, and Dong Qian's blood-stained hand, now covered with medicated gauze, trembled with anger. Damn it! He tremblingly looks at his bloodied hands caused by Jianshu. Even though the gauze soaked up some blood, it didn't help much. Ah Hai-ong wondered, can you still escape on your own in that condition? He glared and breathing heavily asked Ah Hai-ong back, who is that dog? Is he also a deep member of KNP? She hesitated, then took off her gas mask. At the same time, Mr. Xu had already taken down 4 henchmen and continued to move deeper inside. Phoenix, come out here! Gi Ong-su recalls the image of the drug addicts, pondering to see what happens. Meanwhile, outside the KNP hall, Deep is confronting Dong-chan, Ai-ong pointing his gun directly at him but slightly off. Come down here quickly and surrender to the law. He calmly looked down from above, observing, there are too many police here. When I was in the special mobile unit, I've never seen a crowd this big before. What do you mean? Nice to meet you, little ones. Hai-ong was stunned, her eyes wide open at what he just pulled out. It's a gun. Dong-chan calmly points a pistol at her and introduces himself coldly. I'm Kim Dong-chan, class 29X. He then asks KNP, what class are those kids in? Hai-ong quickly takes command of the team and shouts, fire! The room is filled with gunfire, with bullets from KNP piercing the glass and shattering it everywhere around Dong-chan. The sound of gunfire echoed outside the entrance, drawing the attention of Jiashu's group. Hijun worriedly asked if Jianshu was okay. I just heard gunfire and he unresponded, but he told us to stay here and wait, with a scowl on his face looking annoyed. I really hate this situation. She clenched her fists in anger. Why bother gathering us here only to leave us all outside like this? You only let us in to make up the numbers, right? The 3 of you are riding on one guy with a chicken head. Gi Mr. Hai angrily continued. So what's the point of our secret training anymore? Hun agrees too, huh? Just as the 3 of them were chatting from behind, someone was approaching, and Guy Mr. Hay continued to frown and cross his arms. Then suddenly, a large figure appeared behind them. At this moment, the 3 of them finally realized and looked up to see the large man was one of Phoenix's subordinates, glaring down at them. He asked in a stern voice, what are you all doing out here? The 3 of them turned around in fear. Song-mook scowled at the 3 of them, his eyes full of contempt. Damn cop dogs! After discovering Song-mook, the 3 of them quickly backed away in fear. Jiang-hee swiftly pulled out a stun gun from his jacket pocket. She shouted in panic, damn it! While Haijin and Seon-hyun were also equally panicked. She quickly fires the stun gun directly at Sang-muk. The 2 high-voltage wires shoot out toward him, but he remains surprisingly calm. Before the tips of the 2 electric wires touched him, he quickly reached out to grab the ends of the wires. Surprising the 3 of them, Sang-muk grabbed the wire ends with his bare hands and pulled sharply, causing Jeonung-hee's gun to break. Sang-muk, holding the electric wire, stared fiercely at the 3 of them. Young-hee was stunned by his recent actions. The gun, in her hand, along with its accessories, was torn apart by him and scattered everywhere. She retracted the gun, surprised as she looked at Sang-muk. Haijun stands nearby, speechless with surprise. Mr. Hyun's car shudders and tips backward. He spoke in a calm, slightly teasing tone as Sang-muk let go of the 2 damaged wires. Seeing the frightened expressions of the 3 of them, he spoke slowly. Well, Sang-muk contemptuously said, compared to Phoenix's abilities, it's not much. Guns. South Korea has strict regulations on gun use, and firearms are a very sensitive topic in this country. The police are no exception. An incident where police officers use real bullets only happens once a year, and other officers are trained to use non-lethal weapons like stun guns or rubber bullets. At this moment, Dong-chan, still chewing gum, muttered with heavy breathing, do whatever you want. Under the barrage of rubber bullets fired by the deep KNP, he sits calmly behind the table, looking down on everyone with disdain. Do you think you can punch a hole through this guy with rubber bullets? A KNP deep member shot at Dong-chan's hiding spot and wondered, what is that table made of? A Haiyong helplessly said, it won't work. After observing, she realized that rubber bullets are ineffective. A Haiyong nodded. We will switch to live ammunition. The whole team immediately responded. Yes, sir. A Haiyong politely said to Dong-cheon. Senior Kim Dong-chan. I am Kim I-ong, rank 30 of KNP Deep. The next shot will use real bullets. He sits behind with a serious expression. So please stop resisting and surrender. You will need treatment for your wounds, or else you will die. He said from behind the desk, I'd rather die. He sneered and asked back, so you want me to spend the rest of my life rotting in prison and never be able to use anything again, right? A Haiyong angrily clenched her teeth at his shallow thinking. She shouted in protest, do you really intend to choose medicine over your life? He calmly continued, I went back to when I was active in KNP's show. After obtaining the drug during a mission, my entire life was turned upside down. His breathing grew more and more labored. Dong-chan began to recall her own past. I searched this area for high-quality drugs, using my position to benefit myself. He recalled his miserable past, but my body was starting to become tolerant to common addictive substances. Gradually, no drug could satisfy me anymore. Dong-chan continued. But he remembered the first time he met Phoenix. She approached him during his most desperate moment, as if seeing a light saving his life, when Phoenix was walking with Sang-muk and Sang-bae. At that time, Phoenix, licking her candy, looked at him with a pitying gaze and asked, I hear your body has become resistant to drugs, right? Then, she held out the candy she was eating and offered it to Dong-chan, who was in a state of despair but seemed to come back to life upon hearing her say that this candy was made from the purest ingredients here. Phoenix bowed her head and softly asked, "Do you want to try a little?" He was now too exhausted, sticking out his tongue to try and touch the candy she offered. Guess me. As he touches his tongue to the candy, his eyes light up as if reborn. Dong-chae holds the candy, mouth agape, and everything before him turns into a sea of flowers. He secretly cheered in his heart. He found it. He trembled from the drug. His eyes rolled back, and the veins on his face started to spread. He chuckled foolishly, feeling excited and at ease. Phoenix looked down, observing Dong-chan's demeanor with a smug smile. "Tastes good, right? I'm offering you a deal. If you work under me, I'll even give you something better than this." Dong-chan now satisfied his drug craving, obediently answering like a dog. "I will do anything." She is now very pleased with this answer. Good. Dong refused to kneel, happily listening to Huang Huang's instructions, but promised not to eat this more than once a day. Is that okay? You'll get seriously sick if you do that. Dong-chan sat back against the table, wondering. If I'm going to die anyway, then why bother keeping that promise? He looked up at Tranya and sighed. Damn it, I've lost too much blood. Who the hell is that monster? As he said that, he reached into his shirt to find something. Dong-chun took out 5 candies containing medicine at once, speaking with a tone of deep disappointment and sadness. His face was filled with utter despair, tears streaming down his cheeks as he greedily chewed all the candies, fully aware of the severe consequences, each word expressing regret. It's so painful to think I won't be able to eat these anymore. It's worse than dying. KNP Sao has now replaced all the rubber bullets with real ones. A Hyong schedules the team. Real bullets are ready to fire. She seriously tells the team, "We will open fire." Suddenly, Ayong looked up in shock, her hand covered in Dong-chan's blood, pointing the gun outside. He was squeezing the trigger. Dong-chan carefully aimed and shot the bullet at the nearby steel beam, causing the bullet's trajectory to change direction. The bullet then pierced through the balcony and headed straight down below. At that moment, Ayong quickly bent down to avoid the bullet that Dong-chan intentionally fired at her. He stood up from his hiding spot, aiming his gun downward, shouting loudly, "Why are my juniors just standing there, making everyone else stunned? Are you trying to turn the seniors' funeral into a grand spectacle?" A loud explosion came from the gun barrel. The bullet sped past, but Jianshu easily suppressed it. A group of idiots blocked his way forward. A chicken-head guy fires his gun at him and shouts, "Damn bastards, die!" But with his agile body, Guy Shu was able to easily dodge all the bullets. He continued to fire, but Jianshu quickly caught the arm holding the gun of the chicken-head. Jianshu bends down, his other hand ready to attack. He knocks the gun out of his opponent's hand. He quickly grabbed the gun that the chicken-headed guy was holding. Moving too fast, Guy Shu shot him in the thigh before he could react, and the chicken-headed guy yelled out in pain. He continued to fire 2 more shots into the backs of the 2 men, while Gyong Shu prepared to squeeze the trigger and finish off the last one. He realizes the gun is out of bullets. He yanks off the chicken-headed mask and quickly forces the gun into the remaining guy's mouth. Shu punches him hard, causing him to bleed from his teeth and lips. Inside the room, Sang-pu is captivated by the loud noises caused by Jian Shu. After taking down everyone, Guy Shu slowly walks step by step toward the door at the end of the corridor. He reaches out and opens the door. When it swings open, he sees Sang-pei sitting across from him as if waiting for him. Sang-pei calmly asks, "Who do you think caused all this chaos? So it was you?" "I've heard about you from Sister Phoenix." Mr. Gi calmly closes the door. Sang-pei stood up politely and said, "I was planning to meet you in person, but it seems you came to see me instead." Gi Shu asked her curiously, "Did you receive my gift card?" Gi, Mr. Zhu said something that made her go pale. First-generation Phoenix Sang-pei's mouth quivered as if she was about to say something. "Who the hell do you think you are?" "I've heard that question several times already, haven't I?" "Well, I don't have to listen to it either. I'll make you remember the good old days." After a sudden shot was fired from the enemy side, the deep KNP group quickly regrouped and fired back together. They all aimed directly at Dong-chan, but he swiftly flipped a nearby table to use as a shield, trying to hold his ground. But the fragile table couldn't stop the rain of bullets, so holes started appearing as hundreds of bullets pierced through, and the KNP Deep team took the opportunity to aim at those holes, successfully hitting the enemy several times. Seeing that, A Hyong grew more and more determined. She shouted fiercely, "Keep firing!" But just as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze for a moment in shock because Dong-chan, despite his ongoing bleeding wound, used all his strength to throw the table at their group. Because everything happened too suddenly, the team members couldn't help but be startled and lose focus. The table, when it fell, luckily hit a shield instead of crushing someone. Thanks to that, it only bounced out a few times before stopping completely. A.H. Ong loudly shouted, "He will be dead soon," to reassure everyone. At this moment, Dong-chan also leapt down and charged straight at them. He ran with a crouched posture, still clutching the secret weapon he had hidden in his hand. One of the KNP Deep group members quickly dismissed him and raised his shield to block the bullets, planning to hit Dong-chan on the head, but unfortunately, just a second before executing his plan, Dong-chan shot him in the chin, piercing upward into his head. The moment he saw his dear teammate fall right in front of him, A Hyong froze stiffly. Only then did Dong-chan raise his pistol, which was also the secret weapon he had hidden in his hand earlier. He panted and said smugly, "Don't raise your shield without thinking. Junior, you think I can't do much because I'm about to die?" Besides Ah Hyong still being overwhelmed, the others in the group instinctively spat out 2 words. Damn it. Dong-chan's steps wavered slightly as he stood up straight and approached Ah Hyong. Then he pointed the gun at her and sneered, asking, "If I stand this close, I wouldn't dare to shoot because I'm afraid of hitting my teammate, right?" Seeing that grotesquely veined hand gently caressing the trigger, Ah Hyong's blood boiled. She suddenly lowered herself, catching Dong-chan off guard. Then, without giving him a chance to guess her move, she swiftly kicked him in the stomach, sending Dong-cheon flying into the air. Amid the spreading pain throughout his body, Dong-cheon could only scream silently. Meanwhile, Ah Hyong clenched her teeth and raised the loaded gun high. See. And then she fired a series of shots into various parts of Dong-cheon's body without hesitation, such as both shoulders, the chest, the abdomen, the thighs, and both knees. It can be said that almost every part from top to bottom was hit by bullets. In the end, Dong-chan collapsed to the ground and passed away in the pool of bright red blood flowing out of his body. So I guess I've taken care of someone as tough as him, but Ah Hyong isn't in the mood to celebrate. Because her teammate who was shot by Dong-chan is still critically injured, instead of sighing with relief, she hurriedly ordered one of the group to check his condition. Hastily regaining his composure, he sat down to carefully check the victim's pulse. When he withdrew his hand, his voice seemed to choke up. After a few seconds of holding back his sadness, he bit his lip and continued, "He's dead." An answer no one wants. The mixed feeling of pain and anger made Ai-ong curse out loud. Damn it, I thought everything was over. But suddenly, Dong-cheon's voice rang out right behind her. Ah Hyong was startled and turned around quickly to look. Somehow, Dong-cheon was still alive and emphasizing each word that he was not dead yet. At the same time, he dropped a strange tube-shaped object onto the ground. Just a quick glance was enough for Ah Hong to recognize what it was. The smoke grenade. She panics and yells a warning to her teammates. Everyone scattered, but it was already too late. The smoke bomb exploded faster than expected. The thick, foggy smoke spread out quickly, covering the entire area in an instant. Although smoke bombs are not as frightening as grenades, their danger is no less significant. As seen now, the vision of the KNP team is beginning to be limited. I can't see anything. And the young man who just spoke is also the next victim of Dong-chan, who, in the same way, took a shot right between his eyebrows. I hear my teammates stunned, asking each other, "What is that? Where did he shoot from?" Ah Hyong is lying flat on the ground, just wishing she could hit each of them. But her thoughts are suddenly interrupted by Dong-chan's triumphant laughter. "You look so pitiful just losing a colleague, and you're panicking like this." As weapon technology advances, people become dumber, not enough, and they lack even a bit of experience. When mentioning that this will serve as a lesson for my juniors, Dong-chan pressed the radio's mute button and once again aimed the sniper at the target. Although the cost was your lives, the words echoed and intertwined with the chilling sound of gunfire. Seeing another person fall, the remaining gunman couldn't stay calm and trembled uncontrollably. He faintly saw the figure of Dong-chan flickering in the smoke. Although he wasn't sure if this was Dong-chan, he still fired his gun. But all he got in response was a sneering, contemptuous laugh from Dong-chan. Then came a sharp pain in my body. The soldier tremblingly turned his head back and asked where the gunfire was coming from. Amidst the swirling smoke and bones, gunfire echoes and comrades fall one after another. Right now, Ah-hyong can no longer hear the voices of his teammates. She truly felt extremely uneasy. Could it be that she was completely alone now? Where is it? Where did he shoot from? The sound of gunfire and the spray of blood made her even more anxious. That damn place, I will feel my arm like it's losing strength when I can no longer hold the gun. The 2 words will flash in her mind. Ah Hyong bitterly wondered. Die here. At this moment, Kim Ah Hyong truly feels her life is in danger as she lies exhausted on the ground with her body drained of energy. And maybe she would have left it at that forever if she hadn't noticed something. Facing. Ah Hyong's line of sight was a mysterious figure. Who is it? Your friend or the enemy? There were only those 2 possibilities, but Ah Hyong was too exhausted to hold on to hope, and the final answer became clear as the cold barrel gradually emerged from the hazy smoke. Ah Hyong's pupils immediately contracted, sweat pouring down her face, her dry lips trembling as she uttered a single "oh," as if she had already accepted her fate. Waiting for the smoke to gradually clear, Ah Hyong's expression changed to one of surprise. I don't know when, but Dong-cheon had been sitting with his back against the wall, face bowed down, still holding the gun in a shooting stance. Ah Hyong carefully stood up slowly and asked with a doubtful tone, "So he's dead?" With the discomfort of death seeming to fade away, reality becomes something you have to witness firsthand. The departure of comrades, and especially the triumphant smile on the face of the mastermind Dong-cheon. An indescribable pain overwhelmed her. Ah Hyong's tears streamed down her face, her voice hoarse and trembling.
No. If I had to describe her now, it would be panic, fear, and despair hitting her all at once for the first time in her life. Kim Ai-ong can only try to control her screams of fear.
While Ai-ong was still immersed in grief and hatred, a sudden scream came from the front door. Without thinking much, she tremblingly turned her head to look. Alongside Jian Hai's screams, an energetic man in a white floral shirt with blue star patterns is chasing after them, targeting Haijun, Jian Hai, and Haijun in turn. The other two are just focused on running, while Jiang He keeps crying and talking. But it's useless against this bastard. Suddenly, I have to chase after them like a cat after mice. Why can't Muck hold back his frustration and complain that these guys keep running away like scared mice? Hearing this, Jiang He becomes even more frightened and cries out louder. That damn secret training is useless against him. Kim Gi and Mr. Shu are just a bunch of liars. Fequang's secret training for his slaves is extremely visual. He teaches them everything about the important organs of the human body. With blunt weapons, he taught them to attack the temples, the back of the neck, the hips, and the joints. With sharp weapons, he instructed them to aim for the areas with the most blood vessels. After a tough training period, Gai Shu casually treated Jian Hai's people like chairs, sitting on them and letting her scream. My hips hurt so much, but he kept instructing that if you encounter enemies during a mission, it depends on the weapons you have. Aim at the corresponding spots I taught you. Look at the duo Hun and Xian Hyun lying on the ground, groaning in pain. He firmly believes most of them will have to fall. Suddenly remembering something, Mr. Shu quickly added, "Oh, and of course, the very next thing he said also applied some exceptions to Sang Muk. As the three of them, Hejun, Gai Hai, and Xiang Hyun, together pointed electric batons at him, yet Sang Muk remained strangely calm. What's even scarier is that he then remarked that it felt really good, and now that reason has led Sang Muk to chase after all three of them like a cat chasing mice. Feeling Sang Muk trying to stretch out his long arm to grab her, "Come here." Gi Ong Hai became even more terrified and shouted loudly, "Captain Trung Trung," tears streaming down her face showing she's truly scared and asking for our help. But her words were quickly cut off when her feet accidentally bumped into something soft. Gi Ong Hai slowly looked down, and what she saw before her eyes with Hyun and Seong Hyun was truly terrifying. A dozen lifeless bodies scattered across the ground. What the hell is going on here? Jian Hai couldn't believe it and took a few steps back. As Zhang Hyun, standing beside her, suddenly raised his hand to cover his mouth and scream, his face turning pale as if he had just discovered something equally terrifying, Gi Ong Hee asked anxiously, "What's wrong with you?" Mr. Hyun's car trembled as he pointed forward and stammered, "In front of us is their team." Except for A Haeyoung sitting in a dazed kneeling position, everyone else was just soulless corpses, blood staining the entire room. It's even more than I imagined. Jian Hai's two teammates can't say a word, but maybe because she can't believe this truth, she can still make a sound. Are they all dead? Before the pain could even surge, Salmuk arrived and let out an "oh," as if she was very excited about this unexpected gift. He also couldn't hide his satisfaction as he grinned and said, "Not bad, Dongchan. You've cleaned this up pretty well. Too bad that smug smile of his didn't stay on his face for long." Yeah, Dongchan is sitting in the corner of the room, looking as if he's already dead. In just a moment, Sang Muk's face was filled with shock. His whole body froze, and he stammered the name Dongchan. At this moment, on Jian Shu's side, during the astonishing confrontation with Sang Pi, it was he who took the initiative to speak first. Where is the current Phoenix? The former Phoenix who is now hiding. But what kind of bastard are you? Mr. Shu didn't answer, only snorted coldly and said, "Guess what? You're quite perceptive about this kind of thing, so you probably already know now." Sang Pi chuckled and replied, "I'm not sure. You are quite a fascinating talker. That's the only thing I can guess. If we could meet under different circumstances, I would have invited you for tea and a chat." Then she suddenly slipped her finger into her chest and rummaged around to take out something. Although being a true man, Jian Shu currently has no mind to appreciate beauty. His only goal is to find out the whereabouts of Phoenix. Therefore, as soon as Sang Pi found a patch resembling a playing card, he quickly threw a punch, typical of drug addicts like her, who show no mercy or hesitation even against women, and the punch directly hit Sang Bi's face. Her strength was so overwhelming that she was thrown backward, coughing up blood and flying several meters away. Then Mr. Shu coldly continued, pretending to be talking while secretly preparing the power-enhancing sticker. Sang Pi was completely caught off guard that he knew exactly about the patch in her hand. She couldn't help but feel annoyed as she wiped the bloodstains from her mouth. It's not easy to stop here. Guyong Shu continues to jump high and swings one leg up, aiming to strike the opponent's head. I only need to attack. But he suddenly shifted his target to her elbow, wasting all that time on the patch. It goes without saying that this blow shattered Sang Pei's inside, and as the sudden pain shot straight to his brain, Sang Pei felt like he was about to pass out. Still, she tried to switch to another plan. When she opened her mouth, a blue pill already attached to her gum was clearly exposed. It's not hard to guess what she was planning to do, and Mr. Shu is no exception. Are you planning to visit the elders? It won't be that easy. So, before P could bite into the poison pill, Mr. Gai Shu quickly reached out, squeezed her face hard, and sneered, "This is too obvious." He also sarcastically asked her, "Isn't it uncomfortable to keep that pill in your mouth all day and brush your teeth?" Her entire face was painfully squeezed. Sang Pei whimpered a few muffled sounds, her eyes looking down, and then a bold idea suddenly flashed through her mind. She quickly pushed her lower body up, crossing her legs over Jian Shu's strong arms, while her hands also grasped his arms, causing Jian Shu to be lifted off the ground by her. The force made him laugh. A strong grip from a drug addict who isn't using drugs. Gi Young-shu forcefully throws Sang-Pi down to the floor. Does she think it has any effect? Seeing P in a state of pain so severe that his body seems unable to move, Mr. Gi still refuses to let go of the hand gripping her neck and simply calmly speaks out. Now tell me where Phoenix is hiding. Listening to him keep asking sarcastic questions about Phoenix, as if protecting a coward like her, what's so good about that? Someone who doesn't even dare to show their face while their subordinates are being slaughtered, and Jiang Pei, feeling annoyed, dares to defend Phoenix, saying she's not a coward. Gi Mr. Shu sneered and replied, "Yeah, she's just a drug addict, okay? You planned to threaten her with a few words if she didn't reveal her location, but you were immediately interrupted by some hard objects thrown at your back." After a brief pause, Mr. Shu frowned, turned his head to see who dared to do such a thing, and his eyes widened in utter shock. It turns out the culprit isn't some big, scary-looking thug, but just 3 kids around 6 or 7 years old. Seeing the angry, short-haired girl scold him for being a bad person, Mr. Shu was momentarily unable to process what was happening. At this moment, Sang-Pei also spoke, saying, "Kids, you're too late." She chuckled and added, "I told you that if you hear noise outside, you should come out right away." The short-haired girl, brandishing a knife in her hand, aggressively charged at the 2 people. "Don't touch." When Sang-Pi's words reached her, Jianshu quickly stood up to avoid the swift attack from a child. Though terrified because Sang-Pi's younger accomplice knew how to wield a knife to strike unexpectedly, he had no choice but to forcefully hit the girl's neck. In an instant, the short-haired girl collapsed to the floor and fainted. Seeing that, the two remaining kids rushed over simultaneously. Obviously, each of them was also holding a sharp knife, so Guiyang-shu had to handle them in the same way he did with the short-haired girl. Wow, what are you going to do now? Now she has managed to stand up. The drug addict now has the medicine. Ha Tam looks down at the 3 innocent, both blameworthy and pitiful children. Guiyang-shu gently clenches his fist and coldly says, "The Phoenix woman has allowed her." So, after asking about exploiting the children, he gave Sang-Pi a very cold look. Who knows? You can't reason with her, so Mr. Shu also gives up. Well, it doesn't really matter. He kicked Kandao forcefully, making it fly high, then skillfully caught Kandao with quick hands. Gi Mr. Shu glared at the smug smile of the opponent and then continued, emphasizing each word that they must die right now. Turning back to the past in a fresh and peaceful green space with gentle breezes and rustling leaves, Sang-Pi is sitting with his chin resting on his hand, observing something. Right below the rocky hill where she was sitting, Jianshu was holding a cleaver and glaring at his opponent. While Sang-Pi was still lost in thought, Dua suddenly stepped from behind, stood beside her, and asked, "What do you think?" Seeing her confused look and apparent lack of understanding, he smiled and continued, "The child is Tan Fi Kwang." Sang-Pi looked down at Jianshu, whose determined and cold expression when facing an opponent, combined with his powerful aura, truly suited him. But she only replied briefly, "I don't know anymore," and when she turned her attention to the exhausted former Fi Kwang, she remarked that he seemed stronger than the previous generation's Fi Kwang, but it seemed he couldn't finish him off. Hearing Sang-Pi say that the previous Fi Kwang looked pretty good in many ways, Du Hua slightly sighed and shook his head, saying, "You're mistaken. Well, your mind must be affected by drugs. How could you see that clearly?" He also confidently asserted that Jianshu could easily finish him off. He just chose not to. The clearest proof is Jianshu continuing the fight with a sharp strike that slashes past Fi Kwang Tianyim, forcing him to grit his teeth and fall backward. Sang-Pei opened his mouth to smile and ask, "So you mean he's just playing with him? With a character who once earned the title of Moon?" Knowing she doesn't believe his assessment, Du Hua calmly said, "That child still hasn't truly forgotten the image of Mr. Shu when he was little, quietly standing in the pouring rain in his old clothes. It was his first time here. More than anyone, Dua understands very well what he has gone through, especially witnessing the previous generation's Fi Kwang kill his friends." His voice reveals his deep sorrow. All the other children had been killed by the previous generation of Fi Kwang, except for him. At this point, Dua gently placed a hand on Sang-Pei's shoulder and asked softly, "Look back, can you feel it?" Sang-Pi opened her eyes wide and listened silently as he continued speaking. She saw the hatred burning in the fiery red eyes from Gong-shu, along with the wounds and the precise slashes across the body of the former light mage that the child had inflicted. It was such a brutal and terrifying, overwhelming fight, yet she remained strangely calm. "Isn't it beautiful?" He even humorously compared it to a willow leaf. Less than a minute later, the former Fi Kwang finally lay motionless in his own pool of bright red blood. He completely collapsed at the feet of Jianshu. Ending a rather glorious life, and this outcome is just as Dua predicted, he couldn't help but proudly say, "Is there anyone more suitable for the position of Fi Kwang than that child?" Rewinding back to the present, Sang-Pi is now in the very position that the former Fi Kwang had to endure all the sharp knife wounds inflicted by Jianshu. She truly realized that now men understood, that this man had taken the chance to slash her over 100 more times after she fell backward, finally stopping behind her before collapsing completely. The words Fi Kwang appeared clearly in Sang-Pi's mind, a few fleeting seconds later, beneath the dim yellow glow of the hanging lamp in the middle of the ceiling. Sang-Pi is gasping for breath on the floor. Unfortunately, just as she was starting to relax, Jianshu ruthlessly stomped on her chest. and that rough, hard soul truly added a lot of pain. No matter how strong she was, Sang-Pi, as a woman, couldn't bear it and screamed. With no mercy at all, Gi-Ong-Shu coldly disregards her and asks one last time if he should ask her one final question. Where is the phoenix hiding? But all I get in response is Sang-Pei's bitter laughter. After laughing tiredly, she then asked hoarsely, "Even if I tell you, you'll still kill me, right?" Gi-Ong-Shu honestly admitted, "Yes, but I will give you a painless death." Hearing that, Sang-Pi quietly smiled with satisfaction before speaking, "The phoenix is..." If I were to talk about Sang-Pei's background, the first-generation phoenix is currently known as Sang-Bei. She stepped down from her position in November of Chi-Hong, and the Bodhisattva entrusted her fate to the new phoenix. When the old moon is replaced by the new moon, a replacement ritual must be completed, ending with the death of the previous generation. However, the new phoenix did not kill the old phoenix. Instead, her chosen approach was to question Sang-Pi first, staring with wide eyes at the dark-colored liquid in her hand and asking if she had used it to poison her, followed by a series of questions she posed. "Do you think I haven't realized how much poison you've been drinking all this time? Why would you want to kill me after I let you live?" Sang-Pi completely refused to answer any questions. But when she heard the question, "You don't like me?" she almost burst out laughing. "How can I like you?" I don't know if it's because my answer was too blunt and harsh or for some other reason, but Phoenix started to show signs of agitation. "Why? Why?" As tears streamed down her cheeks, she sobbed and asked, "Why does everyone hate me so much? Among everyone, you shouldn't hate me. I have also gone through things similar to what you're experiencing." Seeing that Sang-Pi didn't react, Fuang Huang simply stood up. "All right, let's do it this way. I'll press the glass of water against Sang-Pei's face and cry and laugh like a mad person. If you drink this, I have to like you." This is not really a question, but a statement. Because Phoenix had truly finished drinking the poison in the glass, she then happily admired Sang-Pi's terrified expression. So what? Even though blood is pouring from her mouth and eyes at the same time, Fuang Huang can still smile brightly. "You did very well, didn't you? From now on, you'll like me, right?" Seeing Sang-Pi still frozen like a statue, Phoenix hurriedly shook her shoulders and Duke. "Answer me." At that moment, an indescribable emotion welled up inside Sang-Pi. When she was alive, she had lived a selfish life. Seeing Fuang Huang crying in her arms, she finally felt love for the first time in her life. Ending the memory, Zhang Pei sadly smiled and said, "How could I risk the life of the first person I loved? Her tears are already falling, you know." "What did you just hear?" Gyeong-su frowned and asked, so that was her final answer.
This is so boring and a waste of time. Filled with rage, Jianshu stomped hard on Sang-Pi's chest. "You're better off dead."
He huffed and turned away. "Well, just go ask another bastard." Just as I was about to leave, I heard Sang-Pi's trembling voice say, "Phoenix fell and she was coughing up blood trying to speak. Come back here." This is also the first time she has honestly admitted her fault. The story of the children is all my fault, so her last wish before dying was to please not kill Fuang Huang. After 3 calls, Lord Fai Kuang's life of Sang-Pei officially ended here. At the same time, the sticker on Fuang Huang's chest and the one on her shoulder were both emanating a stream of energy, like a warning of impending danger. Perhaps even Fuang Huang herself could clearly sense this. So on that motorcycle speeding at an extremely fast pace. The expression behind the helmet on her face is full of worry and tension. Before leaving this messy room like a battlefield, in response to Sang-Bei's plea before leaving, Gai Shu only seriously said one thing. It still depends on what that damn bitch does next. On Jianshu's side, it can be said that one part has been dealt with. As for Jianhee and Sang-Muk's groups, they have to put their fight on hold due to an unexpected situation. But currently, Sang-Muk is shouting out the name Dong Chan, while Jianhai is calling out Ai-Ong's title as team leader. Then both of them run in opposite directions to wake their friends. Dong Chan, team captain, wake up. I keep shaking and calling, but Ai-Ong shows no reaction, no longer caring about the difference in status between them. Young-hee suddenly slaps her hard across the face. Wake up, but unfortunately, it was still useless. So she suggested a rather cruel idea to her 2 teammates, to try slapping her. And of course, Hee-Jun and Seong-Hyun didn't have the guts for that either. One refused with words, the other was tense about the scene in front of them. "Yeah, Jiyoung-hai." Jiyoung-hai frowned as he looked in the direction Song-Hyun was pointing, only to see Sang-Muk furious enough to bulge veins on his face, his teeth clenched tightly. Dong-chan followed, trembling, especially with the pile of reinforced armor glued all over his arms, making him look truly intimidating. The hatred that had been simmering since learning that Dong Qian was dead suddenly erupted uncontrollably, and then he stormed fiercely towards Jiang-hee's group, causing them to stumble back. Jiang-hai shouted in panic, "Stop him!" Hai-Ong is already losing his spirit, which is one thing. But Hyun and Seong-Hyun, although also panicked, still resolutely stand to protect the 2 girls in the team. But all Sang-Muk had to do was swing his strong arm, and both of them were thrown several meters away. Seeing how quickly and dangerously everything was happening, Yan-hai was left stunned with his mouth open in amazement. Seeing Sang-Muk start to target me and Hai-Ong, I will tear him apart. Yan-hai was even more eager and kept shaking. Hai-Ong's body, stopping just before the 2 of them, Sang-muk's eyes blazing with a sinister red light spat out the words, "You guys are dead," which sounded just like the voice of a demon. And at that moment, Sang-muk reached out his hand towards both of us, and Ji-yeon-hai was convinced he would die here. Therefore, she couldn't help but feel desperate and tightly embraced A-hai-ong, determined to fulfill her duty of protecting her until the end. In that life and death moment, suddenly a gunshot rang out, shattering everything, and bright red blood splattered everywhere. Sang-muk froze in shock as his arm was the victim of the subsequent slashes. Sang-muk cried out in pain, then bent over, clutching his arm covered in bleeding wounds. The speed, the precise movements, and the skillful actions could only be Jeon-hai's voice, who suddenly stammered in shock. Ji heard her call his name. Gai Ong-shu then turned around, nodded at her, and looked towards Sang-muk while raising the knife. "You can't tear them apart, at least not while I'm still here." When turning towards Dong-chan, Gai Shu muttered to himself. Min thought he had dealt a fatal blow to him. He pursed his lips and fell into contemplation. The body of his comrade still lying there made his anger and hatred flare up again. Am I lucky to be alive? At that moment, Mr. Zhu wondered if I had overestimated myself. And just then, Sang-muk clenched his pain and threw a punch. In just a few brief seconds, Guyong-shu quickly used his shield to block the attack, feeling an indescribable pain from his hand bone spreading through him, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. That bastard Jeon-shu smirked and said, "It hurts." While he was struggling with the pain, Jeon-shu turned to Jeon-hee's group and called out, "Hey!" The three of them, Haijun and Seong-hyun, quickly helped each other to stand up and awkwardly responded, "Yes." "Yes," Mr. Shu pointed towards the main door not far away. "There are 3 children still unconscious, so be careful with them." Then he bent down to pick up the rifle. "I'll load the bullets now," he replied. "It'll be quick." But when he returned to the fight with Sang-muk, he played a trick that made him hesitate for a few seconds. He actually dared to use 2 innocent people as human shields for himself. "Go ahead, shoot." But when Mr. Zhu was not intimidated, I still decided to shoot decisively. It's settled. The bullet flew straight towards Sang-muk, expecting to hit one of the victims, but surprisingly, it struck him in the shoulder. Sang-muk hurriedly releases the other 2 and uses his hand to cover the wound on his shoulder, shouting out in pain. Meanwhile, Mr. Shu calmly reloads and pretends to be kind, reassuring him, "I won't kill you." He seriously insists that the others are dead, so at least I will keep you alive. So it turns out that besides Dong-chan, all his other teammates are already dead. How could Sang-muk not believe what he was hearing? What? Then he crazily charged forward again. The sad dog sighed deeply, calmly telling Mr. Shu to give him 2 more shots into the thigh. Upon hearing him order a report to headquarters that we are returning, Hejun and Seong-hyun quickly regained their composure and responded in unison, "Yes, sir!" Seeing the corpses of the KNP team members scattered around, Gai Shu could only bite his lip in helplessness and silently blame himself for thinking it would be easy. But it seems he was wrong and misjudged the situation. He also couldn't hide his disappointment in Jeon-hee, Hee-jun, and Seong-hyun. I had high expectations for them. Especially A-hai-ong, I overestimated her. She's finished. While Jeon-shu regrets his previous decision, knowing she's better than these 3, Jeon-hai hesitantly steps forward, points at Sang-muk, and forces a smile asking, "Jeon-shu, can you tie him up?" Hyung-soo is about to make a statement right here. You 3 should end it. But before he could finish speaking, he was startled to a halt by an extremely shrill engine scream. When he turned to look, a huge motorcycle suddenly appeared before him. And although the driver is wearing a helmet that completely covers their face, the colorful pattern on it combined with the long blonde hair makes it easy to recognize that the opponent is none other than the Phoenix. Her landing almost made Jeon-shu fall backward. Quickly regaining his stance, he raised his gun to aim again, but Phoenix suddenly turned her bike around to counter him. Then she used the rapidly spinning wheel as a weapon. Luckily, Jeon-shu managed to block it with his bulletproof shield, or his face would have been destroyed. However, Jeon-shu still couldn't avoid some impact from that friction. For example, right now, the heat has exceeded safe levels and caused a pretty big explosion. Phoenix Doga ran for a while before finally stopping the vehicle. At this point, Sang-muk also recognized her. Fong Huang removed her helmet to reveal her beautiful and commanding face, causing Jeon-hai's group to be shocked and exclaim her name. "Hi," Jun's eyes widened as he said, "The crazy girl is back." While Jeon-hai was busy searching for Jeon-shu, Gi-shu. Paying no attention to them, Fong Huang focused on asking Sang-muk to gather everyone and follow her, as finding an escape route was taking longer than expected, instead of being scolded and dying. "I want to make it seem like she doesn't know the truth yet." Muk stammered and interrupted her. "Yes, Fong Huang." He struggled to continue, saying everyone except me is dead. As expected, Fong Huang's reaction was to stiffen in shock. Dao just waited for that moment, and Mr. Shu suddenly responded as if he had been waiting for it, even emphasizing once more that the others had all died. Of course, the others here include both of them. The most important to Phoenix are Dong-chan and Sang-bae. Tears involuntarily stream down her cheeks as Phoenix revs the engine with one hand and reaches into her coat pocket to find a weapon with the other. I pull out some bombs, pin them between my fingers, and start heading straight for Jeon-shu. With Fong Huang's warning, I will kill you myself. Gi Ong-soo just calmly chuckled and replied playfully, Oh my, I'm so scared. The confrontation between Gi Yongshu and Fuang Huang unintentionally brought back the deepest memories in both of their minds. The scene unfolds with a gloomy gray sky pouring rain heavily. Gi Yongshu sitting on a hard cliff edge, clutching his injured arm and lost in deep thought. Suddenly, a sharp voice of a little girl broke through the overwhelmingly gloomy atmosphere. Brother Fai Kwang. At that time, Ji Yongshu's identity was still Fai Kwang, so calling him that was not wrong at all. He slowly turned his head to look, and sure enough, it was Fuang Huang, with short brown hair and clear, age-appropriate eyes. I didn't care about getting caught in the rain and just sat down next to you. I heard you got scolded for not listening to the Buddha, right? So you're asking if I'm okay? Mr. Shu didn't answer, just asked the same thing back. Are you okay? Do you know what he's asking about? Phoenix gently rubbed her small arm covered with bruises and scratches, then smiled mischievously and said, I'm fine. Being weak is also a fault. With such a calm attitude, I guess you can be at ease now. Gi told Mr. Shu to stay silent and listen as she continued. Buddha said that starting next month, he would be responsible for evaluating us. Now that I know you'll take care of that, I'm really happy. Also, I didn't hide it at all and even openly expressed my jealousy towards Gi Yongshu. I'm really jealous of you. You've been promoted to the judge and even given a nickname. Fai Kwang looks really cool. Then Fuang Huang turns to him and asks with an excited tone, Do you think I might also get a nickname someday? Mr. Shu coldly comments, You're small, but your dreams are too big. Phoenix chuckled and said, Who knows, right? I just heard her suddenly mention that the relationship between the judges is terribly bad. So if I become one of the judges. Gi Yongshu subtly guessed what she was about to ask next. Amidst the cold, stormy rain and the desolate mountain scenery, Fuang Huang's serious words echoed like a curse. So you're still close to me, right? Promise me. At the end of the flashback, Phoenix starts throwing bombs at Jiangshu. Probably because of their small size, no matter how quick Jiangshu is, he can't dodge them. And unfortunately, a bomb accidentally touched his finger. Just that gentle contact was enough to make the small bomb explode and release a terrifying blue-purple toxic gas. With his understanding, Gai Shu immediately recognized it and quickly found a gas mask to put on his face. It was toxic gas bombs. It doesn't use a typical explosion to destroy like regular bombs, but it blocks my view too much. Taking advantage of the situation, Gai Shu was still quite confused because he couldn't move his body and see the situation clearly. My hand is still tense, so I can't move. Phoenix has already sat on the motorcycle and sped towards him. As if by reflex, Guangshu quickly dodged to the side to avoid. Huang Huang turned the bike around, her blood-red eyes glaring fiercely, while a contemptuous smile played on her lips. How long do you still plan to run away? The sudden move of the opponent made her freeze in place. Because Guangshu is literally running away. After all, a motorcycle's speed is 1,000 times faster than a person's running ability. So Phoenix isn't in a hurry. Do you really think I wouldn't be able to? After shouting, "You're going to chase him upstairs," she immediately started the bike and sped off like flying, chasing the direction where Mr. Zhu had fled. Many routes here have been carefully studied. From the start, Gai Shu easily found alleyways to slip through, like this corridor full of people now. He ran straight inside without hesitation as the toxic smoke from the gas bombs began to fill the area, just as Phoenix arrived on his motorcycle. But she could only run halfway down the corridor because the scene in front of her blocked her path. On the floor, the bodies of the henchmen are scattered and being arranged under the command of the bearded man. Ga Ongshu stands proudly amidst the chaos, coldly glancing at Fuang Huang and daring her. Go ahead and try. Do you think she dares? Phoenix's hands gently clenched the handlebars, almost using every motorcycle riding skill she had to prevent the wheels from crushing her teammate. Although she had completed it brilliantly, unfortunately Fuang Huang didn't even have time to breathe a sigh of relief and was even grinding her teeth from extreme tension. Moreover, when she looked up, Fuang Huang realized that Jianshu was no longer in sight. Seeing her start to look around anxiously, Jianshu kindly pointed out that she had been trained to handle that vehicle. A voice came from above, and Phoenix suddenly looked up, realizing Jianshu was about to launch an attack. But everything happened too quickly, and she hadn't fully processed it, only managing a surprised O-shaped mouth and wide eyes. Then, as her feet firmly planted on the motorcycle seat, Jianshu's arm suddenly wrapped around her neck, tightening forcefully and causing her to struggle for breath. Phoenix tried to struggle and pry Jianshu's arm away with her hands, but he was like a clamp, completely useless. With no other choice, she grabbed the handlebars and kept her position, then sped off quickly, clearly showing her intention. Jianshu immediately burst out laughing a few times and asked, "Are you trying to speed up, to throw me off the bike? But you, girl, are tightening your grip on me even more, and you're not even wearing a helmet." After killing her, Fuang Huang couldn't bear it and let go of the steering wheel, causing both of them to fall off the bike. This collision was unavoidable and caused pain all over. Mr. Shu rubbed his injury and struggled to get up. He clicked his tongue and said, "I won't have to do something like this again." Sitting opposite him, Fuang Huang had also managed to get up. "Exactly what are you? What are you?" Carrying deep resentment, she continued in a hoarse voice. "If it weren't for you, everything would have gone according to plan, and I wouldn't have let her finish her sentence." Mr. Shu coldly interrupted and said, "I'm not sure when it started, but suddenly at some point, the image of young Fuang Huang unconsciously appeared in my mind, making it hard for Mr. Shu to contain his emotions. You keep blaming me again and again. When I was little, I used to be a girl called Da Bao Vang. After hearing him say that, the person you should blame isn't me. Phoenix became even angrier and shouted louder. Stop talking nonsense that I don't understand anymore. I really want to forget everything about the past. Who the hell are you? But Mr. Zhu just calmly replied. Fai Kuang seemed afraid that I wouldn't hear him, so he repeated once more that he is Fai Kuang. Phoenix gritted her teeth and asked, what? Then she asked him what nonsense he was talking about. Shu calmly called out Huang Huang's name and sincerely asked her to surrender. Seeing the look of complete surprise on the other person's face, he continued, I was going to kill you, but you managed the funds and still have transaction data, and I was ordered to capture you alive. To help Huang Huang change her stubborn thoughts, Yang Shu had to resort to what he thought was the best method, which was to exploit the past emotional bond between them to testify to the despicable acts that the damn monk forced her to endure and provide us with evidence related to that damn monk. If you're willing to do that, I will spare your life. But all I get in return is a sneering, mocking laugh from Phoenix. Moreover, I even tilt my head back and laugh out loud. Does Fai Kuang have a disciple he's hiding? And she's a cop too? Clearly, she doesn't trust that Jiangshu is Fai Kuang. At this moment, knowing that Huang Huang is having a hard time accepting it, Jiangshu doesn't show any anger. Instead, he softly continues, you should be the one to know that I have no disciples at all because you've investigated everything about me since you became the judge, right? Hearing the sincere words from someone he used to know, Phoenix was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Jiangshu frowned and asked, do you really think I wouldn't notice those tailing me while I'm on a mission? Seeing Huang Huang remain silent, he continued, only the two of us in Huakwuk 2 dislike that monk who, that's you and me. Why did you become... It seems that because he kept repeating himself, Huang Huang felt extremely annoyed. He gritted his teeth and cursed loudly. Shut up, shut the hell up. And Fei Kuang is dead. Regardless of his tearful and weak appearance being exposed before Mr. Shu, Huang Huang continues to vent his anger. The Buddha brought his body before me and said I would be next if I didn't obey him. I thought that was the end. Gyongsu nodded silently. I know it's hard to believe, but Huang Huang continued. And then, she reached into her shirt pocket to find something, sniffled a few times, then smiled bitterly. It seems An Fai Kuang didn't tell his disciple about this. The words she used to say as a child suddenly come to mind. I heard that the relationships among the judges are always terribly corrupt. Phoenix painfully looked directly into Mr. Shu's eyes and said, I hate it. Along with that hesitation was the Phoenix of memories, so if I ever become one of the judges. Phoenix pressed the magic patch onto his face and emphasized each word, saying that Fai Kuang is even more compassionate than Buddha. So the childhood promise back then still holds true, right? Promise me, I don't know when it became a tool to divide our feelings. As soon as I finished speaking, Phoenix's eyes suddenly turned blood red, and she prepared to leap into the air. At the same time, Fai Kuang also prepared for battle, his eyes fixed directly on her. Like a tornado, Huang Huang fiercely charged toward Fai Kuang ahead. Amidst the whirlwind, Mr. Zhu Duong's right leg delivered a powerful kick to her stomach, just as it hit the smoke bomb in Huang Huang's pocket. The space instantly filled with fog and dust, and in the chaos, only the faint silhouette of Mr. Zhu Duong remained visible. A scream rang out. He looked up in surprise, and Phoenix was frantically shouting with a face full of ecstasy. This is so exhilarating, so pleasurable. Drugs are the best. As she thought, she kicked him straight in the stomach. Phoenix still in a state of excitement, thinking that even when she has a headache, stomachache, or injuries, drugs can erase everything. Even when he's in the worst situation or feeling unwell, her strikes start hitting him with great force. Her eyes are bloodshot and blazing, fists clenched with an intimidating aura. The drug will fix everything. As soon as she finished speaking, her fist shot straight into Gyeongshu's face. After he collapsed, she laughed with joy, her eyes wild and crazed, completely intoxicated. In her mind, nothing could describe this feeling of euphoria. She screamed wildly, V so good, V so good, so damn addictive. At this moment, her mind is overwhelmed with extreme satisfaction, her eyes dazed and dreamy, her mouth in a trance. The feeling of euphoria is real. If you use drugs as a form of therapy, you will gradually recover and be healed. However, medicine or drugs only make you illusioned about what is happening in reality. Seeing the situation in front of Gyeongshu and thinking that way, he calmly watched her come out of her hallucination after the drug wore off. Turns out, she has been hallucinating all along. She gradually regains consciousness, opens her eyes, and seeing Gyeongshu standing in front of her, she still can't believe it and asks, why can you still stand firm? The light of justice envelops Gyeongshu, but in reality, nothing has changed. Now the pain returns to Phoenix, wounds piling on wounds, and a sense of disappointment creeping in, causing her to scream. He continues, it only makes things worse. After finishing, she screamed wildly. It hurts so much, damn it! Why is that? I'm at the Thuong Fong. He calmly watched her scream. No way it would turn out like that. I need to get an injection, she shouted and struggled to get up. Gitat Mr. Zhu called her Huang Huang. Her eyes flicked over to him. He looked into her eyes and said, that's really shameful. Just leave. Her fiery red eyes suddenly blurred with tears. At this moment, Phoenix sat down heavily. whispering uncertainly, asking herself if she was truly shameful. What about me? Suddenly she stood up, holding a dagger, shouting loudly at him. What do you know, huh? Suddenly, Phoenix was interrupted by Gong Shu's indifferent voice. I understand everything better than anyone else. And then he swung his hand, knocking all the medicine she was holding out of her grasp. Watching the medicines scatter through the air, she panicked and chased after my drugs. Her vacant, frantic eyes watched as the life buoy slipped from her hand and she helplessly exclaimed, Tao's medicine, give up now! A cold voice like thunder boomed. At the same time, Mr. Shu also raised his hand, ready to throw a punch and surrender. Just as he was about to strike, her mouth spat out a stream of blood. He stood there calmly, facing her with disdain, and said, Don't put on that shameful face anymore. Her desperate scream echoed. It hurts so much. Please give me medicine. Give it to me. Mr. Gishu firmly said, If you promise to surrender, I will give you a dose. No, I refuse then. Just kill me instead. I'm more afraid of being scolded by the Bodhisattva than of death itself. Gi Ongshu sighed angrily. Sangpei asked me for a favor. His hand clenched tightly as he tried to hold back and said to her, She begged me not to kill you. She remained silent for a long time after hearing that, then looked at him with curiosity. But if you really are Anfi Kwang, you wouldn't have killed Sang Pi. Hearing this, she closed her eyes in pain. You already had enough information from her. Zhu Gong coldly revealed, Sang Pi had abused children, and seeing the shock in Fuang Huang's eyes, he added, And with this reaction, you had no idea about that. He relaxed his body and asked Fuang Huang again, Do you understand now why I killed her? Phoenix still doubted and looked down on him, saying, You act as if you're the hero. Hearing her words, he could understand Phoenix's suspicion and worry. If it's because you're afraid that old bastard will bother you, then rest assured. Zhu looked down at the woman kneeling on the ground, firmly confirming that I will kill him. Phoenix was initially stunned, her face filled with confusion. Then suddenly she burst into loud laughter, as if your words were a hilarious joke. Hopefully, I will kill the Bodhisattva. She contemptuously said, An Bi Kwang. Even he was killed by the Botat. Do you really believe you can kill him? Old Shu calmly explained that my previous body was injured and disabled. Remember the image of my entire body covered in wounds, through years of harsh training and beatings I endured since I was young. It's a shortcut to becoming stronger, but our bodies are accumulations and scars will always remain. Painful memories gradually resurface in the mind. And then the final task that hammered the last nail into the coffin of my battered body was to wipe out the organization of the Holy Truth Church. After saying that, he calmly looked at her sitting there stiffly spraying glue. The Phoenix suddenly seemed to find hope, lifting a hopeful gaze to look at him. I was badly injured after that incident. You know that too, right? Shu's hand clenched into a fist, but this new body I have is completely different. His eyes shone brightly. It has been trained through diligent effort so I can charge into battle whenever I need, and it shows no signs of abuse from childhood. So this body is in perfect condition. Should I say it's brand new, just unwrapped? He silently marvels to himself. Luckily, I got lucky. If I had her body, I'm sure Mr. Zhu would argue, if he knew I was thinking this way. What about my body? Just imagining it makes me feel miserable. After hearing Jian Mr. Shu's story, Phoenix's eyes suddenly lit up. He continued, If I can get used to this body and keep training, then that damn Master Teacher Shu keeps talking more passionately. He said, I can kill that old man. Seeing you like this, I feel trust and hope burning brightly inside me. Phoenix stammered emotionally, no longer speaking fiercely. You? Really? At this moment, looking at him, she suddenly remembered many old memories, especially the simple days with Fai Kwang. She trembled and asked, Is that you, Fai Kwang? Mr. Zhu confidently confirms, It's me, now choose. My advice is to turn yourself in. Should I just die here? Right now, you threaten me. She was both surprised and a little touched as she burst into tears looking at him. At this moment, she didn't know what to choose. She just blurted out without being able to say anything else. She lowered her head, speechless. In this situation, Gai Shu seemed confident of victory, quietly standing there waiting for her to choose. In another room, warm yellow light shone on the ceiling. Jianshu's team is very worried. Will Jianshu be okay? Jian Mr. Hai cleared his throat and said, He'll be fine. Let's go call everyone out of here. Rescue will arrive within 30 minutes, right? What is it, Mr. Hai? Looking at Mu sitting injured in the back, Hiron wondered should we give him the silver gloves he lost too much blood. Even though he's injured, Sang Muk remains extremely aggressive. If you dare to touch me, I will kill you. Gi Onghai calmly observes and approaches him, teasing. Then I will touch your body with my finger. Why does Sang Muk open his eyes wide at this scene, he asks, but then whispers to her. Hey, take some of these patches from your shirt pocket and stick them all over him. The three of them were stunned, eyes wide open and mouths agape, looking at him. Huh? Yunhai looked confused, wondering who I am and where I am. What is this now? At this moment, his face was flushed, sweat pouring down as he struggled to hold something back, shouting loudly, Just do it, hurry up. Hai also pointed at him like firing a gun. See, that's drugs. You're really a junkie. Why should I give drugs to an addict? He could only grit his teeth and endure silently. Suddenly, someone's voice came from the door. That's right, Hai looked over. The door had opened somehow. Under the yellow light, two shadowy figures stand backlit, their arms crossed with mystery. They begin to reveal their muscular arms covered in numerous tattoos. The voice continues to echo, saying that drugs are for Gi Ong-hee and Sang-muk, both watching the door intently with their own suspicions. Two large, muscular calves continue to be revealed in the light, with tattoos resembling different colored red and black fish bones. Finally, the two masked figures with bulging muscles appear. Their outfits are in stark contrast, one dressed for winter and the other for summer, both together snarling at the scum. Seeing the scene before them, Sang-muk and Yeon-hai both stared in shock and disbelief, leaning back in surprise. Both were stunned and cautious as they looked at the Tri-Ho Salmuk brothers, whom he knew well. But Yeon-hai didn't. She kept questioning. Who are they? The two guys angrily gritted their teeth and kept calling his name. They approached Sang-muk while walking and questioning him. What happened to you? Sang-muk, trembling all over, sat down in fear. The wooden pieces he used as weapons now just broken branches. They are angry and criticizing him. I sent you here to kill that drug addict. Sang-muk is extremely scared, sweat pouring down his face. He remembered when he went on a mission with his huge body and fierce face, but the girl didn't seem surprised to see him. She just let out a small sound. In the evening sunset in the living room, the girl sat quietly on the sofa and gently asked him, Are you the one supporting the Black Lispatz gang? Phoenix crossed her arms and asked with a smile, Are you here to kill me? Sang-muk's eyes widened in surprise as if he didn't expect her to speak so gently. She stepped forward and introduced herself. I have something even more interesting than killing you. Then Phoenix opened her palm, revealing a blue candy inside. She invited him, asking if he wanted to be with her. It was at that moment that he developed feelings for her. Back to reality, the brothers just scolded him. Loving someone like her, look at you now, you're so scrawny. Kwak Tu-hwa angrily said, I've repeatedly warned you about women and then some. Kwak Tu-hwa interrupted, Little brother, women do nothing wrong, it's just that she's a drug addict. Hearing that, Hae-guo Tu-hwa glanced at his brother. He explained, You're doing it again. What do you mean when you say women haven't done anything wrong? While Jeon-hai's people kept surprising everyone, these two brothers were still arguing. Even their upper bodies haven't been trained to that level, so the women are just amateurs. But when it comes to kicking and fighting, they are on a different level, right? At this moment, Sang-muk finally trembled and spoke. The Lesby brothers stepped out. What brought you here? Why are you asking such strange questions when they both look defeated and are sitting on the ground? Their eyes show bloodlust and cruelty. We came here to kill her. Looking around, there's no one in sight. They both ask at the same time where everyone is. In another space, Guy's son is carrying a phoenix on his back, and behind him, she keeps exclaiming, Carrying like this makes me remember the old days. He replied indifferently, keeping his mouth shut and conserving energy to go up the hill. She didn't care and continued, Do you remember the first time we met? Both of their minds now recall the scene from back then. The first time we met, you were just a kid training. Go, Du called him back. He turned around and saw his master standing with a small girl. Du introduced, This is the child who passed the entrance exam. From now on, the two of you will be in the same unit, and the girl's eyes are very innocent and trembling. The master continues to tell you to teach her a few things here while you are here. With a whoosh, a staff swung into the air. Mr. Shu looked suspiciously at the fragile girl sitting on the ground with a broken staff. Hey, how can you pass the first transformation ritual when you're so weak like this? The little girl still sits weakly on the ground, her eyes filled with fear, trembling slightly. Seeing this scene, the boy's voice also softened. How could you? I recall when I was trapped among the corpses and I was the only survivor. Hearing that, the boy immediately insisted he didn't have the skills to pass. The girl instantly panicked, crying and begging, I'm sorry, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Please don't tell the Bodhisattva, I don't want to die, I don't want to. Seeing her like that, Fai Kwang didn't know what to do. He sat down in front of her and comforted her. Get up, I won't tell anyone. The girl doubted and asked again, Really? You confirmed it again. That's right, I won't tell anyone. I looked into her eyes and said, When I crossed the threshold, I promised myself that I would always keep my future companion alive and safe. The girl, holding her pinky finger up with hope, asked, Can you promise me? Fai Kwang wondered, What's the pinky for? A promise is made by hooking this little finger. That's what my mother told me, the girl replied. Her finger was again pointed at Gi Ong-shu. Do you promise me? All right, I promise. You finally agree. However, she also remembered the image of the Buddha's hand reaching out to her and his evil smile. Next, there is an image of Fuang Huang being tightly restrained by two men, forcing her to drink something. The image of him turning away while she helplessly stares with wide eyes at the strange water they are forcing into her mouth. Back to reality, Fuang Huang burst into tears and accused him. I know that's a promise you couldn't keep. How could you survive in that environment while also protecting me? I should blame the person responsible, but I think about Dua, and I just keep blaming you more and more. Mr. Sun continued walking. She misunderstood everything. Have I ever broken my promise to keep you alive? Phoenix asked in surprise. What? Are you asking me? I still don't know why I was the only one to survive that day. A cry of Lothat Thane rang out as Hak Kwok Tu Hwa's hand clenched Sangmuk's wrist. The two brothers of Kwok Tu Hwa sneered, "You seem to be getting thinner. So pitiful. So pitiful." Seeing the situation in front of him, Mr. Hai immediately shouted to his teammates, "Stop him!" The action team quickly took their positions, holding their shields and moving forward. Suddenly, their eyes froze, sweat pouring down their faces. It turns out that in front of them, Guo Tu Hua was throwing a powerful punch toward them. The police team grit their teeth and rushed forward with their shields, blocking his kick, but his powerful punch left a deep dent on the shield, and the action team was knocked down. Guo Hua warned them to stay silent and watch, as they were now dealing with the traitor. On the other side, his younger brother continued to punish Sangmuk. "I care about you a lot." At the same time, he twisted even harder. Suddenly, his other hand slipped into his pocket, and he struggled to pull out the medicine. Hak Kwok Tu Hwa looked on with contempt and said, "You're about to die but still holding your medicine bag? You've never disappointed me." "It's okay. Just stick with it." Sangmuk rages wildly, gritting his teeth and grinding his jaws as he listens to him. "Let's see where your chosen path will lead you." He quickly sticks the medicine patch on his neck and declares that the person I fear disappointing the most is none other than Phoenix. After finishing, he threw a punch at Hak Kwok Tu Hwa. The Tri-Ho brothers remained completely calm, and he gently raised one hand to block Sangmuk's punch. Gyung Hai trembling as he saw blood splatter in front of him, sweat pouring down like rain. The Hak Kwok Tu Hwa looked at him like a clown. "This is the path you chose, the path leading into the trap." He then shifts his focus to Jian Hai's team. "Now it's your turn. Make the whole lot tremble." Suddenly, the two of them exclaimed in surprise, eagerly watching the members in front of them. Now look at the eyes of the Tri-Ho brothers turning completely red. A few other bastards look pretty good too. Jian Hai's team heard that and their hearts sank, everyone shouting in disbelief. "What?" As if they couldn't believe their ears, shivering repeatedly from that terrifying thing. "Does it taste good?" However, his brothers didn't pay any attention to her. "Oh, I didn't mention you." Hak Kwok Tu Hwa said directly, "I don't care about women." Turning to the security team, he kept marveling. "You guys have pretty good bodies. Even with full protective gear, I can't hide my eyes from you." "Huh? Me?" Like an interrogation, he relentlessly attacked. "You've trained in several boxing sports. For how long?" 10 years behind. Worried about him, Guy shouted loudly, "Hey, why did you go answer him?" Ignoring everyone's fear, she scolded him, "You're such a damn idiot." Mr. Hawk seemed indifferent to her words, only clapping and praising. "Excellent, excellent." He was very pleased with Hun, saying, "You have an excellent body. I like it." They then glanced over at Mr. Heehan's car, which was standing still. "Hey, don't answer him." "Why are you guys talking to those crazy people?" Hak Kwok Kwok turned around and shouted at her, "Don't stick your nose into that woman." He suddenly stared intently at Guyong Hee. "Wait a moment, hold on a second." This guy suddenly praised him. Now that I look closely, that woman is really impressive. Gi-ong immediately becomes alert, his guarded eyes watching him. "Me?" He started rambling on and on. "She has a body that has undergone very thorough training." Hi, June kneels silently, sitting beside her without moving. Before he could act, that hack guy rushed in and forcefully grabbed Hun by the throat. His hand forcefully breaks Heijun's neck. Gu Hai shouts in anger, "Let go of that bastard!" Hak continues to break his arm. Heijun cried out in pain, his strength truly incredible. His face quickly turned pale, bloodless. Guohua pushes him to the ground. Now his mouth is wide open, thanking for the meal. The corridor is silent as Phoenix's voice echoes. "What?" Sitting on Kia Eungshu, she kept questioning him. "What do you mean? Why am I the only one left alive after that day?" "Oh, I see. I've been thinking and making a guess. Maybe it's because I've developed some immunity to the drug?" Mr. Zhu shook his head. "After becoming her partner in training, I realized one thing. No matter how hard she trains, in the end, her being killed by that bastard is inevitable." That bastard was Yawa. I remember the cruel truth from my childhood when I learned the terrible reality, and young Fai Kwang was heartbroken. "Are you worried about that girl?" the first Fai Kwang said. Fai Kwang immediately glared at him, anger boiling inside, and grew even more furious when he saw his calm face. He broke the stick weapon and charged with all his strength to attack him. First, Fai Kwang's expression is very calm as he simply stands still and easily catches the stick. He is not angry, but instead advises young Fai Kwang, "Stay calm, even if you have been chosen to be the next Yi after Ta." Seeing the innocent face before him, the first Fai Kwang suddenly struck the boy's neck. But he was still just a kid. He quickly threw away the wooden stick and calmly said, "I will show you a way to save that girl from being killed." Fai Kwang grit his teeth, his face full of suspicion. "What?" The other person calmly explains, "Taba, what kinds of poisons are used to produce sedatives? If you give the girl small doses of poison and gradually increase the amount, she will develop immunity and survive." Kwang hesitated and asked again, "What do you want?" His eyes sparkled with admiration. The kid is truly a clever child. It was indeed a wise decision to spare him that day. "The plan has made some progress," he is satisfied. "I want." Mr. Shu sighed. "In the end, I managed to obtain the list of poisons I needed by making a deal with the first Fai Kwang." And then Fai Kwang handed Phoenix the medicinal porridge. "Eat this." Phoenix happily exclaimed about the porridge without realizing anything was wrong. But when she drank it, she sensed that something was off. She suspiciously looked at him. The taste of the porridge must be a bit bitter. Fai Kuang avoids her gaze, thinking it's just her imagination. He, Mr. Zhu, recounted that I secretly added them to your food, and after a few years, you were able to survive. And here we are again, able to reunite like this. The phoenix tearfully protests, lying. Mr. Gi calmly recounted, do you remember the times you had a fever and rashes all over your body? That was when her body was building strength to resist. Oh, why blame him? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Gi Ongshu remained silent. What if I told you and you revealed it while you were high on the drug? Our lives would both be ruined. Your concern is justified. You predicted that guy would put drugs in the food, and that bastard always believed she had an innate resistance to the drugs. Just like the first generation phoenix went to pee, he focused on turning her into an addict to make her the second generation phoenix. As for me, I was secretly preparing to escape without Huagutsha knowing, and I went to her place intending to take her with me and run away. Standing in front of Phoenix, still deep in sleep, he gently calls her to wake up. We have to leave now. Phoenix, still unconscious from sleep, responds to Fai Kuang. Fai Kuang hurriedly urged them to go before they were discovered, as the other person coldly asked, Are we leaving? Phoenix suddenly sat up, looking unusually excited. Where to? This is paradise, Yi Ongsu muttered. I was mistaken in my judgment. Under Phoenix's bed were all drugs, and she innocently asked, So are you taking me out for a walk? Then she reached out her hand and said, Stay here. Let's do something even more wonderful together. Mr. Xu realizes that medicine is the worst thing in the world, and it changed her. The more I see her gradually change, the more I regret my previous choice. I wonder if it would have been better if I had just let him die earlier, Phoenix asked Jion's son. Why? Weren't you the one who ran away alone back then? Who knows? Jian Mr. Sun replied casually as he walked away. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the room ahead, causing both of them to stop in their tracks. They immediately tensed up and listened carefully. Is that someone's scream? At this moment, Phoenix guesses it was Sang Muk who caused it. The room is getting more and more chaotic. She is anxious. I have to quickly go and tell him. Then the two of them immediately rush into the room. Feng Huang shouted for Sang Muk to stop. The scene in front of them froze Gian Sun and Feng Huang in place for 5 seconds. The room is in chaos, with the Triho brothers frantically biting into Jiang He's arm, as Jiang He and a surviving teammate desperately try to stop them. Surrounded by numerous unconscious people, suddenly Jian Hai saw him and shouted excitedly, Jian Sun! Phoenix was stunned. Lesp stepped out while Jian immediately looked helpless. This is terrible. At this moment, the Triho siblings look up with their mouths covered in horrifying blood, both of them exclaiming, There was once a pair of siblings, the older born with a fragile lower body and the younger with a weak upper body. Their physical shortcomings became their weakness and the reason they were abandoned.
The two brothers are trapped in a starving room where children with physical disabilities are confined. They cannot accept that they have to die just because they were born with physical flaws.
And so the two children vowed to overcome reality. They trained, they fought, they ate people. The cycle kept repeating, training wildly, killing countless, devouring their own kind without leaving a scrap. It went on, and over time, they grew stronger. A few months later, the door that had always been kept shut was opened, and the one who appeared was the Buddha. He was truly amazed that the two brothers had survived under such harsh conditions. And after years of training, the older brother strengthened his originally weak lower body into legs as powerful as a wild boar's, while the younger brother, with his fragile upper body, gained shoulders as broad as a bird's wings. The two brothers are really satisfied, looking at each other proudly. Oh, this is cool, really cool. The national flower of July is really cool, just like the black national flower of April. Both of them cheerfully jump up. The brothers of the national flower are insanely cool. At that moment, they looked at Jian Shun carrying the phoenix on his back with confusion. What is that drug addict doing? Letting a cop carry him on his back? They seem very unfamiliar with this scene. Suddenly, her eyes turn bloodshot. Phoenix's attention collides with Sang Muk's corpse, and she screams out loud for Sang Muk. The Black Nation, Tu Hua despises it. Oh, how long has it been? I have been waiting for this day for so long. I damn well despise people like you, walking around as if you are something special just because you are one of the Buddha's favorites. He continued to snort coldly. You act so arrogant as if you are very important in his eyes, even if you are nothing now that Fu Kuang is dead, if you also die. He is calculating that in January, the crane, in March, the cherry blossom, and in August, the mountain valley, there will only be 3 of us left. The Black Nation Hoa talks about it like it's an everyday thing. Can my younger brother forgive Brother Dao? She's pretty, isn't she? Looking at the Chiho brothers, Gai Sun secretly calculated that each of them was like a boil on the butt. But they weren't the only pair acting together. I called Jian Hai. Did you call the hospital yet? She replied cautiously. They will arrive here in about 10 minutes. He carefully places the phoenix down, thinking to himself, 10 minutes is enough to hold them off. Suddenly his face darkened. The shadows of the two brothers intertwined. He bewilderedly held his head. What on earth is happening to my body? 100,000 questions why? Suddenly he thought of another possibility. Could it be that this drug has entered my body through Phoenix's blood and caused this dizzying reaction? She's constantly moaning and saying she won't go with me unless I carry her. Phoenix looked in horror at Jianshu's reaction. Has my brother Jianshu, who shares my body, blamed himself for being too soft? That is not good at all. While he was confused, the Black Nation's self-proclaimed hero attacked. He launched an attack, grabbing Jianshu by the neck with both hands, but suddenly, he asked in disbelief, his hands empty, and Jian had disappeared somehow earlier. Meanwhile, Gaizhun suddenly appeared and kicked him hard in the leg, but only managed to hit an empty space. He looked down on him and said, "You can't knock me down." He was stunned, not expecting him to dodge, and was still raising his hands to strike down with force. Hak Kwok gritted his teeth and punched down, saying, "With such weak strength, just go and die." It seems he once again looks down on him. Gian slips away again, and he curses in frustration. "Huh? Damn it, you damn rat." Jung-sun reappeared, speaking coldly. "I think your hands have gotten bigger." He sneered contemptuously, but at the same time, you also became slower. What the hell is going on? You know me? Facing him, Guyong-sun felt uneasy as his strength was leaving his body. "Hurry and order, Phoenix, to go with the other police and leave here. I will follow you." The hack name is also muttering. "Phoenix, continue to lead the children and the team members out of here." Jian Hai replied loudly, "I will," but as she hesitated and panic set in, Hak Kwok's dangerous voice echoed, "Leave here." He stood blocking her path, his body language and words showing contempt. "Did I let you do this? The situation is getting out of control. My body is gradually losing control. Gyeong-sun thinks he doesn't have much time. He needs to finish quickly. He begins to attack. Hak Kwok Tu-hwa is excited, and he also starts rushing in. They are truly real men. I like it. The two of them start unleashing their strongest moves at each other, both evenly matched. However, after a few rounds, Guyong-sun was hit. Huang Huang was worried that he had caught up with An-fi Kwang. She recalls from childhood to adulthood and thinks she has always been a burden to him. Phoenix grits her teeth and begins to devise a plan, reaching into her shirt to grab a star-shaped vial containing blue liquid. "Are you trembling? Is it the end?" Hei Guozihua has realized the change in Jian-sun's body. "You're slowing down, and you also have a very beautiful body." He regretfully says, "It's a pity. It has been contaminated with the drug. I can't eat it." He was about to finish off on, "So farewell then." Suddenly, a surge of energy shot over, and Hak Kwok Tu-hwa couldn't dodge in time. He glared wildly as the phoenix suddenly appeared between them, using the last of its strength. "I'm sorry, I definitely can't bear all the mistakes I've made." But even so, it turned out she drank that blue potion to boost her strength to save him. The Black Sovereign Hua snarled in rage, "Get out, you woman!" Phoenix's whole body was pale, but her face was very peaceful. "I will protect you this time." These are the different levels of Phoenix's medicine. Buddha's tears are created by former Phoenix Bee and Sang Bei. The upgraded version is light or glow. The pleasure and physical enhancement of the recipient will depend on the level of the patch. Of course, the side effects after it wears off also come with it. The strongest effect among them is light, powerful enough to make Sang-pi faint with just one patch. But even the high-level managers are unaware of a level beyond this light. Phoenix has realized that her body is gradually becoming immune to the light, and she is spending time and effort to refine a more concentrated type of medicine. And the product of that dedication is called Phoenix Tears. Phoenix decided to drink it when the light patch no longer worked on her or when the most important moment of her life arrived. And Phoenix consents that the Phoenix Tears are safely stored in a sturdy glass bottle. If she drinks it, the place she wakes up will be hell. Back in the present, Phoenix has awakened her extraordinary power after drinking the Phoenix Tears she prepared. The hair on the top of her head is gradually turning gray due to the effects of the potion. She glared and raised her hand to block the punch Hak Kwok Tu-hwa was throwing. He was caught off guard by Phoenix's sudden move. Hak Kwok Tu-hwa, angry, raised his fist to attack, "But I told you to get that dirty hand away right now." Before he could strike, Huang Huang threw a punch straight into his back. The eyes of Hak Kwok Tu-hwa gradually turned red with anger. Combined with the pressure from the punch Phoenix just delivered, Hak Kwok Tu-hwa stepped back, dodging as he growled, "Damn it." Suddenly, he looked down as if he had discovered something. Hak Kwok Tu-hwa was surprised to see his arm infected with the drug, the effect from Huang Huang's medicine gradually spreading across his hand. He angrily shouted in Huang Huang's face, but she still stood in front of Jianshu to protect him, her eyes determined. At this moment, Hak Kwok Tu-hwa's anger reached its peak, probably because he hated drug addicts so much, he started cursing at her, "You drug addict bastard!" He trembles as he looks at his hands soaked with the drug. My clean body. My clean body. While he was distracted, Phoenix turned to Jianshu and whispered something to him. He looked surprised when he heard the information Phoenix provided. At this moment, Hak Kwok Tu-hwa had already noticed the suspicious actions of the two. He shouted, "What are you guys saying? How dare you stain my body?" Phoenix turned to look at him, her voice full of confidence. "Yes, just as I thought." She sneered with satisfaction, saying, "You use drugs too. Look at how they have no effect on you at all." He glared and asked, "What do you mean?" Furious at Phoenix's words, Tu-hwa from the Black Kingdom slammed his chest and said, "You better take that back right now. I'm strong because my spirit is strong." He he shouted as he rushed toward the Phoenix, catching her off guard. Hak Kwuk Tu Hua threw a powerful punch at Fuang Huang. He struck her hard in the stomach, shouting to prove his point clearly. After taking that hit, Phoenix was in pain, blood spitting from her mouth. She knelt down, clutching her stomach in agony, and he looked down at her with contempt, saying, "I'm going to kill you, you bitch." The Phoenix frowned, puffed up its cheeks, readying for the next move. It spat a large mouthful of blood toward the Black Nation's Tu Hua. Before he could react to this move, Phoenix's blood splattered all over his mask. He screamed and covered his face with his hands.
My eyes, my eyes.
The Phoenix readied itself to leap and attack him. Hak Kwuk Tu Hua clutched his face and shouted, "You bastard!" While his vision was obscured, Fuang Huang quickly jumped up, locking his neck with her leg and holding his arms tightly to prevent him from moving. To Hak Kwuk Tu Hua's astonishment, Fuang Huang used her strength to unbalance him, forcing him to collapse to the ground. She tightened her grip around his neck, leaving him gasping for air and pleading, "Let go." In the heat of the moment, she shouted, calling out to GH with red hair. Phoenix immediately came to her aid. "You and your team get out of here." Gong Shu's entire team stood below, stunned by what I just said. Mr. Heen's car looked up at Phoenix with confusion. Why is she suddenly helping us? Mr. Hai turned away, annoyed at the silly question. That doesn't matter anymore. She looked up at Jian Shu and shouted loud enough for him to hear. "Let's go, Jian Shu. Let's get out of here." Kwok Tu Hua suddenly spoke. "Stop!" Kwok Tu Hua defiantly crossed his arms in front of the exit, his eyes filled with deadly intent. He warned the entire Jian Shu team. "I told you no one is allowed to leave." The Jian team and Mr. Shu looked at him in fear. Mr. Hai clenched his teeth, helplessly trying to find a way out. Oh, she looked down in surprise and discovered something. Her foot was stepping on 2 red patches containing medicine. Gi Ongsu, with a thoughtful expression, looked at the 2 patches under his feet and exclaimed, "You, they're shouting from the top of the Black Nation temple. Let me out." He was held tightly by Phoenix on one arm. Using that, he swung that arm hard against the floor, causing her whole body to be slammed down repeatedly. With the other hand, he tried to pry Phoenix's leg off his neck, growling, "Let go." Phoenix's hair has turned nearly white from the effects of the drug, and she struggles to hold her position against Hak Kwuk Tu Hua's overwhelming strength. He curses, and so does she. Hak Kwuk Tu Hua calmly asks from below, "Do you need help, little brother?" He angrily shifts aside when the kicks this bastard away. Guo Hua replies, "Wait a moment." He stepped over to where Jian Shu's team stood and said slowly, "Let me kill these guys first." Hyun and Seong Hyun trembled as they watched him approach. Meanwhile, Jian Hai remained strangely calm. Approaching, Kwok Tu Hua was surprised. Jiang Hai had now pressed the drug patch onto her face, breathing to stay calm. Her eyes were red, and blue veins were spreading around where she applied it. Gi Eung Hai looked up at Kwok Tu Hua with a sneer. "So?" Kwok Tu Hua looked at her with a puzzled expression. "You also play with drugs." He continued, "Are you crazy?" Then suddenly she rushed at him, catching him off guard. As Gi Eung Shu said, she is indeed very clever. Thanks to the strength-enhancing patch, Young Hee quickly stuck the remaining patch on his leg, because she knew he hated medicine. The medicine started to take effect on Guo Zihua's leg, and he shouted in fear. Guo Zihua trembled, curling his leg up, trying to remove the dirty thing, but he didn't want to touch it. He shouted in fear, trying to peel off the sticker, shouting nonstop, trembling with fear, the medicine spilling everywhere. Just at this moment, Jung Hee stepped aside, Li Xiong Hyun, and pulled Jian Shu away. Huang Hee-jun, pulling the children along, Song Hyun quickly carried Song Shu in response. Hee-jun over there carrying the 3 children also quickly responded. "Me too." The blinding light shone down on where they were standing like a final beacon to help them leave this place. Yeon Hai said, "Now she is carrying A Hyung, leading the team out of that terrifying place." Young Hai shouted, "Hurry and retreat!" Behind, Kwok Tu Hua is still struggling with the patch on her leg. Jeong Hun is running and trying to encourage Jian Shu, who is gradually losing consciousness from the effects of the medicine. Gi Ong-soo walked slowly. The doctor is coming soon. Gi Ong-soo, with a dazed look in his eyes, was aware that he was gradually losing consciousness. He glanced back, trying to see Phoenix one last time before he lost consciousness. Up there, she was still struggling to hold back Black Kwok Tu Hua. Phoenix turned towards the path where Mr. Shu was coming out, tears in her eyes, and said her final farewell. "Goodbye." "Oh, ma'am!" In the brightly lit room, the shouting of Queen Hoa echoes loudly. Hey, hey! No matter how much he struggles, he can't get that sticker off. "Get this thing off me! It's disgusting!" Hak Kwok Tu Hua shouted. "Go and take it off yourself!" Having been choked by Phoenix all this time, Black Kwok Tu Hua was starting to lose patience. He forcefully tried to slip his hand inside her neck, attempting to pull her leg out. After struggling for a while, he managed to slip his hand through. He cursed, "Damn it!" Phoenix realized that the situation was no longer safe. She was stunned by his strength. Breaking free from Phoenix, he swung his fist and punched Phoenix straight in the face, shouting in anger, "Die!" Suddenly, Hak Kwok Tu Hua's punch froze. The drug's effect was so strong that his body gradually stiffened. He got angry at Fuang Huang. "You made him like this." He roared. The demon kept punching fiercely, and Hak Kwok Tu Hua unleashed blows like thunder on her face, making her release the arm he was holding. He sat up, his neck squeezed by the Phoenix until he struggled to breathe, groaning. After being punched repeatedly by him, the Phoenix trembled and tried to sit up. After struggling with the last patch for a while, Kwok Tu-hwa finally managed to remove it. He let out a relieved sigh. Fu, I will find that red-haired cop and kill him with my own hands. The weak voice of Phoenix echoed down. Where do you think you're going? Kwok Tu-hwa looked up as the small grenades filled with Phoenix's powder flew toward him. As soon as they hit the ground, clouds of blue smoke filled the room, spilling out of the entrance and exit, while Kwok Hwa covered his face to avoid inhaling the fumes, his eyes glaring with fear. The Phoenix above was full of defiance, you two and me. Above, the gaze of Black Kwok Tu-hwa looking at her was equally filled with murderous intent as his brother. She continued, I have something to settle. Phoenix wiped the blood from her mouth as she looked at him. This will be our end, let's die. The three of us addicts. After exchanging challenges with the brothers from Kwok Tu-hwa and Black Kwok Tu-hwa, Phoenix's memories of living with Phi Kwong suddenly resurfaced. One day, late at night on a rainy day, Phi Kwong arrived. At this time, Mr. Shu was still Phi Kwong. I have killed someone today. Phoenix looked up worried by Phi Kwong's attitude. I know. I heard you killed the old Phi Kwong and officially became a demon. Phi Kwong placed his hand on his chest. His voice choked. It felt like a stoic face, but tears were streaming down. He said painfully, I have lost something. Phi Kwong clenched his fist and asked Fuang Huang, have you ever killed anyone before? Phoenix was confused by his question. No. He hesitated before replying. Yes, of course, I was about to say more, but suddenly stopped. Phi Kwong looked down at Fuang Huang pleading, his face still dark as he said, don't change. Then he extended his pinky finger, affirming this as a promise with the hope that Phoenix would keep it. Phoenix extended her pinky and promised Phi Kwong. All right, from that day on, Phi Kwong became a demon, successfully carrying out missions to eliminate killers like him. But he failed in the mission to kill civilians and was tortured by the Buddha. But he was too skilled for Lord Buddha to kill him. On the other hand, when I became a demon to please Lord Buddha, I made countless people addicted to drugs and dragged them into a pit of despair. I don't feel guilty for breaking my promise to him. Isn't it true that he never kept his promises to me either? But I was wrong. I got high and killed someone in front of Phi Kwong, and I hate him. But I was wrong. Oh, back to reality. Phoenix is now being relentlessly beaten by Black Kwok Tu-hwa. Kwok Tu-hwa jumped up from below to support his younger brother after her provocation. He grabbed Phoenix's head, pulled it down, and at the same time delivered a powerful knee strike to her face. The patch containing the drug inside Phoenix flew everywhere after Kwok Tu-hwa's headbutt. Blood spurted from her nose and mouth, her eyes glazed over, and before losing consciousness, Phoenix asked herself, why have I changed so much? Seeing the scattered patches, she finally realized it was the drug. The drug is the reason she changed so much. Phi Kwong Hoi Kui said that if you committed any crimes in your past life, you would be reincarnated as a bug or a pet to atone for them. Then you will be reincarnated as a human. Brother Phi Kwong preserves even the smallest part of humanity and has been reincarnated as a human. So he can atone for his sins, right? The Phoenix wonders if in the next life it will be reincarnated as a bug or a pet. Or will I be born in hell once again? Lost in thought, Phoenix now lies dying on the floor under the watchful eyes of the two brothers, Kwok Tu-hwa and Ha Kwok Tu-hwa. Black Kwok Tu-hwa asked his brother, has the medicine worn off? She doesn't seem to be in a good state anymore. Kwok Tu-hwa glanced at his younger brother and replied, I think we've beaten her a little too much already. The whisper of the Phoenix cut through the brothers' conversation. Drugs. She is in her final moments, but her craving for the drug remains unchanged. With trembling hands, she reaches out, tears in her eyes, begging the two brothers, give me the drug. Drugs? Ha Kwok Tu-hwa sneered. You're dying and still craving drugs? Kwok Hwa chimed in, you really are a junkie. Black Kwok Tu-hwa picked up a fried piece and asked Fuang Huang, do you want to take one last hit before you die? He stepped forward, holding the piece of fried food in front of Phoenix, grinning and demanding, take back what you said, that we're addicts, and then like a breakup gift, I'll let you have a little more. He waved the piece to tempt her, saying, now take back your words. Phoenix's face was bruised and battered from the wounds, but she still forced out each word. Are you really going to give me the drug? The drug, he confirmed again. Of course I trembled as I reached out to take the fried piece he offered with the drug. Suddenly, Phoenix remembered, memories flooding back, recalling that rainy day when Phi Kwong held her hand tightly, begging her, please. Fuang Huang always remembered the desperate look in Phi Kwong's eyes back then, along with the promise to him not to change. The vow ended with their pinkies hooked together to seal the promise. Phoenix suddenly woke up after recalling her childhood promise to Phi Kwong. In front of her now are the brothers Kwok Tu-hwa and Ha Kwok Tu-hwa, still uttering the word medicine, but right now, Fuang Huang's mind was flooded with thoughts. That's right, when I die. Fuang Huang suddenly changed. She held up her pinky in front of him, sneering, hey, you damn stoners, stop pretending to be victims. You guys are just like me. Fuang Huang fully understood that her reckless action would only hasten her death. The look in his cousin's eyes changed instantly. Trung Trung stared at Phoenix as if he wanted to devour him alive. I, Phoenix, am determined to die with a clear mind. And before I could think any further, Hak Kwuk Tu Hua grabbed the middle finger I was pointing at him, then he tore off Fuang Huang's finger and shouted angrily, "You bastards! How many times have I told you?" as he punched him repeatedly in the face. Even though he was beaten, Phoenix no longer seemed to feel pain. If he sincerely apologized to those he had destroyed and showed true remorse, even if he couldn't recover like An Fi Kwang. Phoenix looked up at the ceiling, lost in thought, ignoring his screams. "You bastard!" The Dark Nation's Tu Hua didn't stop. He kept attacking her. His eyes turned fierce. "You bastard!" He planned to end Phoenix by strangling her. Her eyes were slowly glazing over, her skin turning purple. Fuang Huang struggled to speak each word despite being strangled. I'm sorry, I was wrong," Phoenix whispered with deep regret. She apologized to everyone who had ever been harmed by her poison, despite her neck being squeezed until it turned purple. Phoenix desperately continued, "Insects or pets, I don't care. I am not reverting back to being human." Phoenix trembled desperately, tears streaming down. "No, I'm not even a regression, so please, never do it again." Phoenix's eyes widened, her mouth now stained with blood, her remorseful face looking straight up to the sky as she pleaded, "Never let me be born in a place like this again." Phoenix's final words only made the Black Nation even more furious. "What the hell are you talking about, you damn drug addict?" His rage exploded like a demon, and he used all his strength to squeeze the life out of Phoenix. His older brother stood behind watching but could not hide the murderous aura radiating from him. After crushing the Phoenix, the poison from her body seeped into Hak Kwuk Tu Hua's palms. He looked at his hands and groaned, the veins bulging white and blue, filling him with disgust. Now, they are the ones who are dirty. He turned back to look at Kwok Hoa with lust. "Go ahead," Hak Kwuk Tu Hua asked again. "Are you planning to chase away those cops in that state?" He replied, "You still have things to finish." Kwok Hua tried to stop him. After all, their reinforcements were probably just lurking around here, right? Black Kwok Tu Hua turned back, puzzled. "You look like you care a lot, huh? I've killed everyone." "What are you afraid of?" "Ah," Hak Kwok Tu Hua said casually. "Yes, I am a little afraid." "Hey," Kwok Tu Hua immediately argued back. "Hey, what the hell is going on? Are you still involved with that damn blonde girl?" Kwok Tu Hua gently responds to his foolish younger brother. "Bro, have you trained your upper body so much that your brain has shrunk?"
We still have no idea how many reinforcements the cops have, right? Black Kwok Tu Hua ignored his brother's words and turned away.
"Forget it. If you won't go, I'll go alone." Kwok Tu Hua felt helpless. If that's the case, he had no choice but to follow her. The radio device beeps to attract Hakukoku Jiho's attention. Fong Lan communicates through the radio. "Les brothers, come out. This is Fong Lan. Has the Phoenix been dealt with yet?" The two brothers are reporting as they move. "We are preparing to retreat after the kill here." Fong Lan warns that the military support unit is heading your way, climbing the mountain as we discussed. She instructs you to find the gasoline can in the club room. Burn what you need, then escape through the back door. "I will give the location." Hak Kwuk Tu Hua angrily said, "Why do you keep giving us extra tasks?" Fong Lan speaks sternly. "This is the Buddha's decree." This statement left him speechless. Hua Guotu responded on behalf of his younger brother. "Then we'll do it." After searching the club, the two brothers sighed. Phoenix's body was covered with patches she loved in life. The two brothers sneered. "This will be the perfect funeral for a drug addict." Hak Kwok Tu Hua looked down at the Phoenix's body with regret. "I want to take its body back and use it as fertilizer for that bastard's peonies," Kwok Hua sneered. "The peony will be angry if you feed it dog leftovers." The two brothers poured oil and set fire, gradually burning the Phoenix's body. Kwok Tu Hua stood there admiring the crimson flames, always finding joy in watching them, while Hak Kwok Tu Hua urged, "Hurry up, or do you want to become roasted meat?" The Phoenix's body was engulfed in the growing blaze. The two brothers turned and left, not forgetting to throw a few curses behind them. "Well then, goodbye, you addict bastard." Mr. Shu at the hospital woke up like he had just been through a nightmare. He grimaces and holds his head, probably still affected by the side effects of the medicine. The chirping of a sparrow outside the window sounds. Mr. Gishu glanced towards the sound of the bird chirping, noticing a sparrow perched on the branch outside the window. Mr. Gi gazed intently at the bird, suddenly realizing that the phoenix battle on top of the Paulownia tree was complete. The Buddha was holding a card symbolizing the phoenix. The Buddha looked at the card in his hand, deep in thought. Suddenly, he crushed the card, symbolizing that the phoenix had sacrificed itself. The Buddha glanced at the orchid on the shelf, calling it May Orchid. From the orchid pot, a sound responded, "Yes, your Buddha." He shifted from January to October. The Buddha's face was serious as he gathered everyone. "The Buddha's ceremony must begin now." Recording this, Haidang in the hospital like a fool muttering nonsense. She gestured wildly, causing the nurse to give up and say, "Calm down." Meanwhile, Kim Gi was full of judgment and curses, acting crazy. The nurse had to cover her mouth with a cloth, and suddenly behind a soldier approaching to call the main character, the senior officer, Kim Gi, with a bushy beard. "He is Hong Run." He asked seriously, "Are you okay physically? Can we talk for a moment?" Gi Ongshu looked at him silently, his face serious as the overcast sky outside still looked like a storm was coming. He spoke first. "How long have I been unconscious?" Hong trembled and immediately answered, 2 days, then directly asked Mr. Shu, "Is Phoenix dead?" His face serious, he's gone. I feel a bit regretful and say, I know now. I should have saved him and gotten information from him. A look of frustrated anger appears in Jia Ongshu's eyes. He's dead. Hong hesitated for a moment, then said, "During your unconsciousness, there was talk about the police using real bullets." He recounted the serious incident. During the Phoenix operation on the tree's edge, excessive force was used, and at that time both sides argued fiercely, while some politicians opposed it, claiming it was the right action to catch him. Hong Run's face hardened as he concluded, so a debate over opinions had begun. He continued, "Even special forces die, but they say it was excessive force. Do they know anything about excessive force?" Politics always divides into two factions. For these two sides, if side A holds a circle, then side B holds a triangle. Hong Run explains that if side B holds a circle, then in many cases side A will need a triangle. Mr. Gay frowned and judged. Difficult to please, Hong Run's tone grew a bit more serious as he continued. In the end, he felt a bit sad, referring to Director Kim Ah-hyung, who had joined forces with police officers Hwang Hee-jun and Lee Seung-hyun. The atmosphere gradually settled as Hong Run spoke, saying they wanted to quit the police force. Mr. Shu froze in surprise and blurted out, "What?" Hong Run regretfully sighed. "I brought them back, but he just let out a tired sigh. Those bastards are so annoying." Song Hong Run stood up and said, "Well, this is an important press conference." As he put his hat back on, he added, "First, you have to go with me." Talking about the rest afterward, he looked confused. "Where are we going?" Hong ran to the funeral of the Special Forces soldiers who served us and sacrificed, and Mr. Shu was silent for a moment, a funeral I had never attended before. Then he hurriedly said, "Mak Dongfuk, go in." Suddenly he stood up and demanded, "Wait a moment." Then Mr. Shu, with a serious expression, said, "I also have to go somewhere else, but I will come back soon." At the ancient Hwaguksa temple complex, shrouded in thick fog. At this moment, a serene and shining Buddha statue is placed before a wall, decorated with intricate Buddhist motifs. In this room, a series of strange masked figures silently observe each other. However, the heron from January is missing here, and the mandarin duck from February was the first to speak, so the heron won't be coming again. Cherry Blossom. March guesses he probably thinks we have nothing to do. I've been late many days. Hak Kwuk Tu Hua in April suddenly got angry. Why is she pretending to be busy when she hasn't even smiled yet? Orky in May, with a cold expression, said, "Put on your muzzle. Do you want me to do it for you?" Peony in June just stroked her two fierce dogs and said, "It's okay. My dogs won't bite." July is staring anxiously at her again. Should I invite Hoa Mao Dan to a date after the ceremony? The one with the nickname No Sun in August didn't attend, and Hoa Kuk in September asked curiously, "When will the Buddha arrive?" Lafong October muttered some unrelated things. "I think Cynic is dead." Suddenly, the door opened slightly, letting in a blinding light. For 8 months, everyone had been silently focused on the person who just stepped in. Du Hua, like the Buddha, asked sternly, "Is everyone gathered?" Maple Leaf politely replied, "January is here, but No Sun from August is absent." Du Hua explained, "Kong San is cleaning up the main Phoenix's traces at the chaotic bar, where piles of chicken carcasses are accumulating." Mandu asked further, "And what about January?" He immediately replied, "January is out of the question." He Guo from Black Nation clicked his tongue in envy. "Tisk, this is why they are the elegant cherry blossoms to comfort. After all, I've come here too." Song Du Hua got straight to the point and asked if anyone had heard the news about the Phoenix dying. Mandu, hearing the name, sneered, "That stupid bastard deserved to die." Sakura interrupted, "To you, that's just the intelligence of a drug addict." Then she added, "So, Buddha, should we meet to choose new months for November and December?" Du Hua immediately denied. "No, you're wrong. Why do you think I called you here?" He held up a rolled-up piece of paper and said, "If one of you lets go of this roll, it is a portrait of Hong Jun." Du Hua continued, "We will assassinate the high-ranking officer, Hong Run." Everyone stared in shock at the man in the photo. "Police?" Hoa Kuk suggested. "If that's the request, instead of sending one of us, you could potentially kill him with the children you've prepared." Orchid also agreed. "I agree. In the past, we didn't have any real beliefs, just killing an ordinary old cop." Then Dua's expression turned serious as he said, "Before, I had Phi Kwang get close to Hong Run." Hoa Kuk sighed. "Well, even though Phi Kwang is quite skilled, he wouldn't kill someone unless they were a murderer." Then, what happened next? Du recalled the shock he felt at that moment. But there was something different then, as the person in front of him was a shy, awkward spirit. He said he came back after being beaten badly, which made everyone uneasy. His eyes grew serious as he listened to every word, and Phi Kwang firmly warned, "That cop named Buddha is extremely skilled," causing the whole meeting to fall into confusion, with Peony stunned. How could something be so incredibly skillful? That damn bastard. Kwuk Tu Hua also agreed. Looking at the photo, he saw no difference from a pile of junk. He Guo Tu Hua also couldn't believe it and concluded, "That's impossible." Phi Kwang definitely didn't hold back. "Wait, did he do that while his body was hurting?" Du Hua agreed with them and said, "I also can't believe it, so safety is the most important. Instead of killing him, make sure he can no longer follow our trail. All eyes focused on his every word. However, this guy tracked us again, and maybe now you'll realize whether he's skilled or not. Finally, the serious Buddha asked, so who will go to kill this guy? They all fell silent for a moment, their gazes fixed on that person's footsteps. Hong trembling helplessly here at the funeral, trembling as she held herself. What is this? Suddenly getting chills. One morning, the weather was clear over the deep green mountain peaks. Mr. Shu was panting heavily, tired as he took each step along the mountain trail. He sighed deeply, recalling that day when I was unconscious, and I was moved by her serious gaze. Fuang Huang's last words were the coordinates of some place. So, Mr. Shu is searching here. According to the coordinates, it should be here. He looked around and saw only barren, desolate land. He immediately started to complain about Mr. Shu. What the hell is this? It can't be buried underground like that. Actually digging here would be a waste of time. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a bird singing caught their attention from behind. Mr. Shu was stunned as he looked back and forth, spotting a tiny bird perched on a rock, his eyes glistening with fascination. The little bird also tilted its head cutely and looked back at the base of the masked men's tower. Or it stood behind Dua and called out to the Buddha. He wondered if everything would be fine if he killed a police officer in public, like at the police station after the Phoenix incident. He calmly replied, "It's fine. Actually, this can be blurred out too." Hearing this, Okit was surprised and huffed.
Duhua looked up at the peaceful bright moon and said, "Society is full of fools easily led astray. It's best to make a fuss once, then move on to another event and let them forget it all." Orcus silently pondered. He continued, "Regardless of whether we have to kill that guy at any cost, so he's more curious, is he really that dangerous to us even in January?" The Buddha turned to look at him with a serious expression. Once, a masked Phi Kuang man came to the Ori temple in a panic. He recalled that murderous look and marveled at how talented he was, similar to John Shu's crazed gaze. Phi Kuang and that man share a similar aura. Orchid pondered, so it was the masked Phi Kuang. Dua continued, "I have two hypotheses. First, Phi Kuang trained someone in the police department to evade our scrutiny. Secondly, Hong Jun, who has that ability, trained a professional team to take him down, but Orchid firmly objected, saying that Phi Kuang has been under surveillance all along, so the first hypothesis seems unlikely." He agreed. He spent all his time in Waga, and Orchid added that Hong Jun's secret team also intervened in Phoenix's case. The second hypothesis seems more convincing. In that case, if Hong Jun had the skills to defeat Phi Kuang alone, would one victory be enough for such an action? Buddha pondered these words and analyzed that Phi Kuang's condition had been critical after the mission to eliminate the heretical followers. He could not escape the assassination attempt despite still having strength. With this police officer, although he's quite skilled, I think one win should be enough. Or is it the in-law immediately replied, "I understand. Then you stay here and wait for our move." Suddenly, Dua objected. "No," he said, "I have to go somewhere, so you go ahead." Okit respectfully bowed. "I will take my leave now, Lord Buddha." He turned back into the room, his eyes fixed on the portrait poster of the target. Orchid hesitated and judged, the senior officer Hong trembling. Is he talented? Faced with the determined look in the photo, Orchid decided he should try to learn more about him, while Hong Junrian was here, screaming in pain like a fish caught on a line, bullied by his subordinates. "Why should I benefit from reading this eulogy when Sue is holding your shoulder so tightly and smiling angrily?" Hong struggled desperately, but Commander Kim Ah-Heong was not here. "I've finished writing it. You just need to read it. The angrier you get, the more you shouldn't make decisions on your own. If you're going to shove or threaten with your fists, at least warn me first. Next time, this disrespectful attitude will really annoy me." "Hey, you bastard blaming me. I'm your superior. Do you dare to treat me like this?" "I don't care what you say. So what?" Hong shivered and sank into disappointment. "Why is that?" Then he angrily explained that the thought of having to hide in that damn crowd to save him made me feel sick. Hong Run found these words confusing. In the solemn ceremony room, banners bore the words of respectful condolences and a joint memorial for the fallen police comrades, with each name listed beneath. 2 rows of officers sit upright and solemn, watching the stage as the girl on the podium tearfully speaks. Now is the speech of Comrade Police Officer Kim A-Hai-Ong. Then Mr. Zhu, with a slight frown, steps up to silently pray for their rest, as I am not the one responsible for these things. Below, so many people are crying, and I realized that while reading Officer Hong Run's eulogy, I felt his regrets and sadness. He sincerely mourns for the fallen police comrades. Although he still read the eulogy seriously, instead of making me sad, it made my mood sink and I felt like the situation was too terrible. He tightly grips the farewell speech paper. The end, Officer Kim Gi-Ong-Shu. The Korean flag hangs quietly in a somber atmosphere. Kim Gi-Shu hurriedly tries to step down, feeling this terrible sensation. It's best to go up and avoid it. Suddenly someone called his name, Officer Kim Gi-Ong-Shu. Yeonshu's eyes widened in shock as they fixed on the 5-petal silver badge on the other's shoulder. He is the police commissioner Kim Na-ho from the National Police Agency, suddenly approaching him. "So you are Officer Kim Gi-Ong-Shu?" "Yes," he smiled and continued. "You were the one who caught the drug dealer first at the nightclub, right?" Mr. Shu paused briefly and replied, "Yes, sir.
then burst into laughter. You will be a good police officer. I hope you will try harder in the future. His face remained unchanged as he simply replied, Thank you, sir. Suddenly, Na-Ho's expression darkened as he continued. But you know, there's one thing that's been bothering me enough to hinder solving such a big case. The senior officer trembled and said, Are you blaming me for not reporting to me first before acting? Then he smirked with a scheming look. But since the mission was successful, should I consider it luck? He continued with a tone of frustration over the deaths of many young officers. Should I consider this a failure of the mission, with every word piling up on the cunning question for Ji-on-shu? What do you think? Police officer Kim Gi-ong-shu? He fell silent for a moment, stunned, his eyes widening. Could it be possible? Gi-ong-shu's eyes fixed tightly on each wrinkle of that squinting smile, a fierce concern unrelated to anything else as he daringly guessed. This guy speaks. Just as I was about to reply, a heart-rending voice suddenly rang out. Oh, my child! The woman over there screams in despair, desperately reaching out to the photos. My child, while her husband tearfully tries to hold her back. Gi-ong-shu's expression didn't change much, but his mood grew heavy. That's why I feel this place is so suffocating. Maybe it's because when I died, he looked at that woman sadly. No one truly mourned my death. Mr. Zhu unconsciously lowered his head and thought about it. This new life is no different from that of a killer. Suddenly a stranger spoke. You said you were on a mission with my son, right? The man smiled kindly and said even so. Fortunately, the others were able to survive. He choked up and reached out. My son always dreamed of becoming a great police officer. That young man is like my own son. The man earnestly pleaded with him. Please live in his place and make his dream come true. He continued and said, Above all, you are someone else's child too. Mr. Shu held that young man's hand, paused silently for a moment, then said sincerely, Yes, sir. After a while, the light still shone brightly in every corner of the funeral room. An officer cheered as he stepped down, saying he had worked hard. The girl from earlier took the mic again to continue the ceremony with a sorrowful gaze. It was the eulogy of Officer Kim Gi-ong-shu, followed by that of the monk Yi-Ua, the abbot. Hearing this name, Gi-ong-shu's eyes widened with shock and anger as he calmly stepped onto the sacred platform. Hong Run also froze in a stunned horror while the girl continued introducing the National Intangible Cultural Heritage Site Wa Gucha. Gi-ong-shu now clenched his teeth in uncontrollable rage, grinding out a word. That damn old man here, calmly clasping his hands together and humbly reciting Buddha's name. His words immediately made everyone burst into tears. In Buddhism, those connected again by him are called family. The young people are blessed by their country in the form of salaries. He firmly affirms that they have repaid that blessing by dedicating themselves fully to their duty as police officers. So everyone here today is a family. Each word strikes the parents' hearts deeply. Fathers and mothers, do not be too sad. All the young police officers sitting behind you are your children. The young police officers couldn't hold back their tears as Dua continued. Don't be afraid. The people sitting in front of you are all your parents. All eyes are equally focused on the false Buddha speaking. We are all one. Only Mr. Zhu could see through his mask and judge him silently. Bai Kwang had seen it when he was still an assassin. The Buddha, seen from a closer perspective than anyone else, but this is the first time he has appeared outside Hoagua, now digging into others' pain and tearing apart their emotions. With that smug look in his eyes, in the end, he forced everyone to rely on him for his speech. Only Mr. Zhu couldn't hide the rage in his eyes, making Bai Kwang feel furious. After a moment, he finished his announcement, saying now we will observe a minute of silence. Du casually noticed the two cold eyes piercing through him. Hong Jun and Ji-on-shu calmly stared straight at him in front of everyone in mourning, and Bai Kwang swore he would expose all the scoundrel's wrongdoings and kill him. Dua's face, however, smiled back at him with a mocking gaze. Finally, the ceremony comes to an end. The officer holds the microphone. In this way, we will say our final goodbye and end the funeral. The relatives of the fallen police officers gather around the Buddha, crying out loud, Sage, Duhua, Buddha, how are we supposed to live from now on? Mr. Zhu still keeps watching him with a piercing gaze. Suddenly, someone called out to Senior Officer Kim Ji-on, Mr. Shu. The speaker was National Police Commissioner Nao along with two colleagues. Na-Ho smiled and said eagerly, I am very pleased to meet you. I am looking forward to your future activities. Mr. Shu hesitated for a moment before replying, Thank you. Then he suddenly rummaged through his pocket and said, I was going to invite you to a really nice meal, but to be honest, it's quite formal. So at least when you go out, take it with you. Then he handed over a silver coin and continued, a coffee from the vending machine. Mr. Zhu was surprised as he took it, while Nao left with a smile and a suspicious warning, then remember to be careful. He silently looked down at the coin, on the face of which was carved a flamingo, with a calm cup of tea resting on the table. While Mr. Zhu leisurely sipped his tea, a serious voice asked him. Hong Run, sitting opposite, said, So you found the phoenix's lair? He calmly replied, Yes. I remember that just before going up the mountain, I pushed a stone aside and there was a door leading down. So what is there? Mr. Zhu replied seriously, a diary written by the phoenix and a member information. Hong Jun was surprised and excited, saying that means we can use that information to catch them. But he objected, saying no, it was It wasn't written in such detail, just added to what I already knew. Hearing that, Mr. Zhu looked disappointed and sighed. Got it. When can I take it? I'll have it ready before tomorrow morning. Then Jianshu's expression grew even more serious. Instead, we need to discuss something more important today. Hong Jun was a bit curious. More important than that, he straightforwardly proposed to move in with him, and upon hearing this, he was confused and immediately objected. Huh? What do you mean? It confuses him. But why? He bluntly replied, How can I live with you? I don't want to. I already said so. Mr. Shu remained silent, rummaging through his pocket for something. He held out a thin metal block and asked again, You still don't want to? The item just placed on the table is pure gold, a shining bar of solid gold. Hong stammers with his mouth agape, stunned by this precious object. He stammered, What did you say? Mr. Shu immediately explained that it's in the Phoenix's hideout, looks like black money, and there are more than 30 of these. Hong Run questioned, Do you intend to bribe me with this? He calmly replied, Just consider it rent money. However, he still couldn't agree and said, No. Even so, he scoffed in a metallic voice. You probably haven't made him more decisive. I said no. Hong Run replied firmly, I don't live alone. I have a daughter too. Hearing that, he was surprised and said, If that's true, then I have to stay with you even more. To confuse him, What are you talking about, you idiot? Mr. Shu explained, Senior Officer Hong Run, you may have escaped the assassination attempt thanks to my lie so far. But he asked confusedly, What lie? He continued, Because Hong Jun is currently in charge of the Phoenix operation, I think you've already gotten through it. So you're saying that the people around me are in danger, right? He confirmed, Yes, I bet they were planning to kill your daughter and you too. Hong Run, out of options, replied, All right, I'll prepare a room for you to keep you happy. All right then. Old Mr. Gi bit the gold bar again and asked suspiciously, But you probably don't need it, right? Make him helpless and walk away. Just keep everything for yourself. At the hospital before, Gi Ong-hee asked in surprise, What? All three of them asked for leave? Then she laughed loudly to reassure Mr. Shu standing nearby. Don't worry. Even if I die, I won't quit, which made him sarcastically comment. Really? I hope so too. Brother Huang said, Even if you're strong, in the end, it's all about your mindset. Mental strength determines the winner. Zhu silently judged these words. She's not wrong, but what she said doesn't sound convincing at all. Then he replied, Right, I guess you don't have to worry anymore. At least once you're out of here, go exercise. Then Mr. Hai sang in a curious tone, pointing at himself. By the way, did anyone mention a promotion? Well, they said promoting me 2 ranks might be too soon, so I declined. Hearing that, she let out a delighted gasp. He continued, Kim A-hyung and I were both involved in that campaign, but I heard all the officers were promoted, and she let out another surprise sound. Suddenly, Jian-hai called out his name seriously, making him confused. Gi-ong puffs out his cheeks. She happily looks up and teases him. That means we're friends now, right? It made him involuntarily frown and look uncomfortable. Gi-ong-hai said, Well, now we have 3 passion fruits, and you too. She giggled happily. We're friends, right, my dear? His expression darkened slightly as he said, I forgot one thing. He calmly said that she had been removed from the recommendation list, instantly causing Jian-hai to be genuinely shocked. She stammered in panic. What are you talking about? You're lying because you don't want to see me happy, aren't you? He closed his eyes and replied, You're right. I couldn't bear it, but that's the truth. Jian-hai was stunned. Why? Gi Ong-soo immediately argued with irrefutable logic. Because you were playing around while on a mission. Gi Ong-soo, desperate and panicked, let out a long sigh of frustration. Her madness had relapsed, and she tried to justify herself. But I had no other choice. Gi Ong-soo glared at her and gave up. I understand you couldn't do anything else, but finding medicine in the hospital is different. Most of all, she was disciplined. Mr. Hai tore at his hair and shouted in frustration. Suspended? No, that can't be true. Suddenly, he lowered his voice and approached. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhu grabbed her hand with a mocking look and sneered with a contemptuous smile. Friends? Huh? Look at this delusional slave. Mr. Shu, his face flushed with anger, smiled and said, I'll deal with you after you're discharged. Seeing this terrifying expression of his, Jian-hai was overwhelmed with sadness and tears, crying out in despair. Then a mournful scream echoed from the hospital as Mr. Shu relaxed and left the place, lost in thought. Now, I don't have to worry about her anymore. I just need to deal with those 2 and take them away. Right after that, in an apartment complex, a hand kept pounding loudly on the door amidst the noise. Ah-hyung, exhausted, dragged herself out from under the blanket toward the door. She slightly opened it, her eyes weary and cautious, and asked, Who is it? Immediately, half of his face turned serious with a terrifying dead eye fixed on her. Ah-hyung screamed in panic and fell backward. Gi Ong-soo looked like a madman and said crazily as he opened the door. Ah-hyung asked in panic, Kim Gi Ong-soo, why are you here? But Gi Ong-soo didn't answer. He opened the door and started talking. She angrily shouted, Do you plan to call the police? Why don't you find somewhere else to go and disappear? Then Gi Ong-soo denied and replied, We are on the same team. Why should I do that? Are you telling me to open the door? This crazy person makes her panic and step back even more. He will break the door. Stop. The rumbling and clattering noises still continue without end. "Hi," Ong helplessly shouted. "I told you you'll break the door, you crazy person." Finally, she had to open the door for Mr. Gishu to come in. He started to ask, "So the only thing you can do after leaving the team is lock yourself in the house?" She fidgeted nervously without saying a word, while he said, "Aren't you going to the other's funeral?" making her freeze. This girl, Kim Ah-hyung, 29 years old, the youngest senior officer, born to succeed, has never known failure. Hong Jun once warned her, "I don't doubt your abilities, but this mission is extremely dangerous, and I don't believe it's unofficial." Then he seriously said, "But I think our opponent is considered the best spy of the KNP, and also part of the commander's special team. So he seriously requested it. It may sound a bit strange, but please carry out the mission together with Senior Officer Kim Jeon-shu as a junior officer." That was my order. You were very upset about that command at the time, and everything was perfect with her before I disobeyed that order. Ah-ong is now stammering, full of guilt. "That was my fault." She bowed her head and said, "I was too arrogant." Suddenly, Mr. Zhu grabbed her shoulders. Immediately, he stood up and lifted her like catching a rabbit. Then Mr. Zhu calmly dragged her away, saying, "Follow me," making Ah-hyung panic. "Where are we going?" He refused to answer amid the chief officer's panic, and she helplessly screamed, "I'm asking where we're going." This morning, the sky was clear with just a few clouds. They arrived at a deserted place on the mountainside. While Ah-hyung was stunned, Jeon-shu only looked slightly surprised. "So they are here." Ah-hyung immediately feels confused. "Hey, my stuff while you couldn't care less. Who cares anyway?" Ah-hyung looks at the two people who are the subordinates' parents. Long is terrified. What should I say? How should I respond? Her mind is still was and all at utter chaos, and she dared not lift her head. How could I possibly apologize? Suddenly the man, who had quietly approached Ah-hyung, spoke up. "Are you the commander of the mission?" Ah-hyung involuntarily lifts his head and stammers, unable to speak in worry. But all the man does is smile peacefully and say, "Don't forget my children and make sure this never happens again." This gentle punishment leaves her stunned and confused, her eyes immediately welling up with tears, trembling with emotion. She kept mouthing words, only able to utter meaningless sounds. Then Ah-hyung cried out loudly and knelt down. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." A flood of guilt poured out of her eyes. "It's my fault, only because of me." That family couldn't hold back their pain, yet they gently came forward to embrace her. This moment leaves the senior officer stunned as a mix of emotions swirls within him for Jeon-shu, who silently led her here because of that. Seeing the gentle, innocent family, she feels her mind enlightened. Think carefully, then she looked at Jeon-shu again, his face seeming to suggest how she could apologize to her comrades. Mr. Ong cried out in despair and pain. After a while, at a coffee shop, Mr. Shu seriously summarized what had just been said. "All right, we don't have much time, so summarize it in 3 sentences. Hun and Sung-hoon, sitting in front of you, are both staring blankly. Mr. Hyun's car wondered, isn't it supposed to be you who called us here to solve our problem? How can 3 sentences be enough? I don't care. Who has time to sit and talk with a bunch of guys? Hwang Hee-jun." Those 3 sentences just made the two of them fall silent. Hee-jun awkwardly began, "I had a friend I always lost to when I was a boxer." Mr. Zhu counted 1. He continued, "Those people became criminals, so I became a cop to catch them." Mr. Zhu concluded. Next, X-hyun also weakly said, "When I was young, I was bullied because I was too weak at school. I counted 1, so I learned martial arts and law." He counted to 2 again to become a police officer to catch the bad guys. Mr. Zhu confirmed that it was settled. Suddenly, he slammed his coffee cup down on the table and asked why. Gi Ong-su's eyes full of frustration, asked why both of them have clear goals, but still dare to quit being police. They were silent for a moment before Hun spoke. "You've seen it already." Recalling the time when they were chased away by Sang-muk, they sadly said, "We can't do anything. And even when Hakwak Tu-hwa suppresses us, we are just dead weight. We are useless." Mr. Gi looked at that pitiful figure and thought, feeling insecure, Kim Ah-hyung still has a bit of confidence, so it will be fine. These two are the biggest troublemakers. He secretly decided at this moment that no matter what men said, it would be useless, and then he spoke up, leaving them stunned. If the two of them threatened to quit again. Mr. Gi twisted his hand and laughed angrily. "Then I'll beat you to a pulp and come right back here." He quietly thought that the shortest way was to threaten them more. Gi Ong-shu pressed forward and said, "Don't waste energy on nonsense that makes them tremble. You said you would solve our problem." And so, Kim Ah-hyung, Hwang Hyun, and Long Hyun all returned to being police officers. Hwang Hyun and Lion Hun were both promoted to officers, while Jeon-shu was crying in despair. Why am I the only one not promoted? And to overcome his weakness, Gi Ong-shu was training now, but like a slave trampling. He said, "Get up quickly. Are you all trying to die?" That made them cry. Jeon-shu is saving, and Jeon-shu here is also participating in other courses. I came for the special training session. We have already started preparing for the mission. Especially Kim Ah-chong. When she returned to work, she was mocked by someone. "Who is this? Isn't this the person who caused the entire team to be killed by Dong Chan?" he said disdainfully. If it weren't for Senior Officer Hong Run's request, I wouldn't be meeting with you. That bastard Dongchan is still alive and foolish. He lit another cigarette and continued speaking. So, this man is the commander of the KNP, deeply connected to the original KNP-22 security forces. Chief of Staff Bai Janguk asked sternly, "Why did you come here to see me?" Back in Hong Jun's office, Mr. Shu placed the documents on the table and said, "This is the summarized data and information collected by Phoenix." He looked at the details and the corresponding ID cards and said, "So Dow in March, Black Lake Trench in May B, and Trench in July." He confirms yes, they are the ones Phoenix is least familiar with. In March and July, the Ho Chi brothers were paid by WOG 3 months ago. But after that, they received no more money. These 3 people from March, September, and October also haven't received any payment. The question of why they haven't been paid might be because their business activities are still undefined. When they have no missions, they keep training. But sometimes they also go outside. We failed to track them down. We don't know where they went, but they've come back more muscular. Maybe they trained at an outside gym and returned. Mr. Din Nin and his muscles claim they're natural, but it's clear they've used steroids. And you can tell just by looking that his younger brother definitely used them. Hong Jun acknowledged, saying, "That's good information. I'll investigate the businesses that opened 3 months ago and imported large amounts of steroids." Next is the gentle, colorful spring flowers. March cherry blossoms. She doesn't receive a salary from Wogik, and even gives money to Wogik. The previous salary payments were made from top to bottom. Phoenix Feng Diep, then Undao. Feng Diep has now surpassed Phoenix, so Phoenix is very worried. Suddenly, he looked down in wonder at the pinned portraits of beautiful girls on the paper and asked, "Why are all these photos of celebrities?" Mr. Zhu immediately asked, "Do you know them?" Hong Run confidently replied, "There's no way I wouldn't know. I am a fan of all of them." But suddenly he coughs. "Wait, all 3 are famous, right? It's strange that you don't know." Gi Ongshu suddenly said seriously, "One of those 3 is your brother." Hong was so shocked that he was confused as soon as he misheard. "What?" He quickly objected. "No way. I can tell that Phoenix has investigated. I don't know if Dao is really involved, but based on the information afterward, her relationship with Phoenix isn't good. And most of the time she only meets to get drugs when needed. But it seems like she didn't use it herself." Last month, there was a drug overdose incident in the entertainment industry caused by drug use, and that drug was a new type that Fuang Huang had given to An Dao. Based on the information on the paper, it raises suspicion that Dao is involved in the entertainment industry. Hong Run hesitated for a moment, then suspiciously asked about your previous organization, but I cut him off and quickly said I was no longer there. "That damn bastard." Hong trembled and asked seriously what his motive was, then paused for a moment before answering firmly. "The motive of that bastard was to go back to the past when I was first given the name Phi Kwang. At that time, Buddha asked him if he knew what the most important thing about living as a human was. He paused for a moment, then replied no, and then he confidently said that is fear. For him, people live to conquer their fears. Like workers today, they work to overcome the fear of starving. And in trying to build relationships to overcome the fear of loneliness, they go and meet others. However, when faced with the fear of death, no one can win. The gilded Buddha statue behind has always been the answer. He stood in front of it, speaking with determination. Then everyone went to find Buddha. Sarcastically, who knows in this chaotic world, fears continue to gnaw at people. Phi Kwang swallowed every word of his as someone loses all hope in life. That is when they stand before death. His sharp gaze fell silent, listening intently. Dua's face, now twisted, said proudly, "Then I can become a bodhisattva to save them." He was stunned by his disgusting reason. The Buddha firmly declared that in December, Phi Kwang and the other months would become the first terror of this country. "So you're saying that's the goal of that bastard?" Hong Run continued with an incomprehensible answer. "To become a Buddha." "A Buddha? That's a rather idealistic and unrealistic goal." "I have a question," Hong Run said curiously. "Why are you all so loyal, Thang?" Gi immediately interrupted irritably. "I'm not one of them," he continued. "Why are they so loyal to Buddha?" Honggun couldn't understand the people he mentioned. Most of the Thangs were absolutely loyal to that damn gorilla. The main reason was that they were raised by him to become assassins from a young age, and had at least once experienced the fear of hell or death. However, once you become a monk, you will have the things you desire most. It makes you cry, so tempting, like a gift from the gods. Mr. Shu said seriously, "I have experienced it, so I understand. For the monks, Buddha is like a deity, so he has achieved half of his goal." Hongrun then asked, "But you still managed to resist the temptation." He just nervously sighed. "Oh." Gi Ongsu remembered the honest early days when he said there was a deal. He then wondered, "A deal? What deal?" He calmly replied, "Anyway, those guys are absolutely loyal to him to keep those rewards." Then Mr. Zhu sarcastically pointed to himself and said, "Look at what happened to me, and those who are not loyal to him are right in front of me." Hongrun fell silent. Then he said something that surprised him. "I have never rebelled directly before, but there was a month last year when I did." "Mr. Shu, do you know about the Church of Truth?" Hongrun immediately replied, "Yes, it's a religious organization." Song was stunned and exclaimed, "I can't believe it." He quickly confirmed, yes, the girl with red hair who leads that church is the first Maple.
The one trusted by all the followers, let us pray together. And so, the current leader may be the second Maple.
After establishing the Church of Truth, the first Maple wanted to oppose the 12 months and created 12 disciples to face Wagsa, thus the 12 zodiac signs appeared.
However, with only a few assigned victories, the action defeated that force. And so, the first Maple took the survivors to escape to the Philippines.
And then it was Fai Kwang who hunted her down to the very end. She was dying, confused. Why?
Don't you also despise that gorilla bastard? Fai Kwang replied confidently. He promised me, he recounted, if I complete this mission, he'll let me live a normal life.
First generation Maple burst into laughter. Do you really believe that bastard? Making him fall silent. Even in his dying moments, she still boldly looked down on him. Let me tell you, you'll never get that life. This statement made him silently furious. And so, I killed the first leaf. Hong trembled and asked, but you just said the current leader is the second leaf. Last time you said you always killed the second leaf. I told him, that's not the second leaf. Gi Ong-su muttered to himself, then firmly said, no, I don't think that can be considered the second leaf. He asked confusingly, is the leaf spirit just one person? Mr. Gi replied, there are many strange things about the second Maple. Even though we had group missions and preparations, someone always arrives first. When he faces the Maple Leaves, the strange thing is that they are like Duan Feng, the next generation of Maple Leaves after him, and so on. Even though they are different genders, ages, and voices, are you surprised? But their actions, personalities, and way of speaking are all the same, giving him chills. It's been a while since we last met. Hongan was still confused, but in the end, I have confirmed that all the ingredients taken from the Phoenix place have been delivered. Mr. Zhu immediately stood up to remind him. So now you go. The next target will be Hoa Andao. She's definitely part of that dangerous trio. Hong hesitated for a moment, then replied softly, his expression making him hard to read. As night falls and the bright moon illuminates the city, a car speeds down the road with Mr. Shu sitting in the passenger seat, Hong Jun driving with a sardonic smile. Why is a high-ranking officer driving such a battered car? Are you kidding me? Change the car, or do you want me to buy you a new one? Hong Run hesitated for a moment before replying, my wife. Mr. Duong's sad eyes said, she died 3 years ago. This is the car she bought 15 years ago as a birthday gift for me, Mr. Shu immediately criticized. Your wife didn't love you at all? That long enough for her to have changed the car for you by now. Hearing that made Hong tremble slightly with a threatening glare. Does this bastard want to get out of the car or not? He asked again how she died. You said she was ill. She was also a police officer. Hearing that, he was surprised. Did she die while on duty? He replied briefly. 3 years ago, the atmosphere in the car grew tense as Hong Run recounted how a mentally ill man had killed her. I recorded Mr. Shu's deep voice. It's unfortunate to hear that. Hong Run continued. That's psycho. He bluntly said, surprising him, that he is a disciple of the Truth Sect. I sensed something strange. He continued, but when he found out it was connected to Wok, Mr. Shu realized that's why you left when I said we should catch the cherry blossoms first. He wondered if maybe we should catch the maples first instead. Hong Run immediately refused. It's okay. Compared to the maple leaf, we have more information about the cherry blossom. After all, that's our priority target. He continued to tell the story, but maybe because both my wife and I are police officers, my daughter also wants to become one. Sue immediately teased, so being the senior officer paving the way for your son is the best, right? Hong Run slightly dejectedly replied, I don't want him to become a cop. Since you're about to work with him, help me convince him. And don't tell her I said that, okay? Gi Ong-shu raised his fist and asked seriously, can I hit her? He understood him very well and replied, you still need to learn how to be a proper person. Your social awareness is terrible. In the end, they also arrived at Hong Run's house. Mr. Shu approached the front door curiously. Your place is so old. How many years has it been here? He impatiently urged, go inside quickly. Before entering, Hong Run seriously warned, don't talk to me so disrespectfully in front of my child. Understand? Gi Ong-shu respectfully replied, yes, sir, don't worry. Then the father immediately opened the door and a girl came to greet him. Dad's here. Oh my, has my beloved daughter just returned? She replied, I just got back from the library. Then the girl looked at Jion Ong-shu curiously and asked, so from now on, he will be staying here with us? Hong Run smiled and said, it's a bit inconvenient, but please understand you don't need to get too close to him. Only then did Jiang-shu realize and freeze when he saw his daughter greeting him. Hello? She said nervously and awkwardly. Nice to meet you. But Mr. Gishu looked at her thoughtfully with shining eyes but didn't respond, so she called out confusedly, hey. Gi Ong-su froze in place, unable to say anything. She asked Hong Run in confusion, did your father bring him here? Gi Ong-shu gazed thoughtfully at the picture of the happy family. He reluctantly commented that the girl looks just like her mother. Hong Run looked at his younger brother with a judging gaze. It will probably take a long time for you to live normally. You have no communication skills at all. He finished his comment and left, not forgetting to remind me. I've prepared a room for you on the second floor. Go upstairs and get some sleep. I'm going to bed first. Hong playfully peeked her head out, showing concern. Good night, Dad. After Hong left trembling, both she and Jianshu instinctively looked at each other. He doesn't pay much attention to her and plans to leave, so I should go rest too. Hongjan suddenly grabs his arm to stop him. She didn't hesitate and directly asked for his opinion. Can I come to your room later? Mr. Shu looked confused and full of question marks. What? The girl kept insisting. I have something I want to ask you. Hong kept hinting but made him very curious. In the brightly lit room, Mr. Shu sat seriously on the bed, crossing his arms, and asked again, What did you do to become a police officer? Hong sat on the chair opposite. Long Day was determined. Yes, I want to become a police officer in the future. Jionu has nothing to hide. He shared that after going through life, dying, and being reborn, he became a police officer. Hongjan didn't quite understand. Was he saying he was so exhausted he wanted to die? She said this, making him look at his body and realize that he still didn't know much about the original owner. His parents committed crimes and abandoned him when he was young. I don't know anything anymore, besides the fact that he grew up in an orphanage. Knowing it wouldn't change anything. Seeing her thoughts, Mr. Shu intervened. Don't ask questions related to that force. The girl still looks enthusiastic. Why is that? Just tell me what you think, he said sternly, threatening. My dad told me I have to stop you from becoming a cop. Hong seems hesitant, stammering, I hate my dad so much, and you suddenly remember that he also told you not to tell me about this. Hong pouts and says, Why does he keep interfering in my life? I reluctantly agree. Tomorrow is the weekend. Do you want to come to the training ground with me? On the surface, I seemed fine, but inside I felt a bit guilty. I thought, maybe just this once won't hurt. She listened excitedly. Really? Hong John's face is beaming and bright like a sunflower. Thank you so much. He smiled bitterly, thinking that if he showed her how tough the training was, she would probably give up. The clouds drift lazily across the clear blue sky. Donghai, Haijin, and Seong Hyun all stared in surprise. Huh? Mr. Shu introduces himself, saying, Say hello. Our guest of honor will be training with us today. Hong bows politely. Hello. All three of them looked at the girl with disbelief. Mr. Hai approached Honggon suspiciously, asking, Are you not a student? Were you kidnapped? Honggon politely replied, I am here to introduce myself and confidently introduce myself. I am Honggon, a senior in high school. I want to become a good police officer like you. So I apologize for the inconvenience today. Both Hyun and Song Hyun avoided that gaze, while Gi put on a dangerous look. She smiled wryly, saying this kid seems like a good person. Gi Ong-hai with full experience and enthusiasm. Sure. Do you want me to teach you? Hong also acted naturally. No, I don't need it. I always rank first in every subject. Mr. Hai immediately looks disappointed. Oh, I see, so we won't waste time. Gi Ong-shu interrupted. Let's talk about something else first. Before I could give an order, a punch suddenly flew from behind, hitting my face and numbing it. Jian-shu immediately bent down to dodge Heejin's attack, eyes searching for an opening. He immediately seized the opportunity, striking Heejin's chest with his elbow, and just as he knocked Haijun down, a hand caught Jian-shu's attention. Mr. Heen's car rushes in and tightly hugs Jian-shu's waist, but the boy struggles to lift him up. Although he used a hold, he was still too inexperienced and got grabbed by the sides of his waist. He took the chance to throw him out. He shared the same fate as Heejin, being mercilessly knocked out by Ha. Hong, standing nearby, stammered as she witnessed everything. Why are you guys suddenly fighting? Jung-shu calmly asks. Just practicing. Do you think those two disciples just got beaten up and are guessing who attacked them? That's a good plan, so it couldn't have been something you guys came up with, so it's due Jian-hai. Jang-shu shifts his target to Jian-hai, puzzled. Why didn't she attack me? She stepped back while making up an excuse for slacking off. I have sore muscles from working out. She forced a smile and begged for mercy as he grabbed her head to finish the move. I surrender. He didn't hold back and lectured him sternly, ignoring Hong John's gaze and Jian Hee's protests. Stop just standing there giving orders. You have to jump in and fight too. Got it? Got it? Mr. Zhu turned to check on the person who was just standing there watching the drama. Now he put on a serious face and gave the order. You try hitting me too. Hong blinked in surprise and asked back, Me? He stepped closer to the girl, punching and brushing her off. Weren't you here to train? I won't let you get hurt. Attack, don't worry. She instinctively stepped back in panic. What did you say? Old man Shufi quickly moved toward the girl. If you don't want to, I'll strike her right side. Although the punch was quite strong, it was still restrained. The authoritative man added that if Zhang was to speak, he would strike first. Guiyang looks at the girl kneeling on the ground, thinking she'll give up soon. Outwardly, with his full experience, he threatens. If you become a police officer, it will hurt even more than now. Before he could finish, the girl's stubbornness caught his attention. Guiyang-su looked at the person on the ground with a calm expression. Hong's determined gaze made him somewhat admiring. Most people would collapse when hit in the liver, but the girl still looked fine. He didn't hesitate to order everyone. All right, this time Huang Heejun will fight Lion Hyun and Jian-hai will fight Hongun. Pair them up and fight. Hong John looked at the opponent in surprise. You and your sister, right? Gi Ong-shu. Share some information. It's okay. She's pretty good too. Gi Ong-hai heard that and smiled sinisterly. She confidently wiped her nose with a tissue. Even if you're a student, I won't give in. Gi Ong-shu suddenly remembered and warned Gi Ong-hee, causing her to sprain her ankle. Oh, I forgot to mention this. That girl is the daughter of a senior officer. She pretends to take the full blow from the girl and laments, "You're so strong." Hong over here is completely puzzled. Seeing the magnificent scene just now, Mr. Zhu was also 3 parts helpless and 7 parts like a rabbit king, with the bright moon shining in the starry sky. Hong walked beside Yin, complaining that her whole body was sore. Jiangshu praised her upon hearing that. "It's good that this is the first time you've stood your ground. I kept encouraging you during practice because I saw you were very eager." Then he sincerely comforted the girl, saying that she would become a good police officer someday. Hong was a bit stunned, but also politely responded, "Thank you, sir." Back in the familiar home, Hong trembled as he looked at the 2 people scrutinizing him from head to toe. Unable to contain his curiosity, he directly questioned his subordinate. Why did the 2 strangers come home together? Just mention that Mr. Shu remained calm as if nothing had happened. It was just a coincidence. He said with a strained and confused tone, "What do you mean?" He anxiously rushed over, grabbed his daughter's shoulder, and warned her, "John, you must not hang out with this guy. He's very bad. Looks like you don't even bother to pay attention and tease him subtly. I'm still standing right here, you know? You have no communication skills at all." Hong also intervened. "He's not bad." She blushed and quietly avoided her father's admiring gaze. "So cool." He froze for a few seconds, then turned to glare fiercely at the camera, making him a bit startled. "Huh?" Hong Run angrily ordered you to get out and refused to back down, adding fuel to the fire. "But I didn't do anything," Hong complained. "Why would Ba chase the guests away like that?" Meanwhile, Hong Run harshly scolded Hong John. The father and son started arguing fiercely. A certain gaze locked onto him, drawing his attention. The moon is high, night is drawing near. A crowd of shady characters has gathered. Suddenly, a voice caught the attention of most of them. They thought the Lesbiz gang would show up. Jiangshu suddenly appeared looking very stylish. And yet he sent the Maple Gang? The underground society still exudes authority as they threaten collectively. "Do you know who we are?" He smirked mockingly. "No one else will send so many people like this besides him." "Alright, Hongrun will like this a lot, because you guys will be the key to catching Maple." They didn't say much and charged at Jiangshu with machetes, but he took them down in an instant. One tried to take advantage and stab him, but he kicked him right in the mouth. He looked at these guys critically. From them, he could somewhat guess their background. They were probably not assassins from the organization. He noticed the smallest details, like how they held their knives, which was all unprofessional, just amateurs sent to do the job. A bunch of them, battered and crying out on the ground, one couldn't bear it and screamed. "It hurts so much, how is this possible?" "What's going on?" The leader looked at his subordinates, puzzled. "What's going on?" Tran B confidently chooses a sidekick, still looking clueless like a kid. "Where is this?" Mr. Shu, standing and watching them perform, still maintains his own dignity. "Is there no one left here?" Mr. Shu asked the group with a frown. "Don't you remember who you are and why you were sent here?" Mr. Xu added. "It's really strange. This is the first time I've seen something like this happen. A bunch of people about to be executed still talk big. 2 of you get loose quickly, I will report you to the police." Hong Run sitting above, threatening. "You've caused trouble here. Who do you think you're going to sue?" "I am the police officer here." One of them spoke up to explain. "We don't remember anything." Officer Shu took the report, searched through, and found some items that could identify them, including family photos. They seem to be temporarily out of their minds. Everything looks completely normal. Hearing this, Hong Run questions. "So could it be?" He gritted his teeth, filled with hatred, just like those who killed my wife. Hong trembles as he deliberately emphasizes the 2 words, maple leaf. The card representing the maple leaf appears. A haunting voice emerges. "Look at this maple leaf." The maple leaf sways in the air as the voice slowly hypnotizes. From now on, she will feel calm and peaceful, free from worries. All the suffering now completely disappears, leaving only peace in your heart. Be at peace, and all wounds in your soul will be healed. You will always think of someone and follow their words. When this maple leaf stops, let your soul feel calm and open your eyes. Now, I will ask you a question. Maple stood on the podium and asked the woman kneeling on the ground, "Do you know who I am?" He squinted, waiting for an answer. "Are you really the one?" Her eyes shone like the morning sun. "You have saved my troubled and suffering soul. You are the embodiment of Maple." He did not deny it, kneeling on one knee as he removed his mask. "That's right, I will make you even more beautiful." He smirked and added, "I am the embodiment of Maple, the one who brings you happiness." She saw his entire face, and her eyes no longer held trust but were filled with clear fear. Sensing her trembling, he turned harsh. "Oh," Maple gritted his teeth dangerously and threatened, "you still haven't been hypnotized, have you?" The girl quickly denied it and explained, "It's not like that. I was just surprised to see your true face." Without hesitation, he grabbed the object he used to hypnotize her and then struck the unfortunate victim's neck hard. She immediately fell backwards, staring at the naked chicken in front of him. Maple picked up the mask, sighed, and put it on while complaining nonstop. "I don't even know how many times I've failed now. I've put so much effort into hypnotizing her, but it's no use. Since Phoenix is dead, there's no supply of good drugs left, and if I had just 1 dose for her, everything would be much easier. His butt still hasn't stopped rambling. Her appearance is quite decent, and she can do many things, but hypnotizing her is too difficult. As he kept rambling, someone entered to report, "Sir, there are still some of the medicine received from the last phoenix." Ditch Deep suggested using a little more medicine to make it easier to control her if you are satisfied with her, but Lafong rejected her idea. "It's not good. This isn't an important matter, so we need to save the remaining medicine. Until another phoenix takes over, others will suggest different approaches, but recent failures have been too many, so it's not safe."
Just this week, more than 20 people have died because of these failures. They know our faces. We need to eliminate them. Moreover, Huang Diep continued to emphasize,
"It seems the maples are still active, and we still have enough people to use." Maple Leaf didn't take the criticism well. "Are you feeling jealous and resentful?" Huang Diep, "I've told you many times before, the more leaf spirits we have, the better it is for our work. You two, after all, have completely different statuses from us. Huang Diep cares, it's already known, but you don't need to push yourself so hard. Hypnosis is very exhausting, and now without support drugs, failure is too common. Finding suitable people for Leaf Wind is not easy, so I think you need to rest a bit." Lafong also understands her feelings. "I completely understand what you mean, Huang Diep, but do you know the true intention behind this? I won't let myself have many true selves, so even if I'm tired, I have to try. It's only for myself and the organization." "Oh. I see the woman who has passed to the other world to comfort. I understand and also sympathize with you about this. Your stubbornness about these matters will be known to Buddha as well. Human nature is hard to change, and if you want to do something, you have to see it through to the end." He held the metal maple leaf and reminded him not to forget, "I understand your meaning. To do that, both of you still need to try harder." Maple Leaf looked at the object he had just created with no mercy, scoffing. "If change is good, I will do it, but change that doesn't improve anything only causes more trouble." He looked at his two brothers with satisfaction.
Do you understand what I mean? You could say you are my most perfect creation so far.
Lafong hopes that in the future I can create perfect products like you two. He then changed the subject to ask about the plan. "How is the situation with those fools sent to that cop going?" Huang Diep reported without hiding it. "It seems like they failed." Lao Lafong carefully reviewed the issues and didn't trust those guys. Although their skills are limited, after hypnosis their strength also increased significantly. He concluded that they should be more than enough to deal with ordinary police officers. "This probably means something unexpected has happened. I need to find the Buddha and ask for his opinion on the next move." At an ancient temple, Du Hua stands at the door listening to the news. "Lord Buddha, the secret report from Maple has arrived." The secret message continues to add that Hong Run seems to be quite a skilled police officer. "All right," Du Hua understood and replied, cautiously but politely. "I have a concern about something. May I ask, Buddha, is that allowed?" He also permits it. "Ask away." Following the order, he began to explain that once the mission personally commanded by His Highness is completed, the level of the winners will increase, and he briefly revisited some past events. And if the Maple Leaf's level rises, it will almost overshadow all the other victories and could end up like the first generation of Maple. At this point, with the reasoning just given, he wondered if the brothers from the National Temple Flower said they would take on this mission. Wouldn't they be the better choice? "They don't care about power, only their bodies," Du Hua replied smoothly. "Fang Lan, I never said only the Maple Leaf would be assigned to do the task." Fang Lan didn't quite understand and asked what he meant. He explained that this mission involves the Maple Leaf and October, but in total, there are 4 other months involved. Fang Lan was surprised. "Which other months? Didn't you say 1 month was already too much?" Du Hua calmly explained that the plan had changed. Fang Lan didn't believe it. Wasn't 4 wins still too many? He confidently concluded that it's okay, just for investigation and exploration. "To be honest, I have a very interesting plan." Meanwhile, a voice echoed from the police station. Senior Officer Hong Run. Hong Run stood before Na Ho and spoke formally. "Sir!" Jin Ha sat arrogantly in the chair with a fake smile. "Will you be in charge of sweeping the Tran Lai cult?" Looking at his face, Hong didn't seem shaken but was determined to hear the order. "I will provide you with the necessary information." He reports seriously. "I already emphasized this before. Touching on religion, especially Buddha, is an extremely serious matter that cannot be taken lightly." Na Ho, hearing this, coldly asked, "Recently, some troublemakers came to Hong Jun's house and attacked him, right?" He paused for a moment and then continued. "The issue involving those religions and beliefs is extremely difficult to resolve, just like your wife's case before." Hong Jun was surprised to hear Na say that, and Na Ho asked again, "Do you also realize that those who follow that faith have exploited religion to commit many evil acts, and even counterfeit believers must be eliminated? If you have already investigated, you would know about it. According to this document, quite a few suspects in your area have been investigated. They all have illegal activities, unauthorized proselytizing, and are suspected of being involved in certain incidents." Na Ho became serious and said, "Specifically, many girls have gone missing mysteriously recently, so you should take on this investigation." Then he suddenly asked Hong Jun, "So, do you agree to take on this mission?" Hong Jun was so surprised that he froze and said nothing. After Now finished speaking, Hongjun returned to his office to talk with Gi Yongshu. Mr. Gi crossed his arms and said seriously, after hearing his boss, "Of course you have to take on that investigation." Hongjun sat across calmly and said, "I'm quite worried." Gi Yongshu immediately spoke to reassure him. "There's no need for you to worry so much. They have already killed your wife, sent people to your house to try to harm you and your daughter. Now there is an order from above to investigate the illegal activities of the Red Maple. Is there anything else you're thinking about?" Mr. Zhu encourages and motivates him. "For this case, you take charge of the investigation and I will support you from behind." Hongjun then explained the current status of the investigation. Right now, the investigation into them hasn't made much progress, so we need to act cautiously. He laid out his plan. "First, we will see whether the Red Maple or the two bastard Hoa Kwok brothers act first so we can grasp the situation. As I was speaking, I looked up and saw that he was no longer here. Where have I been all this time?" Hong sits alone on the chair, lost in thought. Then he sighed in frustration, saying how exhausting it was. The scene shifts to Gyeonshu now meeting with the 3 members of his investigation team. He spoke up to assign the task to the 3 of them. "Your mission is to find those gangsters disguised as missionaries or operating in that area. Investigate the missing person cases as well. They often disguise themselves as missionaries or something similar." Mr. Shu held the stack of documents tightly and said seriously, "According to the documents, they are very active in this area. Therefore, to approach them more easily, we need someone to infiltrate and uncover their hideout." As he finished speaking, Gyeong-hee quickly shouted out loud. "Wait," she said calmly. "As far as I know, there are many religions active in South Korea, both big and small, so how can we track their movements?" Mr. Hun's car, standing nearby, also agreed and said, "No matter what, catching them is not easy." Mr. Hun calmly said that the fake evangelists there are very clever. They always know how to avoid police investigations and won't do anything too obvious to attract police attention. Mr. Zhu listened to what you said and immediately asked, "How can you be sure of what they are doing?" Mr. Hun calmly replied, "I have also investigated them quite a bit before, so the situation won't be simple. Finding and controlling them will be very difficult." At this moment, Haijun also spoke up, saying, "Look at the map. The train station here will circle around the nearby area and then enter the city center. Everyone will move to the station to wait for the train, so this is a place where many people gather." Haijun said excitedly, "So we'll set the bait here. Jong Hyun is perfect for this because he's easy to fool. You can tell by his innocent expression." Mr. Gyeong got angry when he heard that and said, "Easy for you to say. But have you read the documents? They usually target beautiful girls, right?" Mr. Geishu finally spoke up. "It's tough. Where are we supposed to find someone pretty to trick them?" Hyejeon nodded in agreement and shared his opinion. "That's right. How about having Song Hyun dress as a girl now?" Song Hyun, standing nearby, frowned in discomfort and said, "Are you okay?" Hai Jun Ki-ong Hai, seeing that no one was paying attention to him, angrily shouted, "What's wrong with you? Can't you see?" "What am I doing here?" The 3 men standing and discussing fell silent and turned to stare at Gi Ong-hee. Then, Gi Ong-shu made a decision. "All right, let's use the commander's daughter as bait. The girl also wants to train as a police officer." Hyun and Seong Hyun nervously exclaimed, Don't go crazy. This is no joke. They are quite dangerous. If things get out of control, it could be dangerous." Mr. Hai saw they still weren't paying attention, so he called out again. Hey, I'm talking here. Aren't you listening? I've been standing here since the afternoon. Don't ignore me like that." She clenched her fist and frowned, angry, saying, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? A beautiful girl like me is standing right here, so where else would you go looking?" The 3 of them looked at her with puzzled expressions. After a while, the 3 of them were sitting and drinking coffee on the porch. Mr. Hai had returned. She asked them what they thought of those young men, and Mr. Hai, who had swapped his police uniform for a short floral dress, looked truly beautiful. She smiled brightly at everyone and asked with a grin, "Looking at my outfit, you'd say I'm totally drunk, right?" Hai Jun saw her and excitedly asked, "What the heck is this? Why do you look like a completely different person? Why does your hair look much longer?" Mr. Hyen's car also chimed in. "Just show me how to escape this bald fate," Mr. Hai replied calmly. "It's just a wig extension, but what's so surprising about that?" At this point, Mr. Zhujian finally spoke up, saying that anyone who didn't know her before might have been fooled by her. "It looks pretty smooth now." Seeing Mr. Hai get praised, he immediately put on a cool, mischievous smile. He immediately emphasized that he was serious and not joking around. Then everyone stopped teasing her and started the investigation. Mr. Hun's car spoke. "It's all good, so you go there alone. Just keep going back and forth there, and they'll definitely notice you." Gi Ong-hai, hearing that she has to go there alone, asked suspiciously, "Go there alone?" Mr. Hun smiled and replied, "That's right. It makes them less suspicious." Walking alone with a lost cow, he decided to cause trouble. Cut to the train station where 2 men approach her and smile, saying, "You look really beautiful. Can I get to know you?" Gi Ong-hai was startled, surprised to see the 2 strangers in front of her. She looked at them and thought to herself, "What the heck? Really? Why are there so many guys who just want to hit on girls? I've only been out for a bit and I've already run into one. Gi Eung-hai shyly smiled and replied, "Thank you very much." The man then smiled and said, "Sorry to bother you, but just seeing you made me want to get to know you right away. We are just students studying nearby. When I saw you, I felt like I was meeting my idol. I wonder if you could come with us to help with some volunteer work for the ascetic followers?" Gi Eung-hee heard them say this and fell silent, staring intently. If she agrees to come with us, it would truly be a great fortune for us. Gi Eung-hee looked at the two of them and immediately saw the wicked faces smiling slyly as they stared at her. At that moment, the man asked, "What do you think of our proposal? Do you agree?" "If you agree, let's go to a coffee shop and talk for a bit." Gi Eun-hai was startled and replied, dropping the matter, thinking to herself how quickly it all happened. It turns out Seon-hyun was absolutely right. Gi Eun-hai recalled the words Seon-hyun had said earlier. When they encounter a target to lure, they will approach actively to seduce the prey. They might make an attractive offer and then invite her to a certain cafe to drink and chat. After inviting her there, they will say they have no money because they didn't bring any for some reason. At this point, she and the two others have entered the coffee shop, as Mr. Hu X said. "Unfortunately, we forgot to bring money. Sorry, please cover for us. We will pay you back later." Remember Mr. Hai's words, so just buy for them then. So she smiled and said to them, "All right, it's nothing really. I'll treat you." At that moment, they realized she was a kind person, easily exploited or influenced by external factors. At this moment, she still forced a smile and called for water for them, without knowing that those two were behind her, smiling very eerily. Then they would Judong start talking to her, and at that point, her coffee had already been served. The man then asked, "Do you understand everything we just said?" Mr. Hai smiled and replied, "I understand as well." The long-haired man also responded, "Yes, that's great." At this moment, she secretly thought that listening to these guys for 20 minutes was exhausting. Then the two of them stood up and said, "Let's go to our place now. There will be many surprises waiting for you there. Then they will take you to their place as originally planned. Pretend to agree to show them you are gullible. They won't suspect anything since they've already tested you before." Seeing that, she smiled and agreed. Yes. In her mind, she thought to herself that things were just as she had predicted, cursing the two of them for being pretty stupid. Mr. Hai followed them, panting as he walked, thinking that she never imagined their territory was this far away. They led her to an old, dilapidated house and said with a smile, "Sorry for the detour, but you've arrived at our place." The long-haired man smiled and invited her in. Then she stepped into that room. The long-haired man smiled and said, "In here, you will see what you have left behind." Gi Eung-hai immediately thanked her. "Thank you." Gi Eung-hai was startled and surprised by what he saw in front of him. A woman with green hair had a six-pointed maple leaf mark on the back of her neck. In front of her, there are images of young women being deceived here, surrounded by burly men. At this moment, the woman with green hair also turns her head to stare at her with a smile. Gi Eung-hai stared back at the woman when suddenly the sound of a door slamming echoed. She turned her head and saw the two men had locked the door tightly and were smiling at her. Then they quickly ran towards her, trying to grab her. Knowing their intention, Gi Eung-hee reached out, grabbed the long-haired man's hand, and threw him to the ground.
The man walking beside her was kicked in the face by her, causing him to fall flat on the ground. The woman with green hair was surprised to see that she had taken down two of her subordinates.
"Ah," she stared at her and said, "Not bad. I didn't think she had some real strength." Gi Eung-hee felt proud of himself for taking down two men. "I've also gotten much stronger after all that training." Gi Eung-hai turned to look at the women who were gagged and blindfolded. She turned back to her and asked, "Are you kidnappers and traffickers?" Lam Diep immediately replied, "Huh? Kidnappers and traffickers?" Lam Diep raised her hand with sharp darts and said, "No, we're just bringing these girls closer to Buddha." Suddenly she was startled by something and saw it. Lam Diep saw Gi Eun-hai pointing an electric gun directly at her. She smiled and asked, "A stun gun?" Gi Eun-hai's hand is ready to pull the trigger at any moment. Lam Diep stepped forward and said disdainfully, "But it won't do you any good, little sister." She was surprised. Then she swung her black cloak, causing her to fall backward in shock. Jung Hai thought to himself, "The cloak is blocking my view." Lam Diep rushed straight at her and said, "It's your time to die, little sister." But before he could reach her, someone's foot kicked him square in the face. Lam Diep suddenly fell backward onto the floor, and it was none other than Jian Shu. He pats Gi Eung-hee's shoulder to comfort her, really troublesome. She tried her best. "Let me handle these guys." Mr. Zhu pointed the gun at the kidnappers and said seriously, "You've already captured a lot of girls here, haven't you? But today is the day your luck runs out." "Oh, thank you, Gi Eung-shu." "Hey, brother, you're going a bit too far. How can a man hit a woman so excessively?" Jian Shu smirked and said, "I do it because I want to." "Got something to say? You scumbags don't even deserve to be called human." Lam Diep's face twisted from Jian Shu's blows. He raised the stick in his hand, his face full of murderous intent. At that moment, Jian Shu delivered a decisive blow to her face. He thought to himself, "All right, it seems that after facing Phoenix and those two bastard brothers with good physiques, my stamina and reactions have improved quite a lot." Jian Shu's face remains unmoved, serious in his thoughts that he has also adapted better to this body. He hopes that with how things are progressing, he will soon regain his former prowess. Lam Diep was stunned by Gi Ongshu's blow, clutching her face as she ordered, "Why are you all still standing here? Go over there and finish him off." As they finished speaking, the three of them charged at Jianshu. Rushing forward, he clenched his stick tightly, and suddenly, the faces of the three froze. With his all-around skills, Gi Ongshu immediately launched swift, storm-like strikes to take down the three of them. Faced with this scene, his face remains calm without a hint of emotion. Yan stands straight, while the attackers he faced earlier lie scattered on the floor. He thought to himself that with his current strength, these bastards still weren't enough to fight him. At the same time, Gong Hai behind him saw this scene and couldn't help but admire. Too skilled. Lam Diep was struggling badly. She painfully opened one eye and let out a cry. Seeing that, Gai Shu didn't hesitate to swing the stick in his hand and hit her hard once more. He thought to himself, is this bastard still not knocked out?
Alright, while we're at it, give it a few more hits. These bastards can't be spared.
He turned to Jian Hai and said, "Call Kihi. Tell her to come. We need to clean up this place with more people." She responded, "I'm coming now. I was so scared after that last time that I have no strength left to stand up anymore. Can you help me stand up?" Hearing that, he said, "Is it so scary that you can't even stand up now?" "Well, I didn't expect there to be so many of them here. That's why I couldn't handle them all by myself." Seeing her say that, Gai Shu replied, "All right." He reached out with one hand to support Gi Ong-hee's shoulder. "All right, you did a great job this time. You found the location where they were capturing the girls in such a short time." Suddenly, he picked her up and carried her. "I have to praise you for that." Jianshu's action was a bit surprising. Gi Yong-hai exclaimed in panic, "What are you doing?" He said confusedly, "She was just helping me stand up." She blushed and immediately denied, "I didn't do it. I just told him to help me stand up. I can still walk. There's no need to carry me like this." A voice with a hint of fatigue sounded from the office. "It's true that with your pale, trembling face, you're exhausted and reminding us that you all act on your own accord again. If this incident gets out of control, it will be too dangerous." Mr. Shu calmly said, "All right, we've caught them anyway." Hong Run, exhausted, said, "If you keep doing this, I'll be dead from stress. Next time, just give me a heads up before you do anything." I immediately retorted, "If I tell you, I wouldn't be able to act like this." Feeling a bit helpless, he said, "You're really young and want to do whatever you want. I can't control you anymore." Finally, you agreed and said, "All right, next time I do something dangerous, I will inform you first." Hong nervously replied, "That's good." He crossed his arms and asked, "So now you'll take responsibility for this holy truth, right?" Hong Jun hesitated a bit and said, "I know, but they are still too active, so we need to see the results of this investigation first. The headquarters also sent people to observe this case, so I need to consider carefully." He reproached, saying, "The headquarters has a large force, but those people are so useless. Last time, the Phoenix Foundation didn't do anything during the investigation, which led to us losing an officer." Geng Shu said, "Let us handle this one." He replied anxiously, "You're fine, but the headquarters doesn't seem willing. This is a high-profile case with many young women missing, so the public is watching us closely." Hong said seriously, "If possible, I will directly oversee this case if it is assigned from above." Hearing him say that, he replied, "So you agree to let us participate in this case. This mission may involve mobilizing additional members from the headquarters, but there is a complication with one person. Chief Kim N, 54 years old, is a capable officer who started as an investigator and gradually rose through the ranks to become a highly skilled chief. He has served several terms, even though the law limits police chiefs to 2 terms. Due to the cases he has solved and his current high standing at the headquarters, with no successors ready, and his extensive political connections in Korea, he has put significant pressure on the central headquarters, leaving them in a difficult position. In the end, headquarters had to concede and change the law to allow one person to hold the position for more than 2 terms. So now, he is considered to have served 3 consecutive terms as police chief. Furthermore, after gaining power, he continuously recruited talented people to all police stations across the country into his office. From those actions, he has been steadily strengthening his position day by day. Therefore, now almost no one can challenge him. "We don't know how long his position will last anymore," Hong said nervously. "So at our lousy headquarters, trying to compete with them is just hopeless," Mr. Shu replied helplessly. "It's true. Now that I think about what you said, it turns out the team here is full of people without real skills," he replied. "That's true, but they are also good members. With training in the future, they can completely develop further. Although we know there are still many difficulties for the headquarters, everyone must keep trying." The English replied, "But this is the mission we've been assigned, so they probably can't interfere much, so there's no need for you to worry." Hong Jun was a bit worried and said, "Not exactly." Cautiously, he added, "That person has too much real power. Just like you, if you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. You have understood the organization of Huaquoc Pagoda with that Buddha, so you can also take actions to guess their intentions. But for him, it's not necessarily the same. He started as an ordinary detective, but through many achievements, he was promoted so quickly to police chief that no one could have expected it." Mr. Su calmly said with folded arms, "As you said, he really is a once-in-a-century legend." A legend has to be different, right? He was a bit puzzled. But with someone as talented as him, how could he not investigate Huaquoc Pagoda?
He even had the intention to stop the investigation into the missing girls and that righteous sect.
Hong Run looked at him, furrowed his brows, and said seriously, "You think something about this doesn't feel right, don't you?" He remained silent, deep in thought. At Hong Run's house, Hong smiled and greeted, "I'm home." He smiled warmly and asked the girl, "How was school today, my daughter?" Meanwhile, behind him, the cat was also purring. She replied, "I have a lot of things to do in class, so I've been coming home a bit late." "All right, I understand my daughter always being at the top of the class." Then he headed to his room, waving and telling Hong Jun, "You can talk to him if you have something to discuss while I'm gone." She replied to him, "Yes." Suddenly, Mr. Shu noticed something and turned to see Hong Gun smiling at him. Mr. Shu, a bit puzzled, asked, "Do you find something to be happy about?" The girl smiled and replied, "Of course I'm happy to see you." He looked puzzled and frowned, so she explained her answer. "Before you came here, I already knew about you. My father told me stories about you. After your mother passed away, your father was very heartbroken. He couldn't do anything for a long time. But after learning about you, my father became much more lively. Especially when he talked about you, the past scenes would come to mind." He called Hong Jun his son. At this moment, he looked a bit exhausted. Holding her hand sincerely, he said, "The last words your mother said to me were that she wanted me to take good care of you. That's why I've been trying my best. But lately my father hasn't been well, but it will be different from now on. The investigation into the criminals has made progress, and my father can now bring us light, thanks to that." He smiled gently and said, "A new member in the agency and the promise he made to your mother is gradually coming true." Returning to the present, she said, "You don't know what the mission your father mentioned is, but it's probably quite important to him." Hong, feeling a bit grateful, told him that since her father knew about him, he had become more spirited. Suddenly, Mr. Shu said, "Don't think about it too much." He confidently said, "I will definitely complete that mission with your father." She said, "Promise me." Hong Dian smiled and told him he would have to try his best to complete it with his father. Suddenly, another figure appeared in Jian Shu's mind. Phoenix also smiled and said to him, "Promise me." Then he extended his pinky and said, "All right, I promise." Seeing his action, she looked a bit confused and said, "Yes." Hong looked confused at his hand and asked, "What are you doing with your pinky?" Mr. Shu explained, "Don't you know?" She raised her hand hesitantly and said, "Yes." Suddenly, Hong covered her mouth and laughed. She said, "You know a lot too." "Yes, it's really adorable." His face suddenly darkened, and he repeated in confusion, "What is that? So cute." Seeing Guys' attitude, Shu, the girl, realized she had misspoken and immediately apologized. "Yes, I was a bit too much." A voice spoke up. "Officer Hong Chun." The person told him that the interrogation of the related suspects had yielded results, confirming their involvement with the Truth Cult. He told Hong Jun that everything needed to know about the cult had been thoroughly investigated, including their methods and locations. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised and said, "That fast?" He responded quickly, "Yes." He clasped his hands and asked Hong Run, "So now?" Na Ho was looking at you with hopeful eyes, asking, "Will you take on this investigation?" The Truth Sect, a fake cult founded by a woman 10 years ago who believed she was a saint. After that, it grew rapidly and spread enough to become a large organization that could not be ignored. But suddenly, it vanished into thin air within 5 years. The Saintess took her executives and some followers and moved the base to the Philippines, but all the executives and the Saintess were found dead. The police concluded that their deaths were the result of an internal conflict, and with that, the Truth Sect was believed to have disappeared. But at that moment, a man standing outside the door saw the massacre before him, a surviving believer. His face was terrified, covered in tears, and he whispered, "Saint Naho told you. I believe it has begun." The activities of their fake cult resurfaced once more with what remained. The second leader of the Truth Cult appeared to be a man in his late teens, using fake street preachers to abduct others. After torturing and imprisoning those people until their spirits hit rock bottom and they could no longer control themselves, they rewarded them with what they dreamed of and made them dependent on them. They had also been hypnotized for a long time. By then, they had become their pets. He turned men into undead soldiers, and the women he liked would become his servants. Based on the brainwashing process, blue butterfly, yellow butterfly, red butterfly, black butterfly, he continued to explain. He separated them and tattooed each with a maple leaf in corresponding colors so he could easily control them. He's a pervert. I think he built himself a house on the Wasteland Island. He extended an invitation to Hong Jun, saying, "If you decide to take on this mission, I will share that location with you." Naho saw the hesitation in his eyes and asked Senior Officer, "Hong Run, why are you hesitating like this? Isn't this an opportunity for you to get revenge for your wife?" Hong Run bowed his head and asked, "Sir Commissioner," Mr. Tran Tru said what he thought, "Don't you think this is a trap?" A sigh sounded as Maple, holding Shich Diep and Huang Diep on either side, said, "I heard that Liu Feng's leaf has been captured." He said angrily, "That's so humiliating. She hasn't even done many things yet, but has already been caught. Soon, they will break in here. We need to prepare." "You guys are really interested, aren't you?" he called, his tone tinged with sarcasm. "Hak Kwuk Tuhua, I only feel excited when I hold a crowbar and swing it around." The other person stood silently to the side, Trusi, and said, "Anyway, I don't expect you to be satisfied and accept the mission so your organization can become bait for them. Suddenly, Fong spoke. The Buddha said that if this mission succeeds, he will grant me a special reward. Suddenly, a voice asked, Lafong, are you just standing there and doing the mission for the reward only? Then he retorted, what do you mean that's not allowed? Fong sighed a little annoyed and said, I should be the one shocked right now. Isn't that fair? You two Hakwuk Tuhua brothers are working together on a mission, so why is it easier for you than me? Hakwuk Tuhua ngeve dup. It's mainly my older brother in charge, so don't get mad at me. Du Sun continued in a serious tone, the only person I know currently on an important mission is Hoa An Dao. Lafong replied to them, I don't expect you two to volunteer for this mission with me, Hakwuk Tuhua said with a slightly threatening tone. Well, if we fail, it will also affect your career. Although I don't like the way the girl surrounds him, for the Buddha and the organization, I have no choice but to accept it. He continued, I think we might achieve a victory we've never had before in this mission. Lafong turned and asked, what about you, Empty Mountain? Busan replied, the Buddha told me to do it, so I will. Annoyed by his tone, Haegwo Tuhua said irritably, that annoying bastard is so arrogant. Fong only replied, whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. I am quite looking forward to this mission. The moment this island was stained with blood like a maple leaf about to fall. On this side, Hong Run repeated his words, yes, it's a trap. He revealed what he was suspicious of. When we tried to capture the drug cartel before, we already suffered losses. This time, the interrogation was even bigger than the last one. We already have some information, but the results came too quickly. The suspect might be lying. Suddenly, Na called out to Senior Officer Hong Run. He angrily said with a serious face, are you doubting my abilities? Hong Jun replied, I do not doubt you. The commissioner suddenly said he was very suspicious of Kim Na-ho. Hearing that, Na suddenly froze for a moment, then a smile escaped his lips, making Hong Run stunned. At the same time, Na-ho said admiringly, I know you're amazing. Na-ho said with admiration, you can still stay calm even when your beloved family is involved in this matter. Very well. The senior officer Hong Run nodded and said, don't worry, even if it's a trap to complete the mission, I will have Captain Zhang's Special Forces team support you. Hearing that name, Hong Run suddenly froze. He asked again, what now? Better now? The two of you have known each other for a long time. He spoke and said, may I make a suggestion? Na-ho responded, what is it? Hong Jun said very seriously, if this cleanup campaign succeeds, let me investigate Yuha as the mastermind behind it. Hearing such a condition, he bowed slightly and sighed, you're truly remarkable. I've seen many people like you who have gone through countless missions before, but Hong Jun, a bit confused, says sorry. He continued, all right, no matter how much you think about it, it doesn't matter. You're the only one I trust to succeed this time. And Officer Hong Run stood straight and said to the commissioner, I don't understand what you're talking about. Na-ho seriously called him Senior Officer Hong Run. He gently declined, saying, I'm sorry, but I haven't accepted your proposal yet. Why am I not allowed to investigate him? Na-ho lowered his head and replied slowly. Hong Run looked at Na-ho in confusion. He solemnly faced him and slowly uttered the three words, Hak Thong. Hong Run couldn't believe what he was hearing. What did you say? Seeing the person in front of him extremely tense, Na-ho replied softly. When you and your wife started investigating through Gukra, he glared with the intensity of a predator and emphasized, I've been watching you. He also explained, when your wife died, I was going to order you to stop investigating, but it seems you plan to give up on your own. Na-ho chuckled quietly, thinking you were just like everyone else. With some of the cards burned, he also guessed. But after the Phoenix incident, my thoughts changed. Looking at the collected Crane victory card, Niall frankly admitted, I believe if I had given you a small warning, you would have stopped the investigation. He glanced at Hong Run across from him, unaware that everything was a scheme, like a cunning fox. You prepared everything I didn't know about. Although you didn't succeed in completing the mission, you did very well. I underestimated you. The more I hear, the more Hong Jun feels like vomiting blood in anger. What is your motive? Senior Officer Hong trembled. He calmly asked, do you love this organization? Along with the noble emblem of the agency, Na-ho answered himself, I do. In his youth, Na-ho realized the harsh truth, but this organization was very different from what I had imagined. I thought this place was tough and determined to fight evil. But in reality, they wavered at the slightest excuse, and this organization was just a cover for another group. In the pouring rain, Na-ho lay severely wounded, helplessly waiting. And then Dua approached. I met that person. He wore a mask and calmly said to the one in front of him, although our paths are different, in the end our goals are the same. Na-ho was stunned when she heard those words. The mask was slowly removed and a lucrative offer was made. Join me, that is Dua. He said I would make your dream come true. Na-ho nostalgically muttered, well, that was 30 years ago, wasn't it? Time really flies. I have been a police commissioner for 5 years now, and our organization has changed a lot. Here, investigative authority and state power, which had weakened, have regained their strength. Our budget has increased, and compared to other organizations, our voice is stronger. Then he raised his eyebrows and asked the person opposite him, what do you think? Have you seen anyone work harder for the organization than me? Hong Run frowned and retorted, You're not doing this for the organization? After thinking it over, he realized he was doing it for himself. Neo casually clicked his tongue. Not wrong, because I am the organization. Looking at his shining nameplate, Neo calmly added, I only have 1 year left in my term. I can't extend it, but shouldn't I plan for something greater? His determination only grew stronger, so I was thinking of using him to achieve my goal. Hongjun also broke out in a cold sweat because of this person. Na-ho slowly commented on your strong faith, perseverance, and honest character. I like you. You remind me of myself back then. But Hongjun didn't feel that way. It seemed he was having a hard time controlling everything. So you want a position where you can easily control everything, right? He firmly retorted, I will never become a corrupt cop like you. Na-ho once again calls out to the person opposite, the senior officer trembling. He constantly insists that no matter how hard they try, evil can never truly disappear. It will always appear somewhere. From Nao's perspective, evil can be negotiated with and evil cannot be negotiated with. I will choose the latter. If you were me, I bet you'd choose the latter too, right? Hearing this, Hong-ron remained silent and did not respond. He turned around and walked away. Na-ho asked suspiciously, Are you planning to leave? Not getting an answer, Na-ho quickly added, I will answer you next time. Seeing Hong-ron turn back, he continued, and to answer the question of my motive, I just want this country to be peaceful. Hearing this, Hongjun just silently stared at him. At this moment, Nio pulled out a stack of files. You should bring this along too. This is information about the maple leaf. It's all true. That's how I am. Thinking of the maple leaf, he gritted his teeth and reminded him, You have to avenge your wife, right? Na-ho suddenly remembered the red maple leaf, and he decided that the mission name was to scratch the leaf, wasn't it? When Hongjun was about to leave, Na-ho called out loudly, Senior Officer Hongjun. He smiled sinisterly and said, You have a good reputation, so don't die. The pressure from those words made Hongjun feel as if 1,000 eyes were watching him. Hong-run forced himself to keep walking. He managed to stay calm in front of Hak Thang alone, but inside his mind was a chaos of tangled thoughts and endless questions. However, his conclusion was simpler and clearer than those questions. Darkness enveloped him, and he realized he was weak. What could he possibly do? At Jianshu's house, Hongjun has just returned home and is greeted warmly. You're back. You were gone quite a while today. But Hongjun's current state feels a bit unfamiliar to Jianshu. What is it? Did he drink alcohol? The drunken image of Hongjun suddenly appears. I had to carry him in. What if he gets attacked? You should have gone straight home. Were you drinking while in uniform? Are you losing your mind? Hong-run recounts while drunk. Today he tried to say, I met Hak. Mr. Zhu froze and wondered. Hak Hong-run remained silent and then added, The police commissioner is Hak. This truth shocks Mr. Gi Shu more than ever. What? Mr. Gi urgently told him to speak clearly and tell me everything. Calm down. But he just muttered that the plan to eliminate Wag was cancelled. Mr. Gi Shu opened his eyes wide and asked, Are you crazy? Hong muttered bitterly. That was a battle I couldn't win from the start. Right now, I'm just dancing in the palm of their hands. Mr. Shu also said nothing, quietly gazing at the stack of documents in the other person's hand. The next morning, the room was filled with uneven sounds. Hong shivered and rubbed his head to stay alert, and at this moment, 2 unexpected faces appeared before him. Hongjun shouted loudly, What's going on? Why did you guys come in? Hijun and Mr. Hyun hurriedly defended themselves, saying, Officer Kim told us to stay here for a while and watch over him. We were very worried because he was still unconscious after drinking, and at this point, Hongjun was sweating all over. He asked anxiously, What are you saying? Officer Kim, where is Mr. Gi Shu? You also just replied, I don't know where he told us to go, but Shu officer told me to say this to you. At the same time, Mr. Zhu was ready with his luggage in hand, silently thinking about his message. If they are dancing in the palm of your hand, this is the perfect time to bite back. Senior Police Officer Kim Jian-shu has arrived at the harbor. He stared firmly ahead and silently made up his mind. The mission was to scrape the leaves, acting alone. At the harbor, Guy Ong-hee suddenly appeared, shouting, Me too, I want to go on a mission. Officer Shu, confused, turned around. He wondered, How do you know I'm here? Guy Ong-hai excitedly raised her phone. Do you remember the dating app you downloaded on my phone during the last mission for me to use as bait? She proudly pointed to the app on the screen. I've been using it to track you. There's your location right there. Hearing this, Gi Ong-shu could only respond with a puzzled sound. He sighed helplessly and said, You're so annoying. Suddenly, Gi Ong-shu's phone rang. The caller was Hong Jun, the unlucky man known as the slave. Gi Ong-shu picked up the phone. Hello, I'm listening. Is there something wrong? Gi Mr. Hai next to him is also eager to hear the story. Who's calling? Hong-run anxiously asked, Where are you right now? Gi Ong-shu calmly replied, I was planning to go to the island, so now I am at the port. Seeing his reaction, he nervously asked, So what? How do you plan to get there? I bought an old fishing boat from a fisherman with gold. Gi Ong-hee was also shocked after hearing that. What do you mean by gold? Hong-run on the other side could only helplessly ask the senior police officer Kim Gi. He sternly advised, I will send aid immediately. Take care. Mr. Gi nodded and sighed in relief. That's good to hear. But he also made sure to add, if you're still not yourself after I finish this job, then you're really in trouble with me. Hong Run immediately decided to pretend she hadn't heard a thing. Mr. Hai's family has been ignored all this time, but still stubbornly raises his head to ask Jian Mr. Shu who called him. Instead of answering, he calmly turns around and steps onto the boat. See you again later. Hurry up and act out your Oscar-worthy performance. If I go, take me with you. She hurriedly added while holding up her bag, those priests really love pretty girls. I'll be your bait too. I brought makeup and nice clothes along with me. Mr. Shu still maintains a cold and dismissive attitude. Go home and rest. She compared herself to her two teammates again. Why did you assign the mission to Hyun and Seong Hyun and not to me? Mr. Gi immediately explained that it's because they are stronger than her.
He also didn't forget to mention that they already have experience in missions, so it will take her a long time to catch up with them.
But with Jian Hai, that doesn't convince me. I need to do the mission to gain experience. How else can I get experience? Gi Mr. Shu straightforwardly pointed out that she only wanted to do the mission to get a promotion. Hearing that, she immediately retorted without hesitation. No, Gi Mr. Hai Feng muttered, pouting. I am also a member of this group. He immediately corrected himself. A slave. She whispered sadly, I guess because we are both slaves, I feel like I am being pushed aside. Hearing this, Gai Shu couldn't help but gape in amazement. Guyong Hai quickly concluded, what does he know about that? Thinking back to the moment when Jian Shu held me in his arms, Guyong Hai blushed shyly. Maybe I can do well enough to surprise him and get another compliment. Who knows, right? Honestly, when he praised me, he interrupted her before she could finish, with a cold tone. If that's what you think, I have to say you're right. Before she could react, he struck directly at Jiang He's neck with his hand. But this mission is too dangerous, so don't follow him. After leaving her unconscious on the shore, Mr. Shu leisurely boards the boat with a farewell. Sleep well, it's time to go now. The door of the police station opens and a police officer steps in to report. Sir Chief of Police, Senior Officer Dong Han requests that Officer Boon Jang-gok be assigned to him. Naho asked thoughtfully. Really? Then send him there immediately. The police officer obeyed without hesitation. Now he was alone in the room. Naho muttered satisfied. That's right, it has to be like that. When a juicy bait is right in front of you, you have to bite. He took a small device out of his shirt. Naho excitedly spoke into the device. Can you hear me clearly? Fenglan, the trap crane has successfully been set. If he departs now, he should arrive in about 3 to 4 hours. A response immediately comes through the device. Got it. I'm informing Feng Hiep now. Naho breathes a sigh of relief, finally starting. With Dua's manpower, Feng Hiep will lead Ho Chi and Kong Tom San to face Hong Jun's team and Byun Jong Guk's special forces. He laughed loudly. This will probably be a lot of fun. Hak Tengjing, Kim Naho. When he proposed this plan to Buddha, he didn't care which side would win because whichever wins would benefit him anyway. If Feng Hiep wins, the plan he discussed with Buddha will be considered successful, making him even more trusted in Buddha's eyes. And if Hong Run wins, his position as police chief will be even more secure. In this mission, he only wants one thing, to see both sides drenched in blood and torn apart. He believes that those with immense power will become wildcards in his future big plans, and he considers Bon Jang-guk, the only officer in the police force who disobeys orders and supports the police chief, as his own. Like a thorn in his side, Nahu tapped the table and muttered, balance. The important thing is that everything must be balanced. If one side completely dominates the others, then everything will be decided by that side. Suddenly, a noise came from the communication device. Hak Feng Lan is full. This person asked suspiciously. Aren't we supposed to arrive in 3 or 4 hours? Naho immediately confirms. Yes, that's right. The sound from the device keeps ringing steadily. Feng Heap's men are waiting to ambush. Seeing the group knocked down on the ground, this person confusingly reports that they have all been wiped out. Naho suddenly widened his eyes in surprise. What the heck? The person on the other side also questioned this in confusion. Naho's eyes flashed with surprise, and he let out a soft laugh. Naho quietly thought to himself, look at that. What a cunning bastard. The first person he thought of was Hong Run, pretending to be weak in front of him but secretly scheming behind his back. I'm starting to like him more and more. Thinking this, Naho picked up the device and said, it seems Hong Jun and his team have already taken the lead. Send my apologies to Feng Heap, he thought to himself, so he secretly formed a team once again. The information from the other side contradicts Nao's thoughts. Just now, new intel was received. Seeing the increasingly hurried footsteps, the other person hurriedly reported that it's not a team, and the two people lying in ambush didn't anticipate this move. By the time they looked up, 2 blades were already swinging toward them, and a sweeping battle unfolded in the maple forest. Mr. Shu smoothly took down all 3, each one injured and bleeding. Seeing Jian, Mr. Shu held his knife without changing expression, and the person with the communication device immediately reported back that it was just one person. Now Ho didn't see this coming. What? He immediately thought of someone. Could it be him? The more Naho calculated, the more confused he became. He had never anticipated this. I thought he was just a good cop, but I didn't expect him to be this skilled. He's a major wildcard. His eyes clearly showed deep calculation. Na-ho looked at the phone on the table, silently telling himself he had to do something to restore the balance. At this moment, in the La Fong forest, after finishing up, the guards and Mr. Shu finally had time to answer the phone. What is it? You frowned in confusion. You want me to wait and go with the special forces who have already taken down those guys before asking again if Kim A-hung is in that team, right? If I wait for them, won't I be delayed? But the other side only responded, trust me, Hong said firmly with a serious tone. Bai Jang-guk's special forces team is the best. At that moment, footsteps echoed down the hallway. Jang-guk opened the door and stepped in. Among the special forces teams present, there was... His face was unusually serious as he announced, we have a mission. Father John's face shows interest. What's the mission? It's been a long time. Sang-ho is just as eager. Damn it. All right then. I wonder how long it's been. Sang-ho immediately turned to remind him. Dung-ho, stop swearing. And a Jang just silently frowns. Given their momentum, Hong trembled again, saying Boon Jang-guk's special forces are the strongest team. Jang-guk stepped forward and signaled, let's go! B. Gung-guk's special forces team is deploying. In the quiet forest, a man's confident voice rang out. No, Officer Shu-gi has already taken care of those black-clad men. He said on the phone, doing the mission alone is more comfortable. Suddenly, someone joins in and gives advice, which makes me really tired. Hong Run, holding the phone with a serious tone, said, Senior Police Officer Kim Gi-ong-shu, back when you were a hitman, didn't you say you were injured during the purge of the True Path sect? He thought of a girl with red hair and cautiously warned him, the first Maple is very strong. Even I have to admit she's formidable. Mr. Gi nodded slowly, glancing at the black-clad figures on the ground. Leaf of Maple isn't that strong now because all the people he sent on the Zhongui mission are very weak. Suddenly, Hong Run seriously called out his name, Senior Police Officer Kim Gi-ong-shu, his voice filled with deep resentment. He is the one who killed my wife, and I want to end this once and for all. Officer Shu nodded firmly, and so do I. When he heard this, Hong trembled and narrowed his eyes. So listen to me. Then he suddenly slammed the table, stood up, and firmly told him, I want to finish this mission without any injuries. I have a plan. Meanwhile, on a quiet beach, Jang-guk and his two subordinates, Dung-ho and Sang-ho, appeared. Jang-guk frowned curiously as he looked at him, the senior police officer, Kim Gi-shu. He nodded in response, yes, it's me. He sized him up and then slowly said, I've heard a lot about you from A-Jang. Then Jang-guk introduced himself. I am the leader of this special forces unit. Byung-guk Gi-ong-shu looked behind him, confused. But why did he bring her along? I spoke and then looked at Jian. Jung-hai snorted and pouted. And what about me? Jang-guk muttered, smoking and frowning in confusion. Isn't that one of your group's members? Kaon chuckled teasingly. Ignoring your team members is not a good idea. Then she glanced at Jeonong-hee, who was pouting and holding her hand back. I heard you abandoned her, but isn't teamwork essential during missions? She immediately agreed. Yeah, that's right. The way she expressed herself made Father John keep glancing at her several times. Sneaking around is really adorable. Over there, Dung-ho suspiciously asked Guy Mr. Shu, Are you the bastard who took down that drug gang? Sang-ho scowled and reminded him about manners. Dung-ho said, Don't call him a bastard. Where is your courtesy? He sneered and said arrogantly, Why bother with manners? His rank is lower than mine. I'm still wondering who he is because he caught the entire drug gang. Dung-ho had no sympathy for him and directly pointed at Jeon-shu to question him. But is he the kind of person who would abandon his teammates behind? So you call yourself a model team leader? Mr. Shu shrugged nonchalantly and replied, If she's useless, what's the point of bringing her along? Dung-ho immediately snapped in anger. What? Even so, you still abandoned her, right? Seeing that, Jung-hee muttered annoyedly at him. Mean-spirited? Kaon gently smiled to comfort her, saying, Don't listen to what he says, he's very rude. Enraged, Dung-ho couldn't hold back and cursed. This bastard saw that he wanted to punch Gi-shu and immediately shouted to stop him. Dung-ho, don't talk nonsense. Veins appeared on Mr. Gi's face as he suppressed his anger and sighed, wondering if he should just abandon them and do it alone when suddenly a female voice whispered softly in his ear. Brother Ah-hai-ong, calm down and be patient. Gi-ong-su looked at her, a bit surprised. Kim A-jang, she's really kind. I thought she was someone else. Dung-ho still wouldn't stop, his voice tense as he wanted to scold him. Hey, what are you saying? Back Dung-ho. Jang-guk suddenly frowned and authoritatively called out to him, causing everyone arguing to also turn their attention toward him. He raised his eyebrows, clearly annoyed by Dung-ho's attitude. Are you planning to fight even before the mission starts? Stop, he probably has his own reasons. Dung-ho immediately bowed his head and admitted fault. Yes, I apologize. I haven't said anything, Captain. Jang-guk, calmly smoking a cigarette and lost in thought, suddenly heard a voice from the radio asking, Are everyone assembled yet? All right, I've also switched all the channels. The person speaking is none other than Hong Jun. He said into the radio, I will now start summarizing the mission. Hong reports that the target's hideout is on the 3rd floor of the church. All the images of that church flashed through his mind. The 1st floor has stairs leading to the 2nd floor and a corridor leading to the dining area and the basement. The 2nd floor is the church. His voice suddenly drops, and the 3rd floor is where the church leader, often called the Maple, resides. If I were the enemy, after luring my opponent deep inside, Hong Run frowned and said, I would surround them with numerous rooms, forcing them to split into teams and go in different directions, straight, left, right, and down to the basement. Hearing this, Jong-guk carefully asked again, is there any difference in the information provided? Hong Jun firmly replied no. Watching Mr. Shu cross his arms silently, Hong Run said, I observed myself and saw no difference at all.
He frowned, wondering to himself. He said he wouldn't take on this mission, yet he secretly investigated it.
After a moment of thought, Hong Run nervously continued, we suspect that our fighting force isn't this weak. There are definitely more of them. Hong Run sternly assigned the task, handle all designated areas quickly, then gather and prepare for any surprises. Then, Mr. Shu directly stepped forward to take on the mission.
Then I will go straight to the 3rd floor. Hearing him say that, Dong-ho frowned in confusion, wondering why.
Mr. Shu replied arrogantly and bluntly, because I am the strongest. As soon as he finished speaking, Dong-ho immediately got angry and scolded. This bastard is so arrogant. Sang-ho quickly turned his head and scolded him. Dong-ho said, stop cursing. After a brief scuffle, Jong-guk suddenly called out to him, Senior Police Officer Kim Gi-ong. He approached him, then extended his hand toward him. Come to think of it, have we shaken hands when we greeted? I don't think we have. I believe we should shake hands. Mr. Gishu hesitated for a moment, then grasped his hand as a sign of successful cooperation. Jang-guk also looked at him in surprise before telling everyone there that Senior Police Officer Kim Ji and Mr. Shu would go straight in, which made him stare in astonishment. Dung shouted loudly, What? Kaon clearly agrees. If the captain has already said that, I won't complain. As for Sang-ho, he nodded in understanding and said, I understand. Then Jong-guk turned to discuss with him. I'll leave that part to you. Just focus on getting to the upper floor. We will do our best to hold them off. He then smiled amicably and said, let's work together happily. Mr. Shu nodded firmly and said, I understand. Suddenly, Ah Hyung exclaimed in horror, Captain! She just looked at the suitcase and said, this isn't our weapon case. What is this? Sang-ho confusedly shouted, fishing rod! Jong-guk frowned and guessed that they must have been given the wrong suitcase when leaving the boat. Try calling the people who brought us here. On the other side, Father John just called and shook his head. I tried but couldn't get through. But they didn't answer. She sighed and said, Meanwhile, the sound of a bell rings out on a boat drifting in the sea. After finishing, Jong-guk immediately falls silent, angry. He gritted his teeth and said, they've played us. The sound of a smug laugh from an old man echoed in the office. Oh yeah, you guys are finished eating, right? The old man chuckled happily. Thank you for fulfilling my request, the other person politely said on the phone. It's nothing. The old man is none other than Coast Guard Commissioner Choi Junin. After saying that, he hangs up. Junin scratched his head. He told himself that although it was quite uncomfortable, there was no other way to balance everything. Meanwhile, inside the church, the strange low voice of a man echoed. The deity has been born. Lafong waved the leaf in his hand and confidently said, I have met the god, and I can say with certainty that he truly exists. Dozens of followers obediently listen to him. Those who believe in him will be saved, and those who do not will be punished. His gaze is as sharp as a dagger. Lafong glared at all the followers below. The unbelievers are attacking us now, but we will win. Suddenly he emphasized in a husky voice, because we believe in the god. As he finished, a series of followers shouted in unison as if hypnotized. Believe, believe, they scream like madmen. Believe in him. Lafong sneered, shouting loudly, after this battle we will be even closer to the divine. His speech is filled with madness, starting by influencing the followers. Dark Nation suddenly laughed out loud, mocking, believing in gods, the only thing I can trust is my own body. Guohua remained silent, like the changing maple leaves descending into madness as the followers collectively screamed in frenzy, all for the gods. Maple spread his arms proudly, looking down at the followers as he controlled, thousands of bloodshot eyes glowing fiercely. Meanwhile, outside the church, the black-clad group was left barely alive after being beaten by him. Everyone standing at the church gate couldn't believe it and exclaimed, It's really huge! Jong-guk frowned, growled at everyone, and stepped forward to enter, ready to infiltrate this place. The leaf-crawling mission name. The church door slowly opens, and Gi Ong-shu and his team walk in confidently. The scene inside makes Dong-ho smirk in amusement. He looked at the crowd of believers standing in front of him and couldn't help but say, It's quite crowded. Hong-gun just reminded them that many of the believers are brainwashed, their faces pale and mindless. Hong-jun also told them that brainwashed people wear white, while non-ordinary believers wear blue or red. Kaon frowned and cautiously said, Everyone is dressed in white, so they all seem to be civilians. We must arrest them without hurting them. After he finished speaking, under the puzzled eyes of everyone, Gi Ong-shu suddenly leapt forward. He aimed straight at the rushing, white-clad civilians and kicked directly at one of them, causing him to flip backward and faint on the spot. Gi Ong-soo, still full of energy, was about to strike at another attacker rushing toward him, while Dong-ho was left speechless in shock. Dong-ho shouted loudly at him, Don't forget they are civilians. Mr. Gishu, clenched fist ready to strike, casually responds, I know. Meanwhile, Sang shouted nervously to Jong-guk, If this continues, he might accidentally kill someone. With an expressionless face, he gritted his teeth and said, "Enough, stop watching and go to your assigned areas." Jong-gook's ordered everyone sternly. After finishing, he couldn't help but think of Hong-jun. Hong-jun's judgment was correct. The white-clad civilians made him uneasy. Ye Fan kept the white-clad followers at the stairs, and after leading the opponent deep into the church, he would surround them with followers in colored clothes and subordinates in the next rooms and basement. Jang-gook sat in silence, deep in thought, while on the tablet screen appeared images of Jian-shu and his team. La Fong narrowed his eyes, observing the situation through it. He suddenly ordered his accomplices. "Hello, 1, 2, 3. Everyone, please wait in the designated room." They immediately replied, "Yes, sir." He then continued to frown in thought. That's strange. Examining the blank sheet of paper is much easier than proving something else. A set of documents flashes on the screen. Finding information about Hua Kwuk is not difficult, as you might imagine. This shows that verifying the information Kim Na-ho provided to us was extremely easy. Hong-jun confirmed that the information was completely accurate and proceeded with the attack plan. La Fong stares intently at the tablet, unable to understand Jian-shu and his companion's actions.
They won't go to the second floor after finishing the first. He watches each person's actions carefully.
But instead of splitting up and going to different places, they all know the secret passages. The room on the left includes Jong-gook and Ai-ong. In the right room are Sang-ho and Dong-ho, and finally in the basement are Kaeon and Jeon-hai. Seeing their formation, La Fong was utterly amazed. In that case, Hong-jun's plan has been completed, which makes La Fong worry about his own plan. It seems like the information has been leaked somehow, which makes La Fong suspicious about how the attackers knew all his secrets. The girl with blue hair is named Luke Diep. Before Fong Hiep's Luke Diep was arrested by the police, he brainwashed her to reveal false information to mislead the police in the file. But the information Hong Run received was not from Luke Diep, but from Zhu. That makes Lei Fong very confused. He suspects how strange could there be a problem with the mind control? No, it can't be. Or maybe Tong Run went to investigate himself, but even then, he couldn't have found that much information. The man in the police uniform at Hoa Kwuk 2, only Buddha and Fong Lan knew, was actually an undercover agent working for the police. So La Fong thought that Hoa Kwuk 2 had sold information to the police. So La Fong frowned, a thought flashing through his mind. Don't tell me it's already been said. He turned in shock to look at the two brothers, Chiho and Hak Ho-chi, who showed no sign of deception. La Fong asked sternly, "Why did you come here?" So, La Fong's conclusion was completely wrong. What the hell is going on all of a sudden? "We came because of a mission." Maple coldly exposed them. "Don't pretend you don't know." Hak Kwuk froze for a moment, then glared at them fiercely. "You came to deal with me and my organization, didn't you? Did Buddha send you?" His voice rose. "Why?" He pointed to his chest and shouted angrily, "I have never dared to offend anything." Unlike the first leaf, the Black Nation frowns and cuts him off. "What are you talking about? I can't control my emotions." Maple continued to scream. "I obeyed the order to stay silent and serve him with all my heart." Hak Kwuk's face shows confusion. He doesn't understand anything at all. "What are you talking about? Just now you kept rambling about faith in God and Buddha and all that." As he finished speaking, Maple's eyes were bloodshot and he sneered, "Hey, Black Fox, do you think I'm stupid?" Kok Hua suddenly interrupted in silence. "If we came to kill you!" "I've been doing that for a long time now." "Then do it." He stepped closer to Kwok Tu Hua and spoke in a low, commanding voice. "Kill me!" Outside the church hall, the commoner in white was throwing punches while shouting at the same time. "Die!" Dong Ho also swung his fist back at him, shouting, "No, you're the one who should die!" With a thud, the punch landed like a thunderous slap right on the civilian's face. "Sang Ho, I told you the person in white is just a civilian. Calm down a bit." He snapped back in frustration. "Enough of the nonsense," Sang Ho shouted loudly and decisively, not looking at the row of distracted people blocking the way ahead. Dong Ho yelled in dissatisfaction, "Why is this corridor so long? If we handle everything, we'll probably be done for good." Sang Ho sighed helplessly and kept moving forward. Suddenly Dong Ho fell silent with envy, mentioning Grandpa Jia. "He has finished his work and gone upstairs, right?" Sang Ho scolded him. Dong Ho was just following the captain's orders, so he stopped complaining and growled in frustration. "I'm just worried, you bastard." He made an excuse, saying, "He handled everything himself, so of course I have to worry." Sang Ho was so angry he couldn't speak, just focus on his god. The corridor ahead was pitch dark with faint flickering lights. Behind Jia Onongshu, the commoners are fainting like they're about to pass out. He just finished dealing with someone when a voice mutters softly, "This hallway should lead to the room on the second floor." But it's still full of commoners, and the white-clad man hasn't fainted completely. He yawns and says, "The place ahead is where Lord Leaf Wind is. You're not allowed to go through." Jia Onongshu tightened his grip on the neck of that damn white-shirted guy and said, then slapped him hard across the face, frustrated. "No matter how much you hit them, they won't wake up. They've been brainwashed too badly." He looked at him and thought to himself, brainwashing must have its limits. No matter how many times he beat him to near death, he kept babbling on. "The place ahead is where Lord Maple is." Mr. Xu had no choice but to sigh and think to himself, just go upstairs and ask. Let's keep going. Then, upstairs, Jong-gook and Ah Hyong knocked out a group of civilians lying sprawled on the ground. He frowned and asked her with concern, "The corridor is quite long. Are you okay?" Ahyeong is fine, she responded immediately. Yes, the two of them approached a door and Jungkook turned to look at her. "We will proceed," Ahyeong replied seriously. "Understood." Then, the deep sound of the door opening made the two of them freeze in surprise. What caught Jungkook's eye was a white deer antler. He looked up and saw a group of masked deer staring at him. He directly met the eyes of the opposing side and slowly said, "So these are the henchmen the commissioner mentioned. The golden deer symbol in a building built in ancient imperial style. Their deer are killers cooperating with the Flower Nation, but have been abandoned and conferred as knights to be brought back. Under the maple leaf symbol, it represents how the maples were brainwashed and controlled with drugs. Now they are puppets he freely manipulates. The long silver-white antlers symbolize how long they have served as assassins for the Hua Kwuk." Jungkook, barely able to contain his anger, sneered and asked, "Is it heavy?" They didn't answer because they didn't understand what he meant. Then Jungkook explained those antlers, and immediately a deer widened its eyes in horror. Because Jungkook suddenly rushed forward and grabbed his horns, then used force on his arm to try to break the antlers of that deer. He growled angrily, "Don't you feel the weight?" With a cracking sound, the mask is instantly shattered by him. Jungkook frowns and looks at the horns with admiration. He held his grip firmly. With Jungkook's bull-like strength, he dodged and smashed the head of a deer man who fell backward, his veins bulging like mushrooms showing his anger. Jungkook suddenly throws another punch, then turns to punch another deer. One by one, the deer are knocked out by him until a fool rushes in to ambush him. 2. Jungkook's eyes, sharp as a blade, glanced at the man and instantly a steel fist flew straight into his face, sending him flying several meters back. Suddenly, a sword lunged forward unexpectedly. Another deer man stabbed straight into Jungkook's stomach. In that moment, he stood frozen in horror for several seconds, feeling as if his stomach was about to be pierced. Ahyeong jumps out and kicks the deer man hard. In that moment, she also feels a bit scared and clenches her teeth. The Hue man fell heavily to the ground, lying face down. Jungkook looked at her with satisfaction. "Well done!" Ahyeong stammered with a trembling smile. "Thank you." After saying that, the two of them suddenly looked forward at the same time. The old man got up from his seat and his mask fell to the ground. Ahyeong and Jungkook stared in shock at the long-haired person. All right. Seeing the impending conflict between the National Flower Sect and the Maple Leaf Sect, he stepped in to mediate. Stop it. Both of you stay calm, relax, and take it easy." Maple Leaf glanced at him briefly before listening to the Holy Nation of Darkness continue. "Is it Fong Heap? I don't know what's wrong with you, but you need to straighten out your way of thinking. Both he and I are working with the same people, so there's no way we would be assigned to deal with you. I also stopped training for 2 days to help you."
Guohua silently and slowly looked at his younger brother. "If we had truly received the mission to kill you, we would have done it on the first day and already been on the ship."
Hyeokwook Tuhua's voice tiredly says, "Tam son, this troublesome bastard is pretending to be busy and hasn't attended any meetings. And if we had been assigned to deal with you, he would have acted on the very first day." Finishing his sentence, Hyeokwook Tuhua shrugged proudly, looking at the two of them. Am I wrong to say that? Guo Tuhua and La Fong fell silent, not answering. In the end, La Fong had no choice but to agree with Hyeokwook Tuhua. "All right, from now on I will trust you, because luck will come to those who believe. Even if you think you're about to lose, don't worry because we are still here," Hyeokwook Tuhua said arrogantly with a smirk. He can't help but mention Hei Die, Lan Di, Huang Di, and the useless women of Fong Heap, especially one younger sister who, despite being injured, isn't in her best condition. The person he's talking about has a pair of deer antlers on their head, drugged and brainwashed. The woman standing in front of Jungkook and Ahyeong. She used to be with us, and now she's a member of Huang. Hyeokwook sighed regretfully. At the same time, the woman with black hair known as the first generation of Hoa Dao couldn't believe her eyes when she saw that she was unharmed. "I'm sure I already beat her up." With that, the first generation of Hoa Dao lunged at the two of them, knife slicing through the air. The blade glided softly like cherry blossom petals falling. In an instant, she was sitting easily on Jungkook's back. As he reacted, the tip of the knife suddenly appeared before his eyes. Swift as a flash, the blade aimed straight for Jungkook's neck. He immediately blocked the knife with his bare hands. Jungkook bent his body and threw her several meters away. The first generation of Cherry Blossom lowered her hands to the ground, sliding across the floor before coming to a stop. Then she narrowed her eyes and stared intently at the two of them. Jungkook silently observed her. This woman's movements are so graceful it's hard to believe. He can't help but recall Ah-Ong's kick just now and wonder if she had bent down to lessen a Jang's attack. Jungkook assessed her expression, her eyes filled with deadly intent. He remained silent, lost in thought. Her movements are like vibrant flower petals. If I attack, the first generation of Cherry Blossom will suddenly leap again, moving as lightly as a feather. After thinking for a moment, he threw a hard punch at her face. Suddenly, Jungkook's eyes widened in horror. The first generation of Cherry Blossom not only dodged his attack, but also showed no fear at all. Jungkook clenched his teeth, thinking as he fought her and dodged. At that moment, the attack would be ineffective. She kept swinging the knife at him so fast that Jungkook had to grit his teeth and remind himself to be careful. "Over there." Hai Ong was so panicked he was shouting loudly. The first-generation leader of the Cherry Blossom smiled at him. Janguk couldn't deny that this woman was really strong. His eyes darkened. Janguk struggled to decide that he didn't want to kill anyone, but he had no other choice. If the attack didn't work on the fluttering flower, Janguk thought as he pushed his strength into his foot. His eyes blazed with bloodshot veins. Janguk forcefully threw a punch at her. Her body swayed gently like a flower in the wind. Before Janguk could strike, the tip of the knife suddenly pressed right against his eyelid. In that brief moment, Janguk quickly used his palm to block the knife tip. The blade pierced his arm, but he pressed down on it without pain. He grabbed her head tightly. In the blink of an eye, Janguk slammed her head down onto the ground. His other hand clenched into a fist. Jang Ji suddenly thought he just needed to pin her to the floor and tear her apart piece by piece. Thinking that, he repeatedly slapped her head with loud smacks. Ahyeon gaped, speechless. Then, a strange sensation suddenly swept through Trangok's mind as he saw the mocking smile on her pale face. Despite having his face bruised, the first generation of Sakura dared to sneer. Jangok ah! Hai-ong couldn't help but worry and shouted, "Captain, you need Sister Thuong right away!" Jang Ji slowly stood up, his gaze fixed on the knife embedded in his palm. How ironic that her eyes in death seemed more alive than they ever did in life. With that thought, Jang Ji took out his radio to inform the others. "This is Byun Jang-guk's team. The left room has been cleared. We will regroup now." Hearing that, Dong-ho exclaimed happily, "The captain is really fast." As for Jang-guk's side, he just raised an eyebrow and softly said, "Not bad." "Over there," Father John exclaimed happily. "I knew it." She let out a relieved sigh. "I was worried since the mission had started some time ago, but the team leader still managed it." Mr. Hai listened without saying a word. He blinked a few times and then said, "I think everything is fine with you, so go hunting," she said while looking at the crowd lying on the ground. Kaon suddenly looked up after hearing that. "Huh? The surprise is over." Kaon softly continues. "Maybe you think I'm a bit stiff because I haven't warmed up my body properly yet." Jian Hai widened his eyes in horror and pointed at the crowd on the ground. "What is this?" "So, they only start when everything is taken down?" she replied casually. "Yes, when I was at my peak and carrying out many missions, I completed everything much faster than I do now." Hearing this, Jian Hai couldn't help but exclaim in shock. "You're a former Special Forces soldier, right?" Kaon shrugged and replied with a smile. "There's no way. The Special Police Force isn't involved with me." She looked at her with suspicion. "Really? But you look so strong." The two of them continued down the hallway, his deep voice echoing thoughtfully. "I know," she said with a hint of regret. "I ended up like this because I was constantly chasing after the strength of someone I always longed to reach." At this point, she suddenly ruffled Jiang He's hair and said, "You understand what I mean, right? You don't understand anything at all." "What do you mean?" She chuckled secretly, thinking how adorable it was. At the same time, a group of manipulated people collapsed back to the ground. Dong-ho sighed tiredly after dealing with the troublesome crowd. "We just finished, damn it. I wish we had weapons in our hands." As soon as he said that, Sang-ho scolded him, annoyed that every time he opened his mouth he cursed. He told him to swear less and watch his language. Dong-ho pouted and argued back. "It's just an exclamation." He yelled, "Do you always talk like that just because you're upset?" Sang-ho scolds Dong-ho again, saying he should only swear at the right moments or it will become a habit. So Dong-ho reluctantly agrees. Yeah, after saying that, Dong-ho pouted in frustration. "Why do you keep nagging like that all the time?" Sang-ho suddenly shouted loudly. "Damn it!" Dong-ho jolted in surprise and stammered. What's going on?" "He suddenly called you, Dong-ho." Dong-ho hurriedly ran over and stood beside him. "What's going on?" Sang-ho couldn't hold back and shouted out loud. "Those women." Hwang Deep crossed her arms and looked at the two men approaching. She said with boredom, "This guy is so noisy." Shishdiep followed along, thinking they were deaf. Sang-ho's eyes lit up when he saw the beautiful girl. He blinked in amazement and muttered, "She's stunning." Dong-ho sneered in contempt and said, "This stupid damn fool." The maple leaf holds the two beautiful girls in her arms. Those two girls, known as Hong Deep and Hwang Deep, are Fong Deep's closest attendants. They bowed to the master. Since childhood, they were raised to become assassins in Hwa-Kuk-tu. The Buddha gifted them to Fong Diep as a symbol of the maple leaf as a reward, and Dong-ho shouted excitedly, "The more I look at them, the more they match my taste." What should Dong-ho do now? Dong-ho pouted in disgust and said girls are only worth reincarnating for. Jitchdeep stared at him intently, a faint smile curling on her lips. That guy does have an eye for people. Hwang Diep nodded in agreement, since Fong Diep had brainwashed them since they were young. Jitchdeep secretly pulled out her whip and whispered. But Hwang Diep also slowly drew her weapon from her hip and responded to her. "What can we do now?" Sang-ho and Dong-ho were eyeing the two beautiful girls with fiery figures. They were very loyal to him. Hwang Deep and Shek-deep smile seductively and wink at the two of them. "We already have the man we desire." "Look, you two, he's not negotiating, just giving a direct order. Put down your weapons. Let's just talk." Even though he's really into girls, Sang-ho kept nodding repeatedly to calm things down. "Let's not fight, okay?" He just stepped forward and promised we wouldn't fight. Before Sang-ho could finish speaking, a red rope suddenly shot toward him. Chich-deep directly attacks the two, causing Sang-ho and Dong-ho to hurriedly split apart. She raises an eyebrow in surprise and exclaims, "Can she dodge?" Hwang Diep narrows her eyes in caution and reminds her, "It seems like that guy is more than just smooth-tongued. Sister, what about this then?" As Hwang Diep finished speaking, the woman grabbed her weapon and rushed towards Dong-ho. She gathered her strength and swung her forearm forcefully, causing Ho to tremble and bow his head, avoiding her deadly chopping blade. Hwang Diep was a bit surprised, and she muttered, "Is this guy just good at talking?" Dong-ho took a deep breath, clenched his teeth in anger, but in the blink of an eye, he turned and ran away. He still didn't forget to shout at his brother, who was obsessed with girls. "Sang-ho, just run. Without weapons, we can't win." Hwang Diep was speechless as she watched, only able to open her mouth. Seeing him still standing firm, Dong-ho impatiently shouted, "What are you doing? I told you to run." Sang-ho suddenly called out to him. Dong-ho, he couldn't look directly into Dong-ho's eyes and said, "I won't run away." As he finished speaking, Shich-Diep shivered. Sang-ho shouted loudly in front of the woman as he threw a lightning-fast punch to Shich-Diep's face. She smiled seductively and in a low voice teased Sang-ho, "I'm your type, right? Are you planning to hit me?" In that instant, Sang-ho raised his hand and quickly punched her hard in the face, then said, "Bringing a man and a woman closer is meant for the body to speak instead of words." Immediately after, Sang-ho opened his eyes wide in shock. "What are you saying? Are you talking?" Her gaze darkened with menace. Then, Shich-Diep swiftly intercepted his punch, smirking triumphantly as she said, "You're wrong. You should know that before Hong Diep and Hwang Diep, she looked down on and clenched her fist at someone like you, a roadside weed. Shich-Diep and Hwang Diep were sent to Fong Diep as a reward, so how could they compete with the current Hua Andao, the candidate for the third-generation Hua Andao?" Shich-Diep said, as she twisted Sang-ho's wrist, causing him to groan in pain. The red vine immediately struck down, and her voice slowly rose. "So now there's nothing more to say. Instead, I will only punish you." Saying that, she repeatedly whipped Sang-ho. Fresh blood instantly spurted out, and Sang-ho clenched his teeth in pain, unable to speak. He closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them. In that brief moment, Sang-ho saw Hwang Diep rushing forward with a weapon in her hand. "Ah!" I roar in anger. "Go to hell and repent." Seeing Sang-ho about to ascend to heaven, Dong-ho cannot abandon him and run away alone. He clicked his tongue and lifted the table to hit Sang-ho, the damn bastard. "That's why I told you to run!" He screamed at the top of his lungs while throwing the heavy table toward Shich-Diep and Hwang Diep. Hwang Diep quickly tossed her deadly guillotine up. The table was instantly sliced in half, flashing past Hwang Diep right on the spot. Then she glared at Sang-ho and Dong-ho. Sang-ho stands up, sighs softly, and says, "These ladies are really fierce, I guess." Dong-ho loses patience and shouts, "Let's run." He shrugs. "I won't run anywhere even if I have to die." After a moment of thought, Dong-ho gently swallowed and suggested, "Let's do it." Mentioning that, Sang-ho immediately looked disgusted and said, "I hate doing that." Shich-Diep and Hwang Diep are confused as they hear Dong-ho shouting loudly, "Why do you hate doing that? That damn bastard." Sang-ho also yelled at him because it would give these ladies a rather unfavorable impression of us. "Hey, you bastard, calm down." "Are you going to tell the captain or not? My head hurts from Sang-ho, so I guess I'll just compromise." "All right." Suddenly, he looked towards Hwang Diep and Shich-Diep. Miss Sang-ho and Miss Dong-ho immediately take fighting stances, while he pretends to be polite. "You will find it troublesome, but please understand us." Dong-ho angrily scolds him. "Shut up or I'll cheat." "Is there no one on the second floor at all?" Seeing no one here, Gaishu couldn't help but speculate that they probably thought we couldn't even make it to the second floor, since no one is here. He recalled some familiar faces, both men and women, then deliberately spoke loudly. "Fong Diep, remember back when you and I were still on missions together while I was still an assassin?" As he slowly and cunningly paced while teasing the maple leaves. "I find it strange because every time we meet, a different person shows up. But now I will finally see your face." Gaishu glances at the camera on the wall. Over there, La Fong also looked at him through the tablet screen. He squinted, thinking to himself that this man was really troublesome. Then, La Fong carefully observes every move of Jian-Shu. "I have information about Biangus, so I can somewhat gauge his strength, but I can't know exactly how powerful he is." Then, La Fong rested his chin on his hand, pondering a phoenix symbol. He silently speculated. So he was the one who captured the phoenix, right? The special forces team that was there at the time had been wiped out. I think he shared the same fate, so I paid no attention to him. But maybe it was just bad luck that the special forces team got wiped out. The light from the group filters through the door crack, and Fong calmly reassures himself. "It's okay. I'm not an easy prey like a phoenix." He quietly thought of his mysterious accomplice and told himself, "I still have a trump card that even the Kingdom of Flowers doesn't know about." La Fong sat on the sofa, smirking to himself. "But luckily, I won't have to use it because Gi Ongshu wandered around the third floor for a long time without seeing anyone." "Hey!" Gi Ongshu squinted around, muttering with a pout. When even the third floor corridor was empty, suddenly a loud voice caught his attention. "What do you mean by empty?" Gi Ongshu immediately looked at the person who suddenly appeared before him. He huoguozuhua sincered and said, "I don't see it." He stood with his hands on his hips, giving him a provocative look. My body's as big as a bull, Shu secretly thought. I'm here. He chuckled softly, then Hong Run said, That's right, the mission isn't just that. Hakwuk Tu Hua pushed the barrier aside and sneered. Going closer to him, he said, You know you'll come closer anyway. Gi Shu raised his eyebrows and calmly replied, That's fine too. Hakwuk Tu Hua glared at Gi Shu as if he wanted to devour him alive, his anger rising. Let's finish what I started with you. Gi Shu's eyes filled with coldness as he slowly said, I've always wanted to end your life with my own hands. Hakwuk Tu Hua's veins bulged as he spoke with amusement. You're planning to kill Tao Ko? Kill me, huh? He looked at him with contempt. Gi Shu silently glared at him. Next. But Hai Guozihua continued to ramble about his limited knowledge. Killing someone means a lot. You, he just called out, and Jianshu immediately narrowed his eyes. Hai Guo Tu Hua boasted about his strong physique. He wanted to show off his strength to him, so he said, Look at me. I have a body like this. He sneered at Jianshu. When you say you'll kill me, maybe that's a bit too much. As Jianshu finished speaking, he immediately lunged at him, kicking directly at Hakwuk Tu Hua's face, who quickly raised his hands to block. He slightly smirked, shook his head, and said, I don't think so. Jianshu's eyes were as cold as ice. You misunderstood my meaning because your brain is just a bunch of muscle, so it's not hard to take you down. Hakwuk Tu Hua, also known as April Black Nation, immediately counterattacked, unleashing all his strength with a punch toward him. His punch carried overwhelming force. Mr. Zhu frowned, knowing he had the strongest fist, but he still tried to dodge his terrifying strike. Gi Su suddenly looked at him and said, You. His voice sounded admiring. Every time I see you, you get bigger and stronger. Hai Guozihua frowns in confusion. What did you say? He paused for a moment, pretending to chat casually with him. Ever since the Phoenix incident, I thought you were just pretending to know me. Turns out you really do? I see through Shu pretending to be honest. I know you very well. Then he chuckled mockingly. You're a stupid pig. A brute who only relies on strength. As Gyeongshu finished speaking, Hakwuk Tu Hua suddenly grabbed him. Jianshu darted in and out like lightning, moving so fast that Hakwuk Tu Hua couldn't believe his eyes. He looked confused at the coat hanging outside his door in his hand. Then Hakwuk Tu Hua burst out laughing happily. His hand clenched the black shirt even tighter, while Hakwuk Tu Hua looked at Jianshu's tall, slender figure with pride. Who says I'm slow? When you take off your shirt, it's still the same. Hakwuk Tu Hua continues to tease Samsung An's body. So now you're planning to take off your shirt too? Are you going all the way down to your underwear now? Mr. Shu glared as he listened to him laugh and speak. Just take it off. Hakwuk Tu Hua casually throws his shirt over his shoulder. He smirked and said, Sooner or later, I'll strip you down to the bone. He recalled their last fight and slowly reminded, it was because of the drug back then. Jianshu's sharp eyes carefully observed every gesture of Hakwuk Tu Hua, and his raised arm at that moment also caught Jianshu's attention to his strength. Then he expressed his thoughts, saying, I've seen you are strong but quite slow. Facing Hakwuk Tu Hua's intense stare, Gai Shu slowly praised him. But now it seems you're faster, huh? He said with a satisfied look. It seems you've made a lot of progress since that day. The Black Nation self-transformation frowns in confusion. You said that he tilted his head that day and didn't remember anything. Mr. Zhu immediately nodded in response. Yes, that's right. The sunlight streams through the window as Gong Shu's deep voice echoes. We should only know what we need to know. Then Gong Shu looked at him seriously and said, You're quite an interesting person. Hakwuk Tu Hua stupidly stood still. Why are you suddenly arguing so much? Under his puzzled gaze, Gong Shu calmly explained, All of you have trained hard to improve your weaknesses. He fixed his eyes on Haiguo's muscular body and said empathetically, To achieve that physique, you've surely gone through countless failures. His muscular chest and arms prove what I thought, but despite the difficulties, you never gave up and your body now is the proof of that. Even though Yang Shu is quiet and cold, he genuinely praises his hard work. You have faced failures in many battles, but you still stand up and have overcome your weaknesses to reach your current state. He clapped loudly in praise, saying, Well done, I know your efforts and I commend that. Black Country transforms into a confused expression, then tilts his head in curiosity. He asked, as if scolding him, What the hell are you doing? And who are you to want to know about me? He added, and when Mr. Zhu didn't respond, he just continued to praise. Most people, no matter how hard they try, find it difficult to achieve bodies like yours. Jianshu's eyes darkened as he kept glancing at him. I also don't know how many drugs you've taken to get a body like that. Hearing this, Black Nation instinctively became annoyed and corrected himself. Just naturally, don't say I've taken drugs like that. Mr. Zhu continues to pretend to pity him, but no matter what you say, I know. He shrugs and whispers mockingly. To build those muscles of yours, you also sacrificed another part of your body. Gi Shu added a deadly remark. To make your muscles bigger and stronger, you sacrificed a pretty important part of a man, right? Hakwuk Tu Hua was so offended he rolled his eyes in anger, growling, What the hell are you barking at? Mr. Zhu directly sneered at him. You've been using steroids, haven't you? And still have a lot more. Now you're like a eunuch, huh? After saying that, Hak Kwok Tuho's eyes looked as if he could cut him into pieces. Because it touches his pride, he pounds his chest loudly and roars in anger. This is his natural body. Hak Kwok Tuhwa shouted angrily and lunged at him, but in the blink of an eye, Gyeongshu disappeared, causing Hak Kwok Tuhwa to flail and miss his grasp in the air. He immediately glanced over and saw Gyeongshu pull out the knife, softly saying, "To create such a massive body like this." Gripping his weapon tightly, he smirked and added, "You had to sacrifice some vital parts, as I said." But just as Hak Kwok Tuhwa charged at him, he vanished. Suddenly appearing, Gyeongshu immediately slashed his arm, causing fresh blood to spurt out on the spot. Hak Kwok Tuhwa can't resist and can only try to dodge his attacks. In the space, Gyeongshu's voice echoes, "You can't do anything to me." He stabbed while disdainfully saying, "No matter how much you add, you're just a pile of rotten meat." Tossing the backpack aside, he said cheerfully, "It's a good thing I brought my own weapon." Hak Kwok Tuhwa held his arm as Gyeongshu brother said, "This knife will easily destroy your muscles." Shu's voice was gentle as he smiled and asked Hak Kwok Tuhwa, "Anyway, you're much faster than before, but you still can't use weapons?" He was left speechless by his own words. Later, Hak Kwok Tuhwa roared, "Weapons!" He suddenly threw a punch directly at your handsome face. Hak Kwok Tuhwa angrily shouted, "Only losers use weapons! Who wouldn't trust their own body?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gyeongshu slashed him several times, blood splattering everywhere. Gyeongshu looked disappointed in Hak Kwok Tuhwa, relieved he was still as arrogant as before, only to suffer a humiliating defeat. He swung his sword at him and sneered, "Do you think you only lost because you moved too slowly? You still haven't asked your brother for advice, have you?" Hearing this, Hakukoku Toka suddenly froze for a moment, his heart pounding fiercely inside his chest. He couldn't stop himself from feeling terrified as he clutched his chest while Hak Kwok Tuhwa's hand tightened. Hak Kwok Tuhwa stared at him with a curious and angry look. "Who are you?" Gyeongshu Nim cast a light spell. Then he turned away coldly and said, "You'll find out soon enough. Let's go back to that nightmare." Meanwhile, La Fong sat silently watching the fight between Hak Kwok Tuhwa and Gyeongshu on the computer screen, their interaction making him grim-faced. Then, La Fong slowly removed his mask and placed it beside him. Looking at the screen, La Fong saw Gyeongshu still chatting with Haku Koku Tuhwa. Veins bulging on his face, La Fong snarled in anger. During the brief confrontation, Haku Koku Tuhwa looked tense, sweating profusely. In front, Gyeongshu held a knife, smiling and glancing slyly as if he saw Hak Kwok Tuhwa as prey. He felt the pressure, silently telling himself it was like the first time he tried to bench press 250 kilograms. He and his brother survived through that starving room, both only able to wear a single pair of pants, their bodies covered in scars from fighting. Through constant struggle and effort, after leaving that room, they killed the first generations of April and July. At that time, Hak Kwok Tuhwa grabbed the head of one Kwok Tuhwa, stomped on the body of the other, and took their respective positions. They overcame physical disadvantages with skinny, bony legs, a frail upper body, and trembling limbs. Thanks to their training, the two brothers became stronger and more muscular. Training helped them survive. They can achieve anything through training. Training is their way of life. Therefore, they despise Phoenix, the 12th month member, when they see her come to meet them, both of them feeling bitter, thinking about how she must have gotten stronger with drugs, which the two brothers simply can't understand. But the 7th month older brother, Kwok Hwa, the one lifting the weights, asked again about killing Fuang Huang upon hearing his younger brother's plan, still calmly lifting the weights and joking. She really makes you so uncomfortable. I don't like what she does, but she looks decent on the outside, and it's also nice to look at her. Hak Kwok Tuhwa just had to accept defeat when he heard that. You're so grown up, huh? Stop it, you're just obsessed with women again. Kwok Tuhwa also defended himself, saying, "It's not because I hate women too much." Hearing that, Hak Kwok Tuhwa felt uncomfortable. "I don't hate all women, regardless of whether they are men or women. I hate those who neglect and indulge their bodies, especially women." And when he looked at the damn Phoenix, seeing his brother look serious, he stopped joking and just silently watched. He confided, "I feel like everything I've tried to do to survive is being denied." Kwok Hwa understood his sister's feelings and quickly comforted her, agreeing with his brother. "All right, if that's what you think, then I agree. Let's just keep an eye on the situation for now." Then, to find the reason for killing the Phoenix, the two brothers secretly obstruct everything she does. Shouts of curses echo. "Damn it." Phoenix sat on the chair, tearing at her hair in utter panic. "Damn it, why does everything keep falling apart just when we're about to succeed?" She's afraid that if this doesn't work out either, Phoenix bit her nails, her eyes filled with tears as she stammered, recalling Duhwa's indifferent attitude when she spoke of abandonment. "Phoenix in December, I didn't think you would still be useful to me." He turned to the two Chiho brothers and asked for their opinion. "What do you two think?" Hearing Dua's question, Kwok Tuhwa's brothers were very surprised when asked. They finally thought they had a chance. In a hidden corner, the rain was pouring down heavily, and the silhouette of an umbrella appeared. "Hey, what the hell are you doing with that umbrella, you bastard?" he wondered. "What are you doing?" Gyeongshu calmly replied. "I've had my eye on you all this time." He continued, "You're tailing Phoenix and interfering with her work. How can Hak Kwok Tuhwa not understand?" Gi Ongshu is holding the umbrella. I am the one. The top part of the umbrella flies off. He holds the sharp sword that was separated from the umbrella and continues speaking. Decide whether she lives or dies. Don't interfere in her affairs. Gi Ongshu explains. Just like how you became brothers with Kwok Tu Hua, Phoenix and I also share a similar bond. I decide whether she lives or dies. Understand? His hand clenched into a fist. Black Kwok Tu Hua attacked in frustration, cursing silently. He struck him with one hand. Black Kwok Tu Hua's eyes widened, bloodshot, as Gyeonshu's voice echoed in his ear. Answer me. He raised the sword toward him and calmly asked, Have you come to your senses yet? Hak Kwok Tu Hua could only clutch his left side, refusing to give up, shouting loudly, You bastard! That rainy day, Hak Kwok Tu Hua was beaten to the brink of death, his body covered in wounds, his mask cracked, lying on the ground without any response. Hak Kwok Tu Hua felt strange and, still stunned, for the first time in his life, he realized that looking at someone with greater strength than himself, he understood that there are things he cannot do, only through pure training. Mr. Shu's hand swung up, and Hak Kwok Tu Hua could only silently endure, thinking he was about to die. A loud sound rang out, and he saw the scene before him, with Kwok Tu Hua appearing to block a blow for his younger brother. He sensed it and softly called him Big Brother. He looked toward his younger brother. Then Heo Kwok Tu Hua fainted. After a while, he suddenly sat up. Hak Kwok Tu Hua immediately asked, Are you awake? Big Brother. And what about Fai Kwang? He explained, During your fight, he made a deal with you. Guo Tu Hua explained further, He will let you take her for treatment in exchange for us not to touch the Phoenix. Upon hearing the deal, Black Guo Tu Hua could only groan, his hands trembling and growling. Black Guo Tu Hua slammed his fist into the ground, howling non-stop. Seeing my younger brother like that, Kwok Tu Hua softened his tone and said, Little brother, he's comforting you, don't be so angry. Kwok Tu Hua shifted the topic to training. If you practice diligently, you'll win. Hearing that, he just silently looked on. After that day, Hakukudo Hana used steroids and drugs, quickly growing stronger, his body becoming more enormous, and he grew more resentful of women. Many years later, when Hak Kwok Tu Hua decided to take revenge on Fai Kwang, he was already dead. Only a few incense sticks remained in the ancestral altar. He's gone, he's really gone, and a funeral was held. Although it was confirmed in the past that Fai Kwang was dead, why does he have a strange feeling? Looking at the face in front of him, Hak Kwok Tu Hua was confused, but why did he feel that this bastard was actually Fai Kwang? He realizes he's scared, and damn it, why is my body like this? Hak Kwok Tu Hua's whole body trembles, and he questions himself as he shivers. Hak Kwok Tu Hua clenched his fist, wondering if it was just a habit from muscle relaxation during training or out of fear. He shouted loudly, and after his furious cry, he charged at Kim Ji-on-shu, flying straight toward the man standing there. Black Nation Su Hua charges forward to confront Voang. He growled loudly, the leaves gently moving as they cut through the air, causing blood to pour from his body and even splitting his mask in half. Immediately, He Guozi Hua regained his composure and observed more carefully. He lunged forward, continuing to roar, but he easily dodged it. Yanshu drew his dagger and calmly observed. Have you only changed your speed and physique? No progress in technique at all? He looked at the big body in front of him with slight contempt, still charging straight at me this time. He seemed to ignore the insults and replied, No matter how many times I fail to lift a certain weight. Hak Kwok Tu Hua turned his head, his face full of determination. At least once, if I can lift it at least once afterward, I will succeed. Same goes for you. Hearing those words, Jianshu just nodded in response. His whole body tensed up, just waiting to catch you once. He prepared to strike, slightly underestimating his opponent, imagining his body turning into steel. Hak Kwok Tu Hua lunges at Jianshu once more, growling non-stop, and in that single moment, his hand nearly touches him. Immediately, small leaves reappear. Hakukoku Jua silently prays once. The fight between the two is extremely fierce. Hak Kwok Tu Hua keeps punching, and Jianshu can't dodge all the attacks. He watches intently as the leaves are now stained red. It continues to circle around him, a flash of light flickering. Hak Kwok Tu Hua like a madman, his unstable emotions shouting loudly, I just need to lift you once, lift you up. He imagines the weights, and the leaves keep appearing. The sound of the weights hitting the ground echoes loudly again. Lift. The battle between the leaves and the weights continues. Hak Kwok Tu Hua recalls his training, where he had to lift very heavy bars, only able to tremble and lift them. His face tense, filled with the desire to fight. Hak Kwok Tu Hua was also scared, questioning himself, is this okay? Just then, a slash nearly cut through his neck. Luckily, He Guozi Hua reacted quickly and stepped back to avoid it. Groaning Gi Ongshu warned, the cut wasn't deep, charging at me like that, but you still managed to step back. Your instincts just saved your life. Looking at the one clutching his neck and trembling, he asked, where did all your confidence go? Gi Ongshu's whole body is filled with murderous intent, his sinister eyes watching his prey with mockery, looking down on you as weak. Hak Kwok Tu Hua is extremely scared. He doesn't understand why. Who are you exactly? Hak Kwok Tu Hua deduces that Fai Kwang has disciples, then suddenly realizes something is wrong. But still, Hak Kwok Tu Hua was confused about this. Damn it, What the hell is going on here? As he looked at the person holding a knife with a dangerous expression, Hakukoku Jiwa was panicked, sweating all over, constantly worried, trying to stay calm, but even in his panic, he was sure of one thing. He couldn't win. Honestly, when he was told that Fai Kwang was dead, he felt a sense of relief inside. Without having to face Fai Kwang, Hey Nation's Self-Flower looked at the jar as the ashes inserted some incense sticks, feeling a weight lifted from his heart. He silently thought that although he had failed others, as long as he kept working hard, he would eventually defeat them. But Fai Kwang is very talented, a natural genius, unlike anyone else. Looking back at the past, there was a man who once praised him. You have a talent for killing. That is the first generation Fai Kwang. At that time, young Guy Ongshu, not understanding anything, curiously asked, "Is that a compliment?" He replied, "Well, for someone like us, that's the best compliment we could get." The first generation Fai Kwang continued. Even if it's considered a curse for ordinary people, the boy was confused. I don't want a talent like that. His teaching is more important than becoming a useless person with such a talent. What matters is who possesses it. Gi Ongsu attentively listens to Fai Kwang the first's teachings. He continues, although cursed with talent, the boy gazes intently at the man. If it were you returning to the present, Mr. Zhu Gai would just silently observe. He still just clings to his neck in fear as they face each other, feeling inferior in front of such an overwhelming talent. Because Hakwuk Tu Hua remembered his brother's words. If you train hard, you will win. His face tensed up, losing control of his facial muscles. He struggled to hold back tears, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He asked, "Do you know that there are safety devices when you lift weights to prevent injury?" Hearing that, he replied calmly, "I know." Hakwuk Tu Hua continued, "If you can't lift the weight and get crushed, you'll be doomed forever. That's why they use safety equipment when they reach the maximum weight they can lift. I find it hard to understand. So what? Your last words are a bit strange." He seems not to hear the sarcasm, but when I try to reach the heaviest weight I can, I don't use safety equipment. I also choose to train at midnight when no one is around, so no one can save me. He Guozihua recalls pushing himself too hard with the weights, forcing himself to keep going, controlling himself. I'm ready to face death. If I can't lift it, I will die. If I don't want to die, I have to lift it. And now he has gained more confidence. In the end, I managed to lift that weight. Nothing scares me more than death, and the weight of the bar is nothing. Mr. Shu smirked and explained somewhat elaborately. It's because of your stupidity, Hakwuk Tu Hua continued, and right now I didn't think I would die coming here. He looked up, eyes wide, and stared at me. But now I am ready for death. Gi Ongsu raised his fist to respond to Hakwuk Tu Hua's assertion, then Hakwuk Tu Hua shouted loudly, startling him a bit, as he had used all his strength to run away. Hakwuk Tu Hua was turning to flee, no longer wanting to fight. Gi Ongsu could only feel uneasy about this situation as Hakwuk Tu Hua ran for his life, shouting all the way. The more he ran, the louder he shouted. Shu could only watch the figure's back. I'm a bit confused. I didn't expect you to run away. Ga Ongsu also quickly reacted. But your brother is chasing in the direction where the Dark Nation is rushing at full speed. Gi Ongsu's hand grazed his leg, blood spurting from the wound. He seriously warned that there's no way out of here. Hit by the blow, he groaned in pain. Gi Ongsu glanced at him and decided to finish it. Die already. Black Country Flower growls back. He furrowed his brow and used his strength to lift the wooden stick. The wooden chair that Hakwuk Tu Hua threw towards Gi Ongsu was easily dodged by him without any effort. The fighting continues non-stop. Seeing the objects being thrown in his direction, he sighs in frustration and says, "Why are you throwing things around like this?" He froze for a moment, holding the object he was about to throw when he heard his question. "Do you really want to die that badly?" Hakwuk Tu Hua, without hesitation, replied, "Yes, that's right." Even Mr. Zhu seems to have some sympathy for him. How pitiful. Hakwuk Tu Hua's face turned to stone, speechless. He remembered the insults from the past, looking truly miserable. In the past, Hakwuk Tu Hua was just a bundle of bones as a child, feeling helpless and not knowing what to do. He had wanted to die countless times, while children his age always looked at him with disdain. They kept mocking him relentlessly. Hakwuk Tu Hua silently wondered, why was I born so weak? He cried, unable to bear the frustration. It's not fair, truly not fair. Why do I have to live so painfully like this? This makes me even more pitiful, as the two brothers are taken into the detention room, into the central room with other gaunt children like us. Hakwuk Tu Hua told his brother, I guess that's better. He cried, you have to struggle to survive. It's over now. Hearing his sister's words, Kwok Tu Hua also comforts him, saying that his brother's efforts to stay alive are nothing to be pitied. Hakwuk Tu Hua now repeats his brother's words from the past, continuing to talk endlessly. The only thing not pathetic in my life is that I tried very hard to stay alive. Mr. Shu stared intently at the person in front of him, deep in thought, recalling the past when he and Phoenix were young, and Mr. Shu nodded in agreement. That's true. I admit Hakwuk Tu Hua's way of life. I'll take back what I just said, but you will definitely die here. He grabs his leg and growls loudly. Hakukoku Toka runs away again. Mr. Gishu looked uncomfortable, constantly running away, when suddenly his eyes widened. He had jumped through the glass window of the building. Shards of glass covered Hakwuk Tu Hua's body. and a large crack appeared on the glass from his jump. Mr. Gi rushes over to check the situation, his eyes widening. Hakakoku Tohua's hand trembles on the ground. Gyeongsu looked down from above at where he was collapsing, trembling all over. He wondered, what's the point of living with such a crippled body? He lay on the ground, trying to speak. I am still alive. That is enough meaning. Heguo Zihua recalled the moments he fought to survive, to kill, refusing to give up, and continued, if I am still alive, I can try again. I can overcome these injuries, he roared, determined. I will survive. Hakwuk Tuhua crawled to escape. I will do everything to survive. Zhang Shu sensed his determination and realized something. This guy made Zhang Shu serious. He couldn't let him live because Fi Kuang fully sensed Hakwuk Hua's will to survive. He grabbed the knife and Zhang Shu threw it down with all his strength. Hakwuk Tuhua lies on the tiled floor feeling the pressure and fear. He uses his hand to hold the knife, feeling a bit annoyed when he sees Hakwuk Tuhua manage to hold on. He kept crawling, repeating over and over, if I live, I live. If I live, I can try. Zhang Shu looked at the blood soaking into the tile and thought to himself, at this rate, he'll die from blood loss. He guesses not, he will definitely survive. Gyeongshu turns his head to go down, waiting like this is not the way. Even if it takes a bit of time, I will go straight there and end it. Suddenly, a sword blocked him, and he swung a strike, causing Gyeongshu to hurriedly bend backward to avoid being cut. His face was scratched by the blade passing by. Gyeongshu let out a cough, creating some distance. He wipes the blood from his face and silently observes. Not-sun is also quietly defending and watching. Gyeongshu murmurs softly, no Heart Mountain. Over there, the sound of heavy breathing continues. Shichdiep and Huangdiep are also in action, her face sweaty and a bit flustered, saying, this is so hard. She wondered why their defense line was so strong. Sang-ho held the detached door as a shield, slightly criticizing. Men should be more active instead of just standing there defending like this. It's really shameful. Dung-ho beside him, holding his shield, muttered, you should be grateful you have plenty to use as a shield. Shut up, you fool. In Bunjong Gok's Special Forces team, everyone is assigned to positions that suit their strengths. Snipers in support are Kim Dong-chun and Shin So-hee. The Vanguard team includes Bi Jang-guk, Kaeon, and Choi Hun. Finally, the defensive team is Dung-ho and Song-ho. Hwang Deep feels a bit uneasy, but figures it won't matter much. In the end, everyone will die anyway. Six Deep, holding a whip with darts attached, also agrees. That's right, those tables won't help them defend for much longer. Finishing her words, she cracked the whip towards both Dung-ho and Sang-ho. Shichdiep raised her voice. Let me destroy them. He tries to stay calm. It's okay. If we keep holding on like this, the captain will arrive soon. Meanwhile, Jong-guk is holding the radio, with A-Heong beside him. The walkie-talkie voice came through. I am Bai Jang-guk, currently heading straight to Dung-ho and Sang-ho's room. He cheered happily. See? The voice continues to echo. My original plan was like that, but after hearing the window break on the second floor and someone shouting, I decided to go check it out. Everyone stay where you are. Dung-ho and Sang-ho boy are both looking at each other with worry. On the other side, two pairs of murderous eyes are glaring at them, and all they can do is let out a sigh. What are they saying? The sky is clear with white clouds, but down here, it's not so peaceful. A long streak of bright red blood stretches across the road. Ahyeong and Jang-guk stand studying that. The old man is momentarily stunned and exclaims at the bloodstain. Then Jang-guk looks up at the large hole in the broken window on the second floor, as if someone had fallen from the second floor and left. Ahyeong, upon hearing this, hurriedly responded, Isn't Gyeongshu the one who was on the second floor? She immediately grabbed the radio and urgently ordered a check. Kim Jong-shu. Kim Jong-shu, are you okay? But her radio is now on the ground covered in debris, and even if her voice comes through, there is no reply. That only made Aeon even more frightened. She looked at Jang-guk and nervously said, He's lost contact. What if Mr. Shu Kim-gi has been defeated? Should we follow this blood trail? Or go up to the second floor to check? Jang-guk stood silently in front of her, then took out a cigarette and put it to his mouth. His eyes are full of thought as he looks at the bloodstain on the road ahead. Huangdiep's chainsaw is now running at full power. Behind are Shichdiep and Huangdiep with a hot weapon chasing after them, while in front, Dung-ho and Sang-ho are running desperately, screaming in fear. Huangdiep impatiently scolds, You two are pathetic men. Shichdiep also chimes in, Didn't you say men should never run away? Sang-ho simply replied straightforwardly, Sometimes men have to run away too. Dung-ho couldn't help but look back bitterly and say, If only we had equipment with us, we would definitely defeat you two. Huangdiep, now impatient, surged forward with murderous intent in her eyes, sighs and your eyes growling, Go ahead and explain why. She then leapt high into the air, raising the roaring chainsaw, aiming straight at Dung-ho and Sang-ho. I stared with wide eyes, and just before delivering the final blow, I coldly added a sentence as if I were in hell. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the air, tearing through the wind and rushing toward us. Huangdiep, caught off guard, was suddenly hit in the stomach and couldn't react in time, spitting out a mouthful of strawberry syrup. A second later, she was knocked flying onto the ground. Sang-ho and Dung-ho immediately opened their eyes wide with joy and shouted in unison.
Both of them excitedly looked at the person in front of them and exclaimed, "Captain, that person is none other than Byun Jang-guk." During his time in the Special Forces team, he had encountered countless powerful opponents.
So just by a simple physical contact with someone, he can easily assess that person. Remembering the first time Jang-guk met Jian-shu, when he shook hands with Kim Jian-shu, at the very moment their hands touched, Jang-guk immediately widened his eyes in amazement. Jang-guk could sense that among all the people he had met, Kim Jian-shu possessed one of the top 3 strongest powers. Back a few minutes earlier, Aehyung grew more anxious as Jang-guk remained silent and asked worriedly, "Captain, what should we do? Why aren't you answering?" After I shouted that we had to go up to the 2nd floor to save him, Jang-guk suddenly spoke up, interrupting Officer Kim Gi-young-shu. He spoke slowly with a firm tone. "We don't need to worry about him. I've ordered Kim Ah-hyung to follow the blood trail and personally go help Dung-ho and Sang-ho." On the opposite side, Red Butterfly coldly glanced and questioned, "You let your guard down, didn't you?" Hwang Deep quickly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry." Dung-ho hurriedly warned, "Captain, you need to be careful with these women." Jang-guk calmly replied, "I know," and carefully observed the 2 women in front of him, secretly pondering that these women had extraordinary innate endurance and quite high strength. Hwang Deep quickly stood up and cautiously said, "That guy seems pretty strong." Shichdiep beside her, hearing that, showed no fear at all and instead looked even more arrogant. Jang-guk then wondered to himself, it seems that the red-haired woman is also as strong as her younger sister, or maybe even stronger. At this moment, she asked back in a deep voice, "I see, so that's how it is?" Jang-guk quietly calculated, realizing there are more strong opponents to face in this mission than she thought. He lightly held the cigarette between his fingers, his eyes hardening as he silently thought, "I need to kill those bitches too, if I want peace. I guess these hands will be soaked in blood today." At the same time, in the main hall, La Fong was standing and watching the monitor in his hand. He silently looked at the distorted screen. La Fong recalls the image of Kong-san, silently thinking about Kong Tom-san. He destroys all the surveillance cameras on the 2nd floor. He dropped the tablet, confusion flooding his mind. But why did he do it? A dazzling light shines through the glass with the maple leaf symbol, casting into the room. Maple Leaf softly calls out, "Oh my God." A desperate plea echoes, "Please." A pair of full red lips curve into a subtle smile. The first Maple wears a sexy shirt, with long, slender legs wrapped in alluring black fishnet stockings. She lowered her eyes and asked casually, "Do you mean you don't want to be kicked out?" First Leaf asked curiously, "Why would you think that?" A young man looked up sincerely and said, "Because I love you." Hearing this, the first Maple Leaf's eyes immediately narrowed with a mysterious look. "So that means as long as I don't abandon you." She gently lifts his face with her hand, her eyes full of a smile, and asks with interest,
"It doesn't matter what I do to you, you'll still love me, right?" The young man replied without hesitation.
"That's right, my love." And that person is none other than La Fong.
But now his face was twisted with countless terrifying scars. Maple silently rolled the small object in his hand, then crushed it without hesitation, coldly saying, "Again." He stands in the middle of the room, looking upward because he was kicked. Now, he quickly pulls out the cross from his body. There, a specially designed key. La Fong approached a glass cage and then used the cross to turn the latch. The glass cage in front of him trembled violently, and Maple firmly told himself that he probably had no other choice left. Then, he immediately pressed a button with a maple leaf symbol. On the other side, where there is also a maple leaf symbol on the ground, Kaon let out a soft sigh. Phew. She looked at the defeated people lying sprawled on the ground and calmly asked, "I guess we've cleaned everything up." Then the father looked at Jian-hai and continued, "Now we should go back and join the others." "Let's go!" But before I could finish speaking, a sudden shockwave appeared, causing both of them to fall into panic. Dung Chan has now appeared with the 3 people from Jang-guk. Dung-ho and Sang-ho both asked in surprise, "What is that?" Jang-guk cautiously looked up, then suddenly noticed something. Hwang Diep and Shichdiep on the other side were biting their lips, crying out in fear, their faces filled with terror. They exclaimed in panic. Fong Diep's father below the basement also looked confused, asking if it was an earthquake. At this moment, both of their eyes suddenly froze, focusing intently in one direction. Kaon remained silent, while Gyoi was stunned and asked, "Huh?" The floor is splitting apart, and as her bewildered question just finished, mysterious stairs suddenly appeared within the maple leaf symbol on the ground. From below, a pair of black-heeled feet slowly stepped up each step. Kaon's eyes gradually grew wary, her long black hair flowing with each step, as she and Jeong-hee locked their gaze on the newcomer. She stared cautiously, while Jeong-hee couldn't hide his amazement. Looking at the mysterious group of 4 strangers before her, she incredulously asked, "What is that?" The woman with glossy black lips suddenly covers her face and softly speaks. "That is Hak Diep." She exclaimed excitedly, "Lord Fong Diep!" Fong Diep and Thang Mot are the only victories not belonging to Waguk. The Leaf of Wind bows his head and kneels before the totem. He has reorganized the remaining followers and decided to join the route. To join him, he will never have subordinates without Wagusa knowing. But in reality, Fong Diep still has a secret weapon,
3 of the 12 disciples believed to have died with him are actually still alive. Thanks to the second Fong Diep, the tall, muscular man with large hook-shaped earrings on his ears is Matthew. The silver-haired man with an eye patch is Philip. And finally, the one with long horns and a blank face, patched together from various family fragments, is Jacob. Jiang Hai was now extremely panicked, nervously asking, "Who are they?" Kaon remained silent, but her eyes grew even darker. Kaon looked at Hak Diep standing before her, silently thinking she seemed dangerous, but just as she finished her thought, Hak Diep suddenly lunged right in front of her, prompting her to quickly react and throw a punch. But then her gaze suddenly froze. She heard the person in front of her softly hum and say, "Hak Diep just now was able to easily block Dad's punch with just a raised hand." She casually added, "I didn't think Master Fong Diep would summon me because of you guys." Then she glanced up and continued, "It seems Hak Diep is looking at the ceiling, quietly guessing what's happening up there." With her hands held tightly, Kaon skillfully turned around and kicked toward Hak Diep. But Hak Diep not only swiftly dodged the attack, but also kicked up sharply into Kaon's face. Kaon, caught off guard by the fierce assault, spat out a mouthful of syrup. Like Hai, seeing Kaon being knocked to the ground by Hak Diep, hurriedly called out, "Senior!" Hak Diep then casually looked over at Matthew. "Matt!" Matthew responded seriously from behind, "Yes." Hak Diep cheerfully gestured and said, "I want to quickly go on a date with Master Fong Diep, so please take care of these guys for me." Matthew, emotionless, quickly responded, "Yes." Then Hak Diep decisively turned around and left. Jiang Hai saw Mathieu approaching slowly and immediately stepped in front of Father Jean without hesitation. She shouted loudly, "Do not come any closer." Mr. Hai kept repeating, "I said stay away." At that moment, the man behind suddenly stood up. She quickly lunged forward, supporting herself with her hands on the ground and using her legs to tightly clamp around his neck. Kaon immediately tensed his legs. At this moment, Thu's eyes seemed unable to react in time. The next second, his head was gently twisted backward by Cha, who then struck quickly and smoothly before landing softly. Hak Diep also noticed and turned her head to look back. Kaon suddenly spoke, "You know, you're not the only one who wants to end things quickly." Hak Diep's gaze froze. Kaon glared at her. She gently wiped the blood from her mouth and said sharply, "And where do you think you're going on a date?" Hak Diep looked confused and asked, "Huh?" Immediately after, she turned and walked away, leaving behind a nonchalant remark, "I don't care." Cha was so angry at Hak Diep's rude attitude that he wanted to chase after her. But the other two, Jacob and Philip, quickly rushed to stop her, and with the rage still in him, Dad decisively threw a punch. She ruthlessly punched Jacob in the stomach, knocking him aside. Philip quickly reacted from behind, deftly dodging another punch from Kaon. Kaon lost her momentum and was defeated, and Philip seized the opportunity to punch her hard in the ribs. She gritted her teeth in pain, trying to endure it. Immediately after, Kaon suddenly grabbed his shirt collar and directly struck his face hard with oil. Philip was caught off guard by Kaon's sudden attack, bleeding from his nose and feeling dizzy. She quickly grabbed the back of his neck with one hand and placed her other hand under his chin while he was unable to react. At this moment, Kaon is like a true demon. Her eyes are filled with murderous intent. Kaon ruthlessly twisted his opponent's neck without hesitation. Even Mr. Hai, witnessing this, widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "She's really gone crazy!" Kaon suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, "I left you a kid, Mr. Hai." Then, the father hurriedly ran after Black Butterfly, leaving Jian Hai stunned and watching in shock. "Huh?" At this point, Jacob also gradually managed to get up. They stared at each other in silence, neither one making a sound. Immediately after, Jacob decisively turned to leave. Gyong Hai quickly followed from behind and reached into his pocket for his weapon. What? A sudden bolt of electricity shot out, hitting Jacob and making him stop instantly. Jian Hai, holding an electric gun, without hesitation aimed to stop Jacob with it, and once again they stared at each other face to face. Jian Hai looked at Jacob without saying a word, but the veins on his face were bulging with anger, causing her to panic and freeze in place, unsure of what to do next, and then 2 more gunshots rang out. She clenched her teeth, sweat pouring down her face. Kaon graduated from the police academy when she was just about 20 years old. Returning to the day when Kaon was a young, beautiful girl, her goal was to add another flower to her badge. But one day she fell in love with him. The one and only was Jang-gu. To be with that person, she transferred to the special operations team. After a lot of effort, she finally got to work alongside him. Kaon has always kept his eyes on Jang-guk, and her love for him has grown stronger over time. That's how she worked alongside him for 10 years. Kaon blushed every time he looked at Jang-guk, and she has aged gracefully. Currently, John is 34 years old. She ran while catching her breath, angrily wondering why he was so fast, while Hak Diep ahead was still holding his face in excitement and shouting nonstop, "Master Feng Diep! Master Feng Diep! Master Feng Diep! It's been a long time." The father running behind is now extremely annoyed. She angrily shouted, "If I were 10 years younger, I would have caught you already." Hak Diep also paid attention to her and moved even faster. She cunningly covers her mouth and taunts John, saying, "Do you really think that the reason you're slower than me is because your love for the person you want to meet isn't as strong as my love for the master?" Kaon, already tired from running, didn't want to listen to Hak Diep's nonsense and thought to herself, what is she saying? Is she crazy? But in the next second, Father John quickly reacted. Why do I feel like I've been insulted?
You bastard Hack Diep was happily running when she heard John calling out.
I guess you like to act fast, huh? She suddenly smirked lewdly and then casually asked, Your boyfriend probably gets out quickly too, huh? Truly, the older the ginger, the spicier. Hack Diep, upon hearing this, froze in place, suddenly slammed on the brakes, then slowly turned her head to look back. She was dressed in black from head to toe, and her face was now as dark as a pot's bottom. She asked each word through gritted teeth. What do you mean? Kaon still wore an innocent, guiltless smile. She calmly asked back to Hack Diep, What do you think I mean? What are you thinking to be so angry? Hack Diep's face immediately darkened, her eyes flashing with fierce intent. She warned in a low voice, I will kill you, Aunt. Hack Diep immediately swung her fist, forcing Kaon to struggle to block her. She was like a madwoman, glaring with fury and challenging Kaon. Take this, you bastard! Hack Diep kept throwing punches while shouting curses nonstop. Die, die, you bastard! Die, you bastard! Die, you bastard! But you still stayed silent, enduring every punch she threw. Hack Diep screamed again. Who do you think you are to talk like that? But at this moment, her punch was suddenly dodged by Kaon, who leaned aside. Immediately after, Kaon retaliated with a punch right to Hack Diep's stomach. I can say whatever I want. Kaon seized the opportunity and successfully counterattacked, punching Hack Diep repeatedly. She yelled furiously, Don't you dare take back what I said, you damn fool! Unable to withstand the insult, Hack Diep lost patience and tried to punch back. But her fist missed as Kaon swiftly spun behind her, and then to Hack Diep's surprise, Kaon delivered a punch right to her face while shouting and putting all her strength into it. You bastard, you make me so angry. Hack Diep was caught off guard and was knocked backward. So, you do have some taste after all. Her lipstick looks so pale like a corpse. Is this how you end up because of some disgusting man? Hearing this, Hack Diep instinctively raised her hand to cover her face. Kaon asked again, Are you teasing me? Hack Diep quickly stood up and softly growled. She suddenly crossed her arms behind her back as if to take out something, then frowned and said, I don't want to fight anymore since we're women. Cha carefully watched her every move. Hack Diep suddenly pulls out an object resembling a pendant, with a maple leaf symbol on it and smugly says, But if you keep pushing like this, I won't hold back anymore. That item suddenly drops and sharp teeth appear all around. Hack Diep smiles unfriendly and reminds you, You were the one who provoked me earlier, now suffer the consequences. You bastard, you look even older than me. The 12 apostles were formed by the first generation of the Wind sect. The strongest among the 12 apostles was very confident in their power, but in the end, they had to submit to the Bodhisattva. That person was Dua, and they didn't want to have to endure like that. After the battle at Waguk, they suffered a crushing defeat and had to retreat to the Philippines. Of course, those who remained were defeated by Phai Quang. The consecutive failures had broken their will. The defeated enemies no longer want to fight, but now when Jiang He returns, Philip kicks her straight in the stomach. Her eyes freeze. The electric gun in Jiang He's hand is thrown aside, and the remaining enemies are still formidable. Jian Hai was forced into a direct confrontation with Jacob. With such slim chances of winning, why did Kaon leave Jacob to Jian Hai to handle? While she was confronting the white-robed followers, it was because they were no match for Kaon, but she still kept her eyes on Jian Hai, who was fiercely punching the white-robed followers blocking her way. Her eyes seemed to contain some kind of deadly intent, and at that moment Kaon was also stunned for a few seconds by Jian Hai. Then she called out to Jian Hai, who immediately paid attention and responded. Yes, Kaon softly said, You can rest now, I will handle these guys. Jian Hai was startled and asked, What? Then immediately replied dejectedly, I really am a bit useless. If I had known, I would have followed Kim Jianshu's advice, but at this moment John still remained silent, watching Jian Hai. She couldn't help but think of Jianshu and wondered in disbelief, how could she emit such a fierce killing intent during the fight? I don't know where she learned those moves, but when she attacks she always targets the opponent's weak points. Kaon looked at the white-robed disciples lying unconscious on the ground and thought to himself, of course she wasn't yet proficient with those techniques during the fight, but if she masters combat later, those disciples might not survive. It really was terrifying to think about. That's all she could do for Jian Hai later on, but that's a story for another time. Jian H of the present is terrified and crying. She clenches her fist and shouts, Jiangshu, save me. Jian Hai suddenly reminisces about the past, when she didn't have many impressions of Jianshu. Kim Jianshu, the first time I saw him resist firmly against injustice, I thought he was so foolish. But looking back, I realized he also has some really admirable qualities. After seeing Kim Gai-shu handle all those situations, and then continue to accomplish even more things after overcoming those difficulties. Now after seeing all of that, Kim Gai-shu looks so cool to Jian Hai. As this thought crossed her mind, Jian Hai struggled to convince herself. What's so cool about that guy anyway? Then she suddenly remembered the time when Jianshu carried her in his arms and thought to herself, during training he also didn't hold back with her, but he's also changed a bit recently. Of course, when she was praised for her good training, she also felt very happy. But maybe my feelings for him are a little different from those for Lee Sung-hyun and Hwang Hee-jun, which is why I've tried to learn everything Kim Kyung-shu teaches. She always thought she was smart enough to solve any problem no matter how difficult and had memorized all of Kim Kyung-soo's techniques. But remembering them is not enough. She still lacks the agility and strength to actually execute those moves. Gi Eung-hae, exhausted, knelt on the ground, helplessly thinking to herself, I really am useless. At that moment, a voice rang out that pulled her back to her senses. Wake up, girl. Gi Eung-hae looked up in confusion, but Jeon-shu had already firmly assured her that she could do it. He sternly told her, keep practicing hard and you will succeed. Remembering what I teach you is already good enough. Now you just need to try harder. Gi Eung-hee, in Kam Go-go's situation right now, recalls Jeon-shu's encouraging words and silently thinks, that's right. She looks over at Jacob, who is glaring with deadly intent. Gi Eung-hae charged forward without hesitation, silently reminding herself not to give up. Jeon-hae keeps throwing punches at Jacob, but he easily sidesteps them. That's because although Jeon-hae has technique, she lacks strength. All of her attacks Jacob could dodge easily. He just needs a moment to rest and regain his strength, then he can defeat her. But meanwhile, his eyes remained fixed on every move Jeon-hae made. Even though her attacks were crude and somewhat clumsy, she never lost heart and kept rushing forward, throwing punches. As Jeon-shu once said, fight with all your might and never give up. Jacob suddenly stiffened as if recalling something. In that moment, the fragments of memory when he was attacked by Jeon-shu from his previous life, the Phantom, gradually appeared before Jacob's eyes. Jeon-hee's moves reminded him of the Phantom Assassin from before. At that moment, Jocko could only fearfully run away from his brother's pursuit. He suddenly trembled all over, tears welling up, then immediately turned around and fled headlong, leaving Jeon-hae staring in confusion. Jacob hurriedly ran away, so clumsy he tripped and fell with a loud thud. Jacob lay sprawled on the ground, his face filled with fear and despair. He shouted loudly, no! Even Mr. Hai was confused and scared because of him. What's wrong with this guy? I don't understand anything at all. Then she, without hesitation, immediately sped up and rushed forward. Hai's voice directly targets Jacob, but she forcefully strikes his back with a sharp blow causing pain. Yeon-hai's eyes are full of determination as she grits her teeth, silently thinking this is her chance. Jacob was quickly defeated by her strike. Even after taking down her opponent, Jeon-hae remained stunned. But immediately afterward, she jumps up and cheers with joy. Gi Eung-hee exclaims happily, I won. This is truly unbelievable. Gi Eung-hae has won. So great. Her eyes shining with joy. Gi Eung-hae was excited, thinking to herself that she could finally be praised. Returning to Hak Diep's side, she eagerly spun the weapon in her hand. Kaon frowns and keeps her eyes fixed on her. Suddenly, Hak Diep unexpectedly swings the spiked ball full of saw blades toward Kaon, causing her to startle and dodge backward. Then, the strange weapon was pulled back again, and Hak Diep casually controlled the pendulum like a toy, making her feel amazed. Hak Diep spoke up with interest, praising, dodging quite well. Seeing Duong Duong's smug look, Kaon carefully considered in her heart. What kind of strange weapon is that? But before I could finish my thoughts, the pendulum started attacking again. Kaon quickly raised his hand to defend, but Hak Diep skillfully controlled it to strike different parts of her body. Your arm and thigh are bleeding from Hak Diep's weapon. What are you thinking? Are you worried about your little life? Kaon repeated the question after hearing that. I'm afraid of death. Yes, she calmly replied. You are the one who should be thinking about that. Kaon recalled Jong-gu's image and softly smiled as she explained. If I die, the captain will spend his whole life hunting you down. Sounds pretty romantic, right? Heike Diep was momentarily stunned, speechless. Immediately after, she flashed a sinister smile, raised the weapon in her hand, and cheerfully said, Then you can go ahead and die first. If the opponent wanted to fight, John wasn't one to back down. She quickly took a defensive stance and firmly added, Even if I die, I won't die by your hand. Elsewhere, a fist struck Hwang Diep right in the face. Jang-guk just punched Hwang Diep away when Shich Diep's thorny whip suddenly struck again. A quick hand reached out and Jang-guk firmly grabbed the whip. He frowned and glanced back, causing the sharp thorns to stab into his hand, bleeding. But Jang-guk still held the rope tightly, preventing Shich Diep from moving. Immediately after, he pulled the rope hard towards himself. Shich Diep was also dragged along, losing momentum and falling right in front of Jang-guk. He immediately landed a punch on Shich Diep's face. Hwang Diep quickly grabbed the chainsaw and charged again. Jang-guk immediately bent down and slammed both the whip and Shich Diep to the ground, while his shoulder aimed straight at Hwang Diep, who took another hit to the chin. Dong-ho frowned and said with displeasure, Our captain has to fight in such unfavorable conditions. Sang-ho beside him also added, If only we had supporting weapons, he wouldn't be so badly injured. Jang-guk still stands firm in place as Hwang Diep and Shich Diep tremble and kneel down together. Seeing their terrified and miserable expressions, he silently thinks that these girls are so scared they can't even show their skills. Jang silently thoughts again, It seems these women aren't afraid of me. Then he calmly muttered to himself, Anyway, it's over now. Fortunately, their resistance has weakened significantly, so killing them won't be necessary. After thinking for a moment, he turned to the two behind him and said, Tie those two up with the fishing lines you brought. Dong-ho immediately replied sternly, Yes. Sang-ho quickly added, We will follow your orders. The flickering light illuminated the space, and soon after, Red Leaf and Yellow Leaf were tightly bound and motionless. Sang-ho suddenly spoke. Because I tied up these two girls, I didn't hear the rest. Dung-ho impatiently cut him off in anger. Sang-ho irritably reminded him, Don't swear like that. He turned and asked, Captain, when we return, please give orders on what we should do now. Jong-ji firmly replied, Everyone stay silent and move quickly toward Kaon. Sang-ho worriedly wondered, maybe Senior Kaon arrived a bit late. Dung-ho cautiously guessed there must be a formidable opponent in the basement. Jang-guk still firmly replied, I'm not worried about that. Nothing bad will happen to her at this moment. A shout suddenly rang out, and Captain Jang-guk froze and looked over. A hand was now gripping Cha's mouth tightly. Hak Diep suddenly appears, clutching Jeon's hair in her hand, her body covered in wounds. She calmly announces, I am here. Seeing that, Dung-ho hurriedly shouted in panic, Senior, even the cry of the father is hard to believe. How is that possible? Before they could react, Jang-guk's figure darted past them. His face darkened as he swung his fist to attack Hak Diep, but she quickly jumped back to dodge. Hak Diep excitedly shouted a few times, pulling her father back, then provocatively said, If I fight her here, do you know what will happen? Isn't that right? Jang-guk's eyes now were bottomless. He snarled directly, Put her down now! Hak Diep, hearing that, calmly asked back, Why are you so angry? You should be grateful to me, right? Dung-ho and Sang-ho, witnessing this scene, could only stand frozen in shock. Hak Diep looked at her father like a trophy, and excitedly said, You will soon have the ingredients to make pumpkin porridge. I guess you haven't understood your current situation. Jang-guk just stared at her silently with wide eyes, then Hak Diep quickly issued a threat. If you take one more step, I myself will send her straight to the afterlife. At that moment, her eyes suddenly glanced down, as if noticing something. Hak Diep immediately shoved her fist into her father's mouth, warning him through gritted teeth. No way! Do you think it's that easy? Are you trying to commit suicide by biting your tongue? Hak Diep smirking, she continued, No way! Even if I die, I have to kill you myself. At that moment, a lightning bolt suddenly streaked across. Hak Diep, caught off guard, was suddenly struck by an electric shot, causing her to freeze in surprise. She glared at the newcomer as her gun unleashed powerful bursts of electricity. It hit. She tensed up, gripping the stun gun tightly, and happily shouted, I got it! What the hell is going on? And at that moment, a fist silently closed in on her. Dung-ho rushed to attack, but Hak Diep reacted just in time to dodge, only to turn and be met with a flying kick to the face from Sang-ho, leaving her no chance to evade. Hak Diep was pushed back and fell to the side. Dung-ho and Sang-ho quickly rushed over to help Father John. Jang-guk also happily praised. Well done, Gyeong-hee. Jaeon-hai, even after being praised, couldn't feel excited anymore. She nervously asked, Are John and the others okay?
Jang-guk quickly ordered, Sang-ho, Dung-ho, you two hurry and take John's father outside and treat her. Both responded immediately with a serious tone.
Yes. Then he turned to Jong-hee and said, Jong-hee, go upstairs and join Captain Kim Jeon-shu. Jang-shu nervously responded, Yes, yes. Then looked back at Hae-dee, who had quickly stood up, and at me. He frowns, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. I will end this here and join you soon. I see now Feng-di, calling me here just for you. Bon Jung-guk, during his time working in the Special Response Unit of the police force, has faced many strong opponents with various fighting styles. Some fight with fierce and powerful styles, others rely on agility and cunning to attack relentlessly like a storm. There are also those born as assassins lurking in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a deadly strike. The smarter ones rely on their experience to observe their opponents and find their weaknesses to attack. But over time, with many changes and their own combat experience, no matter what methods their enemies use, they can never learn how to fight. Bai Zhang's diverse and completely different style is precisely a fierce, relentless attack that doesn't fear injury to achieve the final result. Right now, Hae-dee is facing Jang-gu. She just rolled up her JoJo rope and let out a breath, praising you, saying you fight fiercely and powerfully. I've never met an opponent like you before. This fearless fighting style isn't something just anyone can do, but don't think that with such a big body, you're not afraid of getting hurt. No matter what, if you hit my weak spot, you'll only fall down. Jang ignored the sarcasm and shot back. That's easy to say, but why don't you come here and try to attack me? How can you hit my weak spot? Hae-dee replied. If you rush in without any defense, you're still lucky. If I had been a bit more precise, that eye would already be blind. No matter how strong or agile, losing one eye would still render you useless. He held the cigarette in his mouth, refraining from counterattacking and simply listening. As I said before, Jang-guk relies on his strength and physical power to attack his opponent without hesitation. He simply said, If you say you can do it, then do what you say. Jang-guk radiated deadly intent and issued threats. With these hands, today I will crush that mouthful of nonsense.
Information about him continues to be shared. His reckless fighting style also caused him a lot of harm, but it made it impossible for his opponents to defend themselves.
She smirked strangely, taking the opportunity to make a suggestive remark. Honestly, what's so special about that old girl that you're so interested in her? No matter what you say, you're still a man with strength and a masculine appearance. The old man replied indifferently, feeling that the person in front of him was just too full of himself. Talking so much, does it get you anywhere? My fighting style never changes. The reason is that it suits me better than anyone else. Others wouldn't be able to follow this fighting style either. Hack Deep shakes his weapon and gets to the main point. You can't keep fighting in that reckless way and expect to survive for long. Janguk reminds you, but you also need to hurry up. I'm just here to block your way. The real danger is upstairs. She was a bit curious after hearing that. He remembers Gyeongshu, who is much stronger than me and has a power I can't even imagine. He's already upstairs. Hak Diep considers. Is there someone even stronger than this guy here? Is John getting involved?
This fight between you and me won't end so easily. You better be careful.
To gain the strength I have today, I went through intense training and fought many dangerous enemies. After careful observation, he firmly stated, "So you're just like those others. Facing me only ends one way, death." Janguk rushes forward and throws a punch. This is what I want to tell you right now. You bastard! She threw a spinning top straight at him, hitting him in the chest and blood splattering from the wound. Janguk seems unharmed, then raises his fist and strikes back. Glad it turned out that way. A powerful blow is coming down, and Heidi raises her hand to defend herself. Unexpectedly, even though she tried to block the punch, her whole body trembled and he continued to press the attack. Well then, I'll make it quick for you. The choke will happen fast and without any feeling. She just snorted, thinking it was only a trivial threat, then threw another spinning attack. Janguk quickly dodged to the side. Do you see how rough my fighting style with fists is?
Can you get past me to the upper floor and protect that young master? If you want to do that, you need to take me down here.
But it seems that is too much for you. Another punch lands on Hak Diep's body once again. I firmly assert that this is my way of fighting fiercely. I don't see any problem with it. The problem here is that you underestimated it too much. She angrily curses, damn it. Jang warns sternly, don't think that toy can take my eye by mistake. This time I might get injured again if I charge in, but in exchange, I'll take your precious thing. The eye, the hands, the nose. The black spider trembles as he struggles to block his attacks. Janguk gave her a choice. Choose now. After the next attack, which part of your body will you lose first? If you can't defeat someone like me, don't expect to face opponents on a higher level than me. On the higher level, Gyeongshu is also fighting intensely, and Kong San swings his sword toward him. Neither of them backs down. Gyeongshu steps back a little, then charges straight at him. Kong San leaps high, sword in both hands ready to strike, grimacing with annoyance as green leaves reappear. Gyeongshu slashed across and hit him. Remembering the first time Fai Kwang and Kong Tam Sun met, he glanced at the person behind him. In his past, as a hitman in the Bodhisattva organization, Fai Kwang has encountered many talented assassins, but he paid special attention to Kong Tam San because he was one of the few who could match his skill level. This is why this confrontation with Kong Tam San is so evenly matched. The battle won't end quickly like before. Gyeongshu observed and thought to himself, he seems to have improved a lot compared to before. Of course, the opponent facing him is not an ordinary police officer, and Kang Tam San simply observes silently. This is a battle between those as swift as grass or leaves, not waiting for the enemy, raising their swords to prepare for combat. Over there, he also leans forward into a ready stance. Gyeongshu carries leaves, while he has patches of grass. To end this battle, both of them will have to give their all. Mr. Gi in another corner watches the current situation and sighs. Oh my god, I'm so surprised I'm gaping open. I've already taken down so many of these white-robed disciples. Suddenly, Gi Eung-hee notices another direction and joyfully exclaims when she sees the shape of the door right in front of that door. Then, Gi Eung-hee opens the door and calls out loudly, "Hey Kim Gyeongshu!" Seeing the scene right now, she couldn't help but be surprised. Sunlight shines through the window, revealing the scene inside. Mr. Gi is confused and surprised. The pile of broken tables and chairs in the room makes it look extremely messy. She hesitates and mutters to herself. At that very moment, in another room, Li Feng sat alone, lost in thought, as if the sounds of the fight had already ceased. The battle has been decided. He regretfully wondered, has the black butterfly also failed against the enemy? La Feng looked up at the leaf pattern on the window and continued. The special police force has sent many personnel here to destroy my base. Although I have many allies like the Black Nation's Self-Immolation, No Heart Mountain, and Talented Leaves, I still can't understand why I feel this way about my failure. Did Buddha really no longer protect my black butterfly? I'm truly angry. I just can't understand. He raised both hands, questioning himself. Why? Leaf Wind held his face in utter confusion about the current situation. What circumstances led to such a failure, even though I knew they would attack my base? Suddenly, another person appears and draws La Feng's attention. He questions him. Not Tamsun, have you returned yet? Before La Feng could finish speaking, Gi Uncle Shu cut in, his hand with the sword resting on his shoulder. Wrong. He stared and replied, I am Fai Kwang. Upon hearing that name, he flinched suddenly. La Feng quickly reached into his shirt pocket and threw a series of darts to attack.
Can you also defeat them at No Tam Mountain?
How is that possible? He remained silent without a word. He became even more afraid. Why is it that you, the bastard, can survive the traps I set? How is this possible? He interrupted La Feng. You don't need to question much. After all, your subordinates have all failed. You're lucky there's only one more Fang die. This is your last chance, so accept your fate and endure it. He tries to stay calm. Don't think you can make me surrender. Mr. Zhu suddenly realized something that seemed to make Leaf Wind startle and look over. He continued, "So, you're that kid who witnessed the first Windblade attack?" Mr. Shu recalls the moment he defeated the first Leaf Wind, when a young man saw everything. He stands there in shock, puzzled. "So why are you frowning and continuing? You're clever. You promised not to keep your word to me back then, and now you've become the next generation of Fang Deep." Maple Leaf pretends not to know anything. "What are you talking about?" "Gyeongsu keeps being mentioned. I'm reminding you again. Your face shows clear discomfort. I am Phi Kwang." "Did you forget the promise you made to me back then?" At that time, La Fong knelt before Mr. Shu, his face showing confusion when he was caught by him. Now La Fong finally remembers, trembling with fear, and asks about the promise again. Flashback to the past, Gai Ongshu turns to face the mysterious guest, and she exclaims in surprise, "So it's you?" So it turns out the other side is the first generation of La Fong. She tucks her hair behind her ear and asks, "Are you the second generation of Phi Kwang?" "You look quite young, huh?" Then she stepped closer to him, not expecting that a bodhisattva assassin would so easily reveal her true face like this. I simply replied, "I am different from you. This doesn't affect me at all." Mr. Zhu glanced at me, and of course, anyone who knows my identity definitely won't survive. The first Maple also agreed with this explanation and replied as she removed her mask, "So if you do that, I should also take off my mask, right?" "How could I be rude to you like that?" The first Maple Leaf smiled brightly. "This mission is quite difficult. Let's help each other out, okay?" "I agree. I understand. It seems that among your 12 apostles, some are still very young. Look at those two kids." Mr. Gee pointed to a girl and a boy standing and watching intently, none other than Black Butterfly and Maple Leaf. "Are they perhaps 2 of your 12 apostles?" She turned to the 2 children and replied, "Those 2 kids? They're not yet at the point of becoming mature maple leaves like you said. They are just small leaves, as the maple leaves turn from green to orange and then fall." The first maple leaf looks at the girl and continues to transform into a brown leaf along with other yellow leaves. Then she turns to the boy, and these fresh green leaves will once again rise up to inherit the titles, leaving behind the withered, and fallen leaves. She smiled softly. This is all that the apostles, the small leaves, have to go through. The first generation maple leaves hugged the 2 children and happily added, "When they are young, they will always be loved wholeheartedly by us." She smiled happily. "So, the 2 of us just met, but it seems like you've already learned quite a lot about me. So it seems we will work well together in the future. I am just doing my duty. I guess those small leaves are just tools of yours as well. They will one day grow up and continue to become assassins under your command. Then they might die, without ever knowing why." The first maple leaf defended himself, saying that was a bit unfair to me. "Although they are just little kids who know nothing and have no use to me yet, I still love them with all my heart," she asked the 2 children with a fake smile. "Right, kids?" They all smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, sir." As he reminisced, he thought to himself that it was the first time he met Second Life Fengdi and her maple leaves. The members of the Black Shadow organization had been defeated and lying on the ground. The first maple leaf was annoyed and they fought back fiercely. I didn't expect the remaining bastards of the Black Shadow organization to still be so numerous. Seeing this scene, he whispered to himself that he didn't expect her to have such strength. Gi Ongshu watched her back, but what was more confusing was that those small leaves also possessed terrifying power and slaughter capability. His gaze shifted to the kids. When they grow up, they might become leaves with strength that rivals anyone's, perhaps even as powerful as a winning blow. Hack Deep with a cold face observes the scattered corpses on the ground and quietly predicts that these little kids will become powerful assassins in the future. The first maple leaf suddenly rushes toward Mr. Shu, who is slightly bent down, just as the Bodhisattva said, "You are indeed stronger than I thought." She seduces with a face full of excitement, asking what you think if you stay by my side. "With my help you will get what you want, and no longer have to suffer like this." He outright refused. I declined her offer. With her kind of love, I can totally guess what it really is. For me, love doesn't exist in my thoughts, but I guess for her it's just a form of exploitation. The first maple leaf looked curious. "Why do you say that?" Mr. Zhu also responds. "Really? Just looking at those kids, I can easily figure it out. It's not difficult at all." The image of the children being manipulated by her to a frightening extent appears in his mind, and every action they take depends on her emotions. When they're happy, they cheer. When they're sad, they become afraid. Mr. Zhu glared and confirmed. Surely her love for them is too great. That's why they have to depend on her emotions. This is the love I can see she has for them. She still speaks comfortably. Of course, love, hate, and fear are also considered kinds of feelings. La Fong first placed his hand on his chest and confided, saying that love is something hard to express. She imagined a young man being hypnotized by that very love. When I see the person I love and talk to them, I feel happy and joyful, and I think of that person in everything I do. He is captivated by the beauty of the first maple leaf. If one day we can't meet or talk to that person, we will miss them endlessly. She leaned in closer, continuing to flirt with Jiang Shu. Of course, I can say that my feelings right now are the same. When I look at you, I feel very happy. and joyful. The first maple leaf gently whispered into his ear, "My heart is pounding nonstop. Do you want to hear the sound of my heart?" Mr. Shu immediately stopped him. "Come on. She just went back to how she was before." "All right. I think you understand what I mean, so take your time to consider that suggestion." "I already said no, but," she insisted. "Fine. Next time when the first maple turns around and takes the kids away, maybe you'll change your mind when you meet again later. Time will make you reconsider." He notes him standing silently, watching them leave. 3 years later, Fong Diep and his maple disciples gathered all their strength to attack Hoagutsha Temple. At that time, the winners were not at the temple, which was a place of great grandeur and vastness. One of the apostles there was struck hard on the head with a wooden gong by someone else. He spat blood from his nose and collapsed. The other person was also dressed as a monk. But something seemed strange because he was Dua, constantly attacking the ambushers, and a group of people rushed in to stop his actions. Immediately, Dua grabbed the Buddha beads and used them to punch each one in the face. The first maple leaf seems to enjoy this scene. After fighting many people, Duhua just smiles and asks, "I never thought you could fight back against me like this, Fong Diep." He asked calmly, "What made you daring enough to do such a thing?" "Of course I don't want to live in fear of the day you might come back to settle the score with me." The first maple leaf enjoys provoking, but now only he remains in this temple. "I know his strength is very great, but just try to survive until those guys come to help." "Amitabha," Duhua sneered. "All right, do you think I will be defeated by you? Come at me, all of you, and I will make you pay for it." In just a moment, Fong Diep and the 8 leaves followed with 60 subordinates. The first leaf was exhausted, leaning on the ground, and the atmosphere was eerily silent. Everyone attacked the Bodhisattva, but she could only sit down in shock. He alone had defeated them all. Now they lie in heaps at Duhua's feet, with the first maple leaf suffering a bitter defeat. She sighed and said, "I can't believe it." Then elsewhere someone shouted, "Oh my God!" First generation Black Purple Orchid exclaimed in surprise, "Too many people, right?" Second generation Peony asked back, "Are you asking me?" She reminded them, "Okay, let's finish everything down there quickly." So the winners have returned to rescue the Bodhisattva. The bodies of the henchmen lay scattered along the path to the temple. The first generation of the Cherry Blossom held a mask, observing and smiling faintly. They dare to attack here? They must be crazy, or the first generation Tamsun would have followed them. He wondered why she let those 2 little maple children go. She quickly denied it, saying no. They probably ran away on their own. She just remembered Black Butterfly and recounted, looking back at them earlier. They did have strength, but whatever. Without the Wind Butterfly, they might fall. The first generation of Tamsun has different thoughts. Not necessarily. He expressed concern that they might develop in the future and become a threat. Even their victories could threaten his own position. "We are indeed those who always face life and death and can be replaced at any moment if we fall or our strength diminishes. But no one wants that to happen." The first generation of Cherry Blossom quickly reminded us, "All right, I understand your point, but now go take care of yourself." The second generation of the Fairy Light, he might threaten that person's position. He immediately replied, "I have never fought him, so I can't really say anything for sure. Of course, others who want to surpass me are almost impossible, so I don't worry about being replaced at all." At the same time, a man sitting at the foot of the waterfall was practicing. The battle was over. After Feng Di's attack on the temple failed, all the remaining forces had to retreat to the Philippines to seek refuge. Inside the room, the first maple leaf was trembling uncontrollably. She nervously bites her nails, unable to believe he's the only one left at the temple. What exactly was the reason I lost? The first maple leaf recalls that she kept shouting orders. "Hurry up and go fight him to defeat him." "Why are you all still standing there not listening to me? Everyone is too scared to attack the person in front of them." He sneers. It seems they are too scared now. Feng Diep, her eyes widened in shock. Du Hoa's face now looks like a demon. He tilts his head in warning. "Your fear cannot be greater than mine, so they have lost their courage." The first maple leaf clutches its head in frustration and screams. "There's no way to go back to the present," she silently thought in helplessness. I finally understand those 2 kids from the beginning are standing there, worried and calling out. "Sir, she is still lost in her illusions. The love I have for her suddenly—" The first Fong leaf spoke, "My dear apostles, we need to have a little talk." She spread her arms wide with a fake smile and then continued her interrupted thoughts. "These young leaves are still not enough. After the attack to defeat the Bodhisattva at Hoagutsha Temple, Fong Hiep suffered a devastating defeat. Frightened by the Bodhisattva's terror, she began to brutally torture and teach her followers to obey her more. Of course, even the young conical hats couldn't do otherwise. The first maple leaf displays a cold face and then gives the order. "Come here, my followers." This statement caused one of the people facing her to feel confused. "Sir," seeing Hak Diep trembling violently, she immediately responded, "What are you all so afraid of?" Her face and tone were extremely cold. "It seems that love for you isn't enough. That's why you dare to disobey me. Come here quickly." There is something sharp and jagged lying rolled up on the floor. First, Maple is sitting on the bed, holding a man whose mouth is covered. She half closed her eyes and softly said, "Do you know why I want to defeat the Bodhisattva and take his place?" The man immediately replied, "No, I don't." In the moonlit night, a mesmerizing voice echoes. I want to become a god and Buddha, standing above all. Just thinking about the painful past, First Maple also continued, I no longer have to depend on anyone's love. Then the face of the Bodhisattva appeared again in my mind. No matter what happens, I can still be free and unrestrained, not abandoned by anyone. With that, Yefeng gently wraps his arms around the person in his embrace. So what about you? You're not like him. So in the future, you'll probably abandon us, right? You don't need to worry about that, and Maple Leaf stayed still without moving. I will never abandon my disciples. I promise in the greenhouse area, there are countless bodies twisted in various positions. Jacob clenched his teeth, his lips trembling with pain, then suddenly shouted, Let me go! Let me go! Then, Jianshu followed the Botat's order to find Fang Hiep. Meanwhile, in another scene, in an abandoned factory area, a voice suddenly echoed. I'm exhausted. Lafang was the first to cross his arms and speak. I didn't expect that this time when we meet again, it would turn out like this. She looked at the person in front of her and called out, Fai Kwang, but the other party only responded coldly, not expecting her to betray and attack the Bodhisattva like that. Now, the apostles following her have been defeated. His eyes are as sharp as a blade. How can she still be there, smiling? Is your love for these children like that? Still, the First Maple Leaf remains completely calm. What's so strange about that? They sacrificed themselves for me, after all. After hearing Gai Shu continue, I find it strange that there were always 2 young leaves with her before, but now they are not here. She remains remarkably calm. That's something an assassin like you doesn't need to worry about. If it hits, you're already dead anyway. Then he pulled out the long knife while sneering. All right, Fang Deep, your betrayal will cost you your life. Opposite, the Maple Leaf simply smiled faintly and slowly turned his head. My disciple, immediately. That person responded calmly and slowly. Yes, sir. Hearing this, she tucks her hair and moves forward. Stay behind and support me if needed. I will take down that guy soon. Watch and learn. Suddenly, the First Maple Leaf unexpectedly sped up and rushed forward. Now you probably have it to stay here. She kicked hard, but Guyang Shu easily dodged by, bending his body. Then, with the speed of a lightning bolt, the First Maple Leaf spun around and kicked the opponent's body. Because he was careless, Guyang Shu immediately took that hit. He staggered back a few steps, still clutching the knife tightly in his hand, and without hesitation, Guyang Shu fiercely swung forward. Is the #1 assassin of the Bodhisattva really like that? It seems his strength isn't as legendary as they say. Hearing this, as the chaos continues, a cold voice rises. She has only seen my appearance, so don't think I'm so weak. At the very moment the First Maple Leaf kicked Jiang Shu's head, he naturally said seriously, I will definitely win this match. At this point, Jia Shu's eyes were full of murderous intent. Fang Diep. At the same time, countless green leaves fell, and someone couldn't hold back and cursed out loud. You bastard! The First Leaf Wind hesitated and asked, How can you be so strong? As she looked at her opponent, she admitted, I really haven't had enough strength to face the Fai Guang yet. Although you still have many injuries on your body from past scars, you are truly very strong. Leaf of Maple slowly stood up, holding his aching body. But I don't understand why you're so strong. If you wanted to escape from the Bodhisattva, why didn't you join my side earlier? If you had joined my side, the battle at my Huasuk temple wouldn't have failed. Your eyes no longer hold the arrogance they once did, and you clearly no longer wish to serve under him. The next sentence also targets his subordinate's psychology, but he only responds coldly because of a promise. Mr. Shu also said, after eliminating Miss Fang Diep, he would give me a few years to live as an ordinary person and forget this assassin identity. As soon as he finished speaking, the First Leaf of the Maple expressed its opinion. So you still trust him like that? That's quite strange. Her face was soaked with syrup as drops kept falling. You know that too. For people like us, living a peaceful and stable life like that is impossible. Yet you still hope for that from him? But Jian Shu just kept silent, glancing over. At this point, the First Leaf of the Wind still tried to persuade him. Your strength is undeniable. Maybe neither Tam's son nor anyone else can surpass you. Soon, you'll be the top among his subordinates and better than all the others. You have everything a person desires. Power, wealth, strength, her words still sharp and quick. So, you still want to leave? I guess I can guess that the Bodhisattva has suppressed you too much, making it impossible for you to escape the organization. Or maybe you're just too afraid of his power and helplessly accept your fate. Is it true, Fai Kwang? I don't think you're that bad when I look at you, but you seem more weak and afraid than you appear. Then she gently smiles and extends her hand. However, today here you still have the choice to reconsider. Cooperate with me and together we will get what we want. Before he could finish speaking, he was hit with a Hawk Zero. Let's become Jian Shu's 2 furrowed eyebrows. You talk too much. You're no different from him. That scene left the Maple Leaf stunned. Oh no, the Saintess. Concern clearly shows on his face as he suddenly drops to his knees. Why did you leave? Are we supposed to go on like this? How are we supposed to live now? 2 streams of tears run down her cheeks. Holy maiden. And the first Maple Leaf shows a blank face. Suddenly, a face with a terrifying voice appears. Her personality is no different from his, while Lafang quietly sheds tears, and the other person simply speaks slowly. She gently touches his face and says, I am sorry. Hearing this, La Fong can't hold back and starts to cry. No. In his rage, he quickly ran to Jiang Shu's place and then delivered a painful punch to La Fong's face. That powerful attack echoed far and caused him to fall to the ground in pain. At this moment, Mr. Zhu spoke up, trying to intervene. Don't try to do anything, kid. Just give up. But La Fong still refuses to accept it, you bastard. So Gi Ongshu can only close his eyes, amused, and say, why do you have to suffer like this? You use manipulative words, think about it. She only pretended to be virtuous when loving you. Love is something she never had, and what she gave you was only fear. Then Mr. Zhu opened his eyes and said seriously, from now on, her fear of you will also disappear. She's still quite young, so it's not too late to start over and rebuild your life. Meanwhile, La Fong was still in great pain. That's all I could remember. Back in the present, Guy Mr. Zhu with a cold expression remembered just looking at La Fong. Then continued, I don't want to think about it. It's all just lies. But La Fong still refused to believe, covering his face with both hands and saying, I don't trust you anymore. Guy Shu kept trying to reveal the truth. Don't confuse yourself anymore. With a cold as ice tone, surrender and don't end up like her again. But Fong still refuses to submit. Could this really be the Holy Spirit testing us? The divine has wanted to see if my faith in you is strong enough. He looked up to the sky, raised both hands, and said everything is just a test. I will overcome this challenge and conquer the fear within my heart. Holy Spirit, I apologize. I haven't been able to do much for you, but my faith never wavers. Suddenly, something unexpectedly hit the maple leaf, you idiot. Mr. Shu continued to look at the unconscious person and said, you are still the same, with eyes full of contempt. You have been completely brainwashed. This fanaticism is hard to cure. The black spider defended against the attack when suddenly someone on the other side asked, it seems the battle is already decided, doesn't it? That person keeps judging. You look quite distracted now and can no longer stay calm enough to make a judgment. Zhang smirked, cigarette in hand, and said, everything is like this now, with a terrifying, bloody face. Why don't you rush forward and fight me for real? Anyway, you can't escape from my hands. However, Hak Diep just stayed silent and glanced over, then suddenly shouted, you too! Hearing this, Huang Diep and Shich Diep trembled slightly. Yes, sister. At this moment, He Diep shouted loudly, why don't you come help when you see me being attacked? Then, Jie Diep also retorted, we want to help too, but we're tied up now, and Huang Diep kept trembling. The bastard captain facing you is too strong. We can't help you either. You really are a bunch of bastards from the school. Teammates can't do anything, just afraid to die. Now it seems you have no more support left, right? A strange object suddenly appeared in front of JGVOD. Hey D kept shaking it and then gave an order. Get up and fight. As if hypnotized, Shich Diep and Huang Diep's eyes become vacant. Oh! Suddenly, they remembered what happened before. Hak Diep, with a cruel expression and tools of torture in hand, screams in pain and tears scatter everywhere. She and Huang Diep fall into chaos, trembling as tears flow non-stop. We apologize, sister. We will follow your instructions right away. Then Heidi's eyes widened as she stepped forward. Suddenly, both girls charged forward like a storm. Damn it. Unfortunately, Red Butterfly was the first to get hit. Then, he punched Yellow Butterfly straight in the face. At this moment, Jungkook glanced back and suddenly realized that Heidi was taking the opportunity to escape, running with clenched teeth and a tense body. Lord Fong Diep, wait for me. Someone's sword strike hits the tip of the maple leaf. It turns out that Jianshu was the one who attacked. Then he didn't hesitate and raised his sword high again. Jianshu quickly moved toward the maple leaf, his sword suddenly spinning in the air. Because of that recklessness, Leaf Wind became the victim of the sword of mercy he was given. He immediately fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, Jianshu furrows his brow. No matter how stubborn you are, you're still the same as your former master. If you know what's good for you, remove the hypnosis from the maple leaves. The maple leaves will sit up slowly after a while. No way! The moment he tried to strike with his trick, Jianshu forcefully pushed him away with his sword. He raised the sword high with both hands and said, Do I need to remind you one more time to understand? Then, without hesitation, Mr. Xu swiftly struck the opponent in the face to break the hypnosis quickly. Lafong's face is now covered in syrup, but still stubborn. Hearing this, Guy Mr. Xu seems to understand. All right, if you're still this stubborn, I'll beat you until you come to your senses. Then he raised the sword in front of him, standing before the belt to see whether your disciples or your life mattered more. Suddenly, the maple leaf burst into loud laughter. That's right. Then he used his index finger to scratch his cheek. Now I remember the days long ago. Though beaten to a pulp, Maple still had the strength to question. You are the one who sealed my previous master before. Mr. Xu, you didn't hesitate to answer. I already told you my true identity, and now you're just remembering. In the mystical space, the familiar voice continues. Of course I didn't realize it before, but after you defeated Black Wolf Needle, I had a suspicion. The police couldn't possibly have someone with such strength for this mission. In my desperation, I just didn't realize your true identity at first. Now I am clear-headed. Sweat poured down the maple leaf's forehead like a waterfall. That day, he spoke to my master. He gradually recalled the image of Fai Kuang with his mouth slightly pursed zero. She is just like that old Botat. The image of the Bodhisattva appears sinisterly. Maple gradually reveals everything.
Maybe under my identity I can't see it. In fact, I am just like those two people, no different at all.
After hearing those words, Gong Shu didn't believe a single thing. What are you talking nonsense about? He tries to stand up with effort as violence and fear affect others. La Fong's whole body trembles uncontrollably. Master Botat and my former owner Fong Deep always handled things that way. Yi Ongshu listened carefully to every word from La Fong. This is exactly what I wanted to say. All your past and present opponents have been subdued through violence and fear. Isn't this just like what the Bodhisattva is doing now to make enemies and his fellow disciples? After hearing that, he pouted a little. They both think you seem right. I didn't expect the shy kid from before, always hiding behind Fong Diep, to have grown up like this. As soon as they finished speaking, Fong immediately replied, "It's nothing special. After all, I've been working with Fong Deep for many years now. You just told me to leave and live a normal life like I want, but you also know that given our situation, where can we go to escape?"
You say for people like us, what kind of life should we live as a normal person? He lowered his gaze and continued to advise. Will the Bodhisattva grant you 5 years of freedom as promised after the mission to defeat my master Fong Diep?
Can you live like an ordinary person? Hearing this, Mr. Zhu quickly denied. I don't know about that. I've never lived a normal human life either. Maple seemed to have foreseen this outcome all along. He loudly declared, "So tell me, how can I live like this? I'm no different from you. I've only depended on my master since I was a child. After you killed him, all I could do was this kind of work. So even if I could leave, I wouldn't know where to go." Just thinking about the image of the first Maple Leaf suddenly spoke to defend himself. Even if my master treated me with violence or cruelty, tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks. So that's all I had before. And you were the one who took it away from me. The blazing red maple leaves on the branches. A normal life like a human. What is that supposed to be? In an instant, it all flashes back to the past. The first non-illuminated figure frowns and speaks. I haven't thought of that either. Why are you asking me that? As soon as he finished speaking, Old Shu immediately explained. I was just curious. I've always wanted to live like that too. So what you always talk about, you don't even know what it's like, huh? I see. He focused on listening to the first explanation from the first Phi Kwang. Everyone has a different life, so what they desire also varies. His stance is very proud and confident. The two of us desire different things, so I can't say whether my life would suit you or not. Then the first Phi Kwang turned to look at the small child. Everyone in this life has a duty, a mission. How I want to live is entirely up to me. Those eyes are very serious. In our lives, we can freely do what we want, but in the end, everything will stop at a certain point. At this moment, his feet gently step on the fallen maple leaves on the ground. That is just how it is. No matter if a person lives a good or bad life, it will all end the same. After a while, the first Phi Kwang slightly looked up and caught a maple leaf. But living in a way that loved ones see you as someone useful to society and living a free, unrestrained life, that is the normal life we all wish for. At this moment, Mr. Shu was a bit puzzled, so just live a free life as you wish. But the first Phi Kwang revealed the raw truth. The little kid is too young to understand. Even if we want to, we can't do that. I just try to stay true to myself and do what I can. Among the falling maple leaves, he continued, trying to find the smallest happiness in this constrained life and hoping he wouldn't do anything to hurt others. Then, Phi Kwang the first subtly glanced down and said, "You will understand what I mean when you grow up. Having a fate like ours, we are powerless over our bodies and find it hard to act as we wish." After hearing those words, Gi Eungshu's face darkened. So what about you? Will you also live a constrained life like him, having to obey others in the future? After hearing that, he quickly added, "Well, Phi Kwang the first, after some reflection, said that basically you have placed your life here as a subordinate under the Bodhisattva." His tone was cold and tinged with fear, so later you might resemble him to some extent. Right now you won't realize it, but later when you reflect, you'll see it that way. After saying that, the first Phi Kwang reached out his hand toward Mr. Shu, but you didn't need to think much. A gentle touch on your head, each time different from the last. When you hear all the advice from the other person, maybe someday you will break free from that restraint and live the life you desire. Yangsu looked disappointed. "Thank you very much, Uncle." A childish voice sounded, and Uncle Gong Shu showed an annoyed expression. "Are you teasing him?" Phi Kwang the first is very calm. "I truly want you to be better than me in the future, and you will decide your own life," he said with seriousness. "Furthermore, even if you are like the Bodhisattva, it might not be a bad thing. I also hope you have his strength." So Mr. Zhu Qi had to respond that way. He showed a frightened expression, sweat streaming down his face. "But if your life continues like this, you'll end up hurting many people in the future." At the same time, the first Phi Kwang also lowered his gaze. "For killers like us, that's just something we can't avoid. You'll understand when you grow up." In the midst of the silence, the tall buildings stand like lighthouses, familiar sounds echoing. This is the fate of people like us. And of course, to survive, we have to do just that. The first generation Phi Kwang slowly recalled the time he made his opponent's heart so cold there was no trace of fear. Later on, you'll get used to it. Siro splattered across the scar on his cheek. Once you get used to everything, our emotions will gradually fade, and we will see it as just another normal thing. Returning to reality, the first Phi Kwang bows down. Maybe you'll be different then, but remember what I said today. At the same time, he once again thought of the Bodhisattva, standing before everything that requires calm handling, and not to use your power to impose fear on others and make them obey. The first light of this life looked at the child before him and added, the important people will gradually appear in your life. You will have to try to protect them. His eyes seemed filled with sorrow, heavy with emotion. I can't do it, but I believe that you can do it. Returning to the previous scene, a calm voice speaks out. Those are the things Master Shu learned to suppress fear and not let it control his mind. At this moment, Maple looked resigned, her whole body trembling. Is that how our assassin has lived his life? Hearing this, Jian Shu's voice remained cold. That's how it is. Right now, La Fong is bending over trying to persuade me, but you shouldn't impose everything on me like that. After you harmed my master, I've had to live a miserable life. Now everything repeats itself as before. The lights still shine through the room, so what will my life be like? Then Maple opened her mouth wide to mock, or perhaps it will end like the wind and phoenixes, all crushed under his syrupy hand. He suddenly remembered the cunning bodhisattva and the playing cards. Everyone wants to live the life they desire. But in the end, everyone is just afraid of the Buddha's power. That supreme strength like a god is what truly defines him. As soon as the words finished, Mr. Gai Shu immediately whispered, Bo Tat, he will have to pay for his actions in the future. I tried to do that before, but couldn't. My eyes showed no hesitation, but this time I will succeed. That is why I will destroy anyone who stands in my way. After hearing what the other person said, I do the same. If you don't give up, I will also defeat you. Can you recognize that your life will only be free if you oppose him? Then why would Maple suddenly bow his head, seeking freedom to oppose him? That's really well said. He spreads his arms and raises them to the sky, saying, I will do what I like, what my master and I believe is right. There's nothing about me that you can change. Hearing this, Mr. Shu raised an eyebrow with a sarcastic smile. That's true, you're still as pitiful as your master was before. And yet, Leaf Wind also hit the nail on the head. You always do that in front of me, imposing your fears on others. I've realized that about you. With you, you can stand up to the Bodhisattva. But what about me? He still maintains his stance, and you have another life to do what you need to do. By now, tears have been streaming down my cheeks. I can't do the same. I have lived in fear since I was a child. Now that I've become a maple leaf, I am no different. All I want is just to be able to live. Just like that, I would be satisfied. Will my disciples remain loyal to me as long as you don't appear? And Jian Shu, holding a knife, also felt sympathy. Truly pitiful. All right, he brandishes his sword and strikes forward fiercely. If you don't break the hypnosis to free the disciples, then I will have to do what I usually do. Suddenly, someone's voice suddenly intervenes. No. This statement makes both of them seem frozen in time. Jian Shu's eyes narrow as he hears the words, if you dare to act. If Hak Diep squeezed Jian He's neck to threaten him, she would have choked first. At the same time, the girl being restrained was extremely terrified. Hey, you! So Fong took the chance to approach Hak Diep. So you've come after all? Done. She feels a bit worried. Are you hurt? The two girls have opposite emotions, and at this moment, Gai Shu's eyes subtly move. So this is the kid from back then? The two of you still living together now? The image of the black spy suddenly appeared in his mind as she angrily shouted, Who are you to dare to hurt Lord Fong Diep like that? I will have to punish this girl to avenge my lord, his teeth clenched tightly together. I think I recognize you. You're the cop who led them to attack here. Hak Diep looked at the man in white and then commented, You seem pretty strong. La Fong is still crying and begging. Don't say anything else, Hak Diep. Save me quickly. Don't worry, I'm here now. Then she turned to Jian Shu and continued. As for that guy, don't even think about making a move or this girl will die by my hand. At this, Mr. Hai grew even more terrified. In the end, Mr. Shu finally agreed. All right, and fear. I'll say this once clearly. Let her go and I will spare both of you. Before Hak Diep could have finished speaking, it was you who was cut down by Jian Shu. Zero shot out first, surprising Hak Diep, and she suddenly widened her eyes in shock. On the opposite side, the other party lowered their voice. The end will just be death. I told you already. Suddenly, a scream shattered the quiet as Hak Diep, clutching her bleeding arm, shouted loudly, No, Ji! Quickly urge that person, get out of the way! Keon, hi, don't stay here anymore. Yes! At the same time, Black Butterfly was in pain, constantly shouting and cursing at herself. That bastard Shu didn't seem angry at all. What now? Something caught his eye, and it turned out to be an image of Ye Feng trying to escape. So you still refuse to give up? Now you want to run? Seeing that, Maple Leaf quickly turned back, eyes full of sweat. Hak Diep blocked him. Immediately, Black Butterfly heard the command and rushed forward. Her face was full of determination and coldness, but she was still cut down by Jian Shu. Then he turned to look at Maple Leaf and said with a sarcastic tone, You really are no different from your master, a heartless bunch. She has been with you since she was a child, and you used her as a shield for yourself? Even so, you will never be able to escape. And he is still indulging himself. Hai Diep, keep going. At this moment, Hades slowly rose from the floor and said, Master,
but all she received in return was a cold reply, even if she was determined. She had to save me. Do you understand? This made Heyday feel hopeless.
Yes, my lord.
At the same time, Mr. Shu felt exhausted.
All right, if you're determined to die, then I will make it happen for you. La Fong hugged the aching body and said, I need to escape from here quickly. Sweat kept pouring down like a waterfall. Suddenly, he thought of the man who ruffled his hair. Returning to the Bodhisattva would give him strength again. The image of Gyonshu appears again. The Bodhisattva is the guardian deity for me. Hakdiep's eyes turned vacant, the blackness shrinking to a tiny point. Syrup splattered everywhere, and suddenly a voice called from behind. Sir, my lips part slightly as Hakdiep raises her hand to confess. I love you. The red maple leaf immediately appears in my eyes, taking me back to the past. Second generation Fong Diep heard a voice saying, I like you, so it was a girl with long black hair. That's Hak Diep smiling happily. I like you a lot. What does love mean to each of us? Her figure sitting cross-legged gradually becomes clear. In the past, the first Fong Diep had raised orphans in an orphanage with the obvious goal of training them as disciples to later manipulate and use them as tools to achieve her own objectives. The first maple leaf, resting his chin on his hand and tilting his head, said, You can only do that? That could also be considered a way of working similar to what the Bodhisattva does with his disciples, but on a smaller scale. Among those children, there was a boy with exceptional talent who later became the second generation of Fong Diep. He was very quick-witted and lost his parents in a disaster. At that time, it was taken into the orphanage for care. Although it had many friends here, it still lacked love and affection. Of course, the other children in this group are the same. All of them have been abandoned or lost their parents due to some circumstances. When they were young, they grew up lacking love and were more vulnerable than other children out there. To control them and turn them into tools, Fong Diep taught them that love can sometimes be just fear. Of course, under his strict management, these young children are completely afraid of Fong Diep. However, from behind, a soft voice suddenly echoes. Hey! A cute little mouth opens, and Black Butterfly turns his big round eyes to confess. I love you. There's a little girl over there. You have become Hak Diep, always by Fong Diep's side in this second life. The girl is the only one who still remembers the love her family had for her. She is full of energy and lively. The girl always followed the boy because he looked very much like her lost older brother when she was young. Black Butterfly was like a little tail chasing after a maple leaf. I'm waiting for you. And he just shows a bit of helplessness. She glanced back and said, I am not your brother. They continued to talk back and forth. Please, don't follow me anymore. Those two kids grew up together and became closer and closer.
What is it like for Feng Diep in the second life to grow up without any romantic feelings? Having mistakenly thought that Feng Diep in the first life had feelings for her more than others, of course, that couldn't escape the notice of women, especially Feng Diep. The girl was very scared because of that. Amidst the natural scenery, the familiar call echoed again. Brother, by this time, both of you are grown up. Hey Diep glances at Ye Feng. Master Feng Diep always makes us feel so afraid. After hearing what the other person said, everyone who sees him has to bow. Why do you like him? Maple immediately replied, That. Right now he slightly furrowed his brows. Love is something hard to speak of, isn't it, little sister? They face each other. Love? Yeah, I can feel that. So what is love? Hey Dai stepped closer and replied that it is when one person likes another. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind saying, You two, that person has thick red lips. La Feng looked down with a terrifying expression. What are you all doing here? Aren't you supposed to be training? Hak Diep quickly asked. Hello, Lord Fong Diep. But she shows no interest and jumps straight into the issue. This is not the time to chat. Understand? Follow me. I have something that makes La Fong curious. Yes. Where are we going? As she turned to leave, the first leaf flower continued. The battle has already begun. The girl with long black hair is a first-generation cherry blossom. She looked at the boy with syrup running down his mouth and commented, Indeed, Fong Diep has a remarkable disciple. Even though the first generation of cherry blossom fiercely swung a small sword to attack, the kid is still just an inexperienced child. This scene made La Fong stunned by the lightning-fast speed, and then the first generation of cherry blossom suddenly showed a look of surprise.
It turns out Hak Diep rushed over from somewhere and blocked in front of La Fong. She turned back and shouted, Run away! However, the opponent hesitated slightly. But this is the mission our Lord entrusted to us. Meanwhile, Hak Diep kept urging non-stop. Run fast, or they'll get you! Now the first generation of cherry blossom spoke up. That's right! She bends down low. You two fight each other. As soon as she finishes speaking, a sharp dagger suddenly appears in front of Hak Diep. The eyes of the first generation of cherry blossom suddenly widened as the two girls faced each other head-on. The first generation of cherry blossom blocks every strike Hak Diep throws, and after a moment she glares and remarks that this girl does have some strength. As soon as she said that, the first generation cherry blossom's expression rushed toward Maple Leaf. I'll ignore you for now and deal with this kid first. The red syrup sprayed into the air as it was described. The expression of the first generation of cherry blossom showed a look of shock. On the opposite side, Black Butterfly was stabbed right in the stomach. Maple saw this and hurriedly called out, Honey? So Hak Diep also casually said, Yes. She turned her head back, her eyes filled with affection. I love you. This statement made the first generation of Huan Dao unable to help but sneer. Such feelings, huh? But in the end, it all ends right here. What are you going to do now, kid? She continued coldly. Looking back, you're just like I was when I was young. This assassin's life is so boring. Suddenly, after speaking, everything fell into silence as that hand holding the knife involuntarily trembled. The first generation of cherry blossoms happily pulls out the sticky object. I've changed my mind, I'll forgive you both now, but next time we meet, there won't be another chance. His eyes full of murderous intent, he sneered, hurry up and leave before I change my mind. Meanwhile, a man and a woman across from him still stood there in shock. The sky gradually darkened as the wound on her stomach was finally bandaged. Maple Leaf looked at the girl lying on the ground, sweat streaming down her cheeks. Why did you hand over that dangerous task to me? Hearing this, Hey Diep slowly explained, Are you like your brother? She gradually remembered the painful past. He protected me but was shot right in front of me. That is all I can do to protect you. Tears from the late brother's nose flowed, his face was scratched. After hearing that, Maple stammered, Everything in our lives is so hard we can't control everything. But Hak Diep is considerate. It's okay, as long as I have you here, I feel happy. It seems like they are saying their final goodbyes. Even though I know you're not my biological brother in this natural setting, Hak Diep added, I still want to say it like this, as tears unexpectedly welled up in her eyes. I will sacrifice for you. Is that love? Since that day, the boy has realized many things, and one sentence made Hak Diep terrified to the extreme. Hurry up and take it off quickly. Stop standing there, the first leaf, expressionless. Do you dare to refuse my love? Then it is love. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, Lord Fong Diep! And at the same time, a rough hand appeared. The maple leaf spoke without hesitation. Let me take her place. Furrowing his brows, he added, Use that on me. It's not the fear that Fong Diep described at all. Behind the maple leaf, the scar of the maple leaf is deeply imprinted on the skin, symbolizing their mutual sacrifice. It seems he understood their feelings, so Diep Fong imprisoned the black leaf to keep them apart. Moreover, a cold voice sounded, Look at this maple leaf. Diep Fong's second life is increasingly confined, deliberately trying to make him forget Hak Diep and only trust the love of Diep Fong's first life. Fear and anger spread, consuming Diep Fong. Day by day, he grew more afraid of the love Hak Diep had for him. This is the intention to control Diep Fong's disciples, making them obey his words. Suddenly, a dark and unexpected sound rang out, causing everyone to stare in shock. All right, Leaf Wind, I stand back and observe with my arms crossed. Your strength has become much greater. If this continues, your hypnotic skills will be on par with mine someday. As soon as the words finished, the first Leaf Fong quickly responded, Thank you. Then he continued in a low voice, But why do I want to ask you? Isn't it so that we do this to make the disciples follow us? So why do you still have a way to Jaichu hypnosis? And the first maple leaf remained silent, listening. I don't want to learn this disarming technique. Is that okay? Her eyes widened as she stared intently at something. Seeing that, Fong also glanced and slightly parted his mouth to reveal his teeth. Finally, after a while, the first maple leaf remained silent. She gently placed her hand on the other's shoulder and smiled kindly. Well, everything always needs to be prepared for the worst. If everyone is under hypnosis, they might be quite clueless. When it comes to detailed tasks, they won't be able to do it, so a hypnotism removal technique is necessary. These are the teachings that the first Dit Feng passed on to the second Dit Feng, hoping he would help gather more disciples in the future. The first Lefong collapsed in the man's arms, tears streaming down his face as he sobbed, I can't go on living anymore. After Diep Fong was sealed, her commands and influence on the second Diep Fong diminished, allowing the second Diep Fong to awaken and free his mind from the hypnosis. At that moment, he went to find Black Shadow in the prison. Sweat kept streaming down Lefong's face. A voice called out from behind the bars again. Hey! Hak Diep put on a face without any emotion. But with that much time being influenced by the first generation Diep Fong, he gradually changed his nature. He no longer feels the same way about Fong Diep as before and is gradually developing a domineering personality like hers. Deep down, he is aware of this and is very afraid of it. He didn't want to become a cold-blooded person like the most recent Fong Diep, so he tried every way to avoid it. Forget that past, but it's impossible. Black Fong, standing near La Fong, said, I will follow you no matter what you do. She remained calm and said, You are everything to me, just like before. My feelings for you have not changed. Hearing this, Leaf Wind coldly interrupted. All right, therefore, to control his emotions and eliminate the fear deep inside the second Diep Fong, he self-hypnotized himself, allowing him to work and live like the first Diep Fong, and to serve the Bodhisattva without fear of his power and authority. Of course, he never wanted his life to become like that. He also devised a way to break free from the hypnosis so he could return to his former life when needed. To activate the element that breaks this hypnotic bond, his emotions need to be stirred. At this moment, Hak Diep's face is full of sorrow as he slowly raises his hand into the air. I love you. Then the image of the small maple leaf appears, and she tilts her head to look at the boy. Next is the scene where Hak Diep sacrifices himself to protect the maple leaf, standing in front of him. Each scene of the two sitting side by side. Hak Diep, with syrup on his mouth, turns to look back at the countless fresh maple leaves soaked in syrup. Then suddenly the memory flashes back to the moment Hak Diep was imprisoned, passing through Leaf's mind as he looked up at the leaf-shaped pendant. After a moment, he furrowed his brows and turned his head back. You! After witnessing the scene of Hei falling, Gi Angshu immediately stabbed his sword at her. At this moment, Lai Feng's eyes seemed to glow with enlightenment, and suddenly someone came rushing in at high speed. At this moment, Jiangshu immediately turned his head and saw La Feng rushing wildly towards him, cursing non-stop, "You bastard." So Gi Angshu didn't hesitate and punched the opponent in the face, then pushed him to the ground. "What are you doing? Do you think you can beat me?" But it seems the opponent has lost control. A immediately kicks Gi Angshu in the face again, with a stern and sarcastic look in his eyes. Stubborn, isn't he? However, his gaze immediately wavered as he looked at the tears streaming down the Maple Leaf's face, and the opponent quickly ran over to Gi Angshu. At this moment, his eyes slightly lowered and a sound rang out right after. Zhu Gongyi, full of confusion, turned around and looked back. Only then did he realize that the problem was that he wanted to be with her. Mr. Gi observes a man and a woman embracing each other without any intention of attacking him. At this moment, Heidi, with a face covered in syrup, suddenly calls out, "Hey!" But the Maple Leaf, tears streaming down his face, still responded to her. He remained in the same posture and added, "I have remembered now. Maple Leaf is a very beautiful leaf, but it also carries the fear that Feng Diep has planted in the disciples' minds." Later, when I grew up, I realized that it was not as beautiful as I thought. Each drop of syrup spreading out looks like a deep red maple leaf. Although it was frightening, the image of the first maple leaf suddenly appeared. But there was one leaf I found very beautiful. I only now realized that after all these years of burying my memories in the art of illusion, the leaf I loved and treasured so much. An innocent, pure leaf helped me find happiness in my terrible childhood. Back then, we were both still young, and she gently approached. Eris ran happily to confess when she was young. "I like you." The maple leaf's eyes sparkle as it gazes intently. "That is you." The smile of the girl in front of me is like a small morning sun, illuminating my soul. Returning to reality, after many years living together and going through so much, I have realized. La Feng kept crying non-stop. "I also like you. You are the maple leaf I have always cherished." Then he made a request. "I will Jaichu the hypnosis for the explosive students." Maple Leaf turned to Jianshu. "Please save her, please." However, he remained silent, focused on completing the leaf-sweeping task and winning. The black ground still shone. Janguk, with a cigarette in his mouth, sighed and watched the scene before him, then said, "You managed to persuade this maple leaf to surrender like that." "All right." Janguk gently clapped in praise, saying, "You're truly impressive, not only in strength, but also in agility and wit." "Well done," but Gai Shu remained completely indifferent. "All right, is there anything else to do here?" It seems like Jianguk is quite worried, and it looks like he was also injured fighting these two guys, which must have been caused by that Leaf Wind guy, right? Meanwhile, La Feng still sat on his lap, bowing his head in silence. "Over here," Gai Shu slowly denied. "No, it's not." This makes Jianguk curious. "Huh? So who caused the injury on your face?" He listened to the other person's answer. He's quite a formidable opponent. Hearing this, Jianggu kept his cigarette clenched and asked, "Did he get beaten?" "No, he got away." "Are you trying to keep going and not take him down?" Suddenly, a sound came from the other side. Gi Onghai tiredly turned his head and announced that he had already treated her wounds. Then she asked La Feng, "Did you hear that?" Gongshu coldly ordered now to remove the hypnosis from the disciples, so La Feng lowered his gaze and replied, "I understand." After Feng Diep lifted the hypnosis from his disciples, they turned against him. Countless people in white robes appeared angry and shouted, "How dare you use us for such evil deeds?" "Oh no, my head hurts." They stared wide-eyed and shouted, "How dare you do this to us? That evil demon?" Suddenly a cold voice sounded, making both of them jump in fright. "Hey!" Everyone turned their eyes toward the source of the sound, but Black Butterfly revealed a look of GC, the person in question. "Stop talking like that right now." Hearing this, Huang Deep and Shich Deep trembled. Then suddenly, they charged forward like a storm. We both immediately got hit on the head by Zhang. "All right, sit there." He remained completely calm and sarcastic. Truly, after removing the hypnosis, he still doesn't understand his own strength and wants to rush in and risk everything against him. Meanwhile, Gai Shu's thoughts arose. "Whenever I go on a mission, I always want to do it alone." He looked at the tall man in front of him, but this time he had made me trust him. In the middle of the spacious room, those thoughts continued in silence. He is a good captain who wholeheartedly cares for his team, and I hope we will have the chance to work with him again in the future. So, the three of them were injured, but no one sacrificed themselves on this mission. The mission was successfully completed, and the man in the police uniform looked pleased. "Everyone has worked hard. Over here," Mr. Zhu Guy was whispering softly, and I overheard. Khan Jang-guk resumed reporting the situation. "Things are going well here. Everything is under control. Thank you for your praise." He immediately asked, "Is there anything at the main headquarters?" And the other side quickly delivered some not so good, not so bad news. "There's nothing on our end." He sat upright on the long chair. "You guys finish your mission there and come back to the headquarters. We'll talk later about anything else." Then everything was reported. But on the other side, a voice rang out. Master, Fongdeep has been defeated. Hearing this, the bodhisattva in the room immediately asked aloud.
So what if Hak Tu Dang and Kong Thompson are sent there to help Fong Diep? The person outside replied slowly once again.
Yes, they still haven't received any information. While thinking about the image on the card, I continue. But from the beginning of the speculation, it seems that Tung Hawk has been betrayed and has leaked information to the police. As the words ended, neither of them said anything more to each other. Inside the room, the bodhisattva smiled with a sinister grin. In another development, the index finger taps the table, and the policeman wearing a hat sits back, deep in thought. It's true, I didn't expect it. It seems like only he was there. I was originally maintaining a balance between both sides, but now I am leaning towards one. Truly thought-provoking. Na-ho thought about the man with the cigarette in his mouth. During the recent incident, Bi-Jang pushed him harder than he expected. Then he remembered the young man's figure, or was it because Kim Kyung-shu was involved in that mission? Na-ho sat seriously in the chair, crossed his arms, and said, "All right, anyway, it seems the police have completed that mission. Outside, it's already night. The moon is bright, but it seems that Tam-sun has taken some action after the failure of the protection mission. All right, let's leave everything as it is for now. I'll go to the landline phone and make sure everything on the police side is taken care of. As for the bodhisattva side, it seems they are at a disadvantage. I'd feel more at ease if they were completely defeated. My ear's in the palm of my hand, so let's see how this turns out." Neho subtly glanced to the side, feeling that the task needed to be pushed forward faster, or else too many variables would make it unpredictable. After a moment, someone's voice came through on the other end. "Yes, Director Yen Tam." Naho's tone is also very serious. "All right, you have full authority to handle it." "Black crane, blue sky, and white clouds," the wind whispers, and someone among the crowd also wonders. "So I wonder when they will arrive here." Suddenly, footsteps in black shoes approach, accompanied by two words, "Hello." "Does that person have long, shiny black hair? Hello?" Vice Captain Black Crane arrives with a few strong allies. "It's been a while since I last saw you." Captain Bai Jang-guk, a former member of the Special Operations Team. She smirked and asked, "Are you doing well lately?" So Jian-chu and Jang-guk spoke one after the other. "That was quick, huh? You're here already. Why did you come here?" "Please, so high." But the other person just smiled and replied, "I came on orders from the bureau chief." Then Jang-guk continued to ask, "So are your support team coming too?" But So High unapologetically denied, saying, "Not exactly. I'm not responsible for cleaning up the scene. You know that." This confused Father John a bit. "John, why the flag?" After hearing that, the other person asked about you. "So why does Father Gion's face look injured now?" So the others quickly showed their attitude. "She really is a hateful woman. If you already dislike it, I agree." So High said sarcastically, "You must be in a lot of pain, right?" Then Father John, without mercy, leaves while So High still won't let go. "Why did you say that?" At this point, Jang-gu's voice turned cold. "So why didn't your team leader come along?" As soon as the words finished, So High hesitated. After a moment of silence, she added, "They have been dispatched elsewhere. There are more urgent matters there." A panicked voice called out from this side. "Humans?" The scene makes the people in blue uniforms a little worried. "Sir, don't be nervous. Come with us for a moment. The scarred man is Choi Hun." Captain Black Crane, the former deputy leader of Bai Jang-guk's Special Operations Team, listens without any expression to the invitation. "The director is waiting for you." Jang-guk asked curiously if it was a private mission. So Hai replied kindly, "I will explain it in detail so everyone understands better." The director wants to meet Police Chief Hong Run, so he sent his team leader to pick him up. Hearing this, he remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. So Hai turned to tell Jia Angshu more, and as for the sect leader Fong Diep, the director said, "We have full authority to handle him, so I brought the boat." He immediately frowned and objected. No. Mr. Zhu, crossing his arms in annoyance, demanded that we had already captured everything. Now the chief wants to take all the credit? "If we have to go, let's go together." Suddenly, a hand from behind him raised up along with the voice saying, "Are we going together?" So Hai, seeing this, covered his mouth with his hand, sneered, and said in surprise. And she laughed out loud mockingly and asked, "What did those kids say? You think you can do whatever you want?" So Hai warned, "This is the director's order, not a joke." The terrifying image of the old director makes him shiver. Jang-guk suddenly speaks in a serious tone. Captain Kim Gi is annoyed. He sighed, "This is an order from above that must be obeyed." His face darkened with displeasure, and it seemed he understood part of the reason, so he glanced softly at Jang-guk. He frowned, his face showing clear anger, but he still tried to hold back and reluctantly said, "What can I do?" Jang-guk muttered irritably and left, leaving Jian-shu deep in thought, secretly watching his back, finally resigned and enduring it. "Yeah, I understand now." The two of them took the high-end canoe from So-hai's hand, accompanied by 4 others, and the sleek boat sped swiftly across the water. Suddenly, Jang-guk called out loudly, then turned around to ask Ahayang, "Did you find anything? The police are holding you back." She was suddenly startled and confused by his question. Ahang recalled their previous search journey while recounting how they followed Vero. Then they reached a dense forest. In front of her was a maple forest with the vibrant colors of autumn. She continued, "But then Vero disappeared. We searched everywhere, but Ahayang's face showed clear concern. And in the end, we found nothing. Mr. Gi, hearing this, crossed his arms and coldly said, "Useless." Janguk asked curiously, "So you didn't find any bodies?" She hesitantly replied, "Yes, we searched the entire surrounding area, but found nothing." Suddenly, he thought of So-Hai and couldn't help but sigh. That girl. Mr. Zhu frowned in annoyance, silently muttering to himself and hack Ho-Chi. B-Zero's terrifying expression of Kwok Tu-hwa always lingers in his mind, making him extremely annoyed and scold, which is really uncomfortable for others. The scene shifts to the maple forest where Ah Hyung just arrived. Blue sky, white clouds, the rustling of leaves, everything seems very peaceful. Dark Sovereign Hack Kwok Tu-hwa grits his teeth in pain, his body covered with dozens of slash wounds that keep bleeding. He clings tightly to the tree, trying to keep himself from falling. Dark Nation Transformation bitterly glared, muttering repeatedly to survive, to survive. The scene shifts to the church where Leaf Wind and Black Butterfly are hiding. La Fong looked at Shich Deep and Huang Deep, lying unconscious in front of the spreading puddle of syrup, then nervously said, "Is something wrong?" He shivered as he looked toward the door and spread his arms to protect Hak Diep, whispering, "An unease is coming." So, Hai and her team have actually entered inside. She slung her rifle over her shoulder and smiled, saying, "Hello?" La Fong angrily asked why. From a police perspective, turning ourselves in would be very beneficial. So, Hai replied quietly, "It's all because of orders from above." She teasingly said, "Well, to make it easier for you to understand, I'll put it like this."
Both of them were surprised and tense as they listened carefully, so Hai then explained in detail.
The chief said there was no need for more incidents. Hearing this, he was so shocked his eyes went wide and he stammered, "The chief thinks they seem to have understood." So Hai said proudly, "They will be charged with resisting an officer and when they are being escorted and shot dead." Suddenly, Maple burst out laughing in a strange way. The laughter echoed throughout the church as tears streamed down his face, and he replied with a bitter smile, "I am really just a pawn controlled in a game of chess that has already been arranged. I have lived such a life, now I deserve this too. But this girl?" So Hai looked at him with curiosity, startled. Suddenly, he knelt down and begged, "Please, this girl doesn't know anything, let her go." Suddenly, she softly spoke, "It's okay." Hak Deep smiled gently. Nguyen Heen dedicated his entire life to the maple leaf. "I will go anywhere with you, my love." So Hai, hearing this, no longer hesitated and rushed forward, raising her gun to attack. The two villains exchanged final words. Then, "Goodbye." The moment he leaves, the October token drops into the water and sinks forever, marking the end of a legend. It seems a special guest has just visited Jinha's meeting room, he exclaimed with joy. He laughed loudly, clearly excited. "You've arrived, haven't you?" Chief Hong Jun stands straight and silently waits for Jinha's orders. He praised him with subtlety. "You completed this leaf-clearing mission perfectly without any casualties. How does it feel to take revenge for your wife?" Hong shivered upon hearing that, then stood silently for a moment before frowning in annoyance and directly asking the main question. "What did you call me here for?" "Don't worry, I just want to give you the next mission." He softly asked, "We are family, aren't we?" "We need to share information about the campaign to support each other." Hong angrily denied, "When did I ever consider you family?" He continued calmly as Police Chief Hong trembled. "No Ka outlines the plan. I have information about all the months except May, August, and September. The next operation will use this information to act." Jinha's recent statement surprised him. He explained further, weakening Hua Kwok Tu's forces before dealing with Bo Tat, with the task to be carried out step by step. No Ka's expression revealed a cunning and terrifyingly ruthless plan. Hearing this, Hong trembled with anger and asked, "How can we deal with the Bodhisattva when he is a public figure? Even if the operation succeeds, it will trigger a fierce wave of opposition. That's impossible because it's too risky for the police force. I already have a plan for that." He sighed. "But unfortunately, I can't reveal the plan to take down the Bodhisattva right now. This next operation is crucial for both of us. Chief Hong Jun, cooperate with me." He suddenly mentioned you, the Kim Jian-shu action team he established. No, K's tone was full of implication. Though he didn't listen to me, he was very obedient to you. However, B. Jang-gok of the Rapid Response Special Forces kept dodging, while Hak was under my command. No Ka confidently said, "If we join forces, I believe we can eliminate all the months the battle between the police station and Hua Kwok has reached a tense point." No K spread his hand, revealing a deck of red-faced cards, and said, "The flower duel is full of implications, a battle to win the flowers, which both sides are aiming to eliminate each other's allies." The scene shifts to the temple where Hua Kwok To is residing, with the warm afternoon sunlight shining through each small window. Inside the temple, Duwa spoke seriously with a tense expression, now flanked by the second-generation peony, Orisit, Cherry Blossom, and Mandu. They fell silent, waiting for his command. Cherry Blossom and Mandu nervously looked at Dua, who solemnly declared, "The ceremony is now in session." Oris and the second-generation peony also turned their eyes to Dua, and the atmosphere became tense as a guitar string. At the same time, No-Ka reached out to Hong and said, "Let's work together to create an interesting game." At Duo's temple, everyone in the organization gathered together. Mandio spoke up, saying that the situation has been a bit unstable lately. Cherry Blossom added, We've had too many meetings here already, and today it seems like there are fewer members present. Peony also said, it's strange that the Black Nation brothers from Hoa aren't here. Orcus remained silent. Mandu turned to Duhua and asked, Sir Bodhisattva, what is the purpose of our meeting today? He replied briefly that Fong Diep has completely failed. Everyone was stunned, eyes wide open. So what happened? During that defensive mission, besides Fong Diep, Hak Ho Tree and Kong Thompson also came to help, and Tung Hak was assisting from the police station. He answered calmly, Tung Hak has now joined the police side. It seems he's trying to play both sides against each other. Everyone was surprised. Hoa An Dao said, that's true, I didn't expect that situation. Mandu continued, oh my god. She kept talking. Does Fong Diep think Hak Ho Tree and Kong Tam Sun are already finished? Hoa An Dao guesses that's why the brothers aren't here today. Orit then speaks up. The police's attack mission was already warned by Tung Hak, yet it still failed. Du Hua continued, they probably sent quite a few elite police officers there, based on previous discussions with Tung Hak, who analyzed that Hong Jun's team would be assigned to carry out the mission. At that time, Tung Hak would call Hong Jun over and then eliminate him. It sounds very logical, but after the failed mission with Fong Diep, we completely lost contact with Tung Hak. As for Kamtam Mountain, he is still alive and has not given up. He has returned and sent us some important information. Hoa An Dao said, that's right, Kamtam Mountain is not so easy to deal with. She continued, this failure is definitely related to Tung Hak's betrayal. Du Hua revealed, you probably don't know his true identity. He is the director of the Ant Bureau. Everyone was even more surprised and stared in shock. Mandu asked in disbelief, what did you say, Botat? Then she sighed with her face in her hands. Oh my god, she frowned. I didn't expect Tung Hak to hold such a high position in the police headquarters. Cherry Blossom continued, so I didn't think it was him. Du added, after the previous rebellion and attack on the temple, there had been no betrayal from anyone. But now Tung Hak has appeared, and he doesn't understand what his intentions are. He continued, because he knows a lot about our organization and holds significant power, we need to be extremely cautious. Then he cleared his throat and said, the official meeting now begins, everyone together. Yes. Peony raises her hand to speak. Honorable Bodhisattva. She is curious. So Hak Tu Dang, has he not returned yet? He remained silent, frowning without answering, then softly said, Hak Tu Dang at the same time. Kwa Kwa stared wide-eyed, watching his sibling writhing and moaning in agony. Chrysanthemum walks over from behind, battered all over. He continues, luckily he managed to crawl back here alive. He sneered, so these guys all have strong vitality. Guo Tsuhua suppressed his anger. Who did this to you? Hak Kwuk-du, in pain, grit his teeth as the police officer's name. He drunkenly moaned Sairo, repeating Jianshu's words. I am very strong. Hoa Cook blocks me. All right, he's seriously injured, so don't push him to talk too much. He coldly continued. Do you think he'll recover to his previous state someday? If his condition is too bad, the organization might have to start over in 4 months. Kwa Kwa angrily clenched his collar and shouted, how dare you say that? Hua Cook remains calm and says, even if you're a bit angry at me, his condition won't change. Despite the mask's expression gradually changing, he still says, I will do my best to recover him, but whether I succeed or not is uncertain. Hak Kwuk Tu Ko Gang Noi. Everything's fine. I've come back to life after his groans. Everyone just needs to wait for him to speak again to restore everything as before. Chrysanthemum shooed him away. All right, you go outside. I need to do a little surgery. The sky turned red as Guozihua walked away full of murderous intent. Tung Hak, I ask, does he say he will cooperate with us? Hong Run replied, yes, keep asking. So, you've already met that Captain Hak Hak. How strong is he? He commented, he's quite strong. He was previously the deputy leader of the Special Forces team led by Bun Hang. He exclaimed, ah, I see. I know about Captain Bun Hanguk from the mission, so that Black Hawk guy is the deputy then? Are we going to cooperate with them now? Hong Run replied seriously, I am still considering. He hesitated. But this is indeed a good opportunity for us to deal with Botat. At least Botat's side will lose a month of their support. He said seriously, I think we should first cooperate with Tung Hak to weaken Botat's forces. Once we are stronger and Botat leaves, we will eliminate Tung Hak altogether. Jianshu's face also hardened upon hearing him speak. This might be the most perfect plan I can think of. He then stood up and said, let's proceed with that. I'll take charge of my team to make them stronger. He was surprised. Are you not angry that I am cooperating with Tung Hak? How did you feel about having teammates with you on this mission? He responded with silence and a piercing stare. You remember earlier, after finishing the mission at the port, Jungkook said, you've worked hard on this mission. Mr. Shu replied, you too. Thank you for your help this time. He continued, I observe that you seem to prefer acting alone. Even though you have teammates, you hardly want them to accompany you. Of course, your strength is undeniable, Jungkook asked. Do you not trust those teammates? He was a bit surprised. He continued, I always trust my teammates. You should reconsider my words. No matter how skilled as you are, there will be times when you need their help. Although their strength isn't great now, after these battles they will gain more experience. Back in the present, he told Hong Jun that it was up to him, but he would reconsider about his teammates going on missions. The leaf-sweeping mission was successful, and Director Kim and Si-ho held a press conference to announce and commend the officers involved. He smiled in front of the media and introduced himself at the meeting, saying, "I am Director Kim No." Naho declared, "I have earned the trust of my teammates and the people during this term, and I will wipe out the bad guys to purify our country." That is a warning to the Bodhisattva and his subordinates. Watching the news, his face suddenly darkened. After the announcement, the Bodhisattva took new actions. One of the subordinates reports to Naho that it's time to leave. He nodded thoughtfully. Director Kim Nak-ho has taken actions to prepare for the battle. He slammed the table and stood up, replying to the subordinate. "All right, I understand." He led a group of people and arrogantly said, "Well then, let's go." At this moment, Du-hwa was already standing there, blocking the door. Naho stepped forward and said, "Long time no see, Bodhisattva." He then said, "Today I came to see you to talk." Du-ho also smirked with amusement, showing no fear of Hoa-kwuk. Inside the temple, Naho spoke up, "Buddha." He continued, "I went all the way to this temple and you didn't even offer me a glass of water? That's really not polite." Du-hwa sat opposite, still smiling gently. Then he lost patience and scolded, "You're really a bastard." Naho replied casually, "I've heard that many times before." Suddenly, Dua threw a punch with all his might, the sound echoing through the temple. Naho couldn't help but laugh out loud. He caught Du's fist with one hand. "Bodhisattva, you are actually getting old, so your strength isn't what it used to be." He sneered, "It's really not acceptable to resort to violence like that. We should just stick to talking." Dua, annoyed, withdrew his hand. Naho waved his hand and said, "I came here to talk about this." He smiled happily and excitedly. His power will gradually be eradicated by the police. "So, you should come back under my command and I will let you stay in peace." Naho reached out his hand forward. "We've known each other for many years, so just say what you need to say." Du-hwa grits his teeth and curses, "You bastard, he doesn't mean well," and responds, "You used to be just one of my subordinates. Now that you have some real power, you're biting the hand that feeds you. Do you think I don't have enough strength to fight against that gang of cops?" Naho scoffs disdainfully and sighs. "Don't think everything is that simple." He continued. Now, the more he spoke, the more Nile became excited. "If you still refuse to surrender, we will gradually eliminate all the stars. I wonder what your expression will be then." Dua also didn't respond. What's wrong with the winners? Weren't they always replaced whenever someone was eliminated before? Naho exposes the truth. That was in the past. Now it's not like that. He no longer has enough power to replace anyone, Du-hwa said coldly. "Tong-hak, you're too impatient." He widened his eyes. "You want too much for what you can do. Don't think you're above me. This is only the beginning of the battle." Naho quickly replied, "I am different now. I no longer want to serve anyone. I will stand up and take control of this whole situation." Then he got up and said everything he needed to say today. "Bodhisattva, just wait and see. The police will soon launch a full-scale attack on you." Naho stepped out the door, leaving a few words before leaving. "I am really looking forward to the upcoming battle." Duko calmly watches the door close, while Ji trains with his teammates and Gai-hai gets repeatedly hit in the face. He pushed her aside and immediately rushed towards Jong Hyun. He reached out to catch him, but his swift body brushed past Jong Hyun. He immediately got a knee to the face, and Hun took the opportunity to ambush him from behind. But Jeon-shu's speed is faster than light, and he strikes directly at his opponent's neck. In just a few moves, he knocks out all three people, and Gi Eung-shu's emotions suddenly turn somber. He silently thought about that reckless guy at that moment. He remembered the time in the dark room when he used a small knife to block his attack. Gi Eung-shu len tieng mai. His eyes are full of murderous intent as he directly questions you. "Are you hiding your true strength? You think I'm not enough to be your opponent?" No Sun calmly replied. He throws the sword towards Jeong-shu and orders him, speaking disdainfully, "Take this!" Mr. Su is furious, cursing the bastard, then he snatches the sword and swings it back, ready to strike. Mr. Shu swung his blade, cutting everything in front of him in half, his eyes staring ahead in shock. Non-Sun, who had been right before him, seemed to vanish into thin air without a trace. He spoke from somewhere else, just as you said, still looking very calm. "It seems this isn't even his full strength," he continued, saying there will come a time when the two of us must use all our power in the final confrontation in the future. "I look forward to that." He remained silent without replying. Back to reality. I see Mr. Zhu still bitter. That bastard didn't expect him to be this strong. He sank into thought. Next time I won't let him escape. At this moment, the three teammates hurriedly sat up when suddenly a curse shouted out, "Damn bastard!" Everyone turned back to the source of the voice. "You have hurt my sister." Mr. Zhu watches intently, his limbs bulging with veins as he sits on the rooftop where he rests. He threatens his own strength as if he's very powerful and similar to that person. "But today, you're just going to die." "Yi," Mr. Hai exclaimed in panic. "Who is he?" The man replied coldly, "Do you come here to challenge me hoping to become crippled like your brother?" Kwok Tu-hwa jumped down and said, "I saw the wound you caused on my brother and it looks a lot like what the assassin Phi Kwang used to do." He recalled and described a thin willow leaf-shaped cut. Mr. Su calmly said, "So you mean Hazy Dung, your younger brother, has been branded?" He objected no. He asked further, "Is it still alive?" He replied, yes, but today I came here before fighting a battle with you. With half his face covered by hair, I want to ask you who you are. He guesses, are you a disciple of Fai Kuang? I am Fai Kuang. What are you two talking about? Kwok Tu-hwa couldn't believe it. What did you say? He remained calm. I already told you what I said. Suddenly, he rushed forward, and no matter who he was, when he swung his foot at you, there was no avoiding it. During the meeting with Dua and his subordinates, O'Keat analyzed the injury results of Black Lake's wound and the second-generation Fai Kuang's wound caused by the first-generation Fai Kuang, noting that the two wounds looked quite similar. Everyone listened in silence. Du-Hoa said, so it was him. He repeated the ghostly name of the photon. Remembering his face, he couldn't contain his anger and gritted his teeth as he cursed. What is Kim Gyeong-shu's true identity? Du-Hwa coldly replied, no, Tam-sun. He obediently replied, yes. He asked, Master Su, what is your opinion of that guy? He answered seriously, he is quite strong. I can say he is a rival whose strength I acknowledge is greater than mine. He then called someone else. Kuk, how is Hoak Ho-tree's surgery going? He responded respectfully. He subtly glanced away, and on the other side, Hoa Cook looked at Kwok Tu-hwa, who was glaring at him with a murderous intent, his eyes full of implication, as if wanting to say something. Hoa Cook then spoke up. Everything is going well. You can rest assured. He will recover soon. Du-hwa nodded and said, that's good. Then there's no need to choose to beat Dad again. Hoa Cook and Kwok Hwa agreed to meet privately, and Hoa Cook said, we need the third prince to recover. He continued, so whatever happens, you prepare yourself. This time you owe me a favor. Then he turned away. You know that, right? He replied, thank you. He looked up at the sky and cursed silently. Kim Jeon-shu, that bastard. Returning to the fight, Kwok Tu-hwa charged at Jeon-shu with deadly intent. He swung his leg to kick, but Jeon-shu quickly dodged, then swiftly spun around. Kwok Tu-hwa kicks with his other foot, and this time Jeon-shu can't dodge, raising his hand to block. The powerful strike makes both of them stumble backward. Mr. Shu asked, do you seem to be Hak Ho-chi's brother? He continued. You and Kong Tam-sun look quite similar. Sometimes I just don't understand what you're doing. Even though you can't beat me, you still keep rushing in. Why not use that time to train instead? Of course, with enough effort, you'll get stronger. Mr. Shu threatened. You guys are already coming here like this. Do you want to die? Kwok Tu-hwa said, before coming to see you, I already talked to Kong Tam-san. Remember that, when he was about to leave, Kong-san called back, Bak Ho-chi, are you going to see that cop? He replied, yes, he kept talking. He's warning you carefully, he's not that simple. Kong-san ordered that if you defeat him, don't deal with him because he's my prey. If you handle him, I'll deal with your little brother. Kwok Tu-hwa coldly said, you're overestimating yourself, Kong-san. He's right, after all, Kong-san continued speaking. You seem much more talented than your younger brother. Hearing that, Mr. Zhu interrupted. So you think you're talented and risking everything to come here? Aren't you afraid? You keep talking. Before looking for an opponent, you should also pay attention. That guy from Tam-san still owes me a life. Just get Shu to acknowledge it, even if he says you have more strength than your brother. Your tone sounds a bit sarcastic. That might be true physically, but when it comes to brains, both of you are equally stupid. I have to be honest about everything I say. I don't understand how your brothers can hold the top position in Hua Kwok Tu-hwa. Mr. Shu casually said, this is exactly the mistake of the Bodhisattva that will lead to his eventual destruction. So are you saying my brothers and I are all fools? You're mistaken, Kwok Tu-hwa said sharply. To get to where we are today, we've all worked very hard, he said coldly. Anyone can put in effort, he continued. You understand that, right? Remember what Mr. Shu reminded you of. If effort alone were enough, many things wouldn't be unfinished, he replied. No matter what you say, I won't listen to what you're saying. He mocked. It seems you're scared. I remember the battle from the past and say, I have already tested your strength in our previous duel. You really do have more strength than your brother. Hoa Kwok Tu-hwa reached out to his older brother above, despising him, and said, but compared to me, it's still too much. You arrogant bastard, coming here today to deal with me is a mistake. You should have waited until your brother recovered if you wanted a chance. But he retorted, no way, he continued. Isn't it me or Tam-sun who should handle you? And he gritted his teeth, saying it was my younger brother. Mr. Zhu looked incredulous. What do you mean? That's definitely what I believe. He insists I will still believe he's my brother, will recover and defeat you. The dirty guy shouts, what are you doing here today? Suddenly he jumped up to kick him in the face, this anger for my brother. Mr. Zhu couldn't dodge in time and could only block with his hands. Kwok Hwa uses more force, causing Mr. Zhu to fall to the ground, and his teammates anxiously try to run over. The captain, sternly, don't come any closer. He looked down from above and gritted his teeth, saying, seeing my brother hurt like this, I can't sit still. He replied, well then. So, you came here to vent your anger for your brother, huh? He replied casually. Yes, I did. So you thought there would be a decisive fight, huh? Shu Liang said coldly. But now that we're here, we should make this fight worth it, right? He continued, but from now on it will be harder for you to deal with me because I will be much stronger then. Kwok Tu-hwa said, rest assured, I will take you down then. He suddenly charged forward, But since you're here today, if I attack first, I don't want you to come back to that. His eyes look a bit panicked. Kwak Kwa calls out, the shadow ghostly and swift. Since when have you been behind me? You must be misunderstanding something about me. He kicked him hard in the waist. Kwak Kwa gritted his teeth.
Today, I'm letting you off with your life. Gi-young-shu gritted his teeth in pain, forced himself to stand up, took a deep breath, and smirked. I really was too careless.
Kwak Kwa continued to fight, calling Hwalan inside Duhua Pagoda. He replied, yes. He said, gather those guys and get them together. It's time for us to choose the next star. Mr. Shu charged forward at a rapid speed, even his hair standing on end. Kwak Tu Hua saw his movement and kicked in that direction, but luckily he dodged. Leaves scatter along the attack path as Mr. Shu crouches and kicks at his leg. But his kick had no effect. He still stood firm. Gyeong-su suddenly exclaimed, really as hard as stone, huh? He looked up in surprise. In front of him now is a giant foot raised high, and in an instant he kicked Gyeong-su far away. Luckily, he still stood firm after the blow. Mr. Shu praises Tu Hua. Not bad. You haven't even given it your all yet, but thanks to you, the feeling I had in the past has come back. He's annoyed by your attitude, and his knee is coming straight at you. But don't get too cocky when Mr. Shu dodges it. Although his cheek was still slightly scratched, He Zidong, despite his bravado, felt that his opponent was quite tough to handle. But in this battle, he also exerted all his strength. Mr. Shu dodged a straight kick from Tu Hua, then quickly raised his fist from behind and punched at him. He easily evaded and counterattacked with a straight kick to Mr. Shu's face. Everyone around watches anxiously as Gyeong-shu jumps back to keep his distance from the opponent. Tu Hua seethes with anger. You, Gyeong-shu, also started to feel excited when fighting him. Not bad. Indeed, if you want to get stronger, you need to face opponents with real strength. But he looked up with a dangerous expression on his face. If I were you, I'd be careful not to hold back. This is what I realized when I faced both of you brothers. Tu Hua closed his eyes and listened to each of your words. Huh? He can sense it. Just after a brief confrontation, he already feels the pressure his opponent exerts on him. Gi-ong-su easily punched Tu Hua in the stomach, catching him off guard. He felt this was a tough opponent he was facing for the first time. Oh! Mr. Shu exclaimed. Your upper body is as strong as your brother's, huh? As he thought about what to say, it was clear that his strength already surpassed that of his younger brother. Now I have the chance to face each one of them, so I can't let him escape. Tu Hua looked at the scene before him. Then a memory suddenly appeared in his mind. A voice said, that's from Black Nation Temple Hoa. You're fine, brother. He lies on the bed, covered in syrup, but she can still survive and come back to life. His promise to his brother. Please wait until I recover. Then we will go find him. He stands silently beside his brother's hospital bed. Those memories made him lose the desire to fight anymore. He asked, all right, stop it. I have to go now.
But when Mr. Shu thought you wanted to run away, are you going to give up? Why leave in the middle of a fight?
That statement made him feel a bit guilty. The best strategy is to run away. So he turned around and fled. Since Mr. Zhu wouldn't allow Tu Hua to run away easily, he immediately chased after him. That bastard. Kwak Hua runs ahead. Guyong-shu follows closely behind, as the scenery flashes past their eyes, reaching a long road lined with vibrant yellow trees. Mr. Zhu, panting heavily, looked around and found no one else there but himself. Tu Hua elsewhere let out a sigh of relief, realizing she had been quite lucky. He looked up at the clear blue sky and realized that he was stronger than he had thought. If I fall here today, what will my sibling do? He believes that if it were my sister, she would probably do the same as him. That's obvious. At that moment, Hong Run was in shock. He read the paper and suddenly had nothing left to say. In his hands was the document that Kim Nak Ho 69 had fully recorded. In March, a girl named Hoa Undao was performing on stage with her instrument as the singer Si Hoa. In June, Moklan has a girl playing happily with her Bak the dog. She cheerfully exclaimed, that's right, such a well-behaved little one. The animal trainer Heon Jiang Hoa. In September, a group of doctors arrived, and the man in the middle is Dr. Y. Bich Hoa. Hong Run reads all the documents about these people. They are all talented individuals in their field. He placed the pile of documents on the table, puzzled as to why these people followed the Bodhisattva. At Hoa Kuktu Pagoda, the monk there was spreading his teachings to a group. From now on, you will be the new powers and the main force for me. The second generation. Hummingbird, the third generation Phoenix, the third generation Phi Kwang. Du Hua stands tall before them, hoping you can unleash your full strength. They revere him as a bodhisattva and follow his commands. Yes, bodhisattva. Suddenly, Kim Kyung-shu's group behind them heard someone calling his name. Kim Kyung-shu. Gi-ong-hai with a slightly confused look asked him, are you really the Kyung-shu we know? Her face clearly showed embarrassment. Mr. Gi-shu looked at them blankly for a moment. Gi-yong-su turned around when he heard someone calling him. Why all of a sudden? Are people asking about this again? Looking at those who just called that name, isn't that something to be expected? You just told that person your name is Phi Kwang, so what does that mean? And actions that seem to suggest you've known that name for a long time. Mr. Hai looked at him with confusion. Hearing what she said, Jian Mr. Shu showed no expression at all. He still looked at them with a blank face. Ever since you woke up in the hospital, I've felt that you've been a bit different, she asked Gyeong-shu anxiously. What exactly happened to you? Hearing her ramble, he shot them a sharp look, no longer understanding what everyone was thinking. It's time to focus on training. She should follow those two and stop questioning everything. Seeing Gyeong-shu mention me, Hun and Sung Hyun both shouted, "We also want to ask that." Sung Hyun looked at him with a worried expression. "We suspect that you really are Gyeong-shu," Heejin continued. He listened quietly without replying inside the police station office. Hong Jun said seriously to Gong-shu, "So Deep Fong is trapped now." The officer in uniform remained silent for a moment before replying, "Yes, that's right." Carefully, Mr. Shu continued speaking. "So, how do you feel?" "That's the person who harmed your wife," Hong Jun replied casually. "Of course I am very happy." Hong Jun recalls the Buddha case he created everything about. Those people were his victims. Then those victims became the perpetrators of this. In the end, Diep Fong was just one of his puppets. We must catch that man to bring him to justice and put an end to his evil deeds. If Deep Fong said he would surrender, then I don't think he's dead. It seems like Tung Hak did this to cut off all connections to him, Hong Jun said as he handed me a set of documents. These are the materials he gave me regarding upcoming missions. I saw Mr. Shu pick up that set of documents and examine it carefully. His plans to counter the Bodhisattva are quite impressive. But this seems to be just a facade. I can't tell what he's really thinking inside anymore. He replied, "That's right." He began analyzing by looking at the two cards. "From what I can see, you've already faced Hazy Dung and Thoi Thompson. Have you met in February and May yet?" He replied seriously, "I haven't met him in February yet. I have met him many times in May." I remember Mr. Shu recalling the time Orchid told Hong Jun that bastard always follows the Bodhisattva. Every time I go to Black Country Pagoda, it's as if I meet him there again. Hong Run said, "Of course, during this time we will join forces with Tung Hak to deal with the Bodhisattva." Hearing that, Gyeong-shu was quite surprised but then calmed down, resigned. Seeing his surprised reaction to this decision, he reassured him, "It's okay. After all, he's a policeman. It's better if we have a common enemy with him. Working together will be a bit difficult, but we'll manage. If both sides team up against the Bodhisattva, they will have a much better advantage." Remembering something, Hong nervously asked Gyeong-shu, "Do you have any news about Hak-tu after his failure?" "I have met his brother. As for the others, my teammates are now curious about who I really am." Hearing Gai Shu say that, he was not too surprised. That's not surprising either. Now that they're finally asking who you are, they're too insensitive. But how did you respond to them? Hearing that, he hesitated before replying. "Well, I think seeing Mr. Shu stammer like that," he then continued, "if you tell the truth, they might not believe you." "Then I don't need to say anything," he said angrily. "Of course, that's because of you. But if teammates trust each other, they will be happy and will wholeheartedly support you in the future. Trust is essential in human relationships, especially in our industry." Hearing Hong Du's words, he remained silent and deep in thought. At that time, Phi Kwang followed Hong Run's advice and told his teammates everything about his past. Hearing his explanation, they were quite surprised. After hearing all that, your teammate really is a victim of being beaten and hospitalized. Poor guy. "What are you talking about, Kyung-shu? Hijun and Seong Hyun are crying and sympathizing with you." Of course they didn't believe it, so Mr. Hai worriedly asked him, "You've got a pretty serious head injury, right? Or you should go to the hospital for a checkup so we can take you there." "Just listen to us," Hun says. "Even though your stories are really good, they're not true." "Is that right, Kung-soo?" "That's right. If anything's bothering you, just tell us." Mr. Hun's car followed along. "I'm only bothered by the strength of those people," Gi Ong-soo replied. After hearing his words, they agreed that he should be sent to the hospital, as leaving him like this was not okay. I watched that scene not knowing what to do to stop them. So tiring. Gi Ong-soo just stood there watching them talk, and finally he said, "I've already told you all. Do whatever you want." Gi Ong-soo's words surprised them. "Oh, so that's why those people came here. We need to practice pairing up with them. To prepare for the dangerous missions ahead, we need to train harder. We have to fight as if it were real." Jang-guk glared at them, even carrying an invisible pressure. The three of them couldn't help but feel afraid. "What do you mean by that?" Back Dong-ho and Lai Shang-hyun. Dong-ho sneers at his opponent, looking quite amused. Heejin's car tensely responds, "Hello there." Choi Sang was surprised and confused. Sang shouted, blocking Hyun, not wanting to look at him. "I don't want to have close contact with men. Kaeon Kim, Yang, and Yo Kyung-hai." Ji is confused and points at herself. "Why am I paired with these two?" "Because she's the weakest," Ji calmly replied. Kim Kyung-shu and Byun Jang-yu. He looks at his opponent seriously, asking for help. Jang-guk takes a cigarette and looks at him, saying, "Do you think pairing up like this is okay?" "I have no opinion," Heksu replied, "but after facing the Black Tzu Teng brothers, I realized I still need to train more to improve my skills." Jang-guk explained, "I mean, when pairing up with you like this, do you think I'm okay or not? Everyone knows your strength. I don't want to end up as a patient in the hospital." Hearing him complain like that, he helplessly followed along. "All right, then I'll fight you. Thank you very much," Jang-guk happily replied. "Huh?" The three members of Group Gi, Mr. Shu, turned around in fear as if they couldn't believe it. They asked, "So we are really going to fight for real?" At that time, Director Senior Officer Hong Run sent a letter confirming his cooperation with us. All right, he replied upon hearing that. So, what is our next plan? Everything has gone as we hoped. The secretary quickly responded, but what is your plan for the long-term approach to dealing with the Bodhisattva? Neho slowly replied, we can't bring him down yet. Hong trembled. He's a stubborn and suspicious man. Of course, after completing this mission against the Bodhisattva, he will turn around and face us immediately. So how can the two sides cooperate with each other? Officer Lai. He said, it's okay. Of course, there will be variables that occur in everything that needs to be done. And with such variables, I can completely control the situation. After eliminating the Bodhisattva, no one will be able to threaten my power anymore. He grinned mischievously. Of course, this needs to be handled carefully, but I've also made good preparations for it. Should I ask, sir, was your statement at that time the truth? I think it's quite sensitive for some people, he asked. All right, go ahead and publish it, Yu Ong replied. I'll say it again so you understand. Director Kim N.C. Ho. He is a corrupt police officer. The legislator Hong Hua Yu Ong. The next day, Nakaho was happy. Thank you all for working together with me. Senior Officer Hong Jun, I really appreciate what you've done. So, what is the specific plan? Jun calmly asked, and he responded comfortably. All right, since we're working together, I'll share everything. But first, we need to understand the forces we both control. He refused, saying, I don't want to know about that. Na Ho still cheerfully steered the conversation. Hey, why do you say that? I always want to know what you think and how you act in this mission. Get to the point, stop beating around the bush, Run said irritably. He squints and asks, what is your dream? The senior officer trembles slightly. He looks back indifferently. I told you already. I don't want to share or get to know each other. Hao suddenly moved closer to him, lowering his voice. As for me, I want to become the president of the Republic of Korea. Jun was surprised to hear that. Becoming president? Na Ho admits that yes, even though the path to achieve that is very difficult, if I still served under the Bodhisattva, that road might be more open. The Bodhisattva and his power will help me get that seat more, but I've always been aware that I am a police officer. Moreover, the Bodhisattva is just a pawn of mine on this chessboard. Now, I have completely severed all ties with the Bodhisattva. If I could become president, I would turn this country into a wonderful nation. Jun listened silently and said, that's interesting. A president who is a criminal with the biggest crime organization in the country, there's nothing more to say. Hearing that, he was surprised and said, in the past, to eliminate the notorious masked criminal, I had to team up with the Bodhisattva to do it. Since then, I have received a lot of valuable information from the Bodhisattva about large-scale criminal organizations. Thanks to that, I was able to eliminate them all. Now only the Bodhisattva remains. It's time for us to eliminate him. Honestly, you're just like me. If you want to achieve your goal, you have to sell yourself to the devil to keep it. So just as you say, you laugh mockingly. So you are indeed a demon then. I have no denial of that. Nako opened his eyes wide and replied, the day I start my mission to eliminate the forces of the Bodhisattva is the day I will run for president. Then I will reveal all the crimes committed by the Bodhisattva and his followers. Now do you understand? Let's eliminate them all together, he whispered softly. Although I also want to eradicate all evil, I will not follow your orders. We will not destroy all the victories unless it is necessary. Instead, we will try to persuade them to surrender. As for the Bodhisattva and you will have to face judgment in court for what you have done. Naho just laughed loudly at that. He looked straight into Hong Run's eyes. After the leaf-sweeping mission, I see you've become much more capable. Now that you're directly slapping my face, I find it quite strange. Hearing that, I'm confident I can do what I say because I have a secret card that neither you nor the Bodhisattva will be able to guess. Ho immediately guessed. Ooh. So you're talking about that card being Kim Kyung-shu? If it's him, everyone already knows. Hearing that, he was not afraid and confidently said, even if they know, so what? In the end, good will triumph over evil. I will definitely win this game of chess. He laughed loudly at that confident look. That's good. That's the kind of person I want to work with. For now, we're on the same side, so let's help each other. From now on, handle everything yourself. First, master what you have and use it well when this mission begins. This is also the time I run for office. Now let's see how this game unfolds together. In the end, who will be in control? Mr. Jun stood up, turned around, and said to NC Ho, there's something I want to say. Although I can embrace evil, there is always one thing that sets me apart from you. Do you know what it is? You work for that big dream of yours to achieve your goal so you can become like them. But I am different. I am not like you. And there is a year and a half until the election day. During that time, everything was carefully prepared, everyone was training and getting the best for themselves. Outside the training ground, Dong Ho was attacking Hyun, making him keep crying out. Take a break already. Hearing that, he angrily shouted, hey, don't be lazy. Laziness is death. On Hun's side, it's no better. A man has to train hard to attack. Oh my. My dad is chasing the two guys running with me nonstop. Why is he chasing me? A loud collision echoes as Gai Shu and Jong-guk are seriously fighting in Hwa-Kwuk. Busan looks down from above, so are these kids new Kwang candidates? In front of him are three masked people with serious expressions, and Zero emerges from a room after assessing their strength. Huakwuk Tutu threw the two strangers into the room, adding a few more people. They screamed in fear. Oh! The person inside turns around with a mouthful of zero. He looked at the two men with a terrifying gaze. Thank you very much. 6 months have passed like this, and it's time for NC Ho to turn around with a terrifying look. He told Officer Lai to prepare for the press conference immediately. She reported back right away. Director, according to the investigation, the percentage of voters supporting the new candidates has increased. This could very well be your perfect election cycle. But if you announce your candidacy too early now, many forces will target you. He ignored that and confidently said, "It's okay. As long as I catch the Bodhisattva and destroy Huakwuk's forces, I will have gained significant support. If we abandon this now, things might not turn out well. After all, we have no idea what Huakwuk has prepared for this battle. Our job is to follow the plan carefully. I have already considered everything." Officer Lai gently objected, but on the battlefield, Senator Honghua John had already gained significant support from many sides. She has already publicly opposed you. That's right. Every statement I make and everything I do, that woman opposes and tries to go against. But everything ultimately comes down to two interests. So if the benefits are enough, other forces will also turn to support us. The truth is, as long as I complete this task, I will have considered myself victorious in this game of chess. Nak Ho smiles confidently. Let's go. At the subsequent press conference, he was standing among the reporters and speaking passionately. So it's been 5 years since I took on this director position. I've accomplished many things, but there are also things I regret. My term of appointment is also coming to an end. And during this time, I can be proud of having eliminated many major criminal organizations. However, there is still a notorious large criminal organization remaining in our country. Suddenly, NC Ho loudly declared, "I will wipe out that criminal organization during my term to restore peace for the people. I, Director Kim Nak Ho, declare that I will do my best for this noble mission. Along with this, I will also run for president." He said that while smiling as if he were the winner. It was a declaration of war against the Bodhisattva. June simply said softly, "Then it's already started." Botat's side listened to the declaration of war in silence. Suddenly, he called out, "Lan!" The person behind responded, "Yes." He ordered with a fierce look, "Get ready for the victory."
The flower fight, Neho finishes her speech. "Please follow my journey to eliminate this evil."
"The mission begins," Nio announced in a firm voice. "Everyone, please pay attention." He turned on the projector and announced that he would now declare the winner, who will be responsible. The screen immediately shows her image. In March, cherry blossoms bloom. He looked uninterested right away, and there was nothing special about her. Then the screen switched to someone else. In June, a petition for Sohai. Seeing her, Sohai immediately smiled excitedly and turned to ask him, "She looks crazy. Are you interested in swapping opponents with me?" Next, he shows another picture, this time of Jin Myung-hwan in September with chrysanthemums. He calmly judged him, truly not understanding that Dr. Duke's intention was to save lives, yet he was harming people. Naho continued to clearly explain the plan for everyone to understand. "Alright, once the winners are eliminated, we will focus on the other guardians of the Bodhisattva." The image of Due immediately appears. "After we eliminate Bodhisattva's henchmen, I will hold a press conference to condemn his actions." The screen shifts to another image, and then everyone will focus their forces to attack Huakwuk. He smiled smugly. "So, in the end, no one will be able to know about my relationship with the Bodhisattva." Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Sir Director." Choi Hoon approached him and asked if Beijang Gook's team was also involved in this mission. He then explained the situation to Choi Hoon. "That's right, for Naho, the most important thing now is to start executing the plan and deal with the rest later. The immediate goal is to eliminate the Bodhisattva first. So, let's just get along and forget about the past for now. We'll deal with it later." He nodded and said, "I understand." Suddenly the door swung open and everyone turned to look. It was Officer Lai. "Director, I have an urgent matter to report to you. Senator Hong Hua Yuong has contacted us." Naho was not very surprised and simply replied indifferently, "Well, what does she intend to do?" But he was not in a hurry to meet her.
Neho advised her that she was busy now and to have her contact back later. Officer Lai hesitated and tried to persuade him.
"It seems like a pretty serious matter. I think you should contact her immediately." He still remained so calm. "Oh, really?" She asked directly, "Is the last mission the bureau chief did related to Huakwuk Temple?" She asked about that, you know. Officer Lai's face showed clear fear after she finished speaking. Neho was momentarily stunned, said nothing, and stared at her wide-eyed. Soon after, he hurriedly called her back. Gao Hua Yuong smiled knowingly and said with a fake smile, "I am very pleased to speak with you." Director Gao Yu Ong Tao Mai said, "Thank you. Even though you're quite busy, you still contacted me." He didn't want to waste more words and quickly urged her. "All right, no more beating around the bush. Just get to the main point." Immediately, she returned to a serious state and discussed with him, "I have already exchanged the necessary information. Ong Hua Yu, may I ask if the final task you need to complete is related to Huatu Kwuk? I contacted you out of curiosity about that." Naho didn't answer, only staring at her. He looked at her, lost in thought. It seems like she has found out something, which is why she contacted me like this. Naho begins to suspect. Or maybe Hongrun said something? It doesn't seem to be the case. So he chose to pretend not to know. Fine. I have no idea what you're talking about, she sneered. Really? It seems I might have misunderstood you. Na-ho looked at her with hatred. That's right. Just looking at this woman makes me want to get rid of her. Hong Hua Yu-ong. She started as a lawyer, then became a reputable member of parliament. She always focuses on her opponent's weaknesses and strikes hard at those points. Moreover, her strength is in oratory and persuading others to follow her. He is trying to think of a way to deal with Hua Yu-ong, so I need to be careful not to reveal any weakness and quickly end this conversation. Na-ho just pretended to be innocent and unaware to avoid her digging for more information. I don't understand what she said, but I'm sure that what she heard about Hua Kwok-tu being involved with me is not true. She sneered and said, so Hua Yu-ong already had secret information, so you easily caught his weakness. But those are the details I directly learned from someone connected to him. How could they be wrong? He was suddenly at a loss for words. You mean your smile was full of implication? Exactly right. She immediately pointed out the person who reported this information to her. The person I mentioned is the bodhisattva he told me about. He is saying that you are targeting him and you want to go after Hua Kwok Temple. He quickly regained his composure and replied, I see. Suddenly he burst out laughing. Then Na-ho smiled cunningly and said, I see now that you don't hold back when questioning me back. So you are Hoa-du. Tongue hack. She stepped closer to the screen and warned sternly, don't act so arrogantly just because Botat's message is lazy. Do you understand? But he showed no sign of fear at all. He still looked very calm as he listened to Hua Yu-ong say, just sit quietly in your place and no one will bother you. The woman glared and asked, what is your answer going to be? He no longer pretended and quickly removed that naive mask. All right, since you've said that, I will give you a reasonable answer. So Na-ho straightforwardly demands, join my side, Firebird. He chuckled softly and said, I now know your identity. My previous suspicions about you have been resolved. Hua Yu-ong listened seriously as he rambled on. Whatever related to underground forces or her constant opposition to me, just forget about it. He desperately urged her, join my side and together we can defeat the bodhisattva. She truly couldn't stand him anymore, so she interrupted everyone. She said seriously, you must follow the law. Hua Yu-ong loudly read the legal documents, including laws on schools, roads, healthcare, and education. Everyone who has been educated and is aware should know that. Whatever role you have in society, you need to fulfill that role well. Remembering the box from Dua, she slowly said, our role is to follow what the bodhisattva says. His deep, haunting gaze lingered in her mind, making her unable to help but speak sternly in reminder. That's what I need to tell you, tongue hack. Once again, Hua Yu-ong asked him to confirm that this was the last chance given by the bodhisattva. He should think carefully because turning back now means losing everything. Do you understand? But he still refuses to listen. I understand what you said, but I decline. She also doesn't want to waste more words with Na-ho. So who broke the law? She unbuttoned her collar to show him the tattoo on her body. Hua Yu-ong looked at him with sharp eyes. That person will have to face punishment. This conversation is just an investigation, and since the two are talking via video, there's no real tension. Na-ho calmly said, thank you for revealing your identity to me. I had always doubted the information about the Firebird, but now it's clear. She smiled slyly and warned him that, of course, since he had betrayed the bodhisattva, he would also be on the elimination list. Be careful. It seems he still doesn't realize how serious the situation is. Na-ho still arrogantly replied, well, I wonder who will eliminate whom here. Suddenly, Hua Yu-ong calmly said, you forget, behind her is a group of people from the organization, all looking very intimidating. Hua Yu-ong glared and said, are we assassins? Things are not as easy as he thought. Her trump card is still in play, and the game is far from over. Mrs. Traknish asserts that now it is not you who are in control, but us. Busan interrupts, but her persuasion fails. As soon as she finished speaking, his face changed color. Hua Yu-ong continued, Hua Guozi, before you carry out your plan, let me kindly warn Na-ho that we will attack you. Na-ho laughed out loud and slowly said, I bet his eyes were wide with terror, looking very frightening with a sarcastic tone. Are you crazy? Hua Yu snapped back irritably. You're the crazy one. She warned that if she dared to betray the bodhisattva, there would be no other choice but to die. He interrupted. Na-ho mockingly said, if you think you can kill me and everything will stay peaceful, you're mistaken. He confidently said, if anything happens to me, the police will definitely not leave it alone. With a tone full of warning, knowing many consequences would follow. And of course, if she sacrifices herself, the bodhisattva would surely eliminate her. He seriously warns, this is an undeniable truth. Yet she stubbornly persists despite knowing the ending will be the same. She hesitated before Hua Yu-ong responded, my role in the organization is just to fulfill my duties. I will remain loyal to my assigned role. She tiredly said, all right, that's all I have to say for today. Tongue hack? He looked a bit surprised. Hua Yu-ong simply said, we will have many more encounters, then hung up, leaving him alone in his room. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Sir Director, a female officer hurriedly opened the door to report that many intruders had already entered outside. It was an attack by Botat's subordinates. On a quiet, peaceful night, as the cicadas sing, he couldn't stop laughing. He even exclaimed, this is just too much fun. Is that a joyful smile or one of fear? Still, he happily praises it. Good, he remains calm in the current situation. Naho thinks through his scheme. Now I have a way to get rid of that damn bodhisattva. This final game will decide whether I am the winner or not, depending on how I respond and counter Mr. Botat's strategies. Naho sneered and muttered to herself. All right, let's see. Come on, everyone. Come here. Kong-san is ready for the upcoming battle. Hua Yang is playing with the spinning top. She asked Yan, so the entrances are now open, right? She frowned and ordered, then sent in a few more assassins. He immediately obeyed. Yes, this man is vice president of the Poison Flower Society, Y Tran. The command is given. Enter. They nodded in response. Yes. He turned to look at Hua Yang. Those kids aren't very strong. Is that okay, boss? Hua Yi nodded satisfactorily. All right. She calmly said, they only have a role. Hua Yang looked at the group ahead with disdain. They're just prey. Yang Chan burst out laughing. So, with that role, I hope they can fulfill their duty and buy us a little more time. But attacking the police station like this is definitely a bit risky. She remained calm, of course, since our roles had been decided beforehand. He worriedly said, if we attack the police station like this, they won't leave us alone. And whether we succeed or fail, we probably only have one outcome. While Yang said, so she raised an eyebrow at Yan. Are you afraid? Yang Chan smiled and replied, I'm determined too. Fighting alongside the guild leader is my honor. Before we go to the other world with her, we need to bring Tung Hak along. This is his destiny. Hua Yang moved forward and ordered him to go. Let's go. Yang Chan wondered, why don't you wear a mask? She shook her head and said no thanks. The night sky was illuminated by the full moon's light. The blade stained with syrup like a mark of the night wind for a silent but ever-present crime. Syrup drips beneath the police officer's feet as a figure quietly and mercilessly walks away down the corridor. Hua Kuk was delighted because striking down enemies always made him happy. Suddenly, a dog rushed from behind him, but he simply turned around and easily kicked the dog in the head. It whimpered in pain, tears welling up, and ran back crying to its owner. Peenie's voice rang out, oh, don't hit the little one like that. She sat down holding her little dog. Hua Kuk recognized it belonged to Hoa Mao Don and reminded her, all right, be careful. Watch out for them. Suddenly, she noticed something and spoke up. Well, I'm managing and controlling them just fine. Behind her, her pack of guard dogs was tearing people apart one by one. A few police officers rushed out, aiming their guns at them, but were quickly taken down by Kong-san's basic moves. Those officers met the same fate as the vicious dogs earlier, with only one left struggling to hold on. Just a moment ago, he was still at the gun range, and the next he vanished into thin air. Kong-san moved swiftly, leaping high and flipping through the air. After a skillful loop, he lands successfully on his own. Mandu praises him. They really are incredibly skilled. Even the police officers who showed up have been completely overwhelmed. They immediately left, so the first floor is done. Now, this is the current situation of Kinaho. He asked the Black Crane team, so, how's it going? Are you dealing with the intruders? Choi Hun replied, yes, those are the assassins sent by Hoa Kwuk Temple. He ordered coldly, we need to eliminate those troublemakers quickly. So Hai raised her hand to ask for permission, excitedly asking, can we use weapons? Naho glared, nodded, and replied, that's right. He reminded us to turn down the volume. Naho confidently said, once we're done here, we'll head to Hoa Kwuk 2 to find that Botat. He ordered, let's go. Naho, full of ambition, said, show them what power really is. All three replied, yes, the black team will act. One after another, the sounds echoed loudly through the sky. Gunfire echoed everywhere in the police station. The gun gradually revealed itself. The ones firing shots in the police station were the four cold-blooded individuals who took down each person one by one until they were all lying flat. Wiet Thong Kong-san widened his eyes, looking very fierce. Once armed, all members of Hoa Kwuk are in much greater danger. Naho observes everything from another room. Of course, Kim and Ho also knew about this. In front of him was the display showing the conflict. The situation is becoming more tense, but the gunfight between the two sides at that time would have many unpredictable variables. Kim and Si-ho allowed the situation to unfold this way, hoping the police could eliminate some Hoa Kwuk members before Black Crane engaged in a confrontation with the Munts. Countless mysteries are gradually revealed, bringing danger ever closer. But Kim and Ho never expected that this variable had already been blocked by a card he couldn't have foreseen. The space falls into a terrifying silence as the police station is in complete chaos. The two officers had to take cover behind the wall to avoid the hail of bullets from the enemy. Meanwhile, Phai Kwang III relentlessly swept through with his spear. One of the officers reported that the enemy was advancing, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Take them down!" But before he could finish his sentence, he was hit by a fatal bullet. Tung Hak, the second generation, and Phuong Huang, the third generation, cooperated, taking cover on either side of the wall, exchanging glances that conveyed seamless coordination. Suddenly, something rushed in like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, she cleanly severed the head of the remaining officer. Done, the victories truly coordinated with each other too well. Neho remained in that stance from start to finish, focused on the screen. After watching the battles, he was utterly surprised. Seeing everything unfold, his face also began to show signs of worry. This is not good. They are coordinating too well. Then, at the press conference with Sohai Choi-hun and Mi Hwan present, Naho boldly declared that although the enemies are all monsters, our team still has a chance to win. To strengthen his team's confidence, Naho also emphasized that one of the Black Tudong brothers was injured, and the 38 Guang had just formed without experience. He revealed his scheming thoughts clearly. The winners don't trust each other at all. If they fight for survival without trust, they will only fail. On the other side, the winners are also very serious in their preparations. This time, Mandu stood among the crowd, directly assigning roles. This time, I will take on the role of commander for the mission to assassinate Chief Kim N. Si-ho. Then, she laid out the demands and training plans. To ensure this goes smoothly, I will train everyone to fight as a team seamlessly, but Cherry Blossom and Cuck Flower oppose it. Fight as a team? I don't like that, she explained in detail. We will be fighting alone, so this is completely not suitable for me. Manju was quite surprised by this statement and repeated alone, but she quickly asserted her authority. I will lead here, so listen to me and don't resist. This mission cannot fail. He still listens attentively to those words. Even if he doesn't like it, you still have to fight each other, understand? So this mission has a side task. Whoever takes down Tung Hawk will be rewarded. He had no choice but to nod in agreement. All right, then No Sun steps forward to represent the group and share his opinion. So we need to train together better to fight more smoothly. But Mandu, he confronted her and questioned whether she thought she could command this campaign. Not stopping there, Kong Sung got close to her face and whispered, "Show your true strength. We only look forward to the best person leading." Feeling cornered, Mandu shouted to attract the attention of the others. "Stop making noise." She even took off her angry mask and told everyone to be quiet. The others were extremely surprised to see Mandu's true face. Was that the senator in the pink robe? She ordered everyone to listen to me now. At this moment, Mandu had to reveal the reason. This is the responsibility the Bodhisattva entrusted to me. Everyone, stop the noise. The mission must be accomplished without fail. Do you think I'm not strong enough?
You'll find out when we fight on the battlefield, but since I've become a senator, my way of thinking isn't simple at all.
She confidently asserted that I know how to achieve victory better than anyone here. Then, Mandu immediately mentioned her tactics. When fighting, I won't wear a mask to show my determination to defeat Tung Hawk. Standing between heaven and earth, she continued to speak, saying, "Let me repeat. From now on, everyone will have to fight under my command. That is my answer." "All right, we'll do as you say." Then Sun drew a gun and aimed it directly at Nao, who was observing from the room. Just then, the screen suddenly lost signal. He thought of her extensive experience and muttered, "Fighting as a team is quite troublesome, and it seems they've become more united." Then Naho turned to call Officer Lai about a few matters. "Officer Lai, you have something to do." She politely replied, "Yes." Officer Lai was a bit surprised to hear his plan. "We can just use rubber bullets to injure them. I want them to face justice, but to wear them down, the Black Crane should use live rounds." After saying that, Naho intended to close the matter. "All right, he's changing course to seek help. Now, contact Hong Jun." Naho moves to another room. At this moment, he is on a phone call and needs assistance. Hong Run gritted his teeth and asked, "Are they attacking the hideout?" Hearing this, he sighed and said, "It's really hard to predict. What should we do now? Should we wait for him to attack before countering or go rescue now?" Hong Run replied briefly, "We need to rescue now." Each card representing a victory appears. If they manage to defeat Tung Hawk, it will be more difficult for us. The other side responds, "We are ready. We are just waiting for the command." Seeing that, he temporarily felt reassured. All right. Does he really want to team up? He confidently continued, "Then join forces and destroy them. We're eager to see it happen." Chief Sang Ho, Dung Ho, and the others stood nearby listening intently, saying, "They will have to face defeat." After ending the call, Mr. Su and the group entered the office again, where Nao's voice echoed. "Director, now Officer Lai is reporting that the station has agreed to support us." He nodded. Na Hole K stood up, rubbing his back and complaining that he was tired, really old now, but soon his face revealed his inherent evil nature. "Now I will fight too." He believes in his ability to win. With the flower duel, now that I have it, I hold the winning hand. The scene shifts to each team in turn, starting with the groups of the months. Then second is Black Crane, followed by Jiyeon Shu and the allies. There are even images of the Bodhisattva. Naho is present. And finally, Hong Run. In the end, Naho confidently declared, "We will only win." So the battle has begun. To the Bodhisattva, this morning at dawn, we initiated the plan to eliminate Kim Naho. The left path is January, November, December. The middle path is March, August. The right path is early September. After dealing with the police, all members of the organization gathered in one place to continue the fight. Everything is going smoothly now, steadily closing in on the target. I, February Plum, will commit to eliminating Kim Na-ho completely, so those who dare defy the Bodhisattva's orders will see what punishment awaits them. Kim Nao's combat order. Currently, Hoa Quick forces have infiltrated the police headquarters. Shin So-hai is in charge of the left flank. Jin Myung-hwan is responsible for the center. Choi-hun is in charge of the right side. I will fight on the weakest front, completing the elimination of the enemy quietly and decisively, without allowing any outside interference. As soon as the battle ends, we will launch a direct attack on Hoa Quoc. Battle report from Beijing. We have safely arrived at the police headquarters. Kim Kyung-shu is attacking the left flank, while Dong Ho, Sang Ho, Lee Sung-hin, and Hwang Hee-jun are handling the center. Sang Ho suddenly shouted, "Oh my god, look at that Haijin is complaining. The smell is terrible, master." Father Zion Kim Yang and Jo Kyung-hai are providing backup on the right flank. Meanwhile, another guard has been seriously injured. Caught off guard, the remaining ones froze and stared in horror as the approaching danger drew near. Then they quickly charged like arrows to avenge their comrades. But before long, Jian-shu had already sent the two others to watch the naked chickens. In an instant, the rest met the same fate. Kim Gi-ong-shu rushed forward alone. "I can't control the situation, so I stay in the central area to observe and be ready to help the weakest team." "Ah, don't worry about Kim Gi-ong-shu, he's fine." Sensing the unease, the trio of Tung Huang second generation, Fi Kwang third generation, and Fuang Huang third generation turned around, only to see Jiang Shu holding a knife stained with siro. Kim Gi-ong-shu said, "So the three new Fi Kwang, they all stared at him, so there's no problem, right?" Fi Kwang of the third generation wondered, "I am Kim Gi-ong-shu, a second generation ghost Fi Kwang." She honestly shared that capturing Kim Gi-ong-shu alive was our order. He replied with a sarcastic smile.
"Oh, I see, so we have received the same order again."
Mr. Gishu sneers, "I was also ordered to capture them once." Out of curiosity, you ask them an offhand question. "Hey, you look so young. What is the relationship between the three of you? A childhood companion?" The third generation Fi Kwang didn't hesitate to answer. "We may be cooperating now, but before becoming Thang, he was a rival competing for dominance." She glared and emphasized the position of Fi Kwang, and also had a few questions. "Second generation Fi Kwang ghost, I want to ask you something. What kind of person was the first generation Fi Kwang?" Mr. Gi was a bit surprised by the question and didn't rush to answer. Instead, he asked back, "Why do you want to know?" Second generation Tung Hawk had run out of patience and interrupted. Blah, 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 blah. "Talking so much in front of the enemy? I don't understand how someone so talkative like you became a hero." He doesn't want to waste more words and quickly heads to Mr. Shu's place. "You two just stand there. I will catch him myself." The third generation Phoenix tried to remind him, but the captain said teamwork was necessary, so he cut him off. No need. Tung Hak the second's cunning face glanced at them and said, "I will handle him myself and take the credit before the Bodhisattva. That way, the Bodhisattva will have to reconsider the position of the flying light. Thanks to me, the Fi Kwang chair ended up at the top, so I don't know whether to be happy or sad." Taking advantage of his distraction, the second generation Tung Hawk threw a deadly punch at his face, but thanks to his prior preparation, he quickly leaned back to dodge the blow. Next, he leapt backward to keep his distance from Tung Hawk the second. Gi-ong-shu placed his hand on the ground to steady himself, then smirked and said, "Your legs are too long." He stood up into a solid defensive stance, but before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked in the direction of his body. With his quick reflexes, he blocked it. Stopped in his tracks, the second generation Tung Hawk's legs trembled slightly as he stared in shock at Gi-ong-shu. "What?" You pulled back your leg and taunted him a few times. "Your skinny legs are so thin that even a toothpick would sigh when looking at them." Enraged by the insult, he shouted and pulled back his leg to charge forward for an attack. Mr. Shu suddenly delivered a kick to his waist, catching him off guard, then quickly struck his thin arm with another kick. Mr. Shu kept attacking relentlessly, leaving him no chance to defend himself even once. Length means nothing if you can't do anything, thickness is what matters. Meanwhile, the third generation Phoenix and the third generation Fi Kwang could only stand aside silently, looking at him with disdain and saying, "Confess now, still not recognizing? You're no match for me." Tung Hak Tae II bowed painfully and replied, "Don't even think about it." Then, he threw a punch with all his might, but Jian-shu quickly reacted and dodged. The second generation Tung Hawk was clueless and kept bragging and boasting. "I am the one praised by the Bodhisattva." Record him Shu drawing his sword. He stared at him with wide eyes. "If you don't intend to confess?" Hearing that, he was startled. Confess to what? Immediately, Mr. Duong struck him with a fatal blow. Then he was done for. The cut on the second generation Ko Tung Hak was so deep that his blood splattered everywhere. Mr. Shu stepped closer to the other two. Fi Kwang in his third year wondered, "So aren't you supposed to capture us alive? Your order?" He smiled knowingly, then interrupted her, indicating it wasn't about capturing them at all costs, and then Mr. Shu casually spun his knife before continuing to explain. "The maximum is to capture alive." "The maximum?" He asked seriously, "What's it going to be? Do you choose to surrender or not?" He frowned with a fierce look and urged them on. "Move now. I won't ask again." Along the long corridor, Guyong Shu stood still, quietly watching the two people facing him, Phoenix of the third generation and Fi Kwang of the third generation. In response to Jian Shu's request, Phoenix of the third generation raised his hand to volunteer. He took the initiative to step forward, surprising Fi Kwang and will do it. She nodded at him, then looked at Fi Kwang and asked, "What are you going to do?" Thinking of Dua's cruel face, Fi Kwang shivered involuntarily, but she didn't answer and only hesitated, asking if turning herself in would get her punished by the Bodhisattva, or if she refused, he would handle it. Gi-ong-su immediately admitted honestly, "That's right. However, I also understood Fai Kwang's worries. To reassure her, I added, "Don't worry about that bastard because I will deal with him." Fai Kwang Doiba was silent for a few seconds before asking, "Between you and Kong Son, who is stronger?" Gi Ongshu was about to answer when he suddenly noticed Fuang Huang Doiba doing something strange. Without hesitation, with the knife already in his hand, he swiftly slashed a sharp blade across Fuang Huang Doiba's neck, striking the main artery and causing blood to spray everywhere. It turned out that while Gi Ongshu's attention was momentarily diverted to Fi Kwang Doiba, Fuang Huang Doiba had secretly retrieved a gun hidden in his coat pocket, with the intent to ambush him. If that was the case, Gi Ongshu would show no mercy. He gripped the handle of the knife tightly and struck more than a dozen blows into the body of Phoenix 3, leaving deep wounds stretching from his neck down to his feet. Looking at Phoenix 3, his body riddled with injuries, collapsing onto the cold floor like a broken doll, Jianshu smirked and said, "Well, it had to be done. It seems you've completely lost faith that those enemies can turn around. How can you surrender? I will also stay here." Having witnessed the fate of the third Phoenix firsthand, it would be a lie to say the third Fai Kwang was not afraid, yet she still tried to remain calm, raising her hand to say, "Wait." Then she voiced the question that had been burning inside her since meeting Jianshu. "I have one question to ask you. If you really are the second generation of Fai Kwang." The moment she uttered those three words, Gyeongshu suddenly charged forward with a knife. Although the third generation Fai Kwang didn't expect the first strike, her quick reflexes allowed her to lean back and dodge it. But her spirit couldn't help but be affected. Seeing her succeed in avoiding it, Goisu became even more excited. Facing Jianshu's skilled knife techniques and knowing she couldn't fight back empty-handed, the third generation Fai Kwang decided to pull out the knife hidden inside her sleeve. And so, the close quarters battle with the small knife began. The counterattack from the third generation Fai Kwang neither surprised Jianshu nor shook his confidence. Instead, he showcased his knife skills by twirling it in the air, catching the handle with his other hand, and thrusting it straight into Fai Kwang's face. Fortunately, she managed to block with her blade just in time, or both the eerie mask and the face behind it would have been destroyed. Her speed even earned praise from Gai Shu, who admitted she was better than those before. But Fai Kwang III couldn't be happy. Instead of provoking him, she remained determined to beg, "Please listen to me." The soul scraped against the floor as Gi Ongshu spread his legs to steady himself and knocked away Fai Kwang III's knife. In that moment, he coldly replied that even if he listened, it would just be a waste of time, wouldn't it? Fai Kwang III still hadn't recovered after losing her weapon. I stared wide-eyed at the knife once again aimed at me. Just in the instant before the sharp blade touched her mask, she hurriedly shouted, "I am the daughter of the first generation Fai Kwang." Sure enough, this sentence made Gi Ongshu startle and pause. What? Seizing that opportunity, Fai Kwang III turned and ran away quickly. Seeing that, Gion Mr. Shu gritted his teeth and chased after her. Where was he running to? Just as he reached out his hand, Fai Kwang III also turned her head to look back. So he accidentally grabbed her mask and took it off. The face behind the mask was probably far from what Jian Shu had imagined, so he couldn't help but be a bit stunned. Probably no one would have guessed that Fai Kwang III, nicknamed December, is actually a young girl with a pretty and innocent appearance. It's clear that she wasn't mentally prepared for her mask to be removed so soon, so she couldn't hide the tension on her face. The atmosphere suddenly became completely silent. A few minutes later, Mr. Zhu slowly spoke up. She didn't match Fai Kwang's expectations. Mr. Zhu was so angry his face was full of veins, teeth clenched tightly, completely different from what she predicted. How dare she lie? His reaction clearly scared Fai Kwang into breaking out in a sweat. Looks like she's in trouble. If she finds out he's still aggressively chasing her, she's definitely going to run. Fai Kwang III can only be 3 parts helpless and 7 parts suffering, crying out in misery just like him. I'm telling the truth. At the same time, in another corridor, Sohai stood in front of a deserted passageway feeling both surprised and uneasy. Why was no one there? Meanwhile, on the side of the No-San duo and the first generation of Cherry Blossom, they are also exploring around together, though the first generation of Cherry Blossom is a bit noisy, constantly complaining. She fanned her hand fan and coquettishly asked, "My legs hurt so much, carry me." Seeing that Kong San remained silent and didn't even look at her, the first generation of Hoa Undao annoyedly warned, "Don't underestimate me." Suddenly, Kong San's footsteps stopped, and he quickly reached out to his teammate, pinning her against the wall, then pressed his body close behind her. The first generation of Hoa Undao asked in surprise, "What's going on?"
Then Kong San just softly snorted to remind her to stay silent. From his careful gaze, only a pitch-black corridor at the turn directly ahead could be seen, and Mi-Huan, just glancing, had already guessed their actions.
Glancing at the soldiers waiting with him, he couldn't help but marvel at their sharp senses and silently recalled his recent conversation with Jungkook. At that moment, Jungkook held up a human-shaped badge and mentioned August Kong San. In short, he confirmed that he was Bo Tat's secret weapon. Then, based on his understanding of Sun, Jungkook made a few comments. The strongest is the first generation Kong San, a show-off who flaunts his strength, handling wins and contenders for the month. For this reason, it displeased Bo Tat, who personally trained that child. Thanks to rigorous training, the child quickly succeeded in defeating the first generation Kong San, and then the succession happened swiftly, making him the second generation Kong San. From then on, Jong-guk also pointed out that the special thing about the second generation of Kong-son and Fi-kwang was that they were directly trained by the Bodhisattva himself. Sighing softly, he continued, "Since then, August has become a secret weapon, never revealing itself to others." Mi Eung-hwan hesitated and asked. The reason he told that story was because Jong-guk didn't hide anything and openly revealed that, because of him, he emphasized every word that he was an extremely powerful person and needed to be very careful. As the memory ended, Mi-hwan secretly peeked out to see why he was here. Unbelievable. Neither the first generation of Hwan Dao nor Kong-son are any less cautious, so just a small sign from Mi-hwan's side would be enough for both to charge forward together. Maybe because the wait had been so long, a police officer finally lost patience and said, "Well, he's acting so dismissively, saying there are only two of them. Isn't it just a matter of rushing in and taking them down?" "Hey, idiot, it's two people. The police officer just can't understand because he doesn't know the opponent's skills." Since he didn't have the time to sit down in detail about Kong-son and the first generation of Hwan Dao, Mi-hwan could only imply that there are monsters capable of changing the entire situation on their own. Being experienced, he understood very well, and I have personally witnessed two such people. Although now both are on our side, it's only Choi Hun and Jong-guk. Standing not far away, the first generation of Cherry Blossom tilted her head in curiosity, feeling a bit annoyed. "What's wrong? Is there something over there?" "No," Sun replied. "If there's an enemy?" She responds indifferently. "Is that so?" Keo-san lowered his voice and continued. "An Dao Heap Kong." It seems Mi-hwan also realized it was time. Despite being extremely tense, he muttered to himself, "It's really dangerous. Finish quickly and move on." As the first generation of Cherry Blossom took out a few small smoke bombs and asked for Kong-san's opinion under the bright ceiling light. "Let's begin." "Okay." After getting his approval, the first generation of Cherry Blossom immediately started squeezing the three small smoke bombs tightly between their fingers. A few seconds later, the three smoke bombs shattered and forcefully released a stream of pink smoke. The explosion was not loud, but enough to alarm Mi-eung-hwan's group. He watched the thick pink smoke gradually spread toward him. Mi-eung-hwan remained calm, pondering why the pink smoke was used to block the view. Because he was unsure about this strange smoke, his cautious nature prompted him to warn everyone to wear gas masks since they didn't know if it was toxic gas, and the police officers agreed without objection and immediately followed the order. Yes, the pink smoke filling the corridor made the sense of smell more sensitive as vision was obscured. When she started smelling the sweet scent of peach blossoms, Mi-hwan ordered her subordinates to shoot without hesitation if they saw anything. The subordinate, tense, swallowed hard and obeyed the order. Yes. When he peeked into the path leading to the area where the two non-painted group members were, he was startled to see a shadowy figure lurking right in the middle. Following Mi-hwan's instructions, he immediately raised his gun and fired without hesitation. And it was astonishing that the first shot precisely hit the center of the black shadow's head. Seeing this, the subordinate proudly smiled and said, "It's over." But Mi-hwan doesn't think it's that simple. No, he insisted it was just a test throw of a corpse. Just as he finished speaking, they tried to deduce our position. But he had to stop immediately because something was thrown from within the thick smoke again. An underling instinctively raised his gun to shoot, but was stopped by Mi-hwan shouting. He paused, lowered his head to look at the thrown object, and continued. "It's not an enemy, it's a corpse." At this moment, the first generation of Cherry Blossom suddenly rushed over, holding a pistol in her hand and pointing it directly at Mi-hwan. The shot rang out with a bang. Mi-eung-hwan was quick to block it with his bulletproof shield. Then he widened his eyes and shouted the word gun. The gunshot sounded like a horn signaling Kong-san to act. He suddenly jumped out from the smoke, both hands holding two sharp knives, the blades swiftly pressed against a police officer's neck. As his head fell, the fate of his teammates followed the same path. Body parts scattered across the floor created a terrifying scene, no less intense than a horror film. And near the first generation of Cherry Blossom, although she didn't have the supernatural powers to float like a ghost, she still caused quite a lot of trouble for the police team when they all shouted out two letters. And step back. The first generation of Cherry Blossom had already pulled out 3 more smoke bombs, clutching them tightly as before, causing them to shatter and release smoke. Now almost all the hallways connected to their location are covered in pink smoke, and you can clearly see the helplessness in the police officers' voices as they try to find a way out. In front of them was the team leader, Mi-hwan, who had to stay calm and instruct everyone to fire wildly to buy time until reinforcements arrived. Hearing his orders, the subordinates didn't care whether they hit anything or not, and all opened fire into the smoke. And unfortunately, not a single bullet hit its target among the dozens fired. In the end, what greeted them was an unscathed no-sun rushing toward them, followed by the sound of slashing blades and bright red syrup splattering everywhere. But that did not shake the will of the survivors. They continued to fire and encourage each other. Hold on. No matter what, the words to hold the line helped calm the fear among the officers to some extent. But their effect couldn't last long because Kong-san had already targeted the next victim. This person had just shouted one word when Kong-san's blade swung straight into their face. Blood sprayed like rain, officially ending another life. With each slash that rang out, along with Mi-hwan's words, the chances of victory if reinforcements arrived faded as his subordinates fell one by one. Yet the gunfire showed no sign of stopping. Until the atmosphere around grew completely silent, a police officer finally lowered his gun. He cautiously looked around and hesitantly called out, "Captain?" He kept calling the captain over and over, but strangely, no one responded. Suddenly, he noticed a walkie-talkie lying abandoned on the floor right near where he was standing. The walkie-talkie suddenly lit up and emitted a sound, resisting and resisting. This voice made his eyebrows furrow tightly. The moment the police officer tremblingly exclaimed 2 words. "Captain, the first-generation duo of Hua Dao and Kong Son have both suddenly charged out from the smoke." After this raid, the radio was soaked in siro, and as a result, the signal on Myung Hwan's radio was lost. Gum understood that something was wrong, so he sped up. Truly, these are tough opponents. They can even move through the smoke. Truly, those monsters must be quick to reach Captain Choi Hun. Mentioning Choi Hun, he is also currently in a fight, gently tilting his head to dodge the sharp blade. He responded to the enemy with a powerful punch. Behind him, Choi Hun spotted another guy aiming a knife to stab him. Choi Hun immediately lands a punch that shatters his teeth and stinks up the place. Then he switches to his legs, swiftly kicking away a few fearless fools. After making sure those guys were all knocked out, Choi Hun let out a relieved sigh, then dusted off the thin layer of dirt from his clothes. Just when it seemed like it was over, a hoarse voice from a mysterious figure suddenly rang out, accompanied by the sharp tip of a knife aimed at Choi Hun's eye corner. Not only that, the attacker also threw the knife at the same time. Fortunately, he tilted his head just in time to avoid the blade, only grazing him lightly. Quickly regaining his composure, Choi Hun now clearly saw that there were not 1 but 2 people, Chrysanthemum and Peony. The man remained in the same stance after throwing the knife. We've dealt with dozens of people, but no matter how many we handle, it never seems to end.
And the woman standing next to him is leading some big dogs, worried that my kids will get too tired. Choi Hun asked coldly with narrowed eyes.
"You think you've won? It's only September," Chamomile comfortably admitted. "That's right." But the June Peony dismissively said, "Can't you tell just by looking?" Choi Hun was able to figure it out because of the 2 masks they were wearing. Hoa Kuk asked curiously. "But why are you here all alone? Choi Hun, are you angry?" Then he answered seriously, "Acting alone is more convenient." Chrysanthemum nodded and asked further. So you're not using guns at all?" "It's like a casual chat between friends," Choi Hun replied indifferently, not usually carrying one. Hearing that, he pretended to be surprised and asked, "What? So you can't supply us with bullets?" Choi Hun just grunted in response. As a beast trainer, after spitting out the 3 words useless at Choi Hun, Peony squatted behind her dogs, gently rubbed the black one's head, and ordered it to bite him. As she finished speaking, the black dog crazily charged at Choi Hun with its sharp teeth, and in an instant, a loud noise erupted. Faced with Hoa Mao Don's wide-eyed shock, Choi Hun spoke, finally gripping the black dog's jaws with both hands, his expression cold to the point of terror. Yet he remained calm and continued, "I wonder how strong you guys are to make the director so cautious." Hoa Mao Don stammered in surprise. "Aren't you going to let go?" As he forcefully pried the black dog's mouth wider while hesitantly speaking. "Let's see what you've got." Choi Hun challenged Chrysanthemum and Peony. "Let's see which of you won't disappoint," and they became even heavier as Choi Hun decisively carried out the next action. As a result, the black dog was completely torn apart into 2 pieces. Peony's pupils contracted in terror at the sight before her, trembling as she looked at the mangled body of her beloved dog lying beside Choi Hun's feet. She cried out its name in agony. "What?" The overwhelming pain surged so fiercely that she could hardly speak. Right now, Peony truly wished she could end Choi Hun with a single strike. But she can't do that for now because Hoa Kuk suddenly spoke up to stop her. "Stay calm." He pointed the sharp tip of the surgical knife at her neck as if to threaten her. Seeing her obediently freeze, Hoa Kuk calmly continued speaking. "Stay calm. It's obvious he's not an ordinary person. Who knows what weapons he's carrying? I know he's not wrong, but it's hard for the Peony to listen. Do you think I can still stay calm now?" Unlike the Peony, who has directly cared for and trained the dogs, the Chrysanthemum cannot feel the deep resentment and pain. So he asked a little amused, why make such a fuss over just one dog when there are many others? Even those who are supposed to be teammates don't sympathize with me. Peony couldn't help but feel frustrated as she brushed his hand away and asked sharply, "Do you have any idea how much time it takes to train each one?" Hoa Kuk doesn't bother to care. Actually, he doesn't need to know. It's just a damn dog, which makes Hoa Mao Don annoyed. "Ah," she glares warningly, "it's not a damn dog, but a puppy. Don't call it a damn dog." Tired, Hoa Kuk exhaled disdainfully and sighed clearly. After that brief exchange, Hoa Mao Don realized she couldn't have a normal conversation with Hoa Kuk, so she ignored the fact that Hoa Kuk might attack her and charged forward with the 2 remaining dogs. Right next to Peony's gaze was Choi Hun's gleaming gun barrel. Without moving, Choi Hun stood still, raising the gun to aim. And then a gunshot rang out. Zero also fired, scattering bullets into the air. Hoa Kuk silently watched, while Hoa Mao Don once again suffered the shock of losing her beloved dog. Because that shot hit the white dog as it jumped up to protect its owner. The brown dog, seeing its companion fall so tragically, impatiently ignored Peony's command and lunged at Choi Hun on its own. Choi Hun was about to raise his gun to shoot it, but it bit down hard on the barrel, catching him off guard. With that powerful bite, the gun was completely shattered. Choi Hun had no choice but to throw away that useless thing and switch to hand-to-hand combat. Just as the brown dog growled and lunged, Choi Hun didn't hesitate and kicked it hard in the stomach. The brown dog howled in pain and could barely stand as all four paws touched the ground. It seemed the wound was minor, so Peony continued to focus entirely on holding the white dog and expressing her sorrow for it. Ignoring Hua Cook's arrogance, I already told her. She keeps calling. Gently stroking the soft white fur, now cold to the touch of the body it covers, she tearfully said, "Are you suffering because of me?" I won't forget you. Seeing this scene, Hua Cook is helpless. Oh my god. He put his hands in his pockets and seemed ready to leave. Dealing with idiots like animals is truly exhausting. Take care of yourself. I will join Kwang now. Before truly disappearing, he sneered and left a few sarcastic words. I am a doctor treating humans, not a veterinarian dealing with animals. It seems even Hoa Maodon's teammate can no longer stand her. A fickle person who loves to rely on tools to deal with people. What a cruel irony. In response to Hua Cook's coldness, Hoa Maodon just snorted coldly and said, "I don't like you either." Choi Hun revealed his regret and disappointment in his voice. So my teammate has left, so now it's one-on-one? Hoa Maodon sneered and corrected his way of addressing him. Teammate, I've never considered that guy a teammate at all. As if to remind Choi Hun of the newly rekindled feud between them, Peony boldly declared, "My only comrades are dogs." She emphasized her answer, so this isn't a one-on-one fight, but a two-on-one. Choi Hun immediately pretended to agree. I see. Moreover, through some kind of magic, he managed to figure out how Hoa Maodon named her 3 dogs. But her dog names are really strange. And what about her? Could that one be Gang? I didn't expect Choi Hun to be so clever. Although a bit surprised, Hoa Maodon still nodded in praise. That was quick. Then she suddenly revealed additional information about the 3 dogs. By the way, the one you handled was the 9th, she continued. And the last one is the 12th, the brown dog. Only Gang is the first one. Hearing that, Choi Hun clicked his tongue and sighed. So it's the strongest then. No wonder its bite force is not ordinary. But Hoa Maodon denied it. I glared and stood up. I am the strongest because I am their leader. Understanding what she was about to do next, Choi Hun replied indifferently. With that, true to his readiness to face it, after those 2 words from him, Hoa Maodon and the brown dog charged forward. Choi Hun calmly slid one leg back and kicked the brown dog away, just as Hoa Maodon threw a punch. She frantically punched at Choi Hun's face, but unfortunately all were ineffective because he crossed his strong arms in front of his face to block. But defense isn't always effective, so instead of throwing another punch, Hoa Maodon suddenly switched to using her foot. She kicked upward, hitting Choi Hun right in the chin. Choi Hun cried out in pain and quickly grabbed his injured spot. But taking advantage of that, Hoa Maodon hurriedly swung her fist again. And this heavy blow truly landed on Choi Hun's cheek, almost twisting his face to one side. Not stopping there, Peony launched another punch, aiming straight at Choi Hun's abdomen. Still, those hits weren't enough to bring him down. She watched him clutch his stomach in pain and asked with a smirk, "You want to win this badly? But is your strength only this much?" Choi Hun remained silent without answering. Then suddenly he shouted loudly and ran away, turning his back. Seeing that, Hoa Maodon just let out a triumphant laugh. If you turn your back and run away in front of the dog, as she said, the dog will become even more aggressive. The brown dog fiercely chased after Choi Hun and opened its mouth wide. Just seconds later, a loud noise rang out. Now, the brown dog had successfully bitten down hard on Choi Hun's shoulder. Choi Hun immediately calmly took off his shirt and threw it behind him, which indeed helped him escape from the brown dog. The peony is a bit unbelievable. Wow, she threw off her shirt and ran away. What kind of man is so rare to encounter that she could easily let Choi Hun go? So she ordered her brown dog. Go after him quickly in a thrilling chase scene. Chase scene unfolded. Amidst the chaos, there are even desperate screams from Choi Hun. The feeling of being in control only makes Hoa Maodon even more excited. Hurry up and chase him. He's ahead. Choi Hun is still desperately shouting, but his expression remains strangely calm. It seems he's just pretending, not truly scared. The chase continued until the brown dog suddenly sensed something, quickly rubbing its paws to stop, pulling the peony along and making her freeze as well. I asked nervously, "Gang, what's wrong?" And it just growled a few times in response. I don't know if the peony understands, but she has truly stopped and gazed after Choi Hun's increasingly distant figure. Choi Hun, meanwhile, continues running down the long corridor, and only at the end does he turn right. At this moment, hidden behind a corner, he leaned against the wall, catching his breath to regain his strength, then let out a cold snort. Seeing the reinforcement squad already waiting here for who knows how long, he felt quite annoyed that his plan had failed. You caught a strange scent, huh? Smarter than your master. Spreading his palm for a cop to place a brand new gun in it, Choi Hun said with frustration. If only it had gone a bit deeper, I could have cleaned it all up. What a pity. Holding the fully loaded gun, Choi Hun began to carefully observe. Meanwhile, he heard Peony's steady voice. Gang, what's wrong? He suddenly appeared, holding the gun high. This should be enough. As soon as they saw Choi Hun, both the peony and the brown dog couldn't react in time, and then a gunshot was fired, spraying syrup and causing the mask to fall off. Third-generation Fai Kwang panic-stricken, she ran wildly while shouting, and the one chasing her was none other than Jianshu. He shouted angrily, "Aren't you ashamed? Stop tarnishing Fai Kwang's reputation and obediently shut up." Fai Kwang III stubbornly turned around to defend herself, claiming she was really his daughter. But Gi Angshu quickly interrupted. Stop joking around. I told you she doesn't look like it. Suddenly, he saw someone was Jong-guk. Mr. Gi loudly called the captain. Reacting instinctively, he immediately turned to look at Kim Gi Angshu. While he kept calling out to the team leader, he continued chasing Phai Kwang Doiba, constantly warning Jong-guk that he couldn't let this girl get away. Watching Kan Tri Duat chase after, he understood immediately. Just as she jumped up to change targets, Phai Kwang of the third generation raised his hand to block Jang-guk, but before he could act, she was caught off guard, and his large hand grabbed her jaw. Jang-guk mercilessly threw the third generation light blade onto the cold floor. She struggled to break free from his grip, but failed. Jang-guk remained silent, staring intently at Phai Kwang III, and she looked back at him with an annoyed and suspicious expression, asking who this monster was. Jang-guk looked up with curiosity and asked, "This girl is Gi." Mr. Shu quickly explained simply, "She's one of the enemies I'm dealing with. By the way, let me give you a quick update on the situation. The left side has been cleared, only this little one remains." He was very surprised, as expected, very quick. Mr. Gi Shu glanced sideways at the naive one, quickly dealt with the girl, then turned away. But suddenly, a voice shouted to stop, begging desperately. "Please, don't hurt me. I have a lot to say to you, but you still clearly set boundaries with harsh indifference. I have no issues with you at all," while Jong-guk is quietly thinking of a way. Suddenly, he speaks up and comments, "You look quite young. How old are you?" Life's third light pretending not to know. Did Mr. Shu lift his foot to kick her? Who does she think she can talk back to? She immediately obediently replied, "I don't know." Jang-guk looked up and said, "Don't deal with her. Just keep this girl. I feel a bit annoyed and oppose, knowing when she might stab me in the back and what she might bring along." Mr. Zhu quickly ordered to deal with it immediately, but before he could do anything, a pack of fierce dogs suddenly appeared. They aggressively charged at their prey, and he stood silently, watching the dogs. What is this? I have no idea where these four-legged creatures came from. I don't know. In another location, the fierce battle caused Hoa Mao Don's mask to tear apart along with a drop of fresh syrup. Tabi was shot in the shoulder, and as she dodged, a dog tried to leap up, pushing Peony inside with all its strength. Choi Hun remained suspiciously calm, continuously firing his gun at her. Hoa Mao Don quickly hid behind a nearby wall, then let out a frustrated sigh. That dog really is a troublemaker. Only now does she finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because I lost quite a bit of syrup, Hoa Mao Don started to breathe heavily, his face beaded with sweat. Atia quickly suppressed the pain, muttering in frustration, that man was lying. Peony felt furious thinking about that gun, saying he wouldn't use it but still carrying it. Behind Hun were quite a few people, all following to support him, saying acting alone would be easier. Yet he still brought others along. I slowly took an item out of my shirt pocket and said, "You really can't trust people." The thing Hoa Mao Don took out was a flower-decorated whistle, the only thing you can trust. After finishing, she forced herself to blow a few times. Outside, a truck was already parked there. Inside that car, there is also an iron door. Looking inside, you can see the fierce dogs starting to riot violently. Then they all growled loudly together and returned to the headquarters. The pack of dogs continued rushing toward Mr. Zhu and him. Suddenly, he realized something. The dogs weren't there to tear him or Jang-guk apart, but ran straight past. This raised a question in Jian-shu. What's wrong with these dogs? Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the air. They kept causing chaos all over the headquarters, making Jian-hia Hyong Cheon jump in fright and shout out loud. From afar, Hoa-kuk also faintly heard some sounds similar to that. As expected, the four-legged crazed creatures charged straight ahead. He grumbled, annoyed, it's so chaotic. Breaking off ties was truly the right decision. Not far from where Choi Hun is standing, the noise of the dogs signals they are rushing in. People behind raise their guns to defend as something approaches. He was momentarily stunned by the scene. They were so numerous and fierce, like they wanted to tear Choi Hun apart. As soon as the dogs arrived, a piercing scream echoed here. They are extremely aggressive, charging at the police and tearing at them mercilessly. He shows no fear as he fires his gun loudly at them. Don't panic, stay calm. They were hit by many bullets and collapsed to the floor. Everyone gradually regained their composure, calmly holding their guns and fighting. Soon, they were almost all taken care of. Choi Hun had also taken down a few on his own. He fights more fiercely, immediately pulls a knife from his pocket, and charges forward, slashing several times at them. Suddenly, Choi Hun was startled by the situation in front of him when a gloved hand punched towards him. She seized the moment while Choi Hun was distracted by the dogs and caught him off guard, then suddenly charged forward. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and the peony was surprised, eyes wide open, realizing that a security guard had blocked her punch. Naho held a stick with both hands, stopping the peony. He glared and insulted, calling them a pack of mad dogs. She froze in shock, stammering, "Tongue!" As soon as Peony finished speaking, she tasted Naho's iron rod smashing straight into her face. Heck, it hurt so much she staggered back a few steps. Saneti. Hoa Mao Don grimaced in pain, eyes wide as she listened to him curse the mad dog. Suddenly, Naho smirked maliciously, knowing only a stick could handle this. Hoa Mao Don, furious, charged forward with a fist like a bullet tearing through the air, while Naho also held a weapon ready to fight. Without mercy, he punched straight into her waist, catching her off guard. Peony clenched her teeth in pain from the relentless sting. when suddenly a fierce dog appeared, lunging to attack Naho. Then another deafening explosion rang out. Without a hint of fear, Nao punched the dog directly in the face. At that moment, Hua Mao Dan took the opportunity to punch straight at him. With extraordinary agility, Naho quickly dodged. That action left Peony so shocked she stared wide-eyed as Naho, with a sinister smile, gripped her neck with one hand and swung the iron rod with the other. He gave a mad smile, raised his hand once more, and struck down with all his brutality. Peony gritted her teeth and endured as syrup splattered across the chaotic battlefield, while he mercilessly lifted the iron rod and swung it powerfully at her beautiful face. She was knocked far away, Nao's eyes like bullets ready to annihilate Hua Mao Dan. With that powerful force, Hua Mao Dan lost her footing and fell. After the hard fall, she rolled on the floor. Hua Mao Dan still wanted to resist. Seeing that, Naho turned and asked, "Have you finished handling it?" They replied, "Yes." The dogs in the Zero pool scene are all dead, their bodies covered in tragedy. He has a sharp face. So there are only two left. With the face determined to protect its owner, the dog looked furious. It charged forward without fear, its sharp teeth bared, ready to fight back. Peony looked at the dog with worry, and suddenly it was struck in a weak spot by Nao. Syrup flew everywhere, but Naho threatened, saying only one is left now. Under the bright light illuminating the entire room, Hua Mao Dan managed to stand up and dragged herself over to Naho. Damn it, he's still standing there wanting to keep fighting. Does he, with an arrogant attitude, not realize he's no match for me? The fury in her heart clearly shows her true nature. Once a dog bites, it won't let go even if it's choked, Naho mocks. I'm not a dog, I'm a mental case. Dogs are them. The peony remembers the past, tears streaming down as she begged everyone not to leave, always betrayed whenever she opened her mouth. Everyone else walks away leaving Hua Mao Dan behind, her lonely figure gradually disappearing, unlike humans who only know how to abandon. At that moment, no one was around her to catch the mouse squeaking for help. Suddenly, the peony looked into the distance with tears streaming down her face. The peony has found 3 tiny scared puppies, seemingly caught in the same situation as her, and she is surprised and can't believe her eyes because they look so pitiful. Then she took them in and they grew together on a path of companionship, never betraying their master. They endured countless fights side by side, like true friends. Even if Sarome appears from afar and approaches her, from now on she will be called June Peony. He accepts Hua Mao Dan and gives her a new nickname. Become a loyal dog to me. The look in Peony's eyes was hesitant as she gazed at him. Since then, she was the only one willing to sacrifice everything, and I was determined to become his dog. At that moment, he made his decision. Is that so? Then justice is distorted by power, and he has become a demon rushing towards her. This time, Hua Mao Dan fought fiercely, swiftly dodging the rapid attacks, her large eyes seeming unable to react to the fierce assault. He lifted his leg and delivered a powerful kick to her chin. This powerful move made her hair fly wildly and her body lose balance. Once again, she was thrown forcefully to the ground. The peony is in extreme panic, her pupils wide open, as she rushes down from above with a weapon in hand. Naho strikes fiercely, the room's lights shining brightly, as he ruthlessly presses her hand against the floor and attacks. A scream shatters the silence, brutality blending together as the peony screams in pain. He calmly says, if he were a dog, using power to spread fear, he should do so on all fours. Even so, he was shocked and panicked by the scene. The rage inside suddenly erupted as she opened her mouth wide. A set of teeth hiding the anger inside him reveals surprise. The words seemed to insult her deeply. Now you really look like a dog, just the way I like it. Naho laughed at the pain of the weak. Do you want to crawl under my feet? There are many dogs at the police station. At the same time, the peony shows a strong mentality shifting from enduring insults to cold resistance. Dog. An explosion is about to happen as she awakens her instinct to fight back, never biting her owner. She rushes to his side, delivering a powerful punch to avenge her companion. Seeing the peony like that, he was caught off guard and couldn't react in time. The awakening revealed a sinister smile from the peony, along with large, round teeth. Naho fiercely resists the decisive swing of the stick, her pain and inner turmoil tearing apart after the attack. Zero clenches his teeth. Her composure was gone. She revealed all her strength and charged at him like a moth to a flame. The peony is now dominating. They face each other not only with strength, but also with a look of utter fury. Naho feels like fighting is just like dogs. His teammate asks questions, and he shouts for them to stand still. Naho's eyes are blazing red. It's been a long time since Zero has boiled over like this. The cruelest nightmare is about to face another deadly battle, as screams tear through the night and the bright red blood erupts in despair. Life was torn away from her body as the peony screamed in uncontrollable rage. Naho almost got bitten by the peony flower. In an instant, the peony transformed into a beast. At the same time, a sound echoed through the silent hallway, tearing through the stillness. On this side, Choi Hun stood in shock, his right hand striking forcefully, followed by a sharp object descending from above with Naho's strength and an overwhelming, ruthless expression. The aftermath of the attack leaves her mouth covered in syrup, with broken and unstable teeth piercing through. Despite the injuries, he retaliates fiercely with a powerful kick to the peony, knocking her away from the beam. Naho clenched the black cylinder in her hand as shards flew everywhere. In the tense moment, Nao forced her down to the floor and decisively struck with a dagger. At the end of the battle, Peony Zero spat in his face, her cold eyes tired as she looked at him. Naho shoved the iron rod straight into Peony's mouth. June is the Peony month. Naho's face is full of satisfied smiles.
Among all the women I have ever met, stand up, resolute with a hateful gaze, you are the most dog-like person, even more than my wife.
Choi Hun and the guard standing opposite watch the scene of the Peony being defeated by Na, and he skeptically asks Naho. It's over, he calmly said to her, looking down at her. The Peony was pierced through the mouth by his iron staff. Naho slowly said, the woman is like an animal. He then raised his iron staff and said, to be sure, the syrup stick should be pulled out of her mouth. Then a series of violent sounds erupted. The Peony's syrup splattering before the stunned eyes of Choi Hun and the guards opposite. Naho held out his hand in front of him, his face now covered in syrup, his pupils terrifying. Naho opened his mouth and said, give me the gun. Choi Hun obeyed, handing the gun to him and lowering his voice. Yes, Chief. Naho pointed the gun at the Peony, creating a scene filled with syrup. Afterward, he turned to speak to Choi Hun. How did it go? He looked confused. Yes, Naho smirked slyly. What does winning feel like to you? Faced with the somewhat chilling scene at that moment, Choi Hun hesitated to speak. The feeling is like a splattered pool of syrup across the floor. Choi Hun's voice wavers slightly. Since the director handled it quickly, I'm not quite sure. Hearing him say that, Naho happily laughed and replied, even if I don't come, you'll still win. He continued, it's better not to let any variables appear, or we'll have to fight more people later. Choi Hun regained his composure. I understand. Looking at the man in front of him, he thought to himself that following this person was truly the right choice. Naho's eyes now held danger and a craving for syrup when suddenly the sound from his radio in his pocket buzzed. This is Shin So Hai. I have been waiting for a long time, but no enemies appeared. They have all been dealt with earlier. Is this the work of the Hong Run team? It seems like Ban Jiang-guk has taken action. So Hai suddenly asked, are we not running into Hong Run's team? He replied, no one encounter. She continued to ask, should we keep an eye on Hong Run's side? Naho calmly said, let's move forward first. So Hai nodded determinedly and cheerfully replied, yes, I understand. Keep going. Over here. Someone with a walkie-talkie reports. This is Jin Mi Hwan. I'm rushing to avoid March and August. I'm moving to Captain Choi Hun's location. The cards of the two winners reveal March and August. This time, it's not Sun and Hoa Undao making the choice. Choi Hun then turns to Naho to ask what he should do next. He uttered a thoughtful tone, then Naho cupped his chin, his face twisting in pain. He confidently said, we are, his voice full of excitement. Where should we go now? Van V holding a device. Hoa Yu-ong looked at it with a hint of impatience. Chan saw that and stepped closer, asking, what's wrong, sister? She turned to him and said, I can't see signals from January and August. He replied, since he's a new soldier, he's inexperienced. But wasn't it already predicted? Thinking of the third-generation photon, Hua Yu-ong was a bit confused. But why was the signal from December still there? She frowned in thought, but the signal from June's peony had disappeared, which was strange. Thinking of Naho and Jang-guk, she tried to come up with a reasonable explanation, possibly that Bei Jang-guk or the director had intervened. A voice full of excitement echoes. Yang Chan chuckled with amusement, his face showing a strange expression, and said, the name sounds very familiar. Remembering Hua Kuk, Hua Yu-ong said with suspicion and anger, but September and the peony still have signals, right? That brat, she crossed her arms, holding the device in her hand, very annoyed. We need to work together and move out. Stupid kids. Hua Yu-ong and Yang Chan continued walking, surrounded by a sea of police officers. But things are still progressing well, right? March and August are handling things very efficiently. She replied, they are the strongest card. Then she turned around and asked, so we don't need to worry. Has the reinforcement army from Hong Run arrived? Her sharp eyes noticed what was behind them. When the two of them turned around, they saw Yan Ho and Sang Ho standing there with two others.
Their faces showed a bit of surprise when they saw the two of them, and Yan's voice continued to ring out. As the saying goes, speak of the devil and he shall appear.
Their group asked the scholar Hong Hua Eong, and at that moment, Wei Young Tran made a surprising sound. He seemed to be meeting an old acquaintance, shouting out their names. Dong Ho, Sang Ho. Sang Ho hesitated before recognizing him. Mon Yan. Hua Yu-ong, standing behind, immediately asked, are they acquaintances? Yang Chan glanced lightly and replied, yes, very familiar. He looked at the two people in front of him and explained slowly, these guys are under Bei Jang-guk, so we need to be careful. The young man behind Sang Ho and Jong Ho asked, Master, who is he? It really is a cursed fate. It's been a while, Bei Jang-guk. Are you doing well these days? Over here, Jong-guk holds a cigarette as if examining something. The third-generation Phi Kwang lies on the ground, wrapped in tape, with a frightened look on her face, but her mouth is sealed shut, so she can only make meaningless sounds. A voice echoes, is this okay now? Gyeong-shu is squatting, holding a roll of tape in his hand, tighten it more. Hearing that, she panicked a little. After a while, the third-generation Phi Kwang was completely wrapped in tape, unable to move. She helplessly lies on the ground, making sounds to call for help.
Mr. Shu just watched her and then said, let's leave this girl here. He turned to Jungkook and asked, Captain, which direction are you heading?
I've finished handling the left side. He takes a drag from his cigarette and calmly says, I'm still deciding between the left and the middle road.
Over here, a sudden voice called out.
Me. Jong Ho's shoulder was slashed by a sharp object, immediately oozing zero. Yang Chan grabbed the knife in his hand and pointed it at him, a smug look on his face. So he quickly realized something. When Yan Chan turned around, he saw Sang Ho raising a fist to attack him. He quickly dodged, sneering disdainfully at him. The knife in his hand was swiftly swung, but before it could reach Sang Ho, he managed to evade the attack. Yan's face looked surprised for a moment before Hua Yu-ong called out to him. Moon Yan, she said sternly, who gave you permission to fight on your own? Yang Chan, seeing her angry, reluctantly said, Sorry, miss, I got too excited after not seeing you for a long time. Hua Yu-ong scolded him to wake up, and he responded, Yes. Yang Cha looked at the two of them and said, They've gotten much stronger. Then he looked at the two unfamiliar faces behind them and asked, Those two guys back there look strange. Are they new recruits? Hua Yu-ong calmly said, New recruits don't need to be concerned. The three cards appeared in sequence, representing January, November, and December. The next two cards are also called, representing June and September, different from these fools. She said seriously, We will work together to eliminate the enemy. Yang Chan, standing in front, replied obediently, I know, sister. The apprentice behind Ho asked him curiously. Su Fu, him? Zhang's figure appears. Sang Ho quickly explained, He's the one who took the captain's eye in the past. The disciple, hearing this, angrily and determinedly said to him, We have to avenge the captain. Sang Ho shook his head and replied, What revenge are you talking about? Then he serioused his face and ordered, Call the captain quickly. That man is very strong. Are you coming, Beijing Gook? Impressive, he growled. I'll take the other eye you left behind. Sang Ho and Jong Ho faced the two of them. Yang Chan kept shifting her body, feeling restless. Hua Yu-ong, behind her, calmly reached for something on her back and then drew a metal weapon. Sang Ho and Jong Ho, along with their two students, watched their actions. The metal weapon flashed a glint of light. Hua Yu-ong clenched her iron fist, her face serious as she challenged them. Then she and Yang Chan ran together, aiming to attack the four of them. He threw a punch at Sang Ho, but he dodged it. Yang Chan sneered challengingly, dodging again, really getting stronger, huh? Sang Ho's face grew grim before his attack, his voice echoing again, very different from before. Now Hyun and Seon Hyun were terrified, running and shouting. Behind them is the Yuong flower. She runs at full speed, her face full of murderous intent, silently signaling from this side. She swung a steel fist toward them and said, Just a bunch of amateurs. The two students screamed in fear. At this moment, their faces are filled with fear as a voice from the past echoes, To be honest. Jong Ho seriously crossed his arms and said to Hun and Seong Hyun, You two are even better than us. They looked confused when they heard his words. Huh? Jong Ho continued seriously. Both of them have studied martial arts and were trained by Kim Gi-on and Mr. Shu, so their skills are very well developed. Since we are a defensive team and train constantly with the captain, we should become good at defense. Suddenly he pointed out, but the two of them had a major problem. Back in the present, their screams echoed through the hallway. They were chased by Hua Yu-ong in fear, and she contemptuously said, You cowards! Suddenly Hua Yu-ong swung an attack at one of them and shouted, Die! Zero was thrown wildly through the air, the man's eyes wide as he took in the scene before him, a strained voice breaking out. Damn it! At this moment, Jong Ho suddenly stood in front of them, blocking Hua Yu-ong's attack, her weapon piercing into his chest. Seeing this scene, the two of them shouted in unison, Master! Jong Ho angrily shouted, All that effort from others gone to waste! Lai Sheng Hee-un, that guy. Did you forget what I told you during training? What you lack is the words I spoke now, reflecting the mindset of a police officer. The image of him crossing his arms and explaining seriously that he is willing to sacrifice his life to protect the people from danger. That's what a police officer is. His words are full of conviction. If you decide to become a police officer, you must be prepared to fight to the end. The two of them listened intently, and now Jong Ho was shouting loudly at them, even if it meant risking their lives. Hun and Son Hyun were immediately stirred by his words. They snapped out of it. The two of them shouted with determination. Hun's car sped straight towards Hua Yu-ong. She quickly swung her weapon up, then launched a few punches at the two of them. Her eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Zong Hyun's face, which, despite being slashed a few times by her weapon stained with zero, still showed no trace of fear but full determination. Just as Zong Hyun tried to grab her, Hua Yu-ong lowered her head, causing him to miss. Just as she was about to turn her head, a fist suddenly swung towards her face. It belonged to Hun, but with her quick reflexes, she immediately leaned back to dodge it. Hua Yu-ong looks down grimly. Zhang Huai just manages a strained smile, clutching his chest, and says, These kids! We should have done this a long time ago, but I was like that too in the past. Then he seems unable to bear it anymore and collapses. In front of them, the two kept throwing punches at Hua Yu-ong while Sang Ho collapsed to the ground behind. He, clutching his chest, groaning in pain. Over here! Sang Ho forcefully threw a punch forward. Hey! Sang Ho's punch at that moment hit his arm. Yu Ong Tran blocked his punch without hesitation and said, You guys are definitely much stronger now. Back then, you couldn't even move. Looks like Bijanguk has been training you a lot. Then he twirled the knife in his hand and swung it forward. Young Chan continued. But then he decisively struck a blow towards Sang Ho, his shoulder immediately wounded by the knife, causing blood to gush out. He held the knife and smiled with utter contempt. Keep learning more and suffer the pain from his attack. Ying Yang's voice continues to mock. You can't learn anymore now, can you? Mr. Hyun's car reaches out with determination. He grabs Hoa Yu-ong's shirt. She immediately grabs her weapon and strikes his chest with a punch. Hyun cries out in pain. At that moment, Hijun's towering figure rushed forward and he tried to kick her. The scene of flowers flying in the air, Yu-ong swung her fist directly at his leg. Zero quickly shed tears and she said seriously, You're moving better. But then she rushed quickly towards the two of them, only adding about 5 more minutes of survival. This is enough. Suddenly, a punch lunged forward, passing through Hun and Seon Hyun and heading straight for Hoa Yu-ong. She immediately became alert. With such force, Hoa Yu-ong was quickly thrown aside by Jong-guk, and the punch came at a very fast speed. He quickly threw a fist toward Oi-chan. He raised his hand to dodge the attack but couldn't do anything, and he was swiftly knocked away by Jong-guk. Yang Chan sneers and says, Ha, as expected. Ho unexpectedly called Captain Jiang-guk. Still with that cold expression, he stammers as he calls the captain. Jang Ji is standing in front of them, checking on everyone. Are you all right? He responded to him. It's okay. And what about Dong Ho? Is he dead too? Dong Ho lay on the ground in pain and replied, Not yet, not dead yet. Yang Chan sneered and said, Hey B Jang-guk, it's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Still smoking his cigarette calmly, Jang-guk said, An acquaintance? Hua Yu-ong stepped forward and asked, Are you here already? The strongest trump card of Hong Jun. Seeing that, he ordered the people behind him, Get back quickly and go for treatment. You've fought hard enough. Sang Ho nervously said, Captain, those two are too tough for me to handle alone. Let us help you. Jang-guk replied, What are you talking about? He said confidently, I didn't come alone. And at the same time, someone appeared behind them. Mr. Shu's face turned cold as he spoke. Hello. Sang Ho seems to understand the situation, let out a sigh, then carried Jong Ho on the floor while holding his wounded arm. Then we can rest assured. Let's withdraw. Jong Ho, dragged helplessly on the floor, asked, Can you carry me back? Sang Ho immediately dismissed it, saying, I don't carry men. At this point, Hoa Yu-ong spoke up again. You're Kim Gi-ong-shu? The spirit of Phi Kwang. Kim Gi-ong-shu, holding a sharp knife, smiles coldly. You're Mandu? First time. The voice grows even colder. And this will be the last time we meet. In the corridor, they face each other. Hoa Yu-ong turned to his subordinate and said, I will handle Kim Kyu. Bear with it a moment. Shu and Jang-guk stood still, emotionless as they watched. Hoa Yu-ong tightly grips the weapon in his hand. You step forward first. I will finish this quickly and then help you. Yang Chan follows the order. Yes, sister. Before starting the mission, Mandu Hua Kwuk. Kim Nak Ho Hong trembled. The cards have been arranged with the strongest at the top. August with gold, September with chrysanthemums, March with cherry blossoms. Muncheon, Bikang-guk, Choi Hoon in June, Maklan in December, Phi Kwang, Shinso Haijin Mi-jeon, Hwan Cha in January, Tung Hak in November. The Phoenix and Kim Jeon-shu will handle the Black Phoenix. Dang has been disabled for half. Previously, Hua Yu-ong lamented, why catch those two? Mandu did not think highly of Kim Jeon-shu. When dealing with Diepfong, she believed Kim Jeon-soo had received help from Byung-guk. Mandu places Kim Jeon-shu below Bijang-guk. Hua Yu-ong bows her head, ready to fight. But she rushed like a gust of wind right in front of Gi-ong-shu, her eyes full of murderous intent. Moments later, a spray of blood splattered everywhere. Hua Yu-ong swung her knife at Jeon-shu but missed. Instead, he slashed her across the face. The knife in Jeon-shu's hand was instantly covered in blood, just like that. Jeon-shu's expression remains calm and unmoved just for a brief moment. Mandu realizes his assessment was wrong. Hua Yu-ong grimaced, unwilling to accept it, grinding her teeth in frustration. The misjudgment made by Mandu. Not long ago, Hua Yu-ong had promised her accomplices no mercy. She went to a deserted place to meet him. Is my curiosity about her strength justified? Her expression is full of determination mixed with confidence. I will show you. Even if I'm not as strong as you, I'm still powerful enough to make you admit it. No Sun remained silent, only glancing at Hua Yu-ong as dark clouds covered the sky. After a while, Kong San had won. He pointed his sword at Hua Yu-ong, who was helplessly sitting on the ground. She really is a monster. Her face is covered in scratches as she looks up at Kong San. So what? I'm not like those ordinary guys, right? He lowered his gaze to Hua Yu-ong, acknowledging her strength. Yes, she is quite powerful. Kong San-thu will retrieve the sword. I acknowledge that I will follow your orders this time. Hua Yu-ong spoke, but I have one question first. She wondered how strong Kim Gi-ong-shu really was. Busan looked intently at Hua Yu-ong but did not answer immediately. A few seconds pass and Kong San turns and walks away. He only casually leaves a remark, not needing to be wary of his response. At the Zim training room, Hua Yu-ong went to find Kwak Hua and called out Tu Dung. She asked him, You've met Kim Ji-yeon and Mr. Shu before, right? I guess he's just as strong as you since you don't know him, Kong San says. Guo Tsuhua, who is training, glances over at Hua Yuong. Oh, he answered with a stammering voice. No, nothing special. This only makes Hua Yuong more curious. What is it? Then why didn't you deal with him? Kwok Hua hesitated. He is in a corner where Hua Yuong can't see, his eyes already filled with fear. My brother will handle him. Hearing that, she frowned in anger and scolded, You fool! When you're sure you can handle it, you shouldn't let Hua Yuong finish speaking before Kwok Tu Hua interjected. He sat down and confidently assured her, My brother will definitely do it. So I forgave him. And Tu Dang's response. Returning to the present, Hua Yuong, having just been hit, immediately stepped back to keep her distance. Yan Chan, in disbelief, turned to look at her sister. While he was distracted, a punch suddenly came straight at Yan's face. He reacted quickly and narrowly avoided Zhang Guo's attack. He scoffed slightly and asked Yan, Want to lose an eye? Yan didn't care, merely letting out a cold snort. Yi Ongsu silently thought that while facing Hua Yuong, he had predicted that victory would not be cooperative. He reflected that this was not a mistake enough to turn the tide of the game. Jianshu's thoughts suddenly stopped when he met Hua Yuong's resolute gaze. He slightly bowed his head, gripping the knife tightly. But just a second later, Jianshu lunged in front of Hua Yuong, his eyes filled with a fierce hunger. Yi Ongsu thrust a sword straight at Hua Yuong's face, but she managed to dodge just in time. Hua Yuong was terrified, and only then did she realize that Yi Ongsu was even stronger than Tung Hak and Fuang Huang. The close combat continues with moves too fast for the eye to see, and at this point Hua Yuong values Yi Ongsu even more, considering him even stronger than Fi Kuang in the current peony. Hua Yuong struggled to resist, gritting her teeth. In her mind, Jianshu's power ranking steadily rose, climbing rapidly. Just a few minutes later, Jianshu's rank in her mind had surpassed many others. Ji was still watching the fight closely, always paying attention to every move Hua Yuong made. Now she is certain that Yi Ongsu is the strongest person she has ever met. He is now leaping up, preparing to swing his sword at Hua Yuong. She was terrified, her eyes wide open, pupils constricted. Jianshu descended, swinging a powerful blow at Hua Yuong, causing her to step back and raise her hands to shield herself. Hua Yuong's hands, struck by the attack, were bleeding heavily. The game set up by Mandu reveals Yi Ongsu's true nature. Hua Yuong breaks out in cold sweat, looking extremely panicked. Hua Yuong now truly believes that Jianshu is the hero. The person in front of her now seems to have transformed into the shadow of the previous hero who was turned upside down. Yi Ongsu spins the knife from hand to hand. Hua Yuong leans to the side. She keeps dodging the stabbing knives and reassures herself. Stay calm. She looks at Jianshu's cold face in front of her, even if it's something unexpected. The two keep exchanging moves, but Hua Yuong remains confident. That doesn't change the fact that their strongest card is still stronger. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, Hua Yuong hasn't shouted out yet. She charges with full force. It's not the time to make a move yet. Jianshu begins to use techniques from his past life, swinging his sword to form a curve. With overwhelming power, he remains expressionless. Hua Yuong is knocked away, losing a weapon and falling into an unfavorable position. The woman grits her teeth and snorts coldly. Yan Chan, hearing the sound of metal falling, turns back worriedly. Sister, a reminding voice echoes. Hey, Janguk, focus your punch on him and concentrate on me. But Yan managed to block it with both hands just in time. Janguk approaches closely. We have many things to settle with each other, right? On the other side, Gyeongshu continues to execute the second move of La Liu. He throws a series of punches at Hua Yuong, leaving her no time to react. Gyeongshu pushes off with his legs, leaps into the air, feeling as light as a leaf in the wind, and lunges with his knife once more. Seeing this, Hua Yuong was panic-stricken, her eyes wide open as she was under relentless attack and could only keep defending herself. Falling behind, she hurriedly retreated. Yi Ongsu gripped the knife tightly and lunged toward Hua Yuong, the blade aimed straight at her neck. Hua Yuong grimaced, using all her strength in both hands to block it. Finally, Hua Yuong managed to push Gyeonshu's knife away and continued to kick back. He kicked her ribs, but she quickly used her elbow to block the strike. Although she protected her ribs, the powerful kick still made her stagger. Yi Ongsu straightened up, and he slightly praised you. You're quite skillful in your defense. I slightly frowned. If it were my old self, it would probably be quite difficult. Hua Yuong couldn't believe Jianshu's true strength. What exactly is this guy? Where did you come from? Moving as fast as the wind, you suddenly appeared in front of Hua Yuong. It seems you are feeling confused. Jianshu slashed at her neck, but Hua Yuong luckily dodged the fatal blow, though she was still injured in the shoulder. You must be curious about who I am, right? Hua Yuong winced in pain, clutching her wound with her hand, and remembered the time when she was in the temple and someone called out Mandu. Hua Yuong turned around and saw Dua standing behind her. Lord Bodhisattva, he asked as he stepped in. Is the planning still going smoothly? Hua Yuong also reported the situation. Yes, everything is progressing smoothly. Her voice was hesitant, but there were some issues. Du Hua wondered. What is it? Hua Yuong replied. I cannot accurately judge the strength of Kim Enho and Kim Jianshu. Du's eyes suddenly grew deep. He repeats the name Kim Nak-ho word for word. Du recalls the previous battle, when he was quite strong. He continued, his strength is enough to hurt me. Du-hwa's tone was very confident, but in the end, he just sat still and smiled. Currently, it can only weaken, not get stronger. He advised Hwa-yu-ong, so there is still some possibility, so include March and August. She nodded and understood the order. Hwa-yu-ong looked directly at Dua, so now it's about Kim Ji-on-shu. He replied indifferently, the strength of the months of Tudong and August is not very high, so there's no need to worry too much. Hwa-yu-ong raised her hand, expressing her concern. What truly worries me is the spirit of Phi Kwang you mentioned. Du-hwa listened silently as Hwa-yu called out to the Bodhisattva, her concern evident. Who was stronger during the peak of Phi Kwang or Kong Sun? Du-hwa sneered. The peak era. Mandu, your words are quite interesting. He said those people never had a peak era, which makes Hwa-yu-ong even more curious. Why? What for? Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Du-hwa. What does the peak period even mean? Doesn't that mean it reached its peak during the active period? Hwa-yu's voice was hesitant. Exactly, but Du-hwa interrupted Madame Mandu. He laughed in a terrifying way, with the deepest greed in his eyes. The peak has always been me. Du-hwa lifts his head, returning to his serious demeanor. There will never be a situation where someone else is involved if he truly is Phi Kwang. He widened his eyes, his expression turning serious. At that moment, the battle resumes, Jianshu's movements like a willow leaf swaying, continuously striking at Hwa-yu-ong. The two wield their swords, the clash of weapons echoing through the space. Jianshu takes advantage of his opponent's mistake, stabbing his dagger into the space between Hwa-yu-ong's hand and her weapon. In an instant, Hwa-yu-ong's sword is knocked into the air. Gi Ong-su seizes the opportunity, his eyes locking onto the target as he rushes forward. Gi Ong-su suddenly appears from the smoke. He pointed the knife straight at Hwa-yu-ong's neck, slashing in a long arc. But she skillfully flipped backward to evade. Hwa-yu-ong lands on the ground while also widening the gap with Gi Ong-shu. She grimaces, her voice filled with resentment. Chi-tit, Tudong, Kong-son, those bastards have been giving useless information. Hwa-yu-ong spoke. Kim Gi Ong-shu, no. Phi Kwang II, she got up with difficulty. Hwa-yu-ong said, I have a question. Gi Ong-shu looked indifferent. Today I've received quite a few questions. Hwa-yu-ong asked, if you and Kong-san fought, who would win? You're about to run out of time, but you're still here talking about who's stronger? Are you a child? No, because it is very important. There is still a faint glimmer of hope in her, and with that, the game will change. Shugong's voice suddenly interjected. Nay, Mandu, he asked, have you ever fought against Kong-san? Of course. Suddenly, Mr. Shu jumped up. Then you quickly approached Hwa-yu-ong with a blank face, tried to judge for yourself who is stronger. At the same time, somewhere else, a person with a weapon on his back is walking forward. Not So Nu notices something and quietly turns his head to look back. Jang-guk rushes forward like a tornado, his cold eyes fixed on the opponent in front of him, and throws a hammer-like punch. Yang Chan could only raise both hands to block, being pushed back. He struggled to withstand the attack, exhaling heavily. Jang-guk reminds him, now you finally have the mind to focus? He shouted out, this is serious. Yan's face shows a serious expression as he asked directly, who was that kid earlier? Where did this monster come from? Before he could finish speaking, another punch was thrown. He simply responded, and it seemed the punch landed squarely on Yan's face, distorting his entire expression. Yang Chan was knocked down and fell to the ground. Jang-guk showed no mercy and moved closer, ready to kick. Warning, you still have time to care about other things, right? He kicked his leg down hard, but the other person quickly snapped back to avoid the kick, exhaling in relief and nodding in agreement. That's right, Yang Chan, holding a knife, begins to fight back. That's why my nose is burning right now. He swung the knife quickly at Jang-guk, but he was able to dodge it easily. The knife slipped to the side. Yang Chan didn't give up, continuing his attack, swinging the knife out of Jang-guk's hand. He swung his knife again across the old man's neck. Seeing the situation, Yang Chan stepped back, shaking the mai branch in his hand. Looking at that face, it seems your stupid fighting style still hasn't changed. He mocked Jang-guk's scarred face, saying he looked like a ragged son-in-law. Jang frowned in annoyance but said nothing. Bai Jang-guk and Mon Young-chan face each other with deadly intent, recalling a past incident between them. In the recent mission of Bun Jang-guk's Special Forces team, the Rapid Response Unit is escorting a group of people when a man in a red hanbok emits a strange laugh. Hoo-hoo-hoo. He is wearing a traditional Korean mask on his face, observing the situation. At that time, Byun Jang-guk fought to protect his teammates and lost an eye to the Yan technique. He stood between Sang-ho and Jang-ho, who were injured in the shoulder and arm, despite blood still flowing from his right eye. Back to the present, he continues to provoke. Looking at him now, do you think sacrificing an eye that day was worth it? Yang smirked and continued. I don't think so. Your skills have improved, but you're still far from the standard. Jang disagreed. Everyone has moments of weakness, and he braced himself to strike. Even so, if you have to wait until your skills improve, he quickly dodged the knife and flashed past in front of you. Unexpectedly, syrup still splattered everywhere, and a scratch from the blade had already appeared on Jang-guk's face. Seeing this, Yi Young's face lit up with delight, growing even more reckless. Are you sure your body is still intact? He remembered when Mr. Shu asked him, frowning. Is the captain a pain fanatic? A person who feels satisfied and pleased when suffering pain or being mistreated. Jungkook was confused and puzzled, then replied that if anything, it was actually the opposite. Mr. Shu waved his hand to explain, No, I wasn't really asking. You're reminding me, it's because of the captain's way of fighting that I asked like that. Keep fighting like that, and sooner or later, your body will be destroyed. Jungkook sighed and took a cigarette. Compared to constantly trying to protect the body and enduring the pain of losing someone important, I'd rather let my body get injured than suffer the pain of losing someone dear. Gi Ongshu interrupted, saying, I used to think that way too, not caring about my body and hurting myself. He was surprised by this and remembered the phoenix, then continued, but when his body was destroyed, he could no longer protect the important people. Jungkook suddenly shouted and asked, So how did you do it when your body is still okay now? Mr. Shu casually replied as if joking, I have sealed myself and come back to life. He was even more confused but didn't ask any further. Jung wanted to know what he should do, so what am I supposed to do now? Do I need to change my way of fighting? He crossed his arms and answered simply, I don't know anymore. I've been living like this for decades. Maybe things would be worse if I changed. The old man calmly replied, So I guess I have to die and come back to life too? I was a bit at a loss for words and gave a piece of advice. I think you should go back to reality. Yang Chan kept slashing relentlessly. More wounds appeared on Jungkook's face. He keeps swinging his sword while you dodge Yan's attacks, but your face is covered with more and more cuts. Your knife skills are still the same as before, aren't they? He kept sighing. Luckily, neither of them stopped attacking each other. Yang Chan keeps swinging his sword while Jungkook keeps dodging. He disdainfully mutters, Luckily, I'm still as bad as ever. Jungkook recalled what Captain Gi and Mr. Shu said, that when facing someone much stronger, you can still control the fight without getting hurt, right? He has acknowledged it. That's right. If I can avoid it, I will avoid it. Zhang Ji continues, I will try to avoid as much as possible to minimize injuries if the opponent isn't too strong. Hearing that, he immediately suggests a solution. Then the captain needs to raise the standard for strong opponents, right? He wondered. What do I do? Suddenly, a knife slashes toward my face. Jungkook quickly jumped to the side to dodge, terrified beyond words. Seeing Mr. Shu holding the knife stained with zero, he reminded the standard of strength from the captain from now on. Jungkook's face showed surprise at Jianshu's words, his whole body radiating killing intent as he completed his statement. It's me. Therefore, Yang Chan is now very surprised. He quickly counterattacks, rushing forward like a gust of wind. He clenched the sword handle tighter, then launched a series of continuous slashes. Jungkook could easily dodge all of those attacks, his whole body emanating killing intent. Yang Chan was confused by the situation. What? He charged forward and threw a punch at him, causing Yan to scream in pain. He spat out a mouthful of cough syrup. Jungkook stared intently and began to explain. Yang Cha charged at him with eyes full of anger, yet he could still dodge without getting tired and continued speaking. Jungkook delivers a powerful punch that sends him flying. Yan Chan keeps spitting syrup, gritting his teeth. I'm furious with you. Both of them keep charging at each other, his hand clenched tightly, ready to unleash his strength. Yang Chan's face was the next to take a hit from Jungkook's punch. He warned him, things are no longer the same as before. Jungkook's eyes are now filled with seriousness. I no longer need to give you flesh and receive bones in return. He sighed softly, fortunate that you are still the same. The battle continues to grow more brutal, no longer just a few punches or simple strikes. Now, with his incredible speed, Jungkook seemed like an unstoppable machine, wildly unleashing a barrage of punches directly at Yanang's face. Despite his jaw growing numb from the pain, Yan stubbornly endured, clenched his teeth, and suddenly prepared to fight back. No matter how despicable he looks, Yan still shamelessly spits out a disgusting saliva towards Jungkook. Without any unnecessary move, Jungkook easily dodges the vile mess, determined not to give Yan a chance to strike back. Jungkook decisively kicks him in the ribs, feeling the bone-shattering pain instantly, and can't help but feel angry. Yang Chan begins to grimace in discomfort, his face full of blue veins, but he still maintains the upper hand in the confrontation. With an increasingly cold expression, Jungkook struck again with fierce force. In an instant, that powerful punch landed straight on the rotten face of the bastard Yan. Despite being stunned by the previous attack, Yang Chan stubbornly raised his knife as if ready to stab Jungkook. Swift as lightning, Jungkook once again dodged Yan's sharp blade. Unable to react in time to Jungkook's quick dodge, Yan instinctively spun a few times and then charged forward, prompting Jungkook to decisively land a series of punches on Tran, leaving his teeth and lips all mixed up. At this moment, Yang Chan cried out helplessly in pain. Ha! Unexpectedly beaten to the point of losing teeth, Yan Than, consumed by rage, furiously swung his knife wildly at Jungkook. Suddenly realizing something, Yan's eyes flashed with surprise, but it was probably too late as Yang Chan had already been ambushed from behind by Jungkook. With a quick jab to Wai Chan's back, Jungkook easily sent him flying. Not stopping there, Jungkook raised his powerful right arm ready to strike again. In a flash, that arm jabbed the same spot on Yan again, as if driven mad by pain, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Yan began to curse.
Your thirst for revenge only grows like a rabid mad dog, gripping the knife tightly as he turned and spat. You bastard.
Showing a willingness to fight, Jang-guk quietly raised his hand and clenched his fist. With his quick reflexes, he seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Yan's wrist. Unable to hide his fear of Jang-guk's combat skills and brute strength, Wai Chan felt pain so intense it was like dying and coming back to life, his pupils continuously contracting as his arm was broken by Jang-guk's deadly strike. The knife immediately drops uselessly to the ground as Jang-guk looks at the struggling bastard Ing-tron, clutching his injured arm, and begins to speak. What will you do now? Now, you can no longer play your sword dance game. Sensing his serious aura, Yan cleared his throat cautiously and continued to smoke his cigarette. Jang-guk warned, Hey Yan, if you surrender, I'll spare your life, but the more stubborn you are, the less mercy you'll get. Yang Chan arrogantly replied, I am not that weak. I will seize any opportunity GEC gets. If you surrender and are spared, then Choi Hun will leave you too, and then the group will be broken apart. Hearing this, I suddenly remembered my former teammate Jang-guk coldly called out, Mun Chan Eong. Suddenly, Wei Chan's eyes widened in shock as he looked ahead. It turns out that when he saw Jang-guk rushing towards him saying, That's not weakness, he quickly dodged Eang's slow counterattack, and Jang-guk said again, As a police officer, of course you have to give a warning first. As he finished speaking, Jang-guk quickly delivered an uppercut, feeling disappointed and scolded, You used to be a cop, but you're acting like a thug. You think this is a job for a GC person? Looking at Wai Chan's staggering figure, Jang-guk kept mocking. Well, your sword skills are decent, but your fighting level is just like a child's. Feeling insulted inside, Yang Chan couldn't hold back and shouted at him to shut up. But just as his fist was about to land, Jang-guk suddenly ducked down in a remarkable move. Jang-guk decisively punches Yan Siro in the face, causing his nose to bleed immediately. Yang Chan, unable to hold back, quickly swings his fist wildly into the air, throwing punch after punch. Helplessly, Yan endured a brutal series of punches from Jang-guk until he was finally knocked far away, the sour syrup dripping endlessly onto the ground, quickly forming a puddle. Seeing Yan's zombie-like collapse, Jang-guk spoke up, sounding almost pained. Then he raised his veined fist straight in front of Yang Chan. Jang-guk said coldly, Goodbye. The impact distorted his face as if flesh and bone were crushed, and the bright red syrup uncontrollably gushed out. The force was so strong that his whole body was helplessly thrown far away, his eyes gradually turning cold. Still alive? Not bad at all. Bending down to check on Wai Ing-tron, Jang-guk calmly continued. Still, he's about to kick the bucket. Hey, Munyan, I have something to ask you. Where has the fortune-telling woman with the mask gone? My mind gradually becomes blank. Yang Chan replied dreamily, I don't know either. As I started to recall old times, Yang Chan said, Back then I was just a small fry in the organization. Then one day I heard that the boss was infatuated with that fortune teller. After that, I was ordered to guard her place. And so I went there, but couldn't stay long before they wiped me out completely. Then I drifted through various gangs before finally meeting her. Suddenly realizing his mistake, Yang Chan said bitterly, I should have taken your other eye too. I didn't expect you to be this strong. I didn't even pay attention. Jang Ji replies, The man fighting your boss is even stronger than I am. Hearing that, Yang Chan nodded faintly and said, I guess so, maybe she also won't make it. Jang-guk responds, You're more calm than I thought. Looking aimlessly at the burning, brightly lit ceiling, Yang Chan calmly says, From the very beginning when we rushed in here, we didn't think about retreat. Even if she can fight, she definitely won't do it easily. You should go and withdraw now, that would be better. No, actually, it will only hinder more. He will know how to handle it himself. Catching my breath, Yang Chan sighed and asked, What does it feel like to take revenge on the one who took your eye? I can't help but look down on you, Jang-guk said indifferently. You seem to be misunderstanding something. I'm not chasing you out of hatred. I'm simply doing my job as a cop because you're a criminal. You think taking one of my eyes makes you special? You're just another worthless scum, so don't act like you're anything important. Trash! As soon as the words left his mouth, Jang-guk also stood up, ready to leave. He's dead, huh? The fight on Jiangshu's side continued fiercely, with a murderous glare immediately swinging the sword to attack, moving at a terrifying speed, like a raging storm that barely missed Hua Yuong as he dodged to the side. However, her neck was still grazed, causing a splash of blood. Hua Yuong skillfully spun her leg. In a flash, she spun around and kicked Jianshu from behind, but he was still faster and quickly bent down to dodge. At the same time, Ju quickly lunged forward. He successfully struck her chin with his elbow, and before Hua Yuong could fall, he grabbed her hand. Immediately, Jianshu skillfully spun the knife upward, delivering a fierce stab into the restrained arm. Blood splattered wildly across his emotionless face as a scream of agony erupted. Not stopping there, he immediately pulled the blade out boldly, ready to strike again. However, the next slash from Hua Yuong was pulled back in time to avoid it. She gritted her teeth in fury and swung her fist at Jiangshu. A terrifying shockwave erupted as her punch landed squarely on his head. But no, she thought she had the upper hand until she panic-strickenly realized that Hua Yuong's punch was easily blocked by Shu, and that the blade had been smoothly and rhythmically lunging up with deadly intent all along. Hua Yuong immediately realized the disturbance on her panicked face. Jianshu's other hand flashed like lightning, slashing across the gap between her two arms that were desperately trying to block. Zero spreads across her body like blooming pink apricot blossoms, while the demon in front of her keeps advancing in a frenzied attack. Hua Yu-ong desperately roared like a beast, her fist clenched and raised, but her decisive punch missed. Jianshu gently tilted to one side to dodge, seizing the golden opportunity as his powerful hand gripped the knife, ready to strike. Seizing the moment, a bold stab pierced straight into Hua Yu-ong's stomach while she stood frozen in shock. Hua Yu-ong helplessly spat out a sip of syrup and still hadn't stopped, the murderous intent in Jianshu's eyes as he decisively and forcefully pulled out the old dagger. A punch straight to Hua Yu-ong's face sent saliva flying like water, knocking her back helplessly. A loud fall left her staring at the ceiling in pain. Hua Yu-ong lay there helpless, clutching her face and stomach, trembling like a fish out of water. Meanwhile, he slowly approached with a cold expression. Mr. Xu looked down at her with a disdainful, icy gaze, as if she were something cheap and worthless. Are you mocking her furious attitude? It seems like you're gradually reaching your limit. Then Gi Yongshu casually asked, what should we do now? Gi Yongshu is clearly referring to the no sword and seriously asks, who do you think is stronger? Hey, second generation Fai Kwang. A chilling, haunting assassin's aura swirls within her, and she says I cannot know because for her, she must always look up, as the two people before me are like an unbeatable entity, an enormous wall beyond measure. Hua Yu-ong staggered as he tried to stand up and said, you have to reach a certain level to be able to tell. With my current level, I can't tell who is better. Mr. Xu calmly observes, you're quite good at self-awareness. Now, I understand why you always sit in the final scene position. She sneers and continues. Even the gods would be amazed. Despite having experienced it myself, I still find it hard to believe. Suddenly, she continued in a cold voice, her face stunned. But one thing I am sure of is that Hua Yu-ong picked up a small blue object, which is the interference device I mentioned, the presence of the person. Then she didn't hesitate and immediately crushed it into pieces. Her face suddenly turned frantic, her cold eyes became serious, and her judgment made it clear that this game could no longer end on such a small scale. Meanwhile, in another corridor, a series of beeping sounds echoed. Bu-sun also held a similar device that was emitting those sounds as he stared at it intently. Cherry Blossoms in surprise asked, is it really true? He just remained silent without answering. What is that sound? Over here, someone else is also holding that device and sighs regretfully as he calmly walks past the three of them in a white suit. If things go like this, our secret plan will be exposed. Jianshu, Aheong, and Cheon. Here immediately realize something's wrong and become seriously alert. Because the person in front of them is Hoa Kuk, he glanced tiredly to the side. It's over. It's really over. In another room, a rough, large hand holding a jamming device is making this sound. His lips slightly curled downward in silence. Then Dua turned his face aimlessly to reveal a furious and terrifying expression, while at the same time, in another corridor, Sang Ho was dragging Dung Ho as Hyun and Seong Hyun looked on in shock on the floor. What is this? Hey, what is this alarm sound? It's too noisy. Hai Jun still looked at Fai Kwang III with concern and asked if they should take the girl with them. Sang Ho, exhausted and hurried, said, we need to treat the injuries first. I'm about to collapse. Suddenly, a long, echoing voice behind them made the four of them turn around in surprise. They immediately realized and exclaimed, excuse me, she's leading an entire armed team, then sneered. Looks like you've been beaten up pretty badly, huh? Just worried about defending and getting beaten up repeatedly, huh? You call out teasingly, and I didn't expect this annoying face to make me so happy. She suddenly let out a strange laugh and scolded him. So annoying. Then he quickly lifted Dung Ho and said urgently, come here and treat them. Suddenly saw she spoke in a cold voice. Treat them? So Hai still wears a strange smile and calmly replies, we're not a medical team. Sang Ho, a bit annoyed and hurried, says, stop talking nonsense and get up. Suddenly he widened his eyes in shock as he saw a giant gun pointing straight at them. Chin So Hai is pointing a gun at him while calmly saying, we can't do anything except fight back. Under the dim glow of the ceiling lights, Jianshu and Hua Yu-ong stand facing each other. After a moment of silence, Gai Shu was the first to speak. You ask, what have you done? Hua Yu-ong did not answer, but only hinted at a cryptic remark. And soon you will know. More than anyone, she is extremely curious about the conflict between Gu Yongshu and Dua, the second Phi Kwang. Why do you always oppose him? And he is obviously none other than Dua, the most evil one. Yet he carries the nickname of the Buddha Bodhisattva, which is both blasphemous and ridiculous. How? Mr. Xu replied coldly. I have learned that in your mind, the image of the first Phi Kwang appears involuntarily when you utter the words to live as a human. Hearing that, Hua Yu-ong smiled mockingly and repeated his words. Human life? You could say it's impressive, but it's not praise. It's more like sarcasm. Looking at Jianshu's handsome yet emotionless face and his deadly gaze, Hua Yu-ong softly calls out his former title. Second Phi Kwang, right? She continued, a person's role is predetermined from the moment they are born. To tell a little about Mandu's life, Mandu was born into a family with a father who was an unknown thug. But unlike her father, she possesses extraordinary potential and also knows her own talents well. Time kept passing and she used her talents to achieve what she desired. From a very young age, she had already gained everything. After dealing with the enemies alongside her subordinates, Hua Yuong turned back and asked, feeling empty inside so Man could only keep immersing herself in the pursuit of power, what should I do next? No pleasure can fill the emptiness in her heart. For example, whenever she is around, there are always handsome, muscular young men pampering and flattering her, filling that void.
But then everything suddenly changed with the appearance of a new character, especially when Hua Yuong watched her subordinates leave one by one in pain, leaving her alone to face the demon before her.
At that moment, Hua Yuong truly didn't know what to do except to glare hatefully at the culprit, as the other side simply called out softly, "Hey kid, next time praise her with a sentence, I think highly of you." Faced with Hua Yuong's doubtful gaze, Du Hua confidently asserted that you are not born to be a leader. In addition, he looked down on her subordinates, the thugs here. As he took off his demon mask and lowered himself, he said, "Come with me, I will show you the true meaning of your life." At that moment, although fear and doubt still lingered in Hua Yuong's mind, she couldn't deny that his words hit her weakness and stirred the deep desire within her fragile soul, leading her to decide to erase everything she had ever achieved. Erase everything to walk the path you were destined for. Ending her memory, Hua Yuong softly said, "You must remind Jianshu so that he never forgets." And we hold our hand over the aching wound on our waist. She continued, "Being born to be a loyal pawn of the Bodhisattva, that is our life." Seeing her pretend to be wise and say that you were trapped because you refused the predetermined role, Gai Angshu calmly nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Then he pointed at himself as a living proof for Hua Yuong to see. But now that I have been reborn, this is completely not wrong. Hua Yuong did not deny it. She just felt very confused. I truly cannot understand this, and I never expected Jianshu to use that as a way to counter her. Look, he honestly gives his opinion. You can't predict this, but still act like you know everything, like you've been hit in the heart. Hua Yuong couldn't help but feel guilty and frowned as she retorted, "How could she possibly guess that?" But Mr. Xu interrupted him. "Be quiet. Listening to what you say, nothing in this world is set in stone. In life, everything is unpredictable. No, there is one thing that has been predetermined, no different from being brainwashed." She once again mentioned Dua, and he could see her unwavering faith in Dua clearly expressed in her words that you will become a god. Hearing Mr. Xu, he was speechless, regardless of his disdainful attitude and seeing me as a lunatic. Hua Yuong lowered her voice and continued, "I know that my role in this plan is just a pawn. She still hasn't forgotten the unfinished battle with Naho, and I thought I would be defeated by Kim Naho. But in the end, victory will still belong to us." Turning to look at Goyong Shu's cold face, she smiled and said, "It's a pity I really want to survive at all costs." Her voice was a bit hoarse as she recalled the reason that helped her survive, to follow his path until the very end. In the end, just 4 words, "It's truly unfair." Hua Yuong initially thought that through this conversation, Gai Angshu would somehow realize and turn around, but unexpectedly, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Hua Yuong suddenly turned to stone. "Isn't it better for you to change your mind and join her side?" She frowned, puzzled, asking why you sighed. Without beating around the bush, Mr. Xu replied very straightforwardly that I am too disappointed and thought you were quite smart. It seems that Yue only chooses fools. No matter how patient Hua Yuong was, his words had successfully angered her, and that calm expression would soon be replaced by despair. Then she suddenly shouted, "Tremble, you fools, perhaps too tired to hear words like you dare to oppose him instead of accepting the fate that has been set." Gai Shu did not give the foolish woman any more chance to preach. Just as her mouth opened wide, he decisively plunged the sharp knife deep inside. Not only that, he cruelly held the flower Yuong firmly to the ground, and that action clearly drove the knife straight through her throat, officially ending her stubborn life. Only after confirming everything was done did Gai Shu finally let go, then exclaimed loudly in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "You really are insufferable." At the same time, in another hallway, cornered by Sohai and the police, Sang-ho began to panic. "Hey, Sohai, now is not the time to joke around." Hai raised an eyebrow, scoffed, and asked, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Then she picked up the walkie-talkie and pressed the button to call someone. "Yes, is the director busy right now?" Na-ho didn't answer, but immediately asked about the main issue. "What's going on?" Hai glanced at Sang-ho's group and replied with a smile, "So, I just met some of Hong Run's team, and they're all injured?" Hearing that, Na-ho coldly asked, "Who are they?" Hai said that Deng Huang called out to the 2 guys with Kim Kyung-shu. Na-ho stayed silent for a few seconds, then replied, "All right." He smiled slyly. "That's enough." It seems Hai also guessed beforehand, so this order doesn't surprise her too much. She respectfully replied, "Yes, I understand." Then she hung up and asked Sang-ho's group with a very smug tone, "Did you hear that?" It turned out she wasn't lying. Sang-ho stammered, "What do you mean? Are you joking?" "I told you I wasn't joking." And then she raised her rifle high. "Well then, goodbye." But before I could finish speaking, a loud noise like something heavy falling suddenly echoed. Hai was startled and froze. It seemed like she wasn't the only one who heard it. Both the police and the 3 alert members of Sang-ho's group all turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. As they looked back, they heard that same eerie noise once again. So Hai couldn't help but feel uncomfortable and uneasy. She frowned and asked, "What is that sound?" At the end of the pitch-black corridor, Sang-ho's group quietly wondered if they were just too sensitive or if they could even see the movement within the darkness. The atmosphere suddenly became silent and more tense than ever. From deep within the pitch-black darkness, a person slowly stepped out holding a drumstick in their hand. It seemed that at this very moment, all conflicts and hostility had been temporarily halted. Both sides, So-hai and Sang-ho, turned their eyes toward the source of the sound. So-hai couldn't hold back and asked, "What was that noise?" Although she knew no one could give her an answer, as she saw the darkness ahead gradually approaching, her pupils shrank in shock, and then some round objects were thrown towards them. Although the impacts on the tiled floor weren't very strong, they were enough to cause these round objects to crack. I thought it was just an ordinary object thrown to spark curiosity, but it turned out to be smoke bombs that suddenly exploded, and their spread was just as powerful as other smoke bombs. It was easy to guess that this was a raid. Hyojin's first instinct was to raise his arm to cover his mouth and nose. "What is that?" Sang-ho quickly shouted for everyone to move aside and hide. At this moment, So-hai was just as confused, but as the team leader, she still had to stay as calm as possible to direct the police. Everyone was wearing gas masks, but before they could put them on as instructed, someone threw a dart into their protective glasses, shattering them. Everything happened so quickly and was so dangerous that... I could only stare in shock as she watched 2 police officers fall to the ground at the same time. But right now, she has no mood to be sad or mourn. So-hai quickly puts on her gas mask and shouts loudly to fire. The only thing she could think of now was to keep urging the police to shoot. Over a dozen bullets were fired straight into the thick smoke, creating deep holes. Unfortunately, they didn't hit any targets. Hearing her teammates say there was no reaction at all, So-hai's inner tension grew even more. Both eyebrows furrowed deeply. So-hai shouted loudly to give orders. The infiltrating team with shields moved in. It's better to face the enemy directly than to stand still guessing and wasting bullets on shots that miss. So, the police didn't hesitate and all charged forward at once. Got it! They moved into the thick fog, still able to clearly hear So-hai's warning to stay alert around them. Although they had the advantage of numbers and felt more secure walking close together, the police officers remained just as anxious. They couldn't see the enemy anywhere, and just as they were feeling uneasy about it, the opponent fulfilled their wish by faintly appearing across from them. One of the nearby men was so startled that he widened his eyes and stared at the drum swinging above him. The person right in the middle of So-hai had already noticed something, and the scene in front of her made her freeze in shock. "What is this?" she shouted in terror. "What on earth is coming?" Suddenly the smoke shifts to the sides as if someone is controlling it. And then the image of the drum soaked in syrup, still dripping drop by drop, gradually became clear, followed by the towering, terrifying figure of Dua. Rewind to the moment when Hwa Yu-ong and Dua were talking. Starting from when Dua said you would be a discarded pawn. Man do, Hwa Yu-ong showed no reaction other than an eerily calm composure. Yes, Bodhisattva. With 2 dragons acting like nothing more than a puppet, Du-hwa begins assigning her the next task. Your mission is to eliminate Kim Na-ho, take all the blame, and then commit suicide. Hwa Yu-ong respectfully bowed to accept the order. Yes, I will do as you say. Now I fully understand the reason why you kept forcing me to confront and criticize Kim now. Du-hwa nodded and added, Mandu is because Kim now planned to investigate the connection between me and the gang, so I will lead the violent group and eliminate Kim Na-ho. He also made it clear to her to avoid any misunderstandings. Then I will write the script with that in mind, so that he is caught and commits suicide. Seeing Du-hwa look regretful, it's truly a pity. Mon Dieu, you are a pawn of great value. Hwa Yu-ong simply replied coldly, You flatter me. Using me as a pawn to eliminate Kim Na-ho is an honor for me. Surely, she has been completely brainwashed by now. I glanced at Bat Huang, whose smoke was rising more and more. Du-hwa sighed softly, then said, Yes, I once intended to trust and follow someone like that. That was my mistake. Although he admits it, he also blames Na-ho for it, but it was also Kim Na-ho's mistake. That idiot, if he had just obeyed me, I could have helped him achieve his dream. Truly clueless and unknowing his place. Hearing that, Hwa Yu-ong hesitated and said, Bodhisattva, although that's unlikely to happen. She pursed her lips and then asked, But if something happens that makes it impossible to eliminate Kim Na-ho, what should we do then? Without wasting time thinking, Due immediately responded. If that's the case, he insists on taking action himself. As a loyal card, Hwa Yu-ong naturally cannot support this. If the Bodhisattva personally intervenes, he will face problems on his path later. Du-hwa smiled and replied, Anyway, if we can't eliminate that Kim now, he confidently added, Hoa Cook itself will also collapse. Then he proudly added, I have been spreading fear across this country for months. Du has never felt guilty about treating others with his own falsehoods. And when I am the only one who can control that fear, I have appeared as a symbol of hope for this country. He chuckled softly and said, I plan to raise the level of fear I can control even higher after making Kim now president. At this moment, he honestly revealed to Hua Yuong his deepest desire to become a living Buddha for this country. In other words, my goal is to become a god. But Hua Yuong still firmly believed that if that happened, if the Bodhisattva personally intervened, the outcome would go against that goal. Du Hua remained silent for a few seconds before calling out. Man Du, he suddenly asked, do you know what a god is? A voice no different from that of a demon itself, it gradually dissolved along with the wisps of smoke and disappeared into nothingness. The flashback ends here as the fog begins to dissipate when So-Hai detects the presence of the enemy. The words everyone suddenly caught in their throats because she had just realized that the gun barrel was pointed directly at her face and the person holding it was Dua. Despite the police being equipped with bulletproof shields, Dua kept firing at them. He is a being that everyone can rely on, seen as a symbol of hope. Seeing the situation getting more intense, So-Hai suddenly felt a surge of anger. Damn it. She also quickly started shooting back, but didn't expect Dua to have stolen the bulletproof shield from somewhere else. Following in the footsteps of the divine and also being an embodiment of fear. Unexpectedly, Dua used the bulletproof shield as a throwing weapon towards them, catching the team off guard, but luckily it hit another empty shield nearby. So-Hai was about to get up when Du made his next move. He clenched the stone hard drum in his hand, then leapt high and charged at So-Hai, who screamed in terror. Usually there would be some kind of miracle, but right now there is nothing. That drum was forcefully slammed onto So-H's head. If it can't become the hope that everyone can rely on. Witnessing the tragic end of the captain firsthand, a police officer holding a gun couldn't contain his trembling and stammered, "You!" And Du Hua was not kind enough to let him go. He smashed the opponent's glasses with the wooden block, then jabbed him again with his elbow, causing the officer to spurt blood and collapse to the ground. With the hypothesis that if he cannot become a hope-giving god, Due has decided to become a god of fear. That is why he has crazily used the gong, which is also the weapon that turned him into a living bodhisattva for many people. To take on the remaining police officers, few would have guessed that just a single gong would be enough to make GEC unstoppable, from close combat to facing continuous gunfire. After using the bulletproof shield, Dowell immediately threw it directly at a police officer in front of him. His eyes were filled with hatred, his face like a demon incarnate. Then, for a brief moment, the sounds of beating, gunfire, and syrup splattering erupted all at once. Sang-Ho only dared to stand hidden in the corner. What exactly is going on here? He kept hiding like that until everything was quiet again before he finally dared to peek out. And then those eyes quickly widened to their fullest. The muzzle dripped syrup drop by drop, while Dua stood towering amid a pile of scattered corpses, Sang-Ho frozen stiff. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Dua is the figure feared by everyone in this country. Not long ago, after Hong Run explained the plan, Dong-Ho and Sang-Ho were left confused. The reason is that the leader of the assassin organization is actually Yu Hua. Hearing this, Sang-Ho was extremely surprised. Really? It sounds like a crazy story. Dong-Ho frowns thoughtfully. It must be right. Could the director of the security bureau really be lying? Sang-Ho kept thinking and found it even harder to believe. Are you sure you believe it 100%? It sounds too unreasonable. Dong-Ho reluctantly looked at him. If the superior said so, then it must be true. But until they saw it with their own eyes, Dong-Ho and Sang-Ho hid behind the wall, sneaking a look at the scene outside. Du single-handedly took down the group of police officers who stormed in trying to attack him. Dua's face was covered in syrup and sweat, and he even wore a strange smile. Dong-Ho and Sang-Ho gasped, their eyes wide with fear as they trembled at the scene before them. Without anyone telling them, both of them seemed to be spiritually connected, immediately recognizing the harsh truth and realizing their own future. Seeing Dua's deathly pale face, anyone could confirm that their fate was to stay here. Despite being injured, Dong-Ho still firmly spoke up. Sang-Ho, I will buy us some time. After hearing that, he hesitated. What? After thinking it over, Dong-Ho quietly confesses. Whenever there's a chance, you keep bringing up marriage and women. But you must survive and get married. I have nothing to hold on to anyway. He insisted firmly, urging Zhang-Ho to go, saying, I will risk everything to buy time. But he refused to give in. No, you can't do this. You idiot, now is not the time to act tough. Don't let him finish speaking. Sang-Ho quietly said, It's not about looking cool, and stop swearing. He angrily shouted in his friend's face. If you can't protect your most important friend, how can you protect your future wife? Dong-Ho's face stiffened like a goose when he heard the declaration. Then I might as well give up. I will sacrifice myself like a real man. Seeing the two adults arguing loudly like that, Hun was scared and stepped in. Master, we also want to fight alongside, he growled. Mr. Hun's car also hesitated before saying, I also, but was immediately dismissed by the gasoline fumes. You must survive. Hearing that, Hun firmly objects. We can't do this. Mr. Hyun's car raised his hand to voice his opinion. But suddenly Sang-Ho angrily shouted, Police officers Hwang Hee-jun and Leong Hyun, this is an order. He frowned and gave the order, while Dong-Ho, standing beside him, also sternly shouted, As a police officer, you must obey your superior's orders. Hee-jun and Seon Hee-yoon both looked surprised when they heard the two of them say in unison, That is your duty to live. Then Sang-ho and Dong-ho prepared to fight by cracking their joints. Sang-ho sighed softly. We still have to repay the captain. It's so embarrassing. Dong-ho chuckled and said, just look really cool like a man. Both of them share the same thought. Dong-ho said seriously, don't tarnish the reputation of the original special forces. Hun was moved to tears. He cried out loudly, Master! Suddenly Shung-hyun raised his hand to interrupt again. I apologize for cutting in. He blinked and said, but that person is gone now. The three of them immediately went outside to check. Sure enough, Dua had completely disappeared. The four of them stood there, stunned. They looked around in confusion. Meanwhile, in another scene, two men dressed in black charged at Jang-guk's with knives. Jang-guk threw a strike at them, knocking one down in an instant, then dodged as he raised his fist again. The next punch shattered the face of the next man in black. The black-clad man was knocked back by Jang-guk, who then sneezed on the spot, looking at the two fools lying on the ground, making Jang-guk frown in thought. Even after defeating the leader, their morale still hasn't dropped. He picked up a cigarette and raised an eyebrow, wondering if they were on stimulants or if they didn't know the leader had been beaten. After a moment of thought, he finally noticed the man behind him. That man was none other than Kim Shu, and he, like him, was lost in deep thought. Seeing that, Jang-guk couldn't help but ask curiously, what's wrong with Officer Kim Kyung-shu? Then he let out a long sigh, his face darkening with suspicion, saying, something's not right. I have a bad feeling. Hearing that, Jang-guk looked at him for a while, then hesitantly asked, is it my fault? Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in police uniform was holding a walkie-talkie. Na-ho kept staring at the phone as if waiting for something. Seeing that he was acting strange, Choi-hun couldn't help but wonder. What's going on? He replied in a deep voice. I haven't heard from Shu-hai at all. The radio in his hand was completely silent. Na-ho, unwilling to accept it, called again, Shin Shu-hee, is something wrong? The other end of the line fell completely silent because of the police following. So-hai had all logged out. The silence on the other side made Niall panic and shout, Shin Shu-hai, answer. He didn't know that the So-hai he was searching for had bloodshot eyes, foaming at the mouth, and had already passed away. Shin Shu! He desperately calls again when suddenly a deep voice from the phone calls out his full name. Kim NC shouts. As soon as he heard that voice, Na-ho's face instantly darkened, and he fell completely silent. Na-ho remained still, afraid to utter a word. The person on the other end calmly asked, where are you right now? Na-ho continued to remain silent and still. Even Choi-hun looked at him with confusion. The person on the other end, losing patience, answered sharply, go ahead, Kim Nak-ho. Finally, unable to stay silent any longer, Na-ho calmly said, Yu-hwa, the person on the other end is none other than Dua. Which quarter are you in now? Na-ho was confused, unsure whether to answer or not.
Du-hwa walks softly, smiling leisurely as he goes. Since June, the peony has bloomed, so heading in that direction should be fine, right?
Hearing this, Na-ho immediately burst into a mocking laugh. What is going on?
You went to the trouble of dragging that heavy body all the way here? In response to his teasing, Du-hwa calmly said, I just want to hear a few words from you.
What do you mean? Ask away, I will answer. After causing all this, do you still think you can seduce me now? Dua, pretending to be mysterious, replied softly, no, I need to meet in person to hear it. Na-ho was just so pleased. Is that so? What is this? Dua angrily clenched the radio in his hand as he heard Na-ho mockingly speak. Your excuses? Dua's eyes turned cloudy with rage. The walkie-talkie instantly disconnected, leaving Na-ho stunned for a few seconds. He walked away grumbling. Still as tough as ever, huh? After finishing his story, he immediately hung up, still wondering if I was still under his command, recalling his disheveled appearance when he saw Dua in the pouring rain. Na-ho clenched his teeth in silence and said, Everything's changed since then. Suddenly, Na-ho drew his weapon and muttered angrily, all right, come on, let's see who dares to bet everything and face me. He roared fiercely like a beast. Just wait and see. At the same time, Dua was also searching for him. Na-ho roars arrogantly from the other side, saying, let's see whose mouth will utter excuses. Hong-jun has received the current situation report from Dong-ho and Sang-ho. He spoke seriously into the radio. Has he arrived? Sang-ho looked at a pile of bodies scattered on the ground and nodded. Yes, he came, wiped out the entire Shinshuhai team, and then disappeared. Hearing this, Hong-jun immediately asked worriedly, are you guys okay? Sang-ho hesitated for a moment, unsure of the reason. Sang-ho said with confusion as Dua ignored us and went straight ahead. Hong-run exclaimed in shock, do you not know you guys are there? Sang-ho shook his head and replied, it's not like that. We even made eye contact with him. It was really terrifying. Then Hong-run nodded and said, I understand. I will report to Captain Byung-guk. Next, there is no definite plan. Sang-ho anxiously asked him, what should we do now? Hong-run thought for a moment, then instructed Sang-ho and everyone not to leave their current positions. Continuing to guard the bound woman, he obediently replied, yes, I understand. Hyun and Heejin's car stare intently at the third-generation pilot woman tied and sprawled on the ground. Then Hong runs out of battery on his phone. He sits in silence in the room, wondering, so it's fortunate, but to leave her behind and go? Why is that? Outside, the vast forest is about to fall into darkness, he silently wondered. Is there anything else out there? Hong trembles unknowingly in the quiet forest of pigs and birds as if guarding something. The current location is the central corridor, including Dungho, Sangho, Heejun, Seonhyun, and finally Fiat Kwang from the third generation. In the middle of the corridor are Ja, followed by Jianguk and Jianshu. Above them are Kongson and Hua Andao. Near the end are Mi Huan, and at the very end of the corridor are Naho and Choi Hun. On the right path are Jianhai, Kaon, and Ion, with the chrysanthemum at the end. In the brightly lit corridor, silence still envelops the space. Mr. Shu's voice was tense with anger. Has he arrived? Hong's voice crackled from the radio. That's right. He furrowed his brows and listened seriously to what he said. That guy. Mr. Zhu couldn't hold back his anger, gritting his teeth as he growled each word. Where is he now? Hong Run immediately replied. He is heading into the central corridor. Hearing that, he immediately knew the opportunity had arrived. Mr. Shu immediately shouted, but as he took a few steps forward, Hong Run's voice stopped him. Lieutenant Kim Ki-ong Shu, fearing he might lose control of his emotions, gently advised, I understand how you feel, but calm down. I know you really want to take revenge on him. He continued to emphasize, but the most important thing for us right now is Kim Nak-ho. Hong Run suddenly remembered the conversation he had with Now that day. Then he softly but firmly reminded us, we joined this operation only if we received all the information about the crimes of the Hua Kwok Temple Kim number. That day, Niao had told Hong Jun with a sinister tone that everything except what related to me. Hong Jun naturally didn't forget that the biggest enemy was Dua, but he held back his anger to reassure Jianshu. But no matter how this campaign unfolds, just his presence here has made the situation irreversible. He slowly voiced his suspicion that he had gone all the way with Kim Nak-ho. This situation is a great opportunity for us. If Kim Nak-ho can destroy both the Hoa Kingdom and us and survive, then no one will be able to stop him anymore. Hong Run emphasizes once again. Therefore, our top priority is to capture Kim Nak-ho. Mr. Zhu clenched his teeth, trying to stay calm so he could listen to him finish. If everything went according to his plan, he would be more dangerous than the Bodhisattva. Suddenly, Jong-guk spoke from behind. Lieutenant Kim Kyung-shu, I still don't understand the relationship between you and that monk Dua. He stared intently into his eyes and then warned in a low voice. But there is something more important than personal revenge. That is the success of the mission your comrades have carried out with you. Jiang Ji is one of Jianshu's people from the days of training with Jungho, Sengho, and Heejun Seong-hyun. You've been watching everything for a long time, haven't you? The teammates who fought alongside you. He asked you about the images he observed from Ion Ong, Kaon, and Jian Hai, so that I no longer lose control. Jang-guk roared fiercely. Those who had to sacrifice so much for this mission are all risking their lives to fight. In the end, he simply concluded with one sentence, to seek personal revenge before it's too late. His eyes are filled with hope as he looks at him and asks, You're a police officer, right? I watched Mr. Shu stand still, staring intently, while my mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts, recalling the training sessions full of laughter with Jong-guk and everyone else despite the fatigue. In the end, Mr. Shu clenched his teeth and endured, those beautiful memories pulling him back from the brink of darkness. Jianshu turned and walked away. I understand, let's go. Catch that bastard. Director Mi Huan, carrying a gun on his back, said seriously to Nao, I will join. As expected, just as Nao predicted. Good, you're still alive and made it back. Mi Huan stepped forward and quietly informed Naho, he's already here. As soon as he heard this, Naho became furious and gritted his teeth, saying, Does he want to choose the same path as us? But things won't go according to his plan, Choi Hun asked him curiously. So first, we will team up with Hong Jun to eliminate him, right? He immediately denied. No, a smug smile curved on his lips. The reason Hong Run is cooperating with us this time is because we hold evidence of Hua Kwok Tu's crimes. But as soon as the Bodhisattva set foot here, all of that became meaningless. Hong Run now has no reason to continue the partnership. A group of police follow behind to protect Naho while he speaks slowly. So they will prioritize capturing me first. Choi Hun still has questions. Then Naho immediately responded, speaking with a venomous tone, using poison to counter poison. He couldn't help but think about the confrontation between him and Hong Jun. We must avoid direct conflict. Make Hong Jun's side and Hua Kwok's side fight each other. He smirked with satisfaction. We will take advantage of their weakness to wipe them all out. After saying that, he fell silent, thinking of a plan. Considering Shin Shu-hai used the left path to reach the main gate, that route is probably clear. Song Na-ho turned around, walking as he said, Let's quickly move through that path to block the exit. Na-ho smiled wickedly, ordering his men to make sure not a single ant escapes from here.
The police officers behind him responded in unison. Yes, Director. Just as they finished speaking, Hua Andao and Kong Son suddenly charged in, their eyes full of murderous intent. Kong Son swung the weapon down fiercely, and a police officer exclaimed in surprise, What is this?
Immediately, Kong Son cut him in half. Hua Andao pulled out a smoke grenade, threw it at the police officers, and a strong pink smoke quickly billowed out. The thick smoke obscured Naho's vision. Mi Ung Huan Huang shouted in panic, Those monsters! while Naho coldly ordered him. "Give me the gun." He immediately obeyed. "Yes, yes." In a flash, his eyes filled with murderous intent, sharp as a blade, as the smoke dissipated, revealing a fleeting figure. Naho coldly raised the gun in his hand and aimed directly at the smoke. Suddenly, he froze in surprise as a knife suddenly blocked his gun. In an instant, the gun in his hand was knocked away before Naho's stunned eyes. He immediately stepped back to let Mi-hwan and Choi-hun move forward and open fire. A series of gunshots rang out loudly as Mi-hwan and Choi-hun kept firing into the smoke. After a furious barrage of gunfire, the weapon suddenly runs out of bullets. All three cautiously observe the scene before them. Emerging from the dissipating smoke are Hoa An-dao and Kong-san. Naho pulls out his staff, his eyes fixed intently on the two of them. Suddenly, his pupils dilated repeatedly. Kong-san and Hoa An-dao simultaneously charged forward with shields. Without hesitation, Kong-san roared, having identified the main target and prepared to eliminate it. In an instant, Naho burst into a delighted laugh. "This is really a mess. We can't become the only ones left." Hoa An-dao and Kong-san rush in front of Naho at lightning speed. Kong-san immediately raises his sword, ready to strike down. Naho put all his strength into his arm as he tried to block his attack. With infinite confidence, he even sneered contemptuously. Hoa An-dao immediately counterattacked him from behind. Choi quickly kicked her away several meters, a terrifying force suddenly hitting Kong-san. He was startled, eyes wide in an instant as Naho delivered a powerful kick to Kong-san's face.
No-sun and Hoa An-dao were thrown down the corridor. Mi-hwan silently observed Hoa An-dao and No-sun.
He secretly thought their coordination was impressive. He frowned, assessing the two of them, their attacks flowing together as if they were one. Mi-hwan couldn't help but glance at Choi-hun and Nao. After watching their brief battle, I realized this. Director and team leader Choi-hun are not to be underestimated. His eyes darkened. Mi-hwan wondered to herself, "What about my role?" He sighed helplessly and said, "Nothing to do then, so just stand still." "Over there," Kong-san cautiously reminded Hoa An-dao to keep preparing. She nodded. Naho then turned to Choi-hun and advised him softly, "Don't push too hard or you'll get hurt." He quietly reminded him, "Hongjun's team is coming soon. Let's not become them." As he spoke, he thought of Dua, because the ones we have to risk our lives fighting are not them. Choi-hun silently listened to his orders. "Defense, we just needed to hold our ground." Of course. Then suddenly he lunged at Hoa An-dao and Kong-san. Ko-san raises his sword to block his attack. Seeing this, Hoa An-dao screams out loud, "Where are you going?" She suddenly raised her sharp claws, aiming to scratch his face, but in a flash, Choi-hun rushed forward and struck her face with a palm. At that moment, he suddenly froze, realizing Hoa An-dao had quickly blocked his punch in the blink of an eye. She smiled and said, "Do you think I would fall for the same move?" Choi-hun, with an expressionless face, praised, "Your strength is really formidable." Naho then launched an attack towards Kong-san. He gritted his teeth and said, "The best defense is a good offense." His punch aimed straight at Kang-san's stomach. Kong-san had to summon all his strength to prevent himself from falling to the ground. But when he looked up, he was horrified to see Naho's staff right in front of his eyes. He gritted his teeth and quickly dodged to the side in a flash. Ko-san glared angrily at Naho. He frantically jabbed the end of the stick into his face. Naho, like a demon wielding two fiery sticks, charged at his prey with fierce determination. Naho smirked eerily and muttered quietly about attacking. Suddenly, he glanced at Choi-hun and asked, "Can you handle her?" Hoa An-dao heard Choi-hun calmly reply, "Of course, Director." In an instant, his fist quickly slipped out of Hoa An-dao's grasp. Choi-hun's face was expressionless as he softly said, "Leave it to me." Hoa An-dao immediately swallowed her saliva. "He's indeed a formidable guy. Maybe he's my type after all." She finished her sentence and suddenly lunged at Choi-hun, delivering a blow to his face while growling, "But I'm not the kind of woman a man can control." Unfortunately, Choi-hun managed to dodge her deadly strike. Nevertheless, her claws left a long scar across Choi-hun's face. Cherry Blossom glared at him triumphantly. "The man can handle me one-on-one!" She screamed wildly like a madwoman, just without the makeup. Choi-hun didn't want to listen to her nonsense, so he shoved her hard in the stomach. Unable to withstand the blow, Hoa An-dao fell to the ground, her mask cracking in two and sliding off her face. Choi-hun looked down arrogantly at Hoa An-dao and said coldly, "Then today there will be one more." Despite being beaten to the ground, Hoa An-dao still smirked like a madman. She covered her face, looking at Choi-hun with amusement. "It's quite a thrilling feeling. Among all the men I've met, you probably rank him in my opinion." Hearing this, Choi-hun raised an eyebrow and said softly, "That made me want to compete a little." Over there, Naho swung the stick like an arrow shot. With his sword raised, the two charged at each other, trading blows fiercely. Naho joyfully delivered his deadly strike into his opponent. Naho's slicing wind quickly whizzes past Sun's face without stopping. Then he keeps swinging his club to strike repeatedly at his head. He temporarily lost strength and stepped back a few steps, which made Naho sneer with contempt. "Come on, show your full strength. I heard you're a copy of him." Kong-san kneels on one knee on the ground, listening carefully as he talks to himself. "I understand him better than anyone. Naho mentioned Dua on that rainy day. I fought against him then. The unarmed person who lost." Naho raises his sticks in front of Kong-san. But the bodhisattva I know uses dual swords when wielding weapons, so to defeat him, I have trained with swords until now. He said, while staring intently at Kong-san, maybe I should show you a little too. A moment later, Kong-san slowly stood up and mockingly asked, so you want to duel with me after the sword fight? Fine, he said and drew his weapon from his side. Kong-san's sudden action stunned Naho, his eyes widening in fear. Kong-san held two swords in his hands, radiating a terrifying power just like Due during the rainy afternoon. Kong-san roared angrily, I will show you. Oh. Naho was so terrified that he burst into laughter. That real feeling made him tremble with fear. BTSD is attacking again. He swallows his saliva, trying to steady himself. All right. On the other side, Kong-san prepared to fight. Naho suddenly leapt in front of him. He roared excitedly. BTSD must be surpassed. Before the Buddha selected the second-generation Kong-san candidate, he personally demonstrated martial arts in front of the children. And among them, one was chosen to be raised and trained one-on-one. A child with distinctive red hair stepped forward and asked Duhua, Venerable Bodhisattva, why did you choose me? That day when I performed. As he looked at the children, he realized that the others were trembling with fear. Under Duhua's intimidating gaze, he hoarsely said, You are the only one whose eyes are full of admiration. That explanation surprised the boy. That boy was none other than No-san. Then Du suddenly made a proposal. Do you want to be like me, little one? Without hesitation, No-san immediately replied yes. That day the sky was gloomy. Duhua smiled contentedly at Sun. Very good. Under the innocent gaze of young kind Sun, Duhua maliciously said, From now on, I will be your mirror. Returning to reality, Naho immediately rushed to kind Sun. He frantically shouted, Very good, very good! While fighting, Kong-san listened as he asked in a deep voice, Are you really Kong-san? Naho kept striking him, muttering non-stop. His movements back then were exactly like yours now. He immediately swung his staff up, his voice filled with hatred. After that defeat, Kong-san easily blocked his attack, driving Naho into a furious rage. I have never given up my desire for revenge against him. As he was sparring with Kong-san, he muttered to himself, just as the spear suddenly pierced into Kong-san's side. Naho struck hard at Kong-san and said bitterly, It was the first defeat of my life, one I can never forget. Kong-san gritted his teeth and glared at him without saying a word. Suddenly, Kong-san launched a strike at Naho, but he quickly dodged away, smiling smugly and saying, Maybe you've never lost before. Kong-san immediately retorted, I've lost many times, even to the Bodhisattva.
Duhua's sinister gaze from that day is always deeply imprinted in Kong-san's mind. After finishing, Naho sneered and said, Really, can that be called a failure?
He spoke in a teaching tone, saying this is what failure looks like, as he recalled that night, either mentally or physically broken. Naho, filled with rage, recalled the terror when Dewey pointed a gun at his head, then fell silent and said in a serious tone, One part of me has to die for it to be called a failure. Your kind of imitation of the Bodhisattva can't be considered a failure. Now I will make you truly feel what failure is. A staff strike once again pierced Kong-san's stomach. Naho smirked in satisfaction, both in spirit and body. He was so engrossed in talking that he didn't notice Kong-san's sword rushing towards his side. Kong-san swung his staff at Naho, forcing him to step back immediately, and Naho, caught off guard, lost his temper. This, Naho angrily tries to threaten Kong-san. If I had used a real sword, you would have died 3 or 4 times by now. But he replied coldly, Have you never thought it was because it wasn't a real sword that you got hit? Naho burst out laughing and sarcastically said, If you want to boast, you should admit it too, because I only became stronger after admitting my defeat that day. Kong-san coldly glared at him without replying. Suddenly, Naho felt his hand holding the staff trembling violently. Ko-san couldn't help but notice his hand trembling, and he taunted every time he mentioned that moment, Your hand would shake uncontrollably, right? It seems you're still quite afraid of the Bodhisattva. Naho, though angry, couldn't argue with him. Naho couldn't help but shout in self-defense. It's not trembling out of fear, but out of joy. The image of being beaten badly by Dua flashed through Naho's mind once again. He kept babbling excuses. Thinking that I could finally pay back the humiliating debt from that day, I became so enraged I went crazy. No-san silently listened to him ramble. Just look at how overwhelmed you are by me. Nahu's face is full of satisfaction and confidence. I can handle that guy myself. At the same time, Choi Hun punched Cherry Blossom hard in the stomach, sending her flying several meters away. Suddenly, Choi Hun widened his eyes in amazement as Hoan Dao unexpectedly flew right in front of him again. Moreover, she even smiled brightly at Choi Hun, who then continued to jab his elbow into her. This move aimed straight at Hoan Dao's beautiful face, and she immediately shot up into the sky. Choi Hun, with a cold face, smirked and muttered, This girl is so crazy it makes people want to explode. Cherry Blossom stood up suddenly, her face flushing with excitement. Very good, I'm getting fired up now. This woman is known as the March Cherry Blossom. At first, the 3 third-generation Cherry Blossom candidates were evenly matched, but she has a distinct trait that sets her apart from the others. She perceives fear as a form of pleasure. The Bodhisattva saw this promising potential in her and quickly chose her as a Cherry Blossom. then often took her and Sun on dangerous missions, helping her grow stronger over time. Even though Siro was beaten to a pulp, the cherry blossom cheerfully told Choi Hun, "You can't be defeated if you know how to enjoy it. It's so fun, so enjoyable." Choi Hun looked at her in frustration. Is she out of her mind? The more he's beaten, the stronger he gets. He said this while thinking of Jeong Gok, reminding me of someone. Suddenly Choi Hun tilted his head and asked Hoa An Dao, "What rank are you now?" She replied casually, "I think I'm around 5th or 6th place now." Choi Hun looked at her quite surprised and asked, "So you've moved up quite a bit, huh?" "Who is number 1? Hoa An Dao smiled brightly like the sun and straightforwardly said, "Number 1 is obviously someone else," leaving a big question mark on Naho's face. Both of their weapons are scattered on the ground, but No Sun clenched his fists in a fighting stance, which surprised Naho. "What's going on? Drop all your weapons? Planning to surrender?" Before he could finish his sentence, Kong San suddenly flew over, aiming to smash him. Kong San's punch just grazed Naho's right cheek. He was so scared that he immediately swung his stick to strike down at Kong San. A swift kick aimed at his face strikes from above as Na raises his head and Kong San delivers a powerful kick to his head. Naho couldn't dodge, taking a painful hit to the face. Kong San glances at him with a satisfied look. Over there, Sakura is excitedly smiling. She honestly answers Choi Hun's question. Who else but Kong San? Naho was knocked down and sat slumped on the ground. Naho keeps attacking with follow-up moves, but all of his strikes are instantly neutralized by Kong San. Finally, he couldn't hold back his anger and shouted out, "You look pretty happy, kid." Kong San looks pleased. It's been a while since we last met. A battle without weapons. In Kong San's past, Master J.A. once looked at him with a gaze full of cunning. When Kong San defeated all his opponents, Du-Wei was pleased and said, "It seems there's no need to teach you weapon techniques anymore." Very impressive. No Sun politely replied, "Thank you." Then Dua suggested to him, "All right. Now pick up your weapon and charge in. I'll fight hand to hand." Unable to believe his ears, he trembled and said, "Venerable Bodhisattva, how can I do that?" He shook his head to reassure him, saying, "Don't worry." Duhua was just casually comforting Kong San. Then he didn't hesitate to reveal his terrifying face. He said firmly, "I won't hurt you." Kong San looked at him in amazement, speechless. The battle that day took place under a pitch-black sky. After the fight, Kong San clutched his stomach, writhing in unbearable pain. "Kid, listen carefully. The cards are just tools. Victory depends on your strength." Du Hoa slowly teaches his disciple that even holding the strongest card, if the owner is weak, they cannot win the game. Dua's words are like a thorn in No Sun's mind. On the other hand, even with the worst card, if the owner is skilled enough, they can still win the game. Dua's fierce red eyes and deep voice echo. The cards are just tools. Victory depends on the strength of the player. Dua glanced at the sword. Weapons are just tools. As he turned to leave, he reminded Kong San not to confuse the owner with the guest. Kong San listened blankly as he was sternly instructed that the most important thing was his body. From then on, Kong San began carrying out his missions without weapons. The first time Hoa An Dao met Kong San, she looked down on him with contempt. "What is this? Why are you empty-handed? After so many times, this is the result of carrying out the mission without weapons." One day, Dua loudly scolded Kong San, "Why haven't you been bringing your weapons lately?" "Are you crazy?" he foolishly replied. "Bodhisattva, you told me not to rely too much on weapons." Hearing this, Du burst into laughter. "I said don't rely on it, not that you can't use it. If you're not a true master, then just use weapons." Du Hua sternly advised No Sun not to be foolish. "If you have a convenient tool, what's the point of not using it?" He nodded and replied, "I understand, but it doesn't end there. Respectfully, Lord Bodhisattva, I have a concern." What does it mean for Du Hua to hesitate? He recounted seriously that because he carried out many missions, his weapons often broke. Du Hua impatiently said, "Then bring more." From then on, Kong San started carrying a lot of weapons. Returning to reality, Kong San suddenly strikes Naho with a palm, forceful enough to make him raise his hands to protect his head. Naho can't help but cough, and then Kong San follows up with a second punch to his body. Luckily, Naho dodged just in time, suddenly froze for 2 seconds, and stared in horror at Kong San, a terrifying wave of power engulfing his body. He suddenly took a step forward, and before Nao could react, Kong San unexpectedly threw a barrage of punches at him, forcing him to muster all his strength to withstand his storm-like blows. Finally, Naho gritted his teeth, seemingly unable to endure any longer. The stick in his hand suddenly fell from his grip and flew far away. Naho was stunned and helpless, unable to do anything as Kong San suddenly leaned in to deliver a kick to Naho's body. He was so terrified that he covered his head with his hands, and in an instant, he was knocked flying backward by Kong San. Naho lost his balance and slid across the ground, but luckily, the stick that had flown away earlier was lying next to him. Naho happily picks it up and slowly gets to his feet. Naho tries to regain his composure. He looked at Kong San and carefully considered how to deal with him. "I need to save my strength to finish him off. Now that I'm old, my strength is no longer what it used to be." No Sun said nothing, only glaring silently at him. After some thought, Naho gritted his teeth and muttered, "But if things keep going like this, I will lose." In the end, he decided to confront Kosan directly. He shouted loudly, "From now on, I will give my all. What happens after that is none of your concern." Kosong sneered mockingly, then immediately rushed forward and punched Naho in the face. No, not at all. Suddenly, a powerful aura tore through the air, and Shu from behind kicked directly into Kongson's back, saving Nui Naho. He looked at him and replied in a deep voice, "Of course." Kongson was stunned and looked at him in disbelief. Naho immediately burst out laughing with joy, just in time. He stepped back to make room for Mr. Gishu to fight with Kongson, who was not about to back down and immediately counterattacked. He threw a punch at Ji-Ong-Shu's face, but he easily dodged it, making Kongson furious. "Kim Q!" Gi-Ong-Su casually, as if nothing was happening, frowned and asked about his health in a friendly manner. "Hey, Kongson, are you still in good health lately?" Noho casually interjected, "So you know each other already, right? You met during the maple leaf sweeping, right?" His sarcastic remark made both of them look at him at the same time. Naho simply shrugged and said, "Well, just have a relaxed chat then." He then waved his hand and walked away as if nothing happened. Gi-Ong-Su nodded subtly and asked No-Sun if he was okay, chasing after him. He shook his head and said, "No problem." Kong-Son silently glared at Naho, knowing he couldn't leave this place alive. Hearing this, Mr. Shu sneered coldly and said, "That's probably only something you would do." Jungkook slowly approached from behind, observed the situation, and asked, "Are you Kim Kyung-Shu? Do you need my help?" Mr. Zhu declined. "No need, Captain. Go catch the scorpion." As Jungkook passed by Kong-Son, he coldly said, "I understand." Seeing that Kong-Son had no intention of fighting him, Jungkook couldn't help but feel confused, wondering why he was just letting him go. "It's him, right?" Ko-Son remained silent, just tilting his head to glance at him. Jungkook secretly guesses who injured Kim Kyung-Shu at that time. They lock eyes for a moment. "So now you also think it's time for us to fight, huh?" He tilted his head and challenged, "You'll have to try to find out." Suddenly, Kong-Son curiously asked him, "Have you already fought, mon dieu?" Gi-Ong-Shu replied in a deep voice, "Yes, before we fight, I have one question." Gi-Ong-Shu frowned and repeated, "Mon dieu's words between us who is stronger." Then, Gi-Ong-Shu immediately assumed a fighting stance. Ko-Son did the same, clenched his fist cautiously. "Alright then, make your decision and challenge the Phantom Phi Kwang to see who is the strongest card. Gi-Ong-Shu's card or Kong-Son's, who will be the strongest?" Choi Hun found it hard to believe, but he kept a cold expression. "Is it true that No-Sun is really the number one?" Phi Kwang III nodded firmly in front of him. "That's right, no matter what anyone says, the top rank still belongs to Kong-Son." He repeats, "The top rank is Kong-Son," Choi Hun asks her. "I heard from the bureau chief that someone named Phi Kwang is also called the strongest." Phi Kwang III just smiled and replied, "Ah, as for you, Phi Kwang, I didn't even let her finish her sentence before Choi Hun cut in." "All right then." His face darkened even more, revealing a terrifying expression. "Forget all that trivial stuff. Anyway, if GC gets her, I'll be number one for life, right?" She smiled challengingly and said, "Try me." Suddenly, a noise drew their attention behind them. Naho ran over excitedly and called out, "Hey, Choi Hun!" Choi Hun was stunned. Even the director of the Three-Sided Light Bureau recognized who was in front of him. She exclaimed, "Tung Hak." He asked, "Have you caught the non-saint yet? Is Naho rushing over?" No. He happily announced it to Choi Hun. Kim Kyung-Shu ran into No-Sun. "It seems they still have a lot to talk about, so I stepped aside." He was a bit surprised to hear that. Naho continued, "Let's go now." Suddenly, Phi Kwang from the third generation rushed towards him. She said sharply, "Where are you going?" But immediately, Naho raised her stick and easily pushed her away. Zero from Phi Kwang's third life was pouring out like water, and her face darkened with disbelief. "Who is she?" Falling hard to the ground, exclaiming second class. "Second class? What is she saying?" Choi Hun didn't really want to care about her, so he just said, "Just a crazy woman?" Choi Hun, seeing that expression, remained very cold. It would be better to just catch her and move on, but bringing her along would be a hassle. At this moment, Phi Kwang, who had been sitting quietly, sat up and touched her face as Naho's voice echoed. "It's okay." He glanced at the tall figure behind him. "That guy will keep her here forever." He's standing tall and facing them. The tall figure startled her a little. Choi Hun quickly recognized Captain Boon Jung-gook. Jung-gook also greeted back. Choi honored Naho, a bit impatient, pushed him aside and urged, "Save the greetings for later. Let's talk after we get back alive." Choi Hun was surprised but quickly agreed. Yes. At this moment, Phi Kwang from the third generation slowly got up from the ground. Jang-gook recognized her and asked, "Are you the girl?" He still has that icy cold expression, Kong-Son's companion. She recognizes him and responds with a smile. "Are you Jung-gook?" Today, many guys made it onto the rankings. Jung-Shu and Kon are now engaged in a fierce battle. Kong-Son swung his fist at his face, but Jian-Shu dodged it. Though the punch still grazed his cheek, the wound immediately oozing blood. Gi-Ong-Shu was not to be outdone, swinging his blade at him. The knife scar on the mask leaves a mark. Gi-Ong-Shu's face remains cold as he prepares to strike again. "How is it? Is this different from last time? Do you feel it's time for us to have a proper fight?" Kong-Son also stopped and did not deny it. "Yes, your movements have become more natural. He continued, I felt you still weren't used to using that body back then, when suddenly Mr. Shu spoke up. Can I ask you something? He glanced at him with curiosity. Why didn't you fight me back then? If you wanted to get rid of me, it would have been much easier at that time. No-sun spoke slowly, then from him. He spoke more seriously. I felt something that was almost like myself. Then, he turned to Jianshu and asked, You feel the same way, right? He nodded in agreement, yes. Gyeongsu langlung noitip, and that's why I feel very uncomfortable.
But what does that have to do with what happened back then? No-sun hesitated a bit.
Oh, he recalls his master after training under the guidance of the Bodhisattva master. No one is his match anymore. No-sun also remembers that card. But I heard that someone named Phi Kwang also trained under the Bodhisattva master, just like me, and he wants to know who is the best disciple. So I sought him out for a final showdown, but his body was severely damaged at the time, so I gave up on the idea. It was then that Jianshu realized the source of the discomfort he occasionally felt was a person. He continued, I also observed the one fighting the black ghost. He stared intently at him, and I felt the same discomfort. No-sun's voice grew even deeper. But if back then I had fought you when you weren't in your best state, and he had continued speaking, maybe I would never be able to shake off that restless feeling. Gyeongsu calmly said, You are very obsessed with strength, aren't you? No-sun does not deny it. Is there anything wrong with that? He seriously affirmed that strength is the truth, that the strong can have everything and become anything. Gyeongsu is no different from him. I never said that was wrong. Then he assumed a stance ready to continue the fight. I also pursue strength like him, even though our goals are different. His eyes behind the mask narrowed, as Sun didn't continue. Then I also have something I want to ask. He voiced his doubts. Kim Kyu, are you really the second generation of the Flying Light? Dongshu did not deny it and immediately replied, Yes, you want to know more again. What do you think? He replied, I also think you are a second generation Phi Kwang. He glanced at him coldly. If not, your existence cannot be explained. Mr. Gi sneered and replied, The others only believe me after getting beaten, but you're different. Not Sun immediately rushed toward him. So what happens now? Gyeongshu quickly raised his hand to block his attack, then was pushed back several steps by the force. Still not stopping, he kept launching stronger attacks at him. With a fierce look, Kong-san asked, Are you in your best condition? He continued to attack, seemingly curious as he asked, Between Phi Kwang and Kong-san, who is the stronger card? Kong-san charged forward, his eyes behind the mask shining brightly. Kong-san punched Jianshu hard in the stomach. He couldn't dodge in time and immediately opened his mouth in pain. Jianshu was forced to retreat by the blow. Kong-san feels very proud of this scene. Today there will probably be a clear answer. He sighs softly. You really make Mr. Shu remember Dua, and he sighs just like that teacher too. He continued, If I had fought against someone from the Phi Kwang era, I might have lost as well. Kong-san was a bit surprised. What? He said sarcastically. Just fought a little and already talking like that. Don't you have any sense of dignity? Mr. Zhu said with a serious and respectful tone. The truth is still the truth. Even if we win, we will only be heavily injured. Suddenly, No-sun's eyes widened in shock as Shu's voice rang out, but he immediately kneeled and aimed a punch at his face. That was what happened then. The mask immediately shattered under the tremendous force. Yeon-shu continued. Now, it's a matter of the present. No-sun was pushed back by his strike. His hand quickly covered the back of his broken mask, his face full of veins, looking extremely fierce, and his voice still sounded steady. You will regret not killing me when you had the chance. Jianshu's face is full of murderous intent as he seriously says, because now I'm even stronger than when I was just a hero. Finally, the time has come for those teachings to shine. A genius with innate exceptional talent or someone with a special gift, a genius can achieve anything they desire. In the country of Hoa, there are two prodigies, and images of Kong-san and Jianshu in their childhood appear. Their talent gap is almost non-existent. The type of talent they possess is also similar. Those two geniuses face the same enormous wall right in front of them, which is Dua. The cold, icy light of the metal flickered continuously as Jianshu launched agile strikes with deadly intent towards Kong-san, but the knife was immediately blocked. Kong-san crouched down, trying to minimize injuries by dodging the attack, then punched towards Jianshu. He immediately raised his hand to block and slightly furrowed his brow at that move. Jianshu quickly bent down to dodge his attack again. He raised the knife in his hand once more. In that instant, the knife appeared right in front of Kong-san, startling him a bit. He quickly turned around and narrowly avoided Gang-Gang-Shu's attack. Then Kong-san threw another fierce punch at him. He glanced and saw that his opponent's foot stopped right next to his face. Kong-san punched straight at his face so fast it created a strong gust of wind. Immediately, Mr. Zhu stepped back a few paces to separate Kong-san from him. He sighed deeply. Talking is easy, but doing is not simple at all. Very similar. Strangely similar to that person. No. Sun denied his words. That's wrong. It's not just similar, but identical. He glanced at him and said, In my opinion, the one who resembles the Bodhisattva the most is you. But as you said, it's only a resemblance. Gi Ongsu's face showed a hint of discomfort, not exactly like mine. Suddenly, he asked, "Do you know why Fai Kwang's second moon shines so brightly?" He was a bit confused, but still replied, "It's because it reflects the sunlight. So what?" "No, son," said seriously. "I am the moon." He remembered Du Hua's shape. "He is the sun." Yi Ongsu shows no mercy. "That's right. Your mind is as bright as the sun." He looked at him calmly and asked, "So, Fai Kwang's ghost, didn't you say you were stronger than when you were Fai Kwang? When are you going to show me that? Are you just going to talk big?" "No, son," stared at him intently and said seriously, "Listen, the path to the top has already been set. You know that path is the Bodhisattva." He listened without showing any emotion. "But unlike me, you refuse to take that path. Their gazes are filled with hostility. That difference is the reason for your failure." Just as Nansan said, the two only differ in one point: their emotions when facing the wall. One deeply admires it. And out of admiration, he told himself that he would also become a great wall like that. Then, as a genius, he achieved what he desired. But the other person was too afraid of that wall to want to become like it. That person is Ge Yongshu. First, Fai Kwang looked at Jiangshu trembling and asked, "Are you afraid again, kid?" He asked seriously. "Are you gradually becoming more afraid because you're starting to resemble him?" Ge Yongshu did not deny, his worried face trembling as he replied, "Yes, I am really afraid and hate the Bodhisattva." He turned his back to Fai Kwang the first and tightly hugged himself, continuing, "I feel everything of mine is blocked before that huge wall, but if I become like him, Fai Kwang." The first looked at Jiangshu without blinking. "What do you want to do?" He trembled slightly and looked back at the wall, whispering, "I want to escape that wall." He still kept a cold expression. "Do you want to escape from that wall?" Then first, the first phase of the light must become more serious, and you also need to become just like that person. Hearing this, Mr. Zhu felt extremely confused. Returning to this moment, Ge Ongshu chuckled softly. "Truly, what that person said was not wrong at all. You are very serious." "No, son, you're right. You really look exactly like that guy. Perfectly identical." Ge Ongshu looked carefully, not a single difference. He calmly replied, "Is that so? Do you realize now?" He continued, "Anyway, I never expected to look this perfect." At this moment, no son spoke up for me. He said with a serious look, "He's talented." Going back to the past, Lord Shu of Gai suddenly returned and told first-generation Fai Kwang that I had to become like the Buddha. He looked unwilling and said sharply, "I already said I didn't want to." "Can't you hear him?" His voice echoes. "Do you know what the first thing to do when you want to destroy a building is?" He calmly said, "It's the building's design." Firstborn Fai Kwang added, "To demolish a structure safely and effectively, you must understand its design and how it was built." He looked at him intently and said, "If you want to destroy something, you have to know its design inside out. Do you understand why I say that?" Yi Ongsu is now like engraving each word into his mind. First, learn from that person. Then become like him to understand him fully. The first life of Fai Kwang became more serious. And then returning to the present, Kong Sun widened his eyes at Jia Ongshu's surprise attack, and he swung his fist forcefully towards him, leaving Kong Sun stunned. The voice of the past generation echoed, "Shatter him with your own hands." Mr. Gee's cold face said, "Fortunately, you are exactly like him." After taking a powerful blow from him, Kong Sun painfully spat out Zero, once admired by two geniuses who vowed to become a great wall like that, and he achieved what he desired. The one who always feared that wall then swore to himself that one day he would break it with his own hands. At this moment, Jian Shu has pulled out the bloodstained knife, and the open wound on Kong San is bleeding. He is also gradually achieving what he desires. The card symbolizing him now has a hole right in the center. Kong San panicked as the wound on his stomach oozed Zero Gi, and Jian Shu seized the moment to rush at him. He swung the knife in his hand, and Kong San stepped back to dodge. He grimaced and put all his strength into the punch. Kong San's eyes, which had been fixed on Jian Shu, suddenly saw the image of a willow leaf. He stared in amazement as Jian Shu suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Then, unexpectedly, Jian Shu lunged from the ground, catching Kong San off guard. He didn't have time to block and immediately took a knife strike to the shoulder. Jian Shu pulled the knife out right after stabbing, and blood flowed with the movement. "You're really surprised to see him suffering in front of you, huh?" "Well, I guess you can't see my movements," Gai Shu said confidently, "because I know exactly how you move." His eyes widened as if to see Kong San more clearly. Very similar. In Mr. Shu's eyes, he resembles Dua, just like him. He remembers when he was a child, I was the same, trying every day to become more like him. Jian Shu continued, his voice full of bitterness to crush him. "You see Kong San glaring, but what about you? You only live to become his perfect copy." Jian Shu's eyes suddenly grew deep, not thinking about what happened afterward. "That is your limit." Kong San, after a few minutes of silence, he finally spoke. "Your face, Kong San, seems to show a glimmer of hope as you speak in admiration. That's truly amazing." It seems he looked at Kim Gi Ongshu with admiration. Kong San opened up a little. "Actually, the more I become like that person, the more I wonder. Is this the end, then, of what I've always thought about?" Koa San recounted, "When I achieved my goal, I gradually lost interest in fighting and also lost the will to live. He acknowledged Gi Shu's words. You're right, Phantom Spirit. I didn't think about what came after. I just focused on wanting to become like that person. On Kong San's body, there is always the image of Dua, because in our world, that person is everything. He looked at Jianshu across from him, but there are still higher realms beyond. Kong San shouted loudly, his face filled with terrifying excitement. I am now very immersed. Gi Su grimaced as Kong San declared, I have found a new purpose in life. He said this while drawing a dagger from his side, the ghostly aura swirling around him. Now I want to become someone like you. Gi Su tilted his head slightly, his face grim, his voice steady and clear. Become my new sun, and I will be your moon. Gi Su felt speechless in front of him. His face was cold, but there was a hint of a strangely amusing amusement. No Sun suddenly rushed forward, continuously attacking Mr. Shu with moves that closely resembled his own. He managed to dodge, but his clothes still got torn. What do you think? Shu's appearance now looks terrifying, mixed with a fierce desire. Similar or not? He kept rushing to attack Mr. Shu, and he self-assessed, of course it's similar, because from the beginning you and I have always been the same. He opened his mouth wide, a look of anticipation on his face. Phantom Spirit, show yourself. There must be something you're still hiding. Right? Sugi lùi lại, giữ khoảng cách với Không Son. Chậm chóc anh ta không dặm từ buộc trên con ruồng mối ma chỉ biết bắt chuộc người khác sao? Không Son hỏi lại, vậy thì có gì sai? He clenched his fists to his chest, ready to fight. Imitating the good is nothing wrong. Living according to what others have predetermined, what's wrong with that? Gi Su slightly bowed his head and told Kong San, I was taught to live as a human being. I wonder what does it mean to live as a human being? Gi Su explains, living as a human means his eyes are filled with determination, writing his own life story and becoming the main character of his own life. Gi Su said with firm resolve, do not just think about becoming the second of that old monk or Fai Kwang, but become the first to bear your own name. When you decide to live by imitating someone, you will forever be only second, and that will be the source of emptiness within you. The main character, huh? Sounds good. He dismisses what Mr. Shu said, but my life has never belonged to me. No Sun Jiang spread his arms, looking as if haunted by something because we, the people of the moon, were born as pawns of that very person. That is our destiny, Mr. Shu reminds us. Hey, no Sun? It seems you've forgotten. His face darkened. I was once a moon just like you. Kong San remained silent, his eyes widening in disbelief. Mr. Gi Shu remembered the past, when I also lived like his pawn, thinking he was the entire world. His voice slowed down, but Gi Shu recalled the image of a man, only different because now there is someone beside me showing me a different world. His tone is clear and distinct. Gi Su slowly said each word in front of Kong San's surprised face. My life is mine, and so is yours. It belongs to yourself. He firmly asserts that our lives do not belong to him. Only then did Kong San speak up. Don't casually think that's someone else's business. Gi Su's voice remains firm. I will say it again. He looked into Kong San's eyes and emphasized each word. This is not someone else's business. Gi Su now seems to have returned to his previous form, and Kong San gazes at him in stunned silence, too amazed to speak. Gi Su guesses you also sense that, so you spared my life that day, right? Your eyes seem to see through everything. A person who always listens to him more than anyone else like you. Isn't that right? So, that's it. The ghostly spirit is just a phantom. His voice was sincere, not Kim Gi Shu. I was right to spare your life that day. Thank you for giving me a lesson. Gi Shu looked coldly at Kong San. You're quick to learn too. Ko San puts away his spear. Just as you said, this is not someone else's problem. Gi Shu explained, I bear no grudge against you. On the contrary, because you are like me, I only feel sympathy for your life, since no Sun. Niu has made her decision. There's no need for pity anymore. He clenched his fists in front of his chest, ready to fight, and said, I have also found my own goal. I will defeat you in my own way. Mr. Gi also raised his knife, feeling truly at a loss. Honestly, I don't know if I should bring up these things anymore. They don't benefit me at all, just interfere in others' affairs. Gi Shu's tone becomes more relaxed, but I think I was right to say it. Now when I look at you, I no longer feel uncomfortable. This one guesses that maybe the reason we felt uncomfortable with each other was because Mr. Zhu was thinking about the first generation of the Fai Kwang. I feel that if I hadn't met that person back then, I might also have lived a life like yours, so I felt uncomfortable. He continued, and you, because I'm living a different life from you, also feel uncomfortable. Khiến tôi cảm thấy nhẹ nhõm hơn chút, nhưng giờ thì tôi cũng không còn thấy khó chịu khi nhịn ngồi nữa rồi, không hẳn là khó chịu. Gi Su chăm chú nhìn anh ta, lắng nghe không son nổi. Now, his voice seems a bit faltering, more like a feeling of regret. Ko-sun raises his voice slightly and says, Come on, Kim Gi Shu, let's see who's the stronger, I beg you. The two men face each other under the bright corridor light, with Kong San smiling confidently. When I die, let me die without any regrets. Kim Gi Shu also agrees to his wish. All right, I will show you everything I have just as you wished. Now they are like Fai Kwang and Kate when they were young, facing each other and returning to their true selves. The weak will die. No Sun has known that since he was young, so he wanted to become strong enough to survive. As time went on, he grew so powerful that he was called the strongest moon and no longer feared the weak within the organization. You have survived and you begin to question why you exist. Someone once told Not-sun the reason you live. Do believes that to become my pawn, you were born with that fate. Life repeats itself. Missions repeat themselves. Only the commands from Dua make your life move forward. Because you were born that way, but for the first time in your life, you met someone like you. Yet that person was different from you. He is walking a completely opposite path. You are curious and have countless questions to ask. And so, for the first time in your life, when the two of you fought each other and saw the unique gaze of Gaisu, you disobeyed Dua's orders. That was the first time in your life. You act on your own thoughts. Back in the present, No-sun is throwing punches fiercely, with a look of pure satisfaction on his face. He punched toward Jianshu, but Jian ducked to avoid it. Turning his head, Jian focused his strength on the knife in his hand and slashed, but Kong-san dropped down to the floor. Kong-san continued to kick Gyeongshu, who didn't dodge but raised his hands to shield his face. Yet the powerful kick still made Gyeongshu stagger. Kong-san smirked, looking exhilarated. I'm so happy, so excited. Jianshu grimaced, clenched his teeth. This guy is really terrifying. Jianshu was kicked back. He planted his feet firmly, trying to hold himself steady. He assessed his opponent, thinking that if he could just adapt to my movements, he would have already copied my techniques. Hearing that, Kong-san shouted excitedly and rushed quickly toward where Jianshu was standing. Before Kong-san could strike, Jianshu took advantage of his opening and slashed twice deeply into his chest. That's right, Gyeongshu turned his head to look at Kong-san behind him, his eyes sharp. Because I am just like you. Before you got injured, On-ni Kong-san was coughing up blood. If we had fought like this from the start, I might have been in trouble. Gyeongshu suggests, Kong-san, surrender. And Tinchi asks if you are now awake and says you don't need to stay here. Kim Gyeongshu, I am now acting according to my own will. He recounted, my original mission was just to steal the gold, but instead I ended up fighting you. Kong-san makes his choice, his expression determined. I will stay here and fight you. Jianshu just silently looked at him, and No-sun said to him, and because you helped me realize something, I will also give you a piece of information. He revealed that Kim Gyeongshu, the third generation of the Flying Light, is actually the daughter of the first generation of the Flying Light. Jianshu looked skeptical, which didn't seem like her at all. Kong-san guessed it might be like her mother. Jianshu agreed. It made sense. Hongjun's daughter is the same way. No-sun provided Jianshu with more information, and the Bodhisattva also said that after this battle he would leave the country. Jianshu also wasn't surprised. After causing such chaos, it was only natural. Although Kong-san's eyes are a bit dazed, he still wants to keep fighting. Maybe it's because he's drunk too much syrup, so he's starting to feel dizzy. Stop talking and just end the fight. Record what Shu asks him, with a voice tinged with regret. Is it really necessary to go that far? Bung-san frowns, looking alluring. All right, the final destination on my path. The two of them start rushing at each other again. He continued, I will decide for myself. No-sun didn't hesitate. Looking back, even when I listened to that person and carried out the mission, I didn't feel anything. He recalled his previous judgment, thinking it was just an order that had to be obeyed. I thought that was the only way to go, but now I understand. At this moment, our eyes are locked on each other, both of us launching continuous attacks. While throwing his punch, Kong-san thought that this was not the only possible path. His punch was almost aimed at Jianshu's face. Jianshu reacted quickly, skillfully knocking Kong-san away. He thought to himself that this path was not predetermined by others and that it was up to him to choose it. Gyeongshu focused his strength on his feet and jumped up, and Kong-san realized it was a decision he had to make himself. Gyeongshu swiftly passes by Kong-san, leaving slashes and willow-like moves stained with a syrupy hue on his body. Kong-san grits his teeth, blood pouring from his wounds. Even on this final path, being able to choose it is truly fortunate. Blood gushed out, spreading across the floor, Non-sun lying in the pool of blood, his eye sockets sunken, gasping for breath. Gyeongshu stepped closer, looking as if he had reached his limit. No-sun was still wondering why, at that moment, he was curious. If he wanted GC, someone could have done it quickly a long time ago, but he kept avoiding fatal wounds. Gyeongshu bowed his head and looked at him because I promised to show you everything I have. When Kong-san heard that, he sighed and said, You're really gentle. Gyeongshu recalled the time he punched him, and you also had chances to hurt me. Ha-tam looked at Kon lying on the ground, but you didn't do the same. No-sun explained, because you said you would catch that person. He looked up at Gyeongshu, the same smile still on his face. If he gets injured, that chance will decrease. Is that correct? Mr. Gi responded. That's right. He's asking for Kong-san's opinion. What do you think? Can I catch him? He answered vaguely. I'm not sure anymore. Could Sun really think that Du Hua would lose? I can't imagine that happening. His voice faltered slightly, but Kong-san looked at the figure before him, and I can't imagine you would lose either. He warned him sincerely. Kim Gyeongshu, be careful. You think you understand that person. Kong-san's tired eyes suddenly flashed with a deep shadow, but that person definitely has things they have never shown us. There are things he's hiding. Mr. Kim Gi always listens to him speak. He replied, I will remember. Keo-san said what he had always thought. I thought that if I died, I would just be like the other moons, falling under the next candidate's hand. He continued saying, amidst my words of gratitude, perhaps I was born for this encounter. Kong-san closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips, looking incredibly satisfied. GC, I'm leaving. Thank you very much. Kim Gi nodded, and he also agreed with Kong-san. All right. Jeon-shu bowed and plunged the knife into Kong-san's chest, fulfilling his wish. Gi-young-soo says his farewell. Goodbye. Not Sun. A life without Sun ends beneath Jeon-shu's blade. Byung-kook is Hong-jun's strongest trump card. Cherry Blossom, one of the most powerful cards of the Bodhisattva. Both of them, hearing from Hong about the danger of their opponent, knew that neither was an easy adversary, so they decided to go all out to face each other. But Jung-gook looked at the woman in front of him, pondering. The opponent also carefully observes this man. Jung-gook, with a cigarette in his mouth, looks puzzled. Why isn't he charging in? Both of them get stronger the more they get hit first. After a moment, Mr. Jiang stood with his feet shoulder-width apart and said, you go first. Cherry Blossom immediately responded politely. I'll let you have the first move. But Jung-gook still didn't change his decision, prioritizing women first. Hearing this, she also began to think. I am a supporter of the Neutrality Society. While No Sun and Kim Kyung-shu were fighting, they were just grappling. When suddenly someone called the captain. As soon as he saw the newcomer, Jang-gook responded, Lieutenant Kim Ki-ung-shu.
Are you a bit surprised? Did you win?
Su quickly replied, yes, that's right. His face shows no emotion as he announces that No Sun has been defeated. This statement made Hwa An-dao open her eyes wide in shock. What? Is Sun already dead then? Hwa An-dao seems to doubt it, her voice tense. Don't lie, there's no way he could have done it. But Mr. Gi is very patient. I will say it again. He squinted, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. No Sun has been caught. At this moment, she could only stay silent. After a while, Hwa An-dao quickly rushed over and shouted loudly, Don't talk nonsense! But unfortunately, she was immediately struck by Jeon-shu. The punch landed directly on her stomach, causing her hair to fall loose as her body collapsed onto the floor. Then she slowly sat up, trembling and groaning as she looked at the man with the knife scar in front of her. Hwa An-dao guessed that she had been hit like this before. The image of a very familiar chin appears, immediately making Hwa An-dao furrow her brows in fear. Who are you? But at this moment, Mr. Shu once again raised his fist, aiming straight at the opponent's face, thinking that if he kept hitting, he would eventually remember. He lands another punch on the other side. I remember you like to be hit. Keep getting hit and eventually you'll remember. As she endures countless attacks, Cherry Blossom's thoughts continue to rise. I've felt this way somewhere before. This girl is someone who once saw pain as pleasure. One day, she suddenly wondered how it would feel to be hit by Phi Kwang, so she started bothering Phoenix. You are very close to Phi Kwang. Not long after, when still a Phi Kwang, Gi-young-shu put his hands in his pockets and spoke. Hey, Cherry Blossom, why do you keep bothering Phoenix? And Cherry Blossom gently raises her wings while wearing a mask. Well, I suppose there are some reasons for that. After hearing the advice, he calmly responded. Stop it, she's asking a provocative question. What if I don't like it? Hearing this, Jeon-shu's tone turned ice cold, so I will make her stop. Meanwhile, Hwa An-dao slowly removed her mask and replied, I've been waiting for that. And that day, Hwa An-dao lay motionless on the floor, whispering. It hurts so much, tears streaming down her face beneath the mask. That man is truly terrifying. I've never felt pain like this before. Returning to the present, Cherry Blossom is still enduring countless attacks. She covered her head with her hands and shouted, It hurts so much! It hurts so much! Cherry Blossom's body was covered in bruises as she screamed. Stop, 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 please! At this moment, she covers her mouth, frightened and guessing. And Phi Kwang! Mr. Su immediately takes it seriously. That's right, Hwa An-dao asked again. Are you really Phi Kwang? But Phi Kwang is already dead. Yet Gi-young-shu seems to like violence. Does he need to be beaten more to believe it? As soon as the words finished, she stammered, No, I believe you. Stammering and with syrup in her mouth, she says no pain. Hearing this, Mr. Zhu frowns, his eyes emotionless. Yes, he has already done it. In the bright darkness, she hurriedly replied, Don't. She straightened up and shouted, Don't lie. There's no way I didn't get sealed. After hearing that, Gi-young-shu was utterly helpless. If you don't believe it, go verify for yourself. Her eyes remained unchanged. No Sun was already chid. Opposite her, Hwa An's tears kept flowing uncontrollably, and she hurriedly ran away shouting, No paint, her mouth gaping as she called out, No paint. Seeing that, Jang-guk turned around curiously. What's going on? Does that girl not need to be dealt with? Hearing this, Mr. Shu gently bows his head. Yeah, it should be fine, he said calmly as he slowly walked away. Now go catch some fireflies. Without hesitation, he agreed. All right. In a different development, Naho shows no expression. I am truly patient. The man looks at the person lying on the ground and calls out. Seen so high. Naho turns around. Where have you been hiding all this time that you're only now showing your face? Mi Hwan responded with an irresponsible reply. I feel I can't do anything, so I will temporarily withdraw. After hearing that, Naho could only give orders. Come out and wait already! As soon as the words are spoken, Choi-hun coldly replies, Yes, Director. Night has fallen and the full moon brightly illuminates the darkness. Naho stands in the middle and says, If you wait here, someone will definitely survive and come out. I wonder who it will be. He slightly lifts his lips and says, We'll just sit here. Suddenly, a voice unexpectedly rings out saying it should be about defeating enemies on all sides. It turns out Orsit just made that remark, which doesn't seem to fit the current situation at all. Seeing that, the other person immediately called Lan Thao.
Naho turned around and asked, Where have you been hiding until now? As soon as he finished speaking, he simply replied, I just went to tidy up.
One person slumped over the table, another lying face down on the ground. Ori coldly admitted, All the high-ranking ones are connected to you. Hearing this, Naho revealed a satisfied smile. Really? You don't worry about the consequences at all, even if you win. How do you plan to handle the aftermath? After hearing this, Okit said again, The moment the war between the Flower Nation and you broke out, it created a situation no one could win. Naho quickly denied. No. He opens his slender palm, saying, As long as I survive, that means I am the winner. However, he immediately threatened, You won't be able to survive and leave this place. Naho calmly responds, All right, try to Jimmy then.
This is the first time I've seen you fight, Lan Thao.
However, the opponent suddenly spoke up. No. Are you not the GC person I am? As the words ended, the surroundings around Naho suddenly shifted. The dark alleyway immediately appeared. Ori still remains completely still as something rushes rapidly out of the dark black alley. Du-hwa suddenly appears, and Okit's voice echoes once again. The Bodhisattva will kill you. Kim En. The three of them turned to look into the brightly lit room. From the scene with no sign of movement, Naho's eyes slightly narrowed, and suddenly a strong external force appeared.
Du-hwa rushes out quickly from inside. He speaks coldly. Kim Nak-ho. I have identified the person.
Naho, wielding the Than tree with fierce intent despite his calm, suddenly struck down with a wooden drumstick, but Nao raised 2 trainings to block it, then pushed the opponent away. Seeing that, Choi-hun hurriedly called out, Director, but Naho immediately blocked him. Silence. Your opponent suddenly called out someone's name. Kim Nak-ho. Dua, trying to get close to the other person's face. I believed in you. As I fought, I listed your combat skills and ambitions. Du-hwa raised the wooden drum once more and struck it forcefully. Only then did he answer the question. It's hard to find a man like you anywhere. That's why I chose you. Those 2 objects slide against each other, but now just one more step is needed, just one more step forward. Du's face wrinkles as we have now reached the dream we aimed for. The wooden gong seems to be pressed firmly against the metal hammer, but still hasn't weakened Naho. His eyebrows furrowed deeply and his eyes flashed with anger. Yet, because of regret over the past, he ruined everything. Truly the height of foolishness. The fool is actually you. Du, now that Naho is at a disadvantage, you speak as you said. He looked into the wrinkled eyes of the man in front of him. A man like me. Naho swung his hand sideways, knocking the wooden drumstick away. He smirked and said, Demon Lord, how could I forget the defeat that day? And it is you, Hua Kwek-tu, who are the ones ruining everything. However, Due still quickly retreated to avoid it. Seeing that, Nayo did not give up. I'm not finished yet. Turn around and I will destroy all of you here. Kim Nak-ho laughed fiercely, saying that as long as I survive, that's enough. His father was also a police officer, having arrested countless criminals, with a 100% confession rate in the cases he handled. With a brilliant and impressive career, he was respected by everyone. Kim En-si-ho admired his father so much and also wanted to become a police officer. His father had also taught him his own investigative methods. But when Kim En-si-ho became a police officer, everything changed dramatically. His father was accused of abusing his authority during investigations. More than half of the cases he handled were retried and the criminals declared innocent. Kim Ho's father took his own life. Then, the police investigation became passive and the world changed. A society where criminals hold power and police become the weak. Kim En-ho couldn't understand the situation and thus began to follow his father's path of investigation. Kim En-ho became a police officer to make criminals fear him like his father, but his actions also brought him countless disciplinary actions and criticism. Cornered and alone, Kim En-ho relentlessly pursued a criminal organization. The organization was the Mask. Kim En-si-ho risked his life to catch the Mask to prove his way of investigation was right. His wife frowned slightly, displeased. Please, stop it. After hearing that person's accusation, I heard you used violence on the suspect again during the interrogation. Naho still calmly replied. He clarified without admitting anything, just trying to think of other ways. Her voice suddenly rose. How could anyone still investigate like that now? If they are truly innocent, what should be done? And Naho only responded with a cold tone, which is a pity. He turned back and continued. If they catch 100 meters of the criminal, even if one person is innocent, it's okay. Sweat dripped down the wife's forehead, and they started shouting at each other, saying it's no big deal. You are just like your father. Why bring my father into this? And even your family isn't on his side. The only one who truly understood him was none other than Duhua, who gently spoke up while standing before the man sitting on the ground in the heavy rain.
So that's why you've been causing chaos everywhere. The only person who could have gotten close enough to our mask organization to this extent is probably only you.
After hearing the other person say, Kim Nak-ho, I have a proposal for you, Na-ho immediately became curious and asked. Hearing this, he quickly got to the point. But you also know that this country is deeply divided by politics, gender, region, age, and so on. So I want to unify this country into one under the banner of fear. In the heavy rain, he stood solemnly, so it can be said that you and I share the same nature. You also want to use the fear called authority to unite people. As soon as the words finished, Na-ho suddenly denied. I am not fear. My thin eyebrows furrow constantly and I slightly curl my lips. I am justice. Meanwhile, the opponent watched intently. After a moment, Dua tried to persuade them, even though our paths may be different. With an unchanged tone, but the ultimate goal the same, Dua, as he removes his mask, concludes, join me. Then he established the Hoa Nation and spread fear across the country, while Kim En-ho exploited this fear to strengthen his position within the organization. Sunbites. Gradually, he reorganized the organization, everything progressing according to Dua's plan, but Kim En-ho still couldn't erase the feelings of that failure. Duhua asked emotionlessly, how does it feel? My eyebrows never relax. The feeling of ruining everything just because of that cheap pride. Na-ho remains very confident. Mess things up? I told you. Only you are the one who failed. He slightly bows his head. I lowered my gaze, and from that day on, I let go of my pride. I have cooperated with a criminal like you and followed all your orders. As Na-ho recalls the painful past, he continues, but I have never forgotten. Then came the moment Du approached him, bringing back the atmosphere of that day. Na-ho's eyes widened in horror as he brandished the metal club in front of him. Today, I will eliminate you and the entire Hoa Kingdom to cleanse the failures of the past and stand at the pinnacle of this land. Then he growled, calling Choi, Hunjin, Myung-hwan. After hearing the orders, the two of you will take responsibility for Lanthao's area. Orchid, with a fearless stance as a prey, spoke up.
Oh no, am I actually outnumbered? Meanwhile, Dua still maintains a serious expression.
If you are willing to live and bear your pride forever, perhaps you would have achieved your dream. Na-ho slowly advances. I have thought about it a lot. I have been thinking about it my whole life. Just as you said, that path is definitely easier. He looked at the hesitant person opposite him, but Na-ho grinned wickedly. I was born a man, I can't live like that. He observed the surprised face of the other person. You understand that too, Dua? After a long silence, Dua suddenly sneered and cursed. You idiot! Na-ho also didn't hold back and responded to the man. A commanding voice echoed in reminder. If you have no more self-respect, you're just a corpse. Kim Nak-ho has been trained in all kinds of methods since he was a child. From martial arts techniques to controlling opponents and exploiting fatal weaknesses, he has no rivals in the martial arts world. But that time, Dua was the first to completely overpower him. His incredible movements, overwhelming physical ability, everything was several levels above Kim Nak-ho. After hearing that Tinhwa mainly uses dual swords, he started training with dual swords to confront him. But through the battle with Sun, he realized that martial arts is the main fighting method. Although he guessed wrong, Kim Nyo felt relieved because his physical strength would surely decline with age. The two men continued to fight each other fiercely. Na-ho charged forward with Than Trui, but Dua still easily blocked the attack. The distance between them shortened, and he believed that someone who trains with weapons like himself would win. Na-ho reveals a cunning smile. Dua holds a small object in his hand, swinging it side to side, just needing to pay attention to the wooden rattle he's holding. As that thought crossed his mind, Na-ho suddenly was struck on the head, his eyes flickering with a hint of panic. Meanwhile, Dua continued to rush forward, and Na-ho, refusing to give up, grabbed his spear and shouted loudly, Is this old man losing his mind? Du's eyes flashed with a murderous red glow. He bent down. This scene left Na-ho extremely amazed. Before he could regain his composure, he was punched in the stomach by the opponent, causing siro to spurt out from his mouth. Kim Nak-ho once again misjudged the situation. The scene shifts to a moment in the past, where someone is being fitted with a cool oxygen mask. Thanks to Cook's medical care, he has delayed his body's aging as much as possible. His fighting spirit is incredibly resilient, and his eyes are full of courage. His eyebrows furrowed, but Kim Nyo was the same. At that time, Na-ho struck the weapon in his hand hard on Dua's head. He had also risen to a high position and received all kinds of advanced medical technology, delaying his aging as much as possible. But even stronger than back then, Dua was unharmed despite being struck repeatedly by the metal truncheon. A cruel, sudden smile appears, and this scene makes the opponent's eyes show a look of panic. He headbutted Na-ho's stomach once again. The police hat immediately fell off his head, along with a bunch of siro scattering everywhere. His body was thrown far away. After a moment, Na-ho sat up with a thud. This bastard's muscles are even stronger than when he was young. Na-ho bends over, trying to stand up.
What did you do? Why are you stronger than that day?
What are you doing? A few dark shadows appeared above, each with muscular arms. One of the masked men spoke. He's lifting weights with us. Seeing that, Na-ho immediately turned around, sweat pouring down his face. The two Dung brothers were met with another voice.
Sorry about this.
Actually, claiming we're outnumbered is because we have the larger side here. Naho suddenly chuckled sarcastically, his tone full of irony. Now, it's truly surrounded on all sides, isn't it? And Duhua, just poking at that wound, has already broken his spirit and wants to give up now, right? But Naho only replied coldly, "Giving up? I have already sacrificed a lot to stand by your side." His tone is very arrogant, aiming to change this country. Then the image of Nao's wife appears, along with their family including Hunso, his comrade, and a man of our faith. Naho raises the club in front of him, his mouth trembling but his face still showing a terrifying expression. But that surrender was to protect only one thing. Dua looked at Naho with an arrogant expression and continued, "That is how I defeat you." Without hesitation, Naho immediately charged forward and swung that rigid object. "I've never given up on defeating you even once, but I got punched in the face by Duhua and it hurts so much. Is that so?" Another blow lands on the other cheek. "Then let me make you give up by force." So Siro kept spitting from his eyes and mouth. "I've met many people like you." Meanwhile, Du's eyebrows have never stopped furrowing. Those who refuse to be my pawns and dare to resist me. Finally, he charged at Naho and delivered a powerful kick. He still looked at Naho with a piercing gaze. Do you know what happened to them in the end? They all ended up dead. As he spoke, a powerful blow struck Naho's body again. Foam spilled from his mouth and Dua's tone was merciless. "You are just one of them." He kept attacking, but after all, you are the only one who pushed me to this point. Your hand trembling as you grip it tightly. That's something to be proud of. Even though you ruined my plan, the outcome will remain the same. Then Du punched Naho hard in the chest. "Because I will become the god of fear, remembered by this country forever. After abandoning you, I will leave this country and prepare for a new beginning. I plan to team up with you to become a symbol of hope for the nation and unite everyone. But now that's no longer possible." As he looked at Naho lying sprawled on the ground, he added, "Look from the underworld and you'll see many people crying. Under the bright night sky and shining moon, he stood upright, but they will understand anyway." Duho's mouth revealed a sinister smile, because to achieve something great, sacrifice is necessary, isn't it? Is that right? Kimnak laughs. The other person whispers, "Sacrifice." Images of Naho's wedding day with his wife flashed before him. He turned around and said, "I'm leaving now." The wife gently reminded him, "Be careful, my love." Suddenly she sat on the chair and called out to herself. As he touched her big belly, the wife added, "You haven't said hello to the little one yet." So Naho also followed suit. "Dad is going to work now, my love. I have to go to work today too." Naho's face now looks very different from the gentle expression earlier as he says, "Hurry up! You're the culprit, aren't you? Very diligent." The pliers and hammer covered in syrup are scattered on the floor. Naho looks at his palms and exhales slowly. He continued to look at the person tied to the chair and commented, "This one is really stubborn." Suddenly there was a knock at the door outside. Then it slowly opened. Sergeant Kang Hoon-shok quietly stepped in. "Is it all done?" After hearing the answer, he said, "Still not yet? It's been a long time since I met someone as stubborn as this." He asked further, "Do you mean he is the mask maker?" Hearing this, Naho replied seriously, "Yes, that's right." He glanced at the other man and added, "I believe this is the one who made the masks for the organization we're after." Naho observed the man with the runny nose, the lion mask, taken from the last battle, and his way of making masks was exactly the same. In the middle of the air, a voice was heard saying that he only did what the customer requested. He finally gave a firm statement, but it was definitely related to us. Meanwhile, Hunseo could only listen silently. To gather evidence, he asked him to describe the features to sketch the client, but he claimed not to remember the person's face. The man sitting in the chair kept his head tilted to the side, only recalling the atmosphere that person brought. Naho then slightly lowered his head and looked down, so he only drew the mask for him to see. Those 4 types of faces are the Ha-Ha mask, the Gi mask, the Clown mask, and the Lion mask. But Hun Seok still frowned, and after a moment, he suddenly said, "What if Hun Jae-ok looks at the person next to him and this person is completely innocent?" After asking, he fell silent again and Naho said nothing. Then he gently called, "Hunak?" Naho tilted his head slightly and asked, "Have you ever seen him be wrong?" As soon as he finished, Hun Seok let out a sigh and replied, "Never." Hearing this, Naho arrogantly turned his head, waved goodbye, and left. So he'll come back tomorrow, and until then, keep an eye out so he doesn't get caught. Hun Seok quickly agreed. "I already told you." Naho also gave a polite glance. "Thanks." Hun shifts the gear. He turns his head once more. "Yes, see you tomorrow," returning to Naho's familiar house. As he took off his shoes, he looked a bit curious. What's going on? After hearing him ask if I hadn't slept yet, the wife suddenly put on a look of pouting anger. "Why did you come home so late?" Naho calmly explained as he entered the house. "I was busy with some work, so I came back late, and the other party was very worried." "Is something wrong?" After hearing that, he quickly added, "It's just police work, catching bad guys." The wife stammered, "You?" Her eyebrows furrowing tightly. "You're not torturing them again, are you?" Naho replied somewhat displeased. "What are you talking about? That's not true at all." As she finished speaking, the wife hesitated, but then seriously questioned why her brother had the smell of syrup. Hearing this, Nao's eyes flickered slightly. Then he immediately cut them off. Someone was in a traffic accident, so he helped take them to the hospital, which is why there was that smell. Don't ask for too many details. Naho reminds the person in front of her that with your current condition, this isn't the time to be telling such stories. But your wife keeps questioning you. It's really not true, right? But he was already very annoyed at this point. That's not true. Just as the other person was about to mention someone, the father was interrupted by him. Enough. Naho furrowed her brows in a sarcastic way. You're really from a journalist's family, always asking questions. He said it wasn't true. Kim En-ho's wife used to be a police reporter in the Social Affairs Division, initially investigating and tracking Kim En-ho and having a confrontational relationship. But strangely, the two of them were attracted to each other and got married. When accepting Kim No's proposal, she only set one condition. He must not investigate the case using violence. At first, Kim En-ho also followed her words, but after his father's will, he broke that promise. In the end, his wife could only silently watch Naho leave. The dark sky is still bright. Hoon Se-ok puts one hand in his pocket. I've been watching all night. You look at the person in the white shirt trembling, but he's in a very unstable state. Don't overdo it today. After listening, Naho replied slowly, all right, thank you. Then Hoon Se-ok turned around and placed his hand on the other's shoulder. See you tonight. Naho also readily agreed. Yeah. After a while, when Naho saw the guy sitting on the chair sneering, he was a bit confused. Why are you laughing? At that moment, he asked, are you the bad cop while that person is the good cop? And he immediately frowned. There's no such thing as good or bad roles. They're both just police officers, but it seems like the other person doesn't believe it. Really? He added. But to me, they are completely different people. Naho was now very curious. What do you mean? So the other person had closed eyes and a face full of bruises. As I said, I can't remember people's faces. I only remember people by their atmosphere and behavior. You and that person have completely different vibes. He was tied with his hands behind his back to the chair. He looks very much like the person I made the ha-ha mask for. When hearing the three key words, Naho recalled the ha-ha mask, and the person replied, yes, actually, it's the Y-band mask inside the ha-ha mask. He seriously commented, with an imposing figure and a commanding tone, the atmosphere seems as if no one can surpass that person. Very fitting for the Y-band mask. After hearing that, Naho was a bit stunned and asked, so I also suit the Y-band mask? But the other person didn't agree. It's just different, but there are still some similarities. He looked at Naho, who was frowning, and said, you are the beach mask, the butcher mask. His words were sharply argued, and you all resort to any means to achieve success, like a butcher wielding his knife to carry out violence to climb the social ladder. He began to make a comparison, saying that Jan's mask and Beach's mask looked very similar, with a very serious tone and straight to the point. Both masks represent an obsession with status in a paradoxical way, and are very alike. As soon as he finished speaking, Naho immediately responded, then pressed his face close to the opponent's face. Someone who claims to understand clearly like you saying, he doesn't remember the face, doesn't seem plausible. However, the guy in white still can't answer. I really don't remember. He's starting to go crazy again and then gives out some vague information. Bald. I only remember that he was bald. That person started to stammer. Please believe me. I really do have a flaw. At this moment, someone's pliers in their hand moved slightly, but from the outside, it looked like nothing. Naho's eyes are full of cruelty, so you need to make it more obvious. And Kim Nak-ho kept questioning the mask maker for a long time. Meanwhile, the wife always suspected her husband because he came home every night smelling of syrup. She had her eyes wide open and her face was pale. She stood still, staring at the scene before her. Then the wife called out in fear. Darling. Naho heard the call and slowly turned around, but he only showed a look of disgust. Your skills as a journalist haven't faded, huh? I didn't expect you to keep going this far despite your condition. And she put on a panicked look. Didn't you promise me that no matter what Naho asked, we'd stay calm and you'd explain everything? The wife's head trembled uncontrollably as she looked at the man, sitting motionless in the chair, covered in injuries, while Naho frowned in discomfort. Everything had a reason. Suddenly, the pregnant figure began to collapse, her body unable to hold up, falling down. Finally, the wife lay motionless on the ground, causing Naho to be stunned. He was extremely panicked and worried, his face darkening. My dear wife, after that incident, Kim Nak-ho had to make the first sacrifice of his life. Naho knelt on the floor, holding his wife tightly and screaming. My love, even in such a tense situation, someone like Kim Nak-ho is still lost in sleep. He should have called an ambulance and gone to the hospital immediately. But if he did, everything he caused would be exposed. Kim Nak-ho had to struggle a lot between his family and his own goals. In the end, Kim Nak-ho didn't call an ambulance but carried his wife himself and ran straight to the hospital. And because of that decision, Naho furrowed his brow, sweat on his cheek. As the dark ceiling light was on, the doctor, with a serious expression, called out, Family of the patient? Naho immediately sat up and asked, What is my wife's condition? To which he received a rather unfriendly reply. Her current condition is very bad. She is in her last month of pregnancy and has suffered a severe shock. Moreover, the baby is also trying to be born. He slightly bowed his head and continued, It would have been better if we had arrived a little earlier. Currently, the patient's condition is very poor, while Na-ho still clenches her jaw and listens attentively. Giving birth in this condition would be very dangerous. At this point, the chubby doctor finally gets straight to the point. Therefore, we need the family to choose between the mother and the child. Their eyebrows furrowed deeply. The mother asked to save the baby instead of herself and then lost consciousness. What is your opinion? After hearing this, Na-ho rolled his eyes and fell silent. He recalled his wife's bewildered expression, then returned to reality with the camera in her hands. Na-ho softly chose the baby, and suddenly the wedding scene flooded back. The moment he touched his wife's big belly, her happy face, and the hands of a man and woman holding each other tightly. Na-ho said nothing, sitting on the chair with a slight smirk, and finally made his decision. Please save my wife. In a certain room, a bowl of water suddenly splashed onto Na-ho's shirt, causing the wife to tremble and scream. Why is Na-ho still so calm, bending down to pick up the bowl? You need to eat more so you can recover quickly. Seeing that, the other person couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Their eyes kept overflowing with tears as they said, I told you we had to save our child. Why? Why? As he finished speaking, Na-ho slowly explained, You saved me by sacrificing the child. His face was cold as he said, Children can be replaced, but you cannot. After finishing, Na-ho's body trembled slightly. The wife was silent for a long time, but she still couldn't understand that sacrifice is not something that can be forced on others. It is something that each person must choose for themselves. She sits on the hospital bed, constantly questioning, still claiming that everything he did was for a greater sacrifice. Meanwhile, Na-ho listens silently, but it's not sacrifice. It's a tragedy caused by his own selfishness. Hearing this, a selfish question arose in his mind. After that, Kim In-si-ho's wife tried to change him, but since he refused to change, she ultimately left him. His teammate Hun-shok always tries to intervene, and he coughs out, Stop! This makes the other person turn around in shock. What do you mean? He tries to persuade him with all his might. The more I do these things, the more I see you changing. Na-ho immediately got annoyed. What are you talking about? All right, Hun-shok frowned. Report to the higher-ups what we've done and accept the punishment. Even if he refuses, I will report alone. What are you talking about? As soon as the words were spoken, Hun-so naturally spoke up. I'm sorry, brother. He quickly turned away, leaving Na-ho stunned. It's time for him to stop now. As he looked at the other's back, Na-ho's face showed cruelty. His eyes rolled back with no emotion as he glanced at him. Suddenly, a sharp object stabbed into the back of Hun-shok. He trembled, glanced back, clenched his teeth, coughing. Why did it have to come to this? And the other person only said sternly, Hun-shok? He speaks in a threatening tone. You've come this far. You can't turn back now. His eyes are bloodshot, his voice dark and sinister like the underworld. But you'll understand him, right? Meanwhile, Hun-shok could only tremble before collapsing to the floor, lying motionless in front of him. Behind Na-ho was a man in white, his eyes slightly open, whispering, with a mask covering his face. And so Kim Na-ho sacrificed his family and comrades for his own goal. In the end, the only person left by his side was himself. Do-hoa showed an evil expression. Kim Na-ho, why don't you answer? He stood up straight and said, Isn't that what I asked before? For a great cause, sacrifice is necessary, right? Na-ho also glanced at him and repeated two words, sacrifice. The image of the wife with tears streaming down her face appears once more. This is not sacrifice, but misfortune caused by his own selfishness. His mouth is covered in fresh syrup as he falls into a stream of thought. Na-ho whispered, I want to change the world. Sitting opposite Dua, he continued, even a catfish can muddy the water. I want to create a world where even if I have to sacrifice many people, the two other men also stare in shock and listen without letting any criminal slip through. For that goal, I have sacrificed my trust, comrades, family, and countless victims. Orich remained silent. But you really have two streaks of syrup on your mouth. Are you the one who has muddied the water more than anyone else? The night is dark, the full moon shines brightly, fresh syrup splattered across the ground, and Na-ho lies motionless on the crimson syrup. A few drops of syrup also stained Dua's chin. Na-ho's clothes are torn and stained with syrup spilling onto the ground. In the night sky, it seems as if someone has appeared. Dua turns to look back, remains silent, with their mouths slightly pursed. That person is Jeon-shu. He opened his mouth, his tone as cold as ice. Bodhisattva! Jeon-shu and Jang-guk just stepped out and ran into Dua. Jang-guk didn't hesitate to glare at him. Under his fierce gaze, Du smirked with an amused smile. Over there, Jang-guk silently assessed him from head to toe. Master Du-hua, it turns out Director Hong-run's words were true. Meanwhile, Guo Tu-hua was so surprised that he shouted out loud upon seeing Jeon-shu. Kim Kyung-shu, the Buddha. Let us handle that guy. Hak-kwuk-tu also was no less surprised, but Okit raised his hand to stop him. Calm down, Brother Dang. Ori's cautious voice echoed, Focus on the enemies first. Choi Hun's eyes cold as a blade. On the ground, Na-ho, with a head covered in syrup, looks very miserable. Mi Eung-hwan, unable to stay calm, wants to rush over to check on his condition. How dare you! As he shouted the word command, suddenly from behind Choi Hun, someone rushed forward and slapped him across the head. Immediately, Mi Eung-hwan fell to the ground, hitting his chin and losing consciousness from the pain. Okit and Kwak Tu Hua couldn't help but feel confused by Choi Hun's actions. "What is this?" Choi Hun tilted his face to look at the two of them with a cold gaze and said, "I want to follow the strong. Please let me come along." He recounted his past, saying, "I initially followed Captain Beyond Goats because I thought he was the strongest person in the world to me. I learned from him and gradually grew stronger." Choi Hun's voice was a bit disappointed, but after many missions together, I realized his weakness. He realized that his biggest weakness was his humanity, meaning he was too emotional. And that was also the moment Choi Hun met Naho. Devious and ruthless, Naho made him an intriguing offer. "Throw that away soon and follow me, Choi Hun. Then you will know who is truly the strongest." Thinking, Choi Hun turned his head to look at Naho's body lying scattered on the ground. Then he softly called out. Choi Hun's voice was tinged with regret. "You really kept your promise back then, didn't you?" he said, raising his eyes in admiration to the current strongest duo because he showed me who is truly the strongest. Okit stood silently observing Choi Hun's expressions, yet despite his unwavering loyalty to GC teammates, it was that very image that suddenly prompted Dua to praise Choi Hun. "I am very pleased." He immediately gives Hun a chance. "Follow me." Orit squints and carefully observes the situation. Just the kind of person the Bodhisattva prefers. At the same time, Jungkook suddenly called out to him loudly. Choi Hun heard this and slowly turned his head to look back but said nothing. Over there, Dua is feeling very interested in Jiangshu. "That's right, you're Kim Kyung-shu, aren't you? Have we met before?" He hesitantly recalled the time you wore a mask. The time when the masked Fai Kwang came to see me. Yi Ong-su suppressed his anger and repeated, not just that they had met before, his gaze darkening, and his tone full of hatred, but that it was a long cursed fate. Duhua raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, "A long and cursed fate, what are you talking about?" Under his mocking gaze, Mr. Zhu replied in a deep voice, "I am the second generation of the Lightless." After hearing that, Duhua chuckled mockingly and said, "So what?" Offended by his contempt, he replied, "If you don't believe me, I will make you believe." But Duhua shook his head and said, "No need to argue. I will believe you whether you are a phoenix or not because now nothing matters anymore." Mr. Zhu couldn't believe his ears. "What did you say?" The three cards represent three different images of Fai Kwang. The second generation of Fai Kwang is one of the three most successful cards we created. But Duhua stubbornly said that no matter how well it was made, in the end, it was just a card. Many different cards were created, and to me, they are no better or worse than that. Du patiently explained to him that if you truly are a second-generation photon, then in the previous situation, you would definitely be the one I had to eliminate to move forward. But now Kim Na-ho is gone, and I can't continue to exist. Jiangsu frowned and stared at Du, then calmly said, "As a symbol of hope, there's no need for that. I'm no longer interested in you." Jungkook and Jianshu fell into silence as they listened to the easy acceptance. In the end, your side, Hongjun's side, has already won this game. After a moment of silence, Mr. Guy Shu suddenly spoke with a strange tone. "I just want to ask one thing." He looked directly at Dua and asked, "You sacrificed so many children just to create those pawns. Don't you feel anything?" Dua frowned, considering it a normal question and replying back to him. "Have you ever had feelings for a tool? I didn't expect him to be so ruthless." Mr. Zhu immediately got furious and wanted to rush in to fight. As expected, Jungkook immediately stopped him and calmly said, "Kim Kong-shu." He took a drag from his cigarette and reminded him, "I don't know what involvement you have with that guy." Du-hua glanced at Jiang-gok, who was trying to dissuade him, but his organization had caused such trouble that they could no longer operate openly, and the director's side had already failed. Na-ho was lying helplessly on the ground. Jung-gok's eyes darkened, and as the other said, the final outcome of this matter was clearly leaning in our favor. At this point, it's better to end it here. No matter how strong you are, if you rush into battle against those powerful enemies driven by personal emotions, the risk is too great. Facing them one-on-one might be somewhat acceptable. This game is over for now. Prepare better next time, and you'll surely catch them. For now, it's too dangerous. For a moment, Gyeonshu didn't know what to say, only silently looked at him. Kim Kyung-shu was caught in a conflict as he stood before the target he had hated and despised his entire life, clenching his fists. Inside me, I just want to rush forward and behead him immediately. But Dua's mocking, challenging gaze meets Gyeonshu's patient eyes. Suddenly, Gyeonshu remembered Hongjun's advice. "Before carrying out the mission, I want to ask everyone for one thing. All of you, Mr. Gyeonshu, Janguk, and everyone present in the room, all turn their eyes to Hongjun. He speaks with a determined and urgent voice. Please do not kill." Hong's face trembles and wrinkles like a worried father for his children. Even if you have the chance to eliminate the target right in front of you, if you feel your life is in danger, save it for next time. Yi Ung-soo frowned as he listened to the urgent plea. This was a request from a superior to everyone present. That suddenly reminded him of a scene from many years ago. The method I learned while working as a police officer and the technique I used when I was a hitman. Mr. Zhu kneeled on one knee. The person facing him at that time had a cruel face, reminding him of a lesson. No matter what, he had to achieve his goal. Back to the present, Jong-guk gently grabs his shoulder and softly calls out Kim Kyung-shu. Ji clenched his teeth in anger without replying. As expected, he told himself as well as Jong-guk that the head could hold back, but the body couldn't follow. Sorry, Captain. Jong-guk was taken aback by his decision. Kim Kyung didn't have time to call his name before Jong-guk was already stunned, eyes wide open. The moonlight shone faintly in the clear night sky with no dark clouds in sight. Du-hwa looked up as a flash of a figure shot past him. Gi-ong-shu gathered his strength and soared into the air, shouting loudly, "Even if I have to die here." A sinister smile curled on Dua's lips. Gi-ong-shu charged forward with his weapon aiming to strike him down. "I also have to take this guy down." Gi-ong-shu swung his weapon aiming at Dua, delivering a strike. In just one attack, he easily dodged it. Dua realized that Kim Kyung-gu's words were true, but luckily managed to tear a hole in his shirt. Suddenly, Dua curled his lips into a sneering smile. He became interested in him. "This swordsmanship is real. This bastard really is Du-hwa." He chuckled loudly, as if he had discovered something interesting. Nevertheless, the moon in the sky is getting brighter and brighter. He punched him in the stomach. Now that doesn't matter anymore. Mr. Zhu immediately counterattacks. He stabbed him in the hand. That means something. Immediately, Ya's hand burst with syrup, and Jianshu's eyes darkened with anger as he roared, "Because you will be crushed by the hand of the one you abandoned." Orchid and Kwok Tu-hwa couldn't believe he could hurt someone. Orchid exclaimed in horror, "Master Bodhisattva," as he looked at his hand covered in syrup and cuts. Du smiled contentedly at him. "You're sharper than before, aren't you?" He coldly ordered her to leave this place, and she quickly obeyed. "Yes, Honorable One." As soon as he heard this, Gai Shu immediately stopped Du-hwa and asked for clarification. "Leave now, where do you think you're going? The only place you can go is the underworld." He chuckled mockingly and replied, "What is really going on here? The card I discarded has appeared before me. It's truly a matter that even spirits and gods are startled by. What have you been through?" Upon that question, Gi-ong-shu immediately felt uncomfortable. "I have no obligation to tell you." Du-hwa shrugged and said, "Nothing would really change even if I did, and I don't understand it either. But there is one thing I have realized," he said with a smile, as if he knew what I was thinking. "The reason you appeared before me like this is to become my trump card once again." Mr. Su immediately got angry because he was provoked. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Du-hwa patiently repeated. "Is that nonsense? Have you forgotten?" He laughed and said, "You are just a pawn under his control. Your fate is to be my card." Seeing Mr. Zhu get angry, he let out a mocking laugh. Du-hwa began to coax him. "Come back to me. Fai Kwang." He reached out to him, his tone gentle as he offered, "I will treat you like the strongest card ever, even more than the No Scent or Cherry Blossom. Whatever you want, I will give you everything." Tsuge expressed his dislike for his tone and immediately replied in a stern voice, "What I want is your life." But Du-hwa continued to offer him more tempting conditions. "When you were alive, you loved the phoenix very much, right? Then I will give you girls who look like the phoenix." Kyung-soo was so surprised he exclaimed, "What?" He laughed just like those old eunuchs. "Don't worry, at Kwok Temple we have plenty of big-breasted girls. I'll dye their hair blonde, and their faces can be surgically altered." Gi-ong-soo grits his teeth and glares at him. Du-hwa squints and smirks slyly. "Of course, I still have a cigarette so they can look just like the phoenix you once loved." Gi-ong-soo was so furious he glared angrily and couldn't hold back anymore, rushing forward to slash at him. "Shut up." Before he could even touch Du, Kwok Tu-hwa kicked him right in the stomach. Mr. Shu clenched his teeth in pain as a sudden surge of power struck Kwok Tu-hwa, and Choi Hun suddenly rushed in to block his sword. Choi Hun's cold, emotionless gaze suddenly swung his sword towards him. Immediately, Jong-guk rushed forward like a gust of wind, kicking him in the face, causing Choi Hun to fall to the ground. Jang Ji coldly reminds Jianshu Kim Kyu if you violate higher-ups' orders to this extent, there must be a reason behind it. "I will hold these guys back to buy some time. You focus on that monk over there." Then he glanced around cautiously at the chaotic scene before him. Mr. Shu silently took a deep breath, then quickly turned and rushed toward Du-hwa. He immediately clenched his fist and clearly threw a punch right into his cheek. "I've already taught you to stay calm during a fight." Ji suddenly ducks low to avoid his attack. His eyes widened in disbelief as he repeatedly slapped Dua in the face, causing him to step back in fear and cry out. "Aren't you listening?" Mr. Shu continued to charge at Lin Huang, swinging his sword at him. The swift strike cuts down towards Dua, but he easily blocks it. Not only that, he also loudly scolds you, saying that overall, you have really improved physically and skill-wise. Gi-young-soo clenched his teeth in fury as they clashed fiercely, the tension in the air reaching its peak and pain piercing to the bone marrow. Jianshu ravingly wants to crush him. This battle is enough to feel like his internal organs are being twisted. You are like a lightning bolt rushing straight at Dua, but Kim Kyung-shu feels nothing at all. He moves so fast that even his eyes can't keep up with his next move. Seizing the opportunity, Gai Shu desperately swung his sword at Dua, but the only thing Kim Kyung-shu felt was that he appeared completely unfazed by each blow, his eyes burning with madness and fury, driven solely by the rage and hatred surging within him. Dua was so amused that he chuckled mockingly. He not only immediately counterattacked, but also sneered. "You're truly amazing, aren't you? You're gradually closing the gap with me. but you immediately dodged to the side. Duhua clenched his fist and punched upward, his face drunkenly saying, "The more like this, the more it seems you're also reaching your limit, huh?" Gi Ongshu's determined voice echoes, "Even if I have the will, as long as Ji is with you, you openly admit it. I am also ready to fight." Duhua immediately breaks into a wild, excited smile. "Ah, how long has it been since I last felt the tension of a fight like this? He charged at you so quickly. Excellent!" Fi Quang, "Are you my masterpiece?" Chu Lao immediately leaps forward without hesitation. And as Fi Quang's sword gets closer to Dua's neck, Dua quickly dodges, and the two face each other directly, clashing. Ji is hit squarely in the face by him, while Fi Quang continues to press closer to the chit. He clenched his teeth trying to hold on. Mr. Shu immediately swung his sword to counterattack. A fierce storm raged around the two of them, while nearby, another man watched the scene and was also approaching the chit. On the ground where Naho had just fallen, only Zero remained. Naho struggled to stand up, like a demon rising from hell. He threw a punch straight at Ju, but he ducked down to dodge it. Naho squinted at them. Jiangsu makes his move.
Duhua tilts his head to dodge. Naho's eyes widen in surprise. Oh, that was close.
He turned his head to the side. So Choi Hun finally chose that way, huh? That's just like him. Naho seems to realize something and looks around, his gaze stopping on Haiguo Temple's statue sitting motionless in the corner. What is that guy sitting there doing? He sighed quietly, his whole body exhausted and powerless, feeling like he was about to fall apart. Naho watches as Dua frantically attacks. That bastard is stronger than before. But maybe because he hasn't fought seriously in a while, his knockout move seems a bit rusty. He watches the two focused in battle as Nio slowly crawls away carefully. After all the wounds are fatal. If not treated, they will die immediately. Taking advantage of his turn to face away, I will quietly slip away. He is focused on their powerful attacks. After all, this is a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Now I understand why Hongjun said that was the strongest card. Naho watched Dua's hammer rushing towards Gyeonshu, but luckily he still managed to narrowly avoid this powerful punch. Neho, frowning, assessed Dua's side, which still seemed slightly ahead. He looked at Dua's calm and playful expression. Dua remained very composed. Meanwhile, Jiangshu's face was filled with resentment, his eyes seeming ready to tear Dua apart, while Kim Ji-shu was overwhelmed by emotion and no longer maintained his composure. Naho silently observed them, recalling his conversation with Hong Jun. Kim Ji-shu is just like him. Naho was silent then, listening to Hong Jun speak. He also bears a grudge against that bastard. Like him, he will stop at nothing to get revenge. His voice carried a sense of worry. That's why I was concerned. Hong frowned and looked serious, worried that he might also become like him. Nio just gave a faint smile, not really caring, though he did have quite a lot of hair. At that moment, Nio was still focused on watching Jionu fight, but he was willing to sacrifice his life for Gua. He secretly acknowledged that Hong Jun was right, as someone suddenly appeared in front of Nio, seemingly reading his thoughts and countering him. But he's not like him. The late wife suddenly appears in front of Naho, while he is willing to sacrifice everything else just to save his own life. Her face shows a hint of disappointment and remains that way now. Naho is stunned, as if he can't believe his eyes. What is this? Losing too much Zero and starting to see hallucinations? Che Jiang glanced at Jianshu's determined eyes. That young man was different from him. He was willing to sacrifice himself to achieve his goal. Naho closed his eyes, thinking to himself that he was seeing hallucinations and needed to run away and get treatment immediately. Then a male voice sounded again. Oh no. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face. Nao grimaced in discomfort. Hun, are you here to scold me like my wife? Teaching me what exactly? He recalls that when he was young, he was the one protecting me from bullies. Hun Si-ok remembers Nao's appearance at that time, reaching out his hand. Then he said he wanted to become vigilant with me to protect the weak. He recalls his own fragile, breathless state when he was young. When I once thought about ending my life, you were the one who gave me a reason to keep going. Hun Se-ok smiled gently and said, You have always been my hero. Nao was silent for a moment before speaking. You blame me, don't you? A look of disappointment, like a grimace, appears on his smile. It's not exactly blame, just sadness and regret that my hero has become like this. Naho looked down, his eyes filled with thoughts. Suddenly, Che Jiang sat down beside Naho. Are you going to leave that guy like this forever? He immediately asked, What do you want me to do? His voice tinged with a hint of expectation. He can help, but Naho became angry when he heard this suggestion. You want me to wear it? To force me to sacrifice? He suddenly paused, gazing thoughtfully at his wife with a disappointed expression. So what made him become a police officer? In her mind, the image of her father and Dua appears. Are they to prove something to her father or to seek revenge? Che Rang stood up, clasping her hands behind her back. So what was it about him that made me fall for him? Both of them recall when they were young. Nio boldly confessed his love to her in the middle of the street. Che Rang, I loved you from the very first sight. Please go out with me. She found it hard to believe when she looked at the young man speaking in front of her. Have you heard that Che Rang likes masculine men? Che Rang, do you know what a police officer's duty is? Naho looked very confident and straightforward, speaking each word clearly. A police officer's mission is to protect people's lives, bodies, and property, ensuring public safety, order, and peace. His voice echoed throughout the neighborhood at that moment. The police are there to protect the vulnerable. Passers-by are also drawn in by Nao's words, putting aside their own safety to confront violence more than anyone else. He stands upright with a very confident tone. Police officers sacrifice themselves to protect others, and he will become a police officer like that. Therefore, Kim Nak-ho can confidently say that he is the real man more than anyone else. Na-ho promises Chae Rang, "Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you. Please go out with me." She was also moved by that at the time. Returning to the present, Chae Jiang quietly looked at the man on the ground. She sighed that back then he was so manly. Na-ho replied, "He was still young then, not understanding the ways of the world, with nothing to lose, just boasting." Na-ho looked at him with a sad smile, feeling too old now with too much to lose and unable to do such things anymore. Na-ho looked at the cold moon shining above and sighed, probably about to catch a cold. On the other side, Dua is smiling with satisfaction. He rushes toward the old man while he responds with a strong punch. Both of them moved so quickly it was dizzying. Suddenly, they seemed to see something, and they stared in amazement. When did Na-ho appear between the two of them? He blocked the attack from both sides. Du-hoa asked confusedly, and Mr. Xu also looked at him in surprise. Na-ho bent down and picked up his police hat. "Ah, since the hat fell here, if you go anywhere without wearing it, your head will get cold." Na-ho chuckled as he put his hat back on. "Being sick must be really tough, huh? You understand well, right?" Dua grimaced at him, stayed silent for a moment, then scolded, "You crazy!" Na-ho, while blocking both attacks, lightly taunted Dua, saying, "Even with training your body, it seems you can't keep your sense of real combat. You should have finished it quickly. That's not like you at all." Hearing this, Dua's face immediately darkened. That's right. He threw a straight punch at Na-ho's face to end it now. Meanwhile, Na-ho seized the opportunity to tighten his grip on the two sticks in his hands. He swung his staff with force into Dua's stomach, but Dua quickly raised his hand to block the attack, and at that moment he realized something was wrong. In just a moment, Na-ho used all his strength to send Dua flying. Noticing the noise here, Choi Hun and Kwok Tu-hwa immediately engaged Jang-guk in battle. Kwok Hwa loudly shouted Bodhisattva. Na-ho slightly parted his lips, sighed, exhausted as he adjusted his hat, and muttered, feeling like he was about to faint. Suddenly, someone shouted, and when Nao turned to look, he felt as if a flock of maple leaves was flying toward him. By the time he regained his composure, Nao had instinctively blocked Jian's attack on Mr. Zhu. He frowned and questioned him. "Why are you blocking me?" Na-ho trembled and struggled to hold on. He smirked faintly. "What's there to obstruct?" "I'm helping you record Mr. Zhu's uncomfortable protest." "I don't need any help. That guy will be killed by me." Na-ho also accepts the truth calmly. "Fine. Unlike me, you can kill that monster, but you will also lose your life." He frowned with determination. "If I can kill him, I'm ready to die too." Na-ho suddenly interrupted and said that Officer Kim Gi and Mr. Shu's lives are something I, who have nothing left to lose, cannot afford to throw away. As he said this, his eyes clearly showed his determination, but Officer Kim Gi still remained firm in his stance. "I have nothing left to lose either." Na-ho interrupted you once again. Detective Kim Gi urges him sincerely to stay calm and think about those around him. "You really have nothing left to lose?" Hearing this, Mr. Kim Gi was momentarily stunned. Old memories flood back, and he recalls his past self from a previous life, when the Phantom was completely separate from others in the organization. But upon closer inspection, he suddenly noticed something. Gi-ong-shu saw someone waving to greet him. "Your teammates from the police department have always welcomed you." Mr. Zhu was stunned as he snapped back to reality. Seeing his silence, Na-ho immediately asked sharply, "Why are you not answering?" He smirked confidently. "Duong Kao, it seems like you've remembered something, huh?" "Let this one be for an old man nearing the end of his days. You still have a future ahead of you, right?" Looking over Nao's shoulder, Guiyang-shu suddenly saw Du-hua charging fiercely and swung his hammer to attack. At this moment, Na-ho also quickly turned around and blocked the attack with his hand. While Mr. Shu was still stunned, Nao remained calm and reminded him to deeply ingrain my last image into his eyes. Faced with that power, he shakily used his staff to defend himself. Na-ho sincerely turned back to warn Guiyang-shu one last time so that next time he fights, he will have nothing left to lose and can catch this guy. Seeing that both sides are evenly matched, Kwok quickly rushes forward to help, but Buddha Du-hua immediately shouts to stop him. "Be silent!" He glared at his opponent and said in a low voice, "This complicated relationship, I will cut it myself." These two are the origin of everything, staring at each other with a desire to end the opponent. The others have stopped what they were doing, and even Guy Shu is standing still, waiting. And watching their fight, Na-ho roared fiercely. Due, he was no pushover either. Du swings the hammer while growling as Kim Na-ho charges at each other, exchanging blows at a speed hard to catch with the naked eye. When Na-ho decisively swung the bat, Dua quickly leaned back to dodge the attack and then immediately swung the weight to counterattack. This time Nao was hit, but Dua suddenly realized something was off. His opponent was actually grinning happily. Na-ho now clenched the iron rod tightly and forcefully struck Dua's hand. where a bruise was gradually forming. So, as not to give the opponent an advantage, Du quickly punched hard into Naho's stomach. He grimaced in pain, clutching his belly and stepping back. Seeing that, Du Hua suddenly spoke. "Do you want to know why a dying person is stronger than before?" Naho calmly replied, "I was a little scared at first. But then I remembered why I came here, which is the police badge he always boasted about." Looking at the enemy before me, Naho listed them one by one. Teammates, family, trust. Because I had given up what I cherished, that's why I'm here. Du heard these words but showed no emotion at all. Naho called out again. "Hey, stupid monk, you raise your hands to defend for battle, so if I die here, what do you think will happen? What do you think will happen? Then I might as well die, right?" In this situation, Nio doesn't even bother to move. Still, seeing this, Dua's gaze deepened even more. Despite his wounds leaking syrup, Neho struggled to say, "I will not die in vain." Then he tilted his body and forcefully struck Du Hua in the face. He didn't hold back either. After regaining his stance, he launched a counterattack, and the two kept exchanging blows, neither willing to give in. At this moment, Du suddenly charged forward, aiming to knock Naho away. Naho seized the opportunity, raised his knee to counter, and at the same time swung his iron staff. "See that? I said I wouldn't die for nothing." He was very pleased to see Dua so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged with rage. Naho smugly said, "And your blood is red like mine too? Good. Now I know one more thing. So what color are your bones?" Du, furious, furrowed his brow and charged forward, aggressively heading towards Naho, the person trying to cross two iron rods for defense. Dua, putting all his strength into swinging the weight in his hands toward them. When the weapons of both sides clashed, Naho realized the tremendous power. Seeing the person in front of him easily switch attack modes, Naho was a bit surprised. Despite that massive body, his movements are unbelievable. When Dua jumps up and attacks with his legs, it instinctively reminds him of agility and flexibility.
Then when that person threw a series of punches, Nao also thought he finally understood what endless was. The techniques Ya used were all very diverse.
At this moment, he is easily forcing Naho's body forward. When his body touches the ground, Dua simultaneously grips his body tightly and lifts the weight, preparing to swing it. Naho, exhausted, took a sip of syrup. As the decisive blow from the opponent drew closer, Naho silently marveled to himself that it truly felt as if the god of battle had possessed his body. Kwok Tu Hua and Choi Hun calmly wait for the traitor's fate. Dua's eyes are also filled with murderous intent. But at that moment, Naho suddenly thought, even so, it's still not enough. Seeing the weight right in front of his face, he silently screamed inside that he still couldn't die. Naho's body immediately moved, swinging his arm to deflect the attack. Naho silently hypnotized himself a little more, waiting for him to see even more. Thinking quickly, he rolled over and struck Du Hua's leg with his staff, forcing him to lean back to dodge. Mr. Kwong clenched his teeth, determined to respond to Kim Naho's effort. Kim Gi, Mr. Shu also memorized every move of Du Hua, frowning as he silently analyzed that his techniques are now even better than before. Watching the two sides exchange blows without a clear winner, Mr. Shu quietly thought to himself. Still, it was all part of the plan. He stared intently ahead. What worries me most is that Mr. Shu remembers what Kong-san said at the end. Surely he still has something to hide from everyone. Seeing Dua fighting fiercely before my eyes, I tell myself I also want to know what he's hiding. But relying on others is not my way. Thinking of this, Gi Ongshu gently moved his arm holding the barrier. Naho couldn't miss this move. Suddenly, he shouted, "Kim Gi Ongshu, are you still watching closely?" Seeing his silence, he softly said, "That's good. I've reached my limit." This made Gi Ongshu stunned. Naho smiled and turned to rely on him, saying, "I hope my life won't be wasted. Doing this for others is my first time." Gi Ongshu fell into silence, not replying. At this moment, Du Hua suddenly spoke up in complaint. "Dia is right." He pursed his lips and continued, "Kim Naho, you make me extremely uncomfortable. Your stubbornness is truly exhausting." Seeing Naho still maintaining his arrogant attitude, he muttered helplessly, "All right, now I will truly end this." Hearing this, Naho immediately looked up. He caught Dua, who had discarded his weapon, causing Jianshu to also gape in astonishment. Dua, with deadly intent, gradually lowers her stance. Naho is a bit stunned, preparing to strike with a punch. Really? He looked at the person before him and quietly wondered, is this someone who only uses flashy moves, but chooses such a basic stance? Thinking this, Naho immediately heightened his alertness. There must be something different. It definitely isn't an ordinary straight punch I have to defend. Suddenly, something swept past on the ground. This time, Naho's prediction was wrong. Huh? What's that? Really just a straight stab? When he used the iron rod to block, it was already too late. The pain radiating from his distorted face made him silently groan in agony. Naho was completely overwhelmed by the blow, only able to think to himself that such immense strength had been knocked away. Ho's weapon was knocked away. Jianshu frowned nervously, realizing he had never taught me basic martial arts when I was Fai Kwang. Back then, Dua said that basic techniques were only for the trash who weren't chosen to train. Those with innate talent were born with it and didn't need to practice. Back then, I naively thought it was real. Now I suddenly realized that move couldn't be mastered after just a few tries. Ho panting. looked at his red hands, trembling as he questioned, "What is this Dua? Why didn't you use this technique from the beginning?" Na-ho raised an eyebrow in defiance and asked, "Maybe you have a reason for not using it." Du-hwa bluntly cut him off. "Shut up!" Hearing that, Na-ho immediately realized and muttered softly, "Quiet? Not even a moment for me to speak?" Try to think a little. Seeing Mr. Zhu on the side also focused on judging, it's really strange. That move just now. He recalled Dua's stance and wondered how many years of hard training it took to master it. Na-ho stared intently at the person opposite him and said, "You always say that people have a predetermined destiny and memories flood back." Back then, Dua kept trying to brainwash Na-ho. Lately, Kim Na-ho, you seem to be thinking differently, but no matter how hard you try, the crane will always be the crane. Don't dream of becoming a phoenix. Na-ho lifted her teacup and replied, "Don't worry." Back to the present. Na-ho looked surprised at Dua's tall figure and questioned him. "You said that, and Gaishu also believes that in Hua country, the Bodhisattva trusts talent absolutely and looks down on effort. If they show no talent at all, he will ruthlessly eliminate the possibility of He Zidong and Zidong surviving. Dua justified that because they have the talent to survive, not because of effort, and that everyone's life is determined by fate. So now, Gaishu and Na-ho can't help but wonder why he's hiding his most basic and even his strongest technique. At this moment, Dua's attack once again closes in on Na-ho. He strikes without mercy. Seeing that Na-ho doesn't react, Due nervously whispers, "Really, this guy is making me so angry." Tran Na-ho spoke, causing him to frown. If he was furious, his face would be bloodied, but he still kept provoking. "If you want to vent your anger, just hit me more." Na-ho moved his face closer to Dua's eye level. "You can hit me more, but I can show him even more." Seeing Dua's eager face, he continued, "Stop pretending to be bored. I'm really reaching my limit. Let's support each other a little." The scene of their first meeting appears. Na-ho gritted his teeth and charged forward. From the very beginning, we started with this kind of relationship, didn't we? When Na-ho swung his fist, he met Dua's defense, and he muttered to himself as he put all his strength into the punch. That's strange. Really strange. Facing an equally matched opponent, he questions their perspective. Humans are born with a predetermined fate, and those who say talentless people are trash. Yet you are threatened by the most basic thing. When he said this, Na-ho couldn't help feeling a bit triumphant. He looked at Du-hwa and asked, "Do you really think you were born to become a god? But in reality, you only have ordinary talent like everyone else, right?" Then he said, Na-ho relentlessly throws punches while Du-hwa blocks them calmly and replies, "I don't care what you think." He was about to unleash his deadly move, with a mocking tone in his voice. After all, that was his last thought before you die. Then Du decisively punched Na-ho in the stomach. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. I lost track of how much blood I had lost. The pain gradually numbed, but Na-ho's body instinctively urged him to keep fighting. Time seemed to pass very slowly, and he could feel every move of his opponent. As he took the next hit, Na-ho wondered, "Is it time for me to die?" At this moment, Du-hwa, with intense suspicion, asked, "Kim Na-ho, do you have any last words?" Na-ho helplessly lies on the ground, coughing up blood as he endures a barrage of punches from Du-hwa. Meanwhile, Na-ho vaguely thinks to himself, Denial, is that it?" Remembering the past, he realized that I want to live to do what is right and beneficial for the world. For me, the most right thing is the work my father did. So I want to become someone like my father, but a changing world has denied me. He realized it at his father's funeral. Na-ho silently wondered, "Where do I go now?" At my father's funeral, the victim he once tortured came forward and told me he forgave him in front of countless reporters. This left all the reporters there stunned, including Na-ho. He was surprised to hear the other person whisper, "I wish we had met in a better world, not in the interrogation room full of knives and blood." The other person sadly continued, pouring soju and beer at the bar and clinking glasses together, regretfully looking at the half-burned incense, neither the culprit nor the victim. "If so, did you genuinely want to know where we should go back then?" Na-ho kept asking questions. What should we do what is right and helpful for the world? The other person couldn't answer these questions. Na-ho realizes that what is right or wrong depends on the social circumstances at the time. Even if I believe what I did was right, when society changes, it can still become wrong. Facing the dark world, he whispered to himself, "If that's the case, I will no longer bend to society but make society follow my actions. I will change this country." The memories gradually fade away, leaving Na-ho injured and lying on the ground, with a hollowed-out spot in his chest caused by Ya's fist. The moon high above casts faint rays of light down on the world. Na-ho lies there helplessly, slowly opening his eyes, trying to see everything. Memories flood back as Mr. New hears once again the victim's answer. What truly benefits the world? No one can know. Still, that person firmly believed that no matter how much the era changes, some things will never change. He turned to co-advise Na-ho that no one can live alone. Cherish your family, cherish your friends, cherish your community. Value the people around you and you'll know where to go. That place is right here. Neo seems to have found the figure he wanted to see. He looked at the young man in front of him, Sergeant Kim Gi, with a frown. Na-ho whispers softly, "Avenge me and don't just look straight ahead." Because I only looked ahead, I didn't notice what was around me. Na Hu's crooked smile suggests he may have lost the precious things nearby. He looked at Mr. Shu and continued, "If you want revenge, that's fine, but don't become like me." Then Na gradually trembled and closed his eyes. His words made Kwok Tu-hwa and Choi Hun also pay attention before leaving me. My wife once said that someone who can't take care of a family can't take care of the world. Cherish what is around you. Lieutenant Kim Gi, Mr. Shu, and Jong-guk also paused to listen to those words. Na-ho's voice gradually harmonized with the past, and that is what life is truly about. He smiled contentedly. Hearing these words, Mr. Shu was so shocked he couldn't speak. Looking up at the bright moon in the sky, Na-ho muttered, "So it turns out my fate was sealed from the beginning." His eyes grew dim. Na-ho wondered, is my life full of mistakes now meaningless? Suddenly, someone cut him off bluntly. Not exactly meaningless. Na-ho's wife gently said, "People grow up by making mistakes and fixing them." She continued to advise, as long as someone looks at you and feels something, that's enough. Hearing that, Na-ho chuckled softly in self-mockery. "So is that so?" He hesitated and asked, "But your wife is still alive, right?" Could it be that at this moment the other person softly replied, "I am not a ghost, just an illusion created by you." Na-ho whispered softly, "So it is?" "That's good." He told her he can now rest assured and fall into hell. But then Na-ho suddenly changed his tone, catching the other person's attention. Still, he casually joked that men shouldn't go into hot places, but he still felt worried. This leaves his wife speechless and helpless, truly his Ha's style. The sky above grows brighter and brighter, and Du remains silently standing still. Kwok Hwa and Choi Hun also watch seriously, while Jong-guk's face shows clear tension. At this moment, Jung-shu lightly presses his lips together and silently thinks, "Kim Na-ho." Jung-shu looked at the body gradually growing cold, and finally he concluded that the person was dead. The performance is over. Standing before Na, who has fallen, Due remained silent for a long time, but his face was filled with sorrow. Just then, an object inside Dua's shirt gently vibrated. He took out the device and muttered to himself, seeming ready to leave. Then Du-hwa signaled Kwok Tu-hwa and Choi Hun. "Let's go." Suddenly, someone coldly called out to him, "Hey, you damn king!" Du-hwa glanced at Mr. Shu and asked, "What is it?" He asked cautiously, planning to continue. Mr. Gi immediately denied it. "No, I just realized something." He said seriously, putting his life in the hands of someone like him is extremely foolish. So Gi Ong-shu looked up at the sky. Then Ha made up his mind. "Next time we meet, I won't risk my life, but will only take yours. Get ready." Du listened to this challenge and felt a bit contemplative. He slowly turned to leave when suddenly he heard this call. Gi Ong-shu. As he turned, he saw Kwok Tu-hwa throw something at him. "Take it." Gi Ong-shu reached out, opened his hand, and found it was a playing card. Gi Ong-soo silently watched Du's group leave, suspiciously glaring, not understanding what that guy was planning. Na-ho's body on the ground had already started to stiffen, but later at the police station, Hong Run showed clear joy, repeating over and over, "So lucky. Really lucky." Looking at the familiar faces in the room, Hong Run softly muttered, "Everyone made it back alive. We've all been through a lot." After a moment, he solemnly summarized that the plum blossom in February was damaged by Mr. Zhu. Deputy leader of the Ice Flower Gang, Mun Yan, was defeated by Bun Jeong-guk. The June Peony was defeated by Kim Na-ho. No Sun in August was taken down by Kim Ji-yeon. The Cherry Blossoms in March were also dropped by Kim Nao. After Song Sui was betrayed and Jin Myung fell into despair at the hands of the traitor, Hong Jun-myu suddenly remembered a problem. "What about the September chrysanthemum? Has it been taken care of yet?" Cha stepped forward nervously and replied, still not having caught him. Mr. Shu glanced at her and nodded in agreement. "That's true." He frankly admitted that his skill with the short knife even surpasses mine. "But I still have one question. Without a weapon, he shouldn't be much of a match against so many people." "Who was it that dropped his weapon?" Kaon pursed his lips and replied, "From the beginning, we couldn't fight him for long." She said that while they were fighting, he received a message somewhere and hurriedly left the scene. Then Mr. Shu suddenly realized and slowly listed. "So now at Kukwasu, only March, April, July, and September are left, right?" Jang-guk suddenly turned to Hong Run and spoke. "Anyway, officer, are you still okay? With the current situation, you probably don't have much time either." Hong feels troubled, but admits that dozens of hibiscus flowers have fallen because of this incident. Restoring order in this chaotic situation won't be easy. But don't worry, leave those complicated matters to me. I will do my best so that the elders can focus fully on destroying Wag's remnants. Be careful until action resumes again. You've all been through a lot. Let's end it here. He paused, looked at Jiangshu, and called out, "Ah, Kim Gaisu, stay a moment." "What? You're so busy and you're still calling me?" Hong Run seriously replied, "I need to hear an answer from you." The man asked sternly, "Are you Kim Gi Ongshu or Fi Kwang?" "What? Why are you asking suddenly like that?" Hong Run slightly pursed his lips and said, "So let me ask again to make it clearer." He stared intently at Gi Ongshu and asked slowly, "Are you a police officer or a hitman? In your opinion, what do you see yourself as?" Before this question, Mr. Gishu hesitated for a long time outside, where a fire was lit and someone was sitting there grilling meat. Are the two of them really going to meet? They will come for sure. The other person asked suspiciously, what if he thinks this is a trap and doesn't come? This person replied to Kung Trak-nik, no, it will definitely come. Just then, a figure approached from afar, and upon seeing Gi Ongshu, an arrogant person shouted, see, I told you he would come. Kwok Tu-hwa said to Hak Kwok Tu-hwa nearby, I told you he would come.
Then he raised a skewer of meat and asked, do you want to try a piece? I heard it's very high in protein.
Gi Ongshu surprisingly agreed and told them, all right, let me sit with you. The campfire crackled softly as Gi sat across from the two others, slowly skewering meat. While eating, he asked, is this bird meat? Kwok Hwa confirmed. That's right. Mr. Gi then asked again, are you the one who cooked it? He looked at the skewer and muttered, if he cooked it, maybe he poisoned it too. Hearing this, Hak Kwok Tu-hwa immediately scolded, you bastard! Seeing this, Kwok Tu-hwa has to step in and warn you. Calm down, little brother. He took off his mask and continued. Shu Gi-ong looked at this action with some confusion, while Kwok Tu-hwa added darkly, it's a matter for later. Look at this, Kim Gi-ong-shu. Don't worry and just eat. These guys aren't the kind to resort to dirty tricks. They just want to have a meal with you. Gi Ong-su frowned and replied, but I don't think we can sit across from each other and eat peacefully. Hearing that, Kwok Tu-hwa interjected, I initially just intended to fight, but after witnessing that battle, I feel like talking to you for a bit. He asked suspiciously, talking? Suddenly, Kwok Tu-hwa asked an unrelated question. Kim Ju, you're the second generation of Phi Kwang, right? Mr. Shu replied honestly, yes. He then asked seriously, what do you think of the Bodhisattva? Even if it's confusing, he still answers, why ask something so obvious? He is worthless and not worth mentioning. At that moment, Kwok Tu-hwa interjected. I'm asking about this battle. He looked straight into Ji-on-shu and spoke honestly. Until now, we believed in the Buddha's teaching that human fate was predetermined from the start. But after witnessing this battle, I began to think maybe that's not the case. That final attack of the Bodhisattva is the culmination of a lifetime of effort and time. What do you think? Mr. Gi-shu put down the skewer and replied, you're asking like that probably because you want to say that if you try especially Huska, you can definitely beat me. Seeing how sharp you are, that guy can only stay silent. Gi Ong-su's lips trembled slightly, but he confidently asserted that there are some people who, no matter how hard they try, still cannot do it. Kwok Tu-hwa, eating, commented, that was a disappointing answer. All right, I understand what you're thinking now. Keep eating. Gi Ong-su glanced at the two masks of the Chiho brothers placed side by side and asked them with confusion. But aren't you guys going with that monk? Ben calmly replied, after I finish my fight with you, I'll meet up with him. Then he suddenly asked, do you really fail the no-sun test, Kim Gi-shu? Shu Mr. Gi, eating and wiping his mouth, replied, I don't think I have an obligation to answer that question. Seeing that, he made an excuse, but I already treated you to this meal, so saying a word shouldn't matter. Using that very reasonable excuse, Mr. Shu admitted, yes, I really failed the exam. Hei Guo Tsu-hwa, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked excitedly, did you really fail the exam? Guo Tsu-hwa saw this and immediately turned to advise, just eat, don't worry about that. He kept pressing, and what about Hua An-dao? She never came back and disappeared completely. Are you also failed with Hoa An-dao? Old Shu frowned and replied, no, I didn't fail her. So that's how you found out. Did Hoa An-dao not come back? Kwok Hwa seemed indifferent to this, changing the subject to someone else. And what about you inheriting the third generation of the Phi Kwang? Mr. Su replied, I have restrained and imprisoned him in an unexpected place, and somehow that place turned out to be Hong Jun's house. Even Hong Gon was shocked to see someone trapped in his own house. Kwok Hwa called out sternly to Kim Ji-on-shu, saying he must be the second generation Phi Kwang. He continued very seriously. I'm sorry about what happened with Phoenix. This action surprised Jiang-shu very much. Even Hei Guo Tu-hwa looked puzzled and asked what Tu Duong said. Kwok Tu-hwa paid no attention to his brother's attitude and said frankly, I know you care about Phoenix as if she were your own sister. Actually, I've always wanted to have a proper conversation with you for a long time. Remembering the organization, he understood how difficult and painful it is to protect someone you cherish in a place like this. If we had met somewhere other than Wagsa, maybe we could have shared our feelings and become friends. Mr. Shu couldn't help but be stunned by his thoughts. But I know deep down that it's impossible. Because my brother and I have gone too far to turn back, the guilt cannot be erased. Hearing this, Hei Guo Tu-hwa couldn't hold it in anymore, and he angrily shouted, what are you talking about? Have you lost your mind? This can't stop Kwok Tu-hwa. Thinking of Du-hwa, he softly says, I used to live without thinking, so I believe everything I do is predestined. As the Bodhisattva said, the battles that day shook my faith. Maybe destiny isn't something predetermined, but something that can be changed by our will. Gi Ong-su remained silent for a moment before Kwok Tu-hwa asked him seriously, Kim Gi-shu, I ask again, is it really that fate has already been decided? If that's really the case, then my younger brother will never be able to beat you, right? This question caught him so off guard that even his younger brother was staring at him in surprise. Gi Ong-su suddenly opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he just told you to verify it yourself. I will answer your question after this battle. Guhao nodded in satisfaction. Fine. Yi Ongsu suddenly glanced at the used skewers on the ground and commented to He Guo Tu Hua, "You eat too little for someone with that big body." He lowered his head and replied, "It's nothing." Then he glared and confidently declared, "I'll tear you apart and chew you up to satisfy this hunger." With that response, Mr. Gi pursed his lips and said, "That's how it is." As he rotated his arm to warm up, suddenly someone spoke up to stop Mr. Gi. "Hold on a moment." Kwok Tu Hua gave a very forced excuse. "Exercising right after eating isn't good. We also need to change location and take a walk to aid digestion. Let's go slowly." Gi Yongshu didn't know what to say about this suggestion. A while later, at a place with some gym equipment, probably where the two brothers usually train, Gai Shu stood upright, stretching his muscles, and said, "All right then." He looked at He Guo Tu Hua across from him and asked, "Are you ready?" He immediately replied, "I'm ready." Seeing the two standing together, Gai Shu asked again, "Are you both planning to rush in at the same time?" Kwok Tu Hua immediately denied, "My younger brother will defeat you alone." Mr. Shu replied sternly, "I have no intention of raising my hand because you guys have invited me to eat." You look at the barbell in Hak Kwok Tu Hua's hand and ask, "Isn't it true? You once said weapons are for the weak who lack confidence in their bodies." Yet he straightforwardly admits that Hak Kwok Tu Hua raises the barbell and confesses, "I am the weak one." He recounts that before fighting you, he was very proud of his body, and that was his deadly mistake. As soon as he felt satisfied, his progress stopped and his desire disappeared. Mr. Shu remains silent to listen as he says, "I have come to realize my own weakness, and that has made me crave becoming stronger more than ever. Just like I once disregarded everything to train my body." He leans forward, ready to attack. "This time I will do whatever it takes to defeat you." Gi Yongshu also draws his sword, ready to strike. "Let me say it again. I have no intention of holding back because you invited me to eat. All right, let's see who will be the winner this time." Mr. Shu stares intently at Kwok Tu Hua's stance across from him, silently analyzing. He's shifting his weight onto his uninjured leg, while the injured leg stays back. Yi Ongsu wondered what kind of attack he was about to launch. It was completely unpredictable. So he decided to first see how he would attack. With that in mind, Gai Shu decisively charged forward. Seeing this, He Guo Hua also quickly raised his staff and decisively slammed it down to the ground, causing Mr. Shu to immediately dodge to the side. He glanced at the previous action, a vague suspicion rising in his mind. Hak Kwok Tu Hua kept swinging the hammer, seeming a bit dazed. "Huh? Are you really that surprised?" Mr. Shu wondered to himself. "What the hell is this?" Watching the staff increasingly approaching, he wondered if he was mistaken. As the staff landed, Mr. Shu skillfully stepped back to dodge the attack, and in his mind, only one thought crossed Kim Gi on Mr. Shu. "What the heck is this? What kind of crappy attack is that?" He stared intently at Hak Kwok Tu Hua, silently wondering what kind of terrible attack this was. Isn't it just a reckless blow with no technique at all? Seeing the confident demeanor of the opponent, Gai Shu felt a bit confused. He had said he would defeat me alone, so there must be some other trick up his sleeve. With those thoughts, Kim Gi Shu stared intently at Kwok Tu Hua, while Kwok Tu Hua avoided his gaze. In fact, Gi Shu seemed to be gradually guessing something, though he remained silent, but Tu Hua knew it well. While watching his younger brother train, he leaned in and whispered, "Brother, Kwok Tu Hua once gave advice. Your lower body was already weak, and now you're injured. Maybe it's time for you to focus on strengthening your lower body." He gently replied, "He stubbornly says that I've always tried that way my whole life, so I don't know how to do it differently. Just keep training hard and persistent." But Kwok Tu Hua cut off his brother, yet he was completely silenced by 4 words. "Trust me." "That's right, little brother. If I don't believe in you, who else will believe in you? I believe in you." So Kwok Tu Hua always watched over Hak Kwok Tu Hua's arduous training process. And when he saw Hak Kwok Tu Hua trying so hard that he almost gave up, he began to have a little hope. But one day, Kong San arrived and shattered that dream. He defeated Hakukoku Jua and asked suspiciously, "What is this? Hakukoku Jua, what exactly have you been doing all this time?" During the duel with Kong San before the mission, Hak Kwok Tu Hua was shattered without mercy. Under the darkening sky, he kept lamenting. "Why is this happening? Hak Kwok Tu Hua still can't accept the reality. Clearly, I tried so hard I was almost there, yet I still couldn't reach it and even became weaker." When he doubted himself, Guo Tu Hua suddenly called out, "Little brother," and approached to comfort him, saying, "It's because Kong San is too strong, not because you've become weaker. If you try a little harder, you can also defeat him." Hak Kwok Tu Hua looked at him doubtfully. Kwok Tu Hua once again firmly affirmed, "You have truly become stronger, strong enough to defeat Kim Gi Ongshu." But right now, Hak Kwok Tu Hua is gradually losing ground against Gionshu's relentless attacks, with marks of cuts and blows all over his face and hands. Gionshu keeps advancing without stopping, gradually closing the distance. After a while, Hak Kwok Tu Hua retreats completely, his mouth faintly groaning in pain. Gionshu looked to the side and softly called out. Hak Kwok Tu Hua faintly replied to the previous question. "I also think, like you said, fate is not something predetermined, but something we create ourselves. I have learned that, and whenever I meet people from another world, I always tell them the same. But looking at He Guo Tu Hua, I thought there are things no matter how hard you try, the outcome is impossible. What do you think?" Actually, Kwok Tu-hwa also shares the same thoughts as Kim Ji-yeon-shu. That's why Kwok Tu-hwa started to feel like giving up. He thought that both of them had tried their best to change their fate, and maybe now it was time to find peace. Looking at Ji-yeon-shu, Kwok Tu-hwa silently thought that accepting fate might not be such a bad thing. Witnessing Yu's battle with his younger brother, he quietly thought, "Don't worry, little brother. If you go first, I will follow right after. No matter which path he takes, he will walk with her because we are brothers." Suddenly, Kwok Tu-hwa's eyes widened as he saw Ji-yeon-shu's sword slowly pressing against his brother's neck. He suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of panic. For a moment, he moved away from his position. Suddenly, Ji-yeon-shu was kicked away by someone. He frowned and looked up. The one responsible for what just happened is Kwok Tu-hwa. After regaining his composure, Ji-yeon-shu exclaimed in confusion, "What the hell is that?" He looked suspiciously at Kwok Tu-hwa. "Isn't it said that each solo battle is one-on-one?" He shamelessly replied without any shame. "Thinking about it, maybe it's more in line with our country's tradition for my brother to act first, since people often say that no sister can surpass her brother." Gi-young-soo coldly replied, "It's fine with me. It's not a problem because both of you will end up dead anyway." The only one objecting was Hae-guo Tu-hwa, who asked his brother confusedly, "What are you talking about?" "The battle isn't over yet," Kwok Tu-hwa interjected in silence. "Hey, if you keep fighting like that, you'll be done for." Kwok Tu-hwa stubbornly argued, "There's still skills you haven't had a chance to show me yet." He was once again silenced by his brother. "You can't do this." That statement made Black Kwok Tu-hwa turn to stone in an instant. He looked at Ji-yeon-shu and then made a suggestion. "Then let's work together to take down that bastard." But once again, his brother objects. "No." Kwok Hwa firmly ordered, "Actually, you should step back and leave. You can't do this." He was stunned by Kwok Tu-hwa's refusal and remembered that even when asking for chicken and protein, he always indulged his little brother. Compared to the present, he couldn't help but feel resentful. Yet now, for the first time in his life, Kwok Tu-hwa showed such a firm refusal, leaving Hak Kwok Tu-hwa with no choice but to obey. Chiu Zi-hwa lowered his stance and called again. "Little brother?" Chiu Zi-hwa seriously advised his brother. "We must survive together." He remained silent, unsure how to respond. As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Tsu-hwa sped forward towards Ohias Jiu. He kicked Jian-shu's head but missed as he dodged, but when Jian-shu counterattacked, he managed to evade the strike quickly. Then Kwok Tu-hwa straightened his body and kicked Jian-shu, immediately blocking the attack and countering Hak Kwok Tu-hwa, who was watching their fight. He was stunned. Hae-guo Tu-hwa hesitated and called out, "Brother, the diverse techniques and fighting moves you use, which I have never seen before, whether during missions or training." Is he surprised to realize that his brother is so strong? Gi-yeong-shu, who is fighting both of them, is also just as surprised. Strange, the gap between the older brother and the younger brother is this big, but I remain unshaken and keep rushing toward the enemy. Gi-yeong-soo straightforwardly remarks that his cursed talent has also held back his older brother's abilities, luckily always slowing down to keep up with his younger sibling's pace. Right? It seemed that question struck a nerve with Kwok Tu-hwa, distracting him long enough for a blade to slash across his chest. Gi-yeong-shu quickly spun around, advanced forward, and swung his arms in rapid strikes, leaving a heavily wounded Kwok Tu-hwa behind. Mr. Gi-shu calmly remarked, "The bowl is big, but there's too little water inside." Suddenly, someone rushed forward, startling him as instead of water, Kwok Tu-hwa boldly launched a kick at Gi-shu. He confidently declared that it would be enough to fill it with the blood spilled today. Taken by surprise, Gi-shu let out a soft cry. He swung his arm just as Kwok Tu-hwa jumped down. Without hesitation, Gi-yeong-shu slashed across his body, but Kwok Tu-hwa dodged it and then spun around to launch a counterattack. At this moment, a sudden gust of wind swept across Kwok Tu-hwa's face, his vision darkening as countless willow leaves seemed to rush toward him through the pitch-black space. Kwok Hwa's eyes widened as Jian-shu slashed across his neck, blood slowly trickling out. Jian-shu calmly remarked on their survival instincts. At least in this way, they were as alike as real brothers. Kwok Tu-hwa clutched his neck and nodded, then suddenly charged forward to kick Jian-shu. That strength was so powerful that when Jian-shu raised his arm to block, a tear appeared on his shirt and the two continued to fiercely exchange blows. After a while, Kwok Tu-hwa temporarily retreats, but he stubbornly mutters, "I will survive with my brother." Gi-yeong-shu coldly replies, "Then you shouldn't have provoked me in the first place." He watched as the two kept fighting over and over again, his eyes wide in disbelief as he realized he was gradually being pushed back. Seeing his face tense up, he suddenly charged forward, worried that if this continued, Gi-yeong-shu would soon grow annoyed and frown. This bastard's ability to escape from his deadly trap is truly astonishing. He always manages to dodge every lethal strike by just a hair. "Why did you suddenly stop, Gi-yeong-shu?" He boasts and taunts, but it's not as easy as you think. "Are you getting impatient? Just try hitting me 100 times and see." After saying that, he moved closer and pressed against Jian-shu. "As for surviving, I'm more confident than anyone else." He quickly raised his hand to block his attack. Gi-yeong-shu muttered irritably, "What a troublesome type." Suddenly, he let out a soft groan as Gi-yeong-shu looked confused at Hak Kwok Tu-hwa, rushing angrily toward him. Even Kwok Tu-hwa was stunned and called out softly. Gi-yeong-shu's younger brother interjected coldly, "Contrary to your wishes." He lowered his voice mockingly. Your brother is rushing to beg for a passing grade. Then he rushed to Hak Kwok Tuhua's side. In an instant, red sparks flew everywhere and Gi Ongshu was stunned and stepped back. But Kwok Tuhua charged forward to take the hit for his brother. He silently glanced at Jiun, who was puffed up. He Guozihua was protected behind him, still not understanding what was happening. He was stunned and let out a sound of surprise.